So, this is where our story begins. Pei Ling was fiercely battling it out with his teammates, 10 minutes and 21 seconds left in this glorious match. The final push to finally reach king rank. Noob teammates, can you even? One look at their post-game expressions told the whole story of can you even. The defeat notification pierced Pei Ling like an arrow of pure frustration. The invisible force of that blow sent our elegant gamer sprawling. No regrets, this life was just a trial run anyway. Pei Ling officially bit the dust, my king rank. But then, a twist. His precious phone suddenly lit up, emitting a strange, otherworldly beep, beep boop, your king life has arrived. He'd officially transmigrated. A true king needs a glorious origin story, and step 1 is being born. And specifically, born to a righteous, demon-slaying hero. But something still felt off. Look at how happy he is. Every powerhouse needs an exceptionally capable father, left hand holding wife number 38, right hand holding wife number 37. And the future powerhouse, Pei Ling, had the honor of washing this man's feet. Dad, footbath time. Of course, the package wouldn't be complete without an approachable, easily provoked, easily scolded, and easily tormented stepmother, a solid 10 out of 10 origin story, no notes. And who could forget the talented, handsome son, the pride and joy of his mother? My son is truly exceptional. A natural-born genius. In the background, Pei Ling enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, his very survival depending on dodging the correct 99-point answer. Switching to full-on bootlicker mode, he piled on the praise. See, Mom. He's so promising. He never gives you and Dad any trouble with his studies. Naturally, Pei Ling had transmigrated into a cultivation world, as the male lead of this particular manhua. He'd set a truly grand goal for himself. The Tao of the dog, ascend to the title of king. But again, something seemed amiss. Just as he was basking in this happy delusion, a bucket of water splashed onto his face. Look at this footwater. Have you even tasted it? Our boy found himself sprawled pathetically on the ground, looking down from her lofty position. The girl said with annoyance, the holy sect disciples are temporarily staying at the estate. They're quite fond of the colorless wonder cakes. 7th young master, tomorrow you'll go to Elder Mountain and fetch some more. The madam will reward you. The servant girls in this world sure had some breezy familiarity, riding on stepmother's coattails, she added, and if you don't find any, the madam will still reward you. How generous. As she left, Pei Ling covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Another day successfully survived, but these days of survival are almost over. He decisively marched to his room and bolted the door. He eagerly opened his spirit stone chest, gazing at his collection. 18 years. 300 low-grade spirit stones. What an insult to transmigrators everywhere. He mentally smacked himself. Wake up, young master Pei Ling. He focused, circulating his cultivation technique. 18 years. My king life finally begins. He gestured dramatically. System. After 18 long years, it finally appeared. A cascade of his stats scrolled by. The little system displayed a lengthy message, the gist of which was, congratulations, you've met the requirements to activate the system. Waited 18 years, are you a little slow on the uptake? But looking at Pei Ling's expression was enough to understand. It could only be the system's 10 points, successfully making our future king about to log out for the second time. Where's that Windows 95 operating system, that bragging rights system gone? Using his 18 years of incredibly formative life experience, the old soul Pei Ling started to analyze, why does this look like it's messing with me? Ignoring it might be better than nothing. It seems this is the only switch that can let me cultivate. The Duangu is the Pei clan's inherited cultivation technique, divided into 3 stages, iron bone, refined bone, and jade bone, lacking one part of the bone, impervious to swords and spears, fists powerful like blades, killing wolves and tigers barehanded. But, because it's a demonic cultivation technique, the cultivation process is full of demonic style. Those with weak willpower won't be able to withstand it and their flesh and bones will be destroyed, ultimately dying in agony. Reading up to here, Pei Ling felt a little apprehensive. Better check the cultivation time first. Better not look then. After looking, it can only be terrifying. The cultivation time seems a bit wrong. After enduring and barely surviving for so many years, now I have to cultivate for another few decades. This guy's timing, just by looking, you know he's got brains. The humiliation of the last 18 years is finally coming to an end. Without a word, the day to massacre others within 3,000 miles is approaching. I am the future king. Stepmom, deadbeat dad, system, fetch the foot washing water for me. System, start cultivation. The system immediately replied, 1 button AI upgrade management now starting cultivation. Warning. During the cultivation process, the host will lose control of their body, please don't panic. As soon as it finished speaking, Pei Ling's left hand slowly lifted. How can it be missing that elegant left hand? The Duangu blood refinement process is in progress, has it started? My body is starting to move on its own. Pei Ling was extremely excited, extremely satisfied with reality, although not being able to control his body was a little unsettling, this was still too awesome. Speaking of which, he looked at his hands mesmerized, this system is too suitable for a king like me, it truly is a conscientious system. The system displayed again, inspection shows that the bone refining pill is lacking for cultivation, please wait, reading up to here, he panicked, bone refining pill. Even the elders of the Pei clan don't have many bone refining pills, a side branch disciple like him hasn't even seen one, where can he find a bone refining pill? The system's preferential display showed, analysis complete, the system will gift 10 bone refining pills for free, Pei Ling's spirits lifted, that good, huh? Not that good, his body suddenly stood up, huh? Pei Ling looked at his 6-meter-long legs moving automatically in a panic, what's going on? He ran at breakneck speed forward, damn it, stop. Damn system, don't screw me. After barely surviving these past 10 years, I've never run so arrogantly in the courtyard like this. But in the end, those reckless feet ran towards Zheng Jingshan's residence, how did I get here? This life is over, Pei Ling cried without making a sound, isn't this the place of that ruthless, murderous demon? Damn system, you absolutely didn't bring me here to die, did you? Thinking about this, Pei Ling could practically see his bright future ahead of him. Ripping souls, breaking bones, consuming people, drinking blood, all for the sake of becoming stronger, stopping at nothing. The Zheng Ming sect was the most terrifying existence in this world. No one dared to provoke them. Trembling with fear, he started negotiating with it. System, let's just bargain a little, go to the front door, take a peek, and that's it, okay? We won't go inside, alright? The system didn't reply but answered with action. Its adorable little leg disobeyed him and kicked the door open. Pei Ling panicked, holy crap. All he could do now was cry. We've kicked open the big baddie's door, so technically we've arrived, let's scram. But it didn't listen, starting to run inside, Pei Ling yelled in terror, stop. Quickly stop. After accompanying the system, his cursing vocabulary had reached new heights, damn it. Can you freaking stop, do you want me dead? This damn system. A moment later, it finally stopped, Pei Ling rejoiced silently, finally stopped. He straightened up and observed, here is. Then he laughed bitterly, so it's the main hall of the Bai Wu Yuan, which is Zheng Jingshan's room, I used to come here to clean. My life has nothing left to yearn for. Pei Ling looked sadly at his elegant hand raising into a fist, stop, system. I still don't want to die. You told me to come in, but now let's just forget it. Unsurprisingly, the pitiful door was smashed open by his punch, our protagonist could only lament, damn it. You made me smash Zheng Jingshan's door. This is the end of the road for me, he's the big baddie who even dared to kill his own father. System, just tell me how you want me to die and get it over with. But luckily, Zheng Jingshan wasn't around, thank goodness the big baddie isn't here. As he walked past a painting, his whole body broke out in a cold sweat, as expected of the big baddie, even his room is this gloomy. Then he asked, system, quickly tell me, are you not satisfied with me and want to change to another host? At this moment, a bottle of pills rolled down, Pei Ling was confused, system, what are you trying to do? Without saying much, his hand unconsciously caught the bottle and poured the pills into his hand. Pei Ling's heart resisted, damn it, you call these, bone-tempering pills. I don't want to eat them. But how could he resist the system? All 10 pills were swallowed whole. Pei Ling froze, tears welling up, damn it, this is Zheng Jingshan's stuff. Spit it out, you bastard. Then his legs carried him to the nearby carpet. He quickly sat down, proper as you please. Seriously, I'm breaking into someone's room to cultivate, didn't even bother closing the door, I'm so done, system, do whatever the hell you want. A moment later, Pei Ling felt a distinct change in his body. After using the bone tempering pill, my cultivation speed increased tenfold. Pei Ling puffed out his chest, as expected of a small fry like me, I've never seen such good stuff. Thinking this, he struck a seductive pose, swaying his hips. I feel reborn. In less than half an hour, I've broken through 4 stages of the 3rd level of Xianxia. Bone forging complete. I truly am the king. Time for a system review. Without hesitation, Pei Ling gave it a 1-star rating, finally done, like you deserve 5 stars. Suddenly, he sensed someone nearby. Pei Ling frowned, alarmed. A woman's laughter. Is there someone else in this room? He stood up defensively, looking around. Where's that laughter coming from? Then Pei Ling's eyes widened in shock. He saw the figure of a woman appear. But she appeared in a painting. She kept calling out, "Come here, young master." He stumbled backward. What the hell is this evil thing? Jungming sect really is creepy. Pei Ling bolted out of the room, heart pounding. Good thing no one was behind the Biwu courtyard wall. I can't stay in the Pei manor anymore. I have to run. Stealing Zheng Jingshan's bone tempering pill is a death sentence. Unexpectedly, the steward appeared out of nowhere. Seventh young master, what are you doing behind the Biwu courtyard? Not long after, the guy, drenched in sweat, looked awkwardly at the steward. I'm, about to make some colorless tea. Dude, I don't know why you're looking for me. He was confused. The patriarch told all the young masters and misses to go to the main hall, right now. Pei Ling added, I wonder what the patriarch wants us for at the main hall. The steward snapped, what's with all the questions? If you make the patriarch and immortal Zheng wait, you're dead meat. He asked urgently, immortal Zheng is here. He didn't go back to the Biwu courtyard to rest. The steward retorted, none of your business, kid. Just go. Immortal Zheng will be furious. Hearing that, Pei Ling bolted, I'm going. The steward sneered behind him, useless thing. Meanwhile, the guy was worried sick. Zheng Jingshan went straight to the main hall after returning, so he probably doesn't know about me stealing the bone tempering pill yet. But the Pei clan's rules are strict. The patriarch summoned us. If we don't show up immediately, experts will come and drag us there. Thinking of this, Pei Ling's tears streamed down his face. He quickly arrived in front of the main hall's door. Well, no choice but to go in now. The main hall was already packed. Inside, Zheng Jingshan, an inner disciple of the Jungming sect, sat on the main seat. Pei Xuan, the Pei clan patriarch, sat on a side seat. Pei Hongnian, Pei Xuan's son, stood beside him, making it clear who held the real power. Pei Ling stood humbly amongst the crowd. No one has mentioned the Biwu courtyard incident. Looks like Zheng Jingshan still doesn't know. At this moment, Pei Xuan spoke, Immortal Zheng, all my descendants are here, please instruct us. Zheng Jingshan frowned in annoyance. That traitor of our sect, Wu Tingyi, escaped from Mount Yuanlao today. Find him immediately. A reward of 50 bone tempering pills awaits whoever finds him. Hearing 50 bone tempering pills, Pei Ling gasped, 50 pills. As expected of the Jungming sect, truly generous. Hearing this, Pei Xuan looked towards Hongnian. Zheng Jingshan impatiently glanced at him. What are you standing around for? Go find him. Pei Xuan stood up and bowed. Immortal Zheng, I've heard that Wu Tingyi's cultivation has reached the 7th level of Xianxia. My descendants are still weak. I fear they may not be a match for him. Our protagonist agreed with him. A 7th level Xianxia cultivator was nothing more than an ant to Zheng Jingshan, but to the Pei clan, it was a significant threat. To further clarify, our teacher, Pei Ling, will explain the cultivation levels of this world, Lianqi, Zhuji, Jiaden. As for the realms above Jiaden, there are no records in the Pei clan. At this point, the teacher twitched a bit, truly pathetic, because the Luxuan city is so powerful. Pei Xuan, with the highest cultivation, is only at the 8th level of Lianqi. And that big baddie Zheng Jingshan is already at the mid-stage of Zhuji. You could say the entire Luquan city held no match for him. Slaughtering the whole place would be child's play. So even if Wu Dingxi is Lianqi level 7, Pei Fei challenging him is just a suicide mission. Jingshan's voice boomed from above. Wu Dingxi is seriously injured and new to the path of cultivation. He's definitely capturable. Besides, I told you to find him, not necessarily capture him yourselves. Pei Xuan bowed his head respectfully, relieved. That's good then. Jingshan snapped his fingers, a small light flickering. A super crisp 3D image of Dingxi appeared. This is Wu Dingxi. If you find any trace of him, immediately send a signal. This lord will personally come and apprehend him. The crowd below responded in unison. We obey the immortal master's command. Disciples will depart immediately. Pei Ling thought happily, perfect opportunity. Everyone quickly left the main hall. Once we're out of the city, I'll make a run for it. Pei Xuan hesitated, then asked, I wonder if immortal master Zheng would grace us with his presence for a cup of tea. He turned, a haughty air about him as he left. This lord has no time for tea. I have business at the Fuyun Institute. Not long after, Jingshan stood before the Fuyun Institute. The usually arrogant man bowed respectfully at the door. Senior Sister Zheng, Jingshan requests an audience. Jingshan's face was grim. Ugh, this is a headache. From behind the door, a voice called out, have you found him yet? Sweating nervously, he stammered, reporting to senior sister, "We have confirmed that Wu Dingxi has fled Mount Yuanlao. I've dispatched the Pei family." Before he could finish, she spat out a single word, "Useless." Then, a strange, eerie sound resonated, "I'll give you 3 days. If I don't see the Bidian Ludu, I'll extract your soul for Lianqi refinement." Jing Shan immediately kowtowed, "Yes." The Pei clan searched high and low for Wu Tingxi, calling out, "Found him yet?" "Not yet." Pei Ling eyed Mount Yuanlao in the distance, calculating, "Can't get any closer to Mount Yuanlao. It's only half an hour down the mountain." He then shouted, "Distract the Pei clan. Senior brothers, I'll search this way." "Nothing here." Pei Ling chuckled inwardly. "Ha ha, time to bounce." He began to plot his escape. First, head to the nearest city, disguise myself, then sneak into a caravan. Ha ha, then I can go wherever I want. The world is my oyster, who can stop me? Thinking about his freedom, Pei Ling encouraged himself, "Come on. Victory is close. Come on, victory is close." Not wanting to waste any time, he immediately left, but after a short while, his legs began to tremble, and he stood frozen. Pei Ling's face paled, and he collapsed without understanding why. "Ugh, how can I be this tired already? I feel completely drained. Why am I so cold?" Suddenly realizing the problem, Pei Ling's face turned deathly white. Could it be that shard? He fearfully glanced behind him. "Ha ha, come here." A woman's hand reached out from the sinister screen, trying to grab Pei Ling. His hands clenched into fists, frustrated, he thought, but why didn't the shard attack me in Zheng Jingshan's cultivation room? Pei Ling painfully recalled, could it be because the system was controlling my body? At this point, Pei Ling, completely drained of energy, collapsed. He could only plead with the system, "I want to cultivate iron bones." In an instant, the system responded, "Cultivation power system at your service. You will lose control during cultivation, do not panic." The system's announcement was followed by it regaining control of Pei Ling's body. He suddenly burst with power and roared, then, he angrily grabbed the woman from the screen and yelled, "Get lost." He punched her hard, sending her back into the screen. Satisfied with the system after dealing with the nuisance, Pei Ling thought, cultivation power. As long as I have the system, those women won't dare touch me. Detecting unstable qi and blood, continuing iron bones cultivation will cause blood damage, the system announced, making Pei Ling's face turn green with fear. Adjusting host's qi and blood, gifting a free bottle of qi and blood pills, Pei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. "Again? How are you trying to kill me this time?" Before he could process anything, the system took control of his body again and started moving. Feeling himself being dragged towards Mount Yuanlao, he screamed in terror, "No." Meanwhile, inside a dark cave within Mount Yuanlao, a figure sat cultivating. The figure reached into their robes to retrieve something. It was none other than Wu Tingxi. He pulled out a porcelain bottle and muttered sadly, "Cough, cough." To think Wu Tingxi would fall so low. Just as he was about to swallow the contents of the bottle, Pei Ling rushed in. Pei Ling was terrified. "I'm screwed." Looking at Wu Tingxi's face, he thought, this is probably the traitor Chongming's sect wants me to find. Isn't it going to steal his qi and blood pills? Just as Wu Tingxi opened his mouth to take the pill, the system took control of Pei Ling again, making him leap forward. Qi and blood pills detected, system gifting them to you free of charge. Under the system's control, he snatched the bottle from a stunned Wu Tingxi. He immediately gulped down the pills as the system announced, "Qi and blood pill gifting complete." Resuming cultivation, after swallowing the pills, he tossed the bottle aside casually and began cultivating under the system's control. Pei Ling screamed internally, "It's making me cultivate right in front of him. This is suicide." As a Lianqi Stage 3 cultivator, seeing the thief who stole his pills cultivating right in front of him enraged Wu Tingxi, "You stole my medicine and dare to cultivate in front of me." Wu Tingxi gritted his teeth in fury. And then he roared, extending his claws. "I must kill you." Wu Tingxi reached for the porcelain bottle, then said coldly, "Brat." He then gulped down the remaining qi and blood pills. Meanwhile, Pei Ling was still being controlled by the system, meditating, but inside, he was screaming in agony, "Damn system. I don't want to cultivate anymore." Next, Wu Tingxi took the porcelain bottle, walked over, and was about to smash it on Pei Ling's head, saying, "You think you can steal from me?" Although his eyes were closed, Pei Ling sensed the danger and pleaded internally, "Senior, spare me." The porcelain bottle immediately smashed against his head, causing him to cry out in pain. The system then announced, "External attack detected, cultivation session terminated, please rate 5 stars if you enjoyed the experience." As the cultivation ended, Pei Ling felt both joy and anger. Finally, it's over. I'll give you 3, my ass, stars. At this moment, Wu Tingxi walked over to Pei Ling and said sinisterly, meeting each other is fate. Wu Mu will send you on your way, ha. Seeing this, Pei Ling was terrified and hurriedly cried out, fellow Taoist, please let me explain. To the system, he raged, damn it, you're going to get me killed. Then, Wu Tingxi waved his hand, unleashing the jade poison finger, causing Pei Ling to cry out in pain as he was sent flying. Pei Ling crashed to the ground, creating a large explosion. Seeing this, Wu Tingxi chuckled with satisfaction, HMPH, just a Xianxia third stage. As the smoke cleared, Pei Ling's body was revealed, covered in wounds. Wu Tingxi was surprised to see him still alive, not dead. Meanwhile, Pei Ling sat there, calculating, this guy is too strong, luckily, I'm still alive, this won't do, I need to find a way to stall him. In an instant, Wu Tingxi's vision sharpened, and he thought irritably, such a measly Xianxia third stage, yet he blocked my jade poison finger with just his left hand. What is this? At that moment, he clearly saw the detailed structure of Pei Ling's bones. Seeing this, Wu Tingxi's face immediately paled, and he let out a terrified yell. Pei Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, thinking angrily, system, I'm definitely giving you a 5-star rating. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. At this time, Wu Tingxi came over and asked Pei Ling, Supreme Bone Forging. How did you cultivate it? Hearing this question, Pei Ling thought nervously. No way, not again, he found out. He's not going to extract my bone marrow for cultivation, is he? Just the thought terrified Pei Ling, and he quickly feigned ignorance, saying, this fellow Taoist, I was wrong about the qi and blood pills. I apologize, he continued, as for the Supreme, something you mentioned, I don't know anything about that. Wu Tingxi stared at Pei Ling and said coldly, don't pretend, what you were cultivating just now was the bone forging technique, Supreme Bone Forging, only the bone forging technique of the Chongming sect can cultivate that. I'm not mistaken, Pei Ling thought angrily, realizing his trick had been discovered. People from the Yinjin sect are really not easy to mess with, but I've bought myself some time, once I recover a bit, I'll find a chance to escape. Wu Tingxi then began to question him, you chased me deep into the mountains, surely you weren't trying to capture Wu Mu, were you? Hearing this, Pei Ling quickly shook his head and explained, no, fellow Taoist, you misunderstand, although I was ordered to capture you, I didn't want to reveal your whereabouts, I only hope fellow Taoists will give me a chance to live. Wu Tingxi responded with disdain, you think I'll believe that? Forced into a corner, Pei Ling started to weep and recount his sorrowful life story. It's a long story. Since childhood, my talent has been poor, and I've been oppressed by my stepmother, lacking resources. The path of cultivation has been extremely difficult. He continued to recount his tragic life. Then, there's Zheng Jingshan of the Pei estate. In a moment of folly, I entered his room and stole 10 bone-shattering pills. Hearing this, Wu Tingxi was speechless, sweat dripping down his face. He couldn't believe it and asked Pei Ling, you dared to steal from Zheng Jingshan? Are young people these days this bold? Pei Ling responded sheepishly, youthful recklessness, who hasn't made mistakes? I stumbled into this mess just trying to escape quickly, he continued to explain in front of Wu Tingxi's helpless face, quite a coincidence, right? Zheng Jingshan, wanting to kill you. Still hasn't discovered that I stole from him. Pei Ling walked over, grasped Wu Tingxi's hand, and pleaded in a low voice, therefore, only if fellow Taoist lets me go will you have time to escape, fellow Taoist, I'm helping you. Wu Tingxi brushed his hand away and said angrily, if you were helping me, why did you steal my qi and blood pills? He was also extremely wary in his heart, this guy is full of tricks, I can't trust him easily. Seeing that Wu Tingxi still didn't believe him, Pei Ling sighed and continued, sigh, fellow Taoist, I was also forced into this. Do you know that Zheng Jingshan has a screen hanging in his room? Wu Tingxi was startled and shouted, the bone-eroding Rakshasa painting. You saw it, and you're still alive. Pei Ling bit his finger and thought innocently, is that painting that's scary? Then he hurriedly explained to Wu Tingxi, so, on my way to escape, I was almost killed by the bone-eroding Rakshasa painting. It was a desperate situation, I had to steal fellow Taoist's qi and blood pills to save my life. Wu Tingxi still didn't believe him and glared at him. With your cultivation, there's no way you could withstand the bone-eroding Rakshasa painting's devouring power. Hearing this, Pei Ling pleaded internally, yes, that's right. That's exactly it, believe me. After careful consideration, Wu Tingxi looked at Pei Ling and made a proposal, if that's the case, how about we make a deal? Hearing Wu Tingxi's offer, Pei Ling's face went blank, a trade. What trade? He thought, playing the fool. Inside, however, he had a grand plan. His body still needed time to recover, so he'd have to listen to the old man ramble a bit longer. Before Pei Ling could even finish his thought, Wu Tingxi reached into the front of his robe, rummaging for something. The old man then pulled out a scroll and presented it. I propose a deal. If you help me, Wu, escape from Mount Yuanlao, I'll share this cultivation method with you. What do you say? Faced with this offer, Pei Ling just stood there, wrinkling his nose, showing no interest whatsoever. That's it. Looks pretty ordinary to me. Provoked by his reaction, Wu Tingxi's veins bulged on his forehead, and he started yelling, what do you know? This cultivation method is something Zheng Jingshan and his lot crave but can't get their hands on. Pei Ling just listened without saying a word. To make his offer more convincing, the old man dropped a bombshell. They resorted to any means necessary to obtain this scroll, even massacring my sect. Even Luo Qiao, my master, was poisoned and defeated by him. If I hadn't sensed something was wrong, Zheng Jingshan would have killed me long ago. At this point, the old man couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing uncontrollably. Pei Ling could only offer an awkward smile. Why don't you just give it to him then? That way, they won't hunt you anymore. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. The system notification panel had appeared, detected rare external cultivation method. System initiating collection, the system announced, and a data transfer screen popped up. Looking at it, Pei Ling thought, talk about lucky, gotta keep stalling him and buy some time for the collection. Seeing Pei Ling spacing out, the old man quickly grabbed his collar, hoisting him up. That look on your face means you don't believe me, do you? I swear, I'm telling the truth. His face was sincere, and his eyes practically screamed trustworthy. Before the old man could collect himself, Pei Ling grabbed his hand with one of his own, while the other lightly touched the scroll. Since you say it's so amazing, could I maybe take a look, study it a bit? Without waiting for Wu Tingxi's agreement, Pei Ling started hopping around like a monkey, just a peek. Let me see, come on. Wu Tingxi was speechless at this display. This kid's attitude changes fast. Did greed get the better of him? Seeing the system progress bar reach 35%, Pei Ling smiled with satisfaction. Almost there. Almost there. Just then, Wu Tingxi smacked him on the head, and Pei Ling suddenly felt enlightened. What's the rush? He said, removing his hand from Pei Ling's head. The old man then reminded Pei Ling, the jade slip will be yours sooner or later. Help me get out of here first. Rubbing his head, Pei Ling grinned and asked solicitously, of course I'll help. Which direction should we head in? West. We'll discuss the rest later. As he spoke, Wu Tingxi tucked the cultivation method back into his robe. Internally, Pei Ling pleaded, don't put it away yet. As if answering his prayer, the system appeared like a savior. Collection progress 100%, collection complete. Please name the cultivation method. Glancing back at the system panel, Pei Ling thought, time's ticking, I'll just pick something random. Nameless cultivation method it is. In reality, Wu Tingxi approached, making his demands. Boy, help this old man out. The request irritated Pei Ling, and he cursed internally, help you my foot. I'm pretty much recovered, who cares about you anymore? Just as he was about to help the old man, Pei Ling suddenly yelled, Zheng Jingshan, what are you doing here? The name sent chills down Wu Tingxi's spine. As Wu Tingxi nervously turned around to explain, Pei Ling bolted. Seeing no Zheng Jingshan, Wu Tingxi turned back to find Pei Ling gone. That little. It took a moment for Wu Tingxi to realize he'd been tricked, his face contorted with rage, his sharp nails digging into his palms. You little brat. You dare play dirty tricks on me? Die. With that, Wu Tingxi launched an attack in Pei Ling's direction. Pei Ling, his face a mask of terror, sprinted for his life, dodging the attack while trying to reason with the old man. Taoist Wu, I was going to find someone to help you. Why are you repaying kindness with malice? The old man wasn't buying it, continuing his assault. Even while running, Pei Ling kept glancing back to assess the situation. Even injured, this guy is still Xianxia stage 7. Running like this isn't going to work. After running a bit further, Pei Ling stopped, his face filled with dread. Turns out, in front of him was the end of the cave, no way back. Staring at the stone wall, Pei Ling cursed, damn it, a dead end. Just then, Wu Tingxi, drenched in sweat and panting, caught up. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Seeing the old man arrive, Pei Ling's eyes sharpened. Guess there's only one thing to do. Seeing Pei Ling unmoving, Wu Tingxi assumed he was scared. He swiped at him with his sharp claws. To avoid the attack, Pei Ling quickly used the Duin Gu Ju, bone-severing technique, to harden one of his arms. Wu Tingxi didn't just swipe once, he attacked repeatedly, causing a small explosion. However, miraculously, Pei Ling was completely unharmed. Wu Dingyi thought, he doesn't dare fight back. Pei Ling's unscathed body terrified him. Still alive, huh? While the old man was distracted, Pei Ling lunged forward, grabbing his collar and delivering a swift kick to his gut. Though his face was bruised and battered, his smart alecky nature wouldn't be suppressed. Pei Ling punched him directly. What's up, old-timer? Looks like you're so weak you can't even use the 5 venom finger. His words made Wu Dingyi tremble with fear. Immediately after, Pei Ling used all his strength to tackle the old man, slamming him to the ground. Wu Dingyi couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, blood flowing from his nose and mouth, vision blurring, Wu Dingyi still tried to threaten Pei Ling. Cough, cough, even if you kill me today, you won't escape. His words successfully halted Pei Ling's actions. What do you mean? Pei Ling wondered, suspicion filling his mind. Does he have backup? Pleased with Pei Ling's reaction, Wu Dingyi used his bruised face to utter his last words. Zheng Jingshan won't let you go. No one can survive the Sha Yan Gu 2, killing flame bone diagram. It will follow you to the ends of the earth. With that, he sat up abruptly, holding some kind of orb. Pei Ling just watched, showing no reaction. As Wu Dingyi approached, Pei Ling reached behind him. Drawing his sword, with a murderous glint in his eyes, he swiftly stabbed the old man. Only after Wu Dingyi stopped breathing did Pei Ling slowly withdraw his sword. Having defeated Wu Dingyi, Pei Ling sheathed his sword. In stark contrast to his previous confidence, he now looked like a different person. I actually killed Wu Dingyi. Looking at Wu Dingyi's bloodied body, Pei Ling sighed. I've already offended Deng Mingshan, so what's one more? Well, he's dead, might as well loot him. After rummaging through Wu Dingyi's belongings, Pei Ling found a pill and a scroll. He held the orb up, examining it carefully. He attacked me with this earlier, could be his killer weapon. And this jade slip, mine now. After stashing everything away, Pei Ling stood up and left, abandoning the body. Time for me to roam the world. As he walked, Pei Ling suddenly stopped, confusion washing over him, his eyes widened in terror. Remembering Wu Dingyi's threat, Pei Ling clutched his chest, anxiety flooding him. Don't tell me what that guy said was true. What do I do? Even if I run, I'll be drained of my chi and die. In his panic, Pei Ling turned to the system for help. System, do you have a solution? However, instead of providing a solution, it displayed a rating screen. Seeing the useless system, unable to do anything for him, Pei Ling didn't hesitate to give it a 1-star rating. This trash system. It even has the nerve to ask for a rating. I'm going to die because of you. After venting his frustration, Pei Ling finally noticed the jade slip in his hand. Staring at it, he started to think of a solution. After a moment of internal struggle, a decision was made. Looks like I'm out of options. If Zheng Jingshan wants this, I'll use it to negotiate with him. Some time later, in the main hall of the Pei Manor, a surprised voice rang out. What? You say you've found Wu Dingyi? Inside the main hall, Pei Xuan sat on a high chair, looking down at Pei Ling, who knelt before him in tattered clothes, reporting, found him. Why didn't you send a signal first? His question made Pei Ling's face flush with embarrassment. He stammered, I was afraid of alerting the enemy. After all, this matter was important. I want to report something to Immortal Zheng, he began. The old man, after hearing his request, subtly declined, whether intentionally or not, saying, Immortal Zheng isn't in the manor. Tell me Wu Tingxi's whereabouts, and I'll relay the message. Pei Xuan's suggestion wasn't bad, but Pei Ling was determined to do things his way. That place is complicated, I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly. If something goes wrong, our Pei Manor will bear the heavy consequences. He thought bitterly, how can I let that old geezer take all the credit? His response was met with another denial. Immortal Zheng really isn't in the manor right now. That answer completely shocked Pei Ling. A storm raged within him. I've come this far, and Zheng Jingshan isn't here. Heaven wants me dead. As if sensing his despair, Pei Xuan offered another solution. Although Immortal Zheng has gone to Mount Yuanlao, Fairy Li is still here. I'll take you to see Fairy Li. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Pei Ling quickly raised his head and asked, Fairy Li? He speculated, another one. Also a disciple from Chongming sect. Staying with Zheng Jingshan, stopping his guessing, Pei Ling voiced his question. Patriarch, is this Fairy Li more powerful than Immortal Deng? As soon as he finished, Pei Xuan shot up from his chair, rushed over to Pei Ling, and clamped a hand over his mouth, preventing him from saying anything more. He hissed, shut up. How dare you compare Immortal Zheng to her? Fairy Li is a direct disciple of Chongming sect, the next saintess of the holy sect. Zheng Jingshan is mere dirt in Fairy Li's eyes, let alone you and me. His face was pale with fear, but he continued to warn carefully, later, when you see Fairy Lee, be very careful, otherwise, this entire Luquan city is doomed. After learning the identity of the person he was about to meet, Pei Ling's face lit up with excitement. Understood. The Saintess. Lucky me. Pei Xuan and Pei Ling soon arrived at the gate of Fuyun Courtyard. However, they didn't enter immediately. Pei Xuan gave him one last reminder. Later, don't look up, especially don't look at the wind chimes in the corner of the room. That thing will take your life. Pei Ling immediately replied with a clear yes. He definitely wouldn't disobey. Pei Xuan then launched into a dramatic display of familial affection. Pei Ling, our Pei family hasn't treated you badly. When you see Fairy Lee later, you should know what to do. I understand, he replied obediently, but inwardly he scoffed. This old man is finally begging me now. Should have done this a long time ago. With the preparations complete, Pei Xuan entered first and bowed respectfully. This humble one, Pei Xuan, greets Fairy Lee. Behind him, Pei Ling's face flushed crimson, apparently having seen something. Inside the courtyard, a graceful woman was kneeling. Seeing someone bowing, she asked, "What is it?" Before Pei Xuan could report, he saw Pei Ling standing there dumbfounded and immediately ordered, "The fairy is right there. Kneel." The command given, Pei Ling hastily knelt. Only then did Pei Xuan feel at ease to report, "My nephew, Pei Ling, has returned from Mount Yuanlao, saying that he has discovered Wu Tingxi's whereabouts." As soon as the name was uttered, the person inside slid the door open, revealing a curvaceous figure. She echoed, "Wu Tingxi." This woman was Li Liyu, the direct disciple of Chongming sect. The beautiful woman's appearance captivated Pei Ling. He thought, so beautiful. If only I could marry her. Li Liyu seemed to notice him too, but she only looked without speaking. Then, the skull wind chimes hanging nearby began to sway. Some force made the two Pei family members freeze. Crap, I had impure thoughts. Li Liyu approached Pei Xuan and Pei Ling, looked down at him, and coldly asked, "Where is he?" Pei Ling clasped his hands and honestly reported, in response to Fairy, "Wu Tingxi is dead." His information shocked Pei Xuan. "What?" She continued to ask, "But did you find anything on him?" Pei Ling recalled before answering, besides some strange medicines, there was a jade slip. Catching the key point, she asked directly, "Did you take the jade slip?" As soon as the question was asked, he quickly denied, "No, this humble one wouldn't dare. That jade slip was too eerie. This humble one buried it in a very secret place. This humble one can take Fairy there." He hesitated, holding the pill in his hand. Pei Ling gritted his teeth, unsure whether to speak or not. This pill was Wu Tingxi's life-saving trump card. If Fairy Lee wants to eliminate all traces, then I'll just risk it. While he was still thinking, Li Liyu was silently observing him. Indeed, he's been injured by the 5 poisons finger. It seems what he said is true. Knowing Pei Ling's intentions, she asked frankly, "What do you want?" Waiting for this moment, Pei Xuan winked, signaling him, "Such a good opportunity, why aren't you asking for a favor for the Pei family?" Pei Ling pretended not to see. "If I don't live for myself, heaven and earth will destroy me. If I listen to him, I'm an idiot." After thinking for a moment, he finally made his request, "Please, Fairy, save my life." After hearing Pei Ling's request, Fairy Lee tossed a medicine bottle towards him and said, "Take it." Holding the bottle, Pei Ling's face was blank, trying to guess what it was. But she didn't keep him waiting long. Li Liyu explained, "Drink it, cultivate to neutralize the 5 poisons finger, and it will be dispelled." She then gave Pei Ling an appraising look. As for the Rakshasa flame bone diagram, Li Liyu's expression turned murderous as she made a promise. "Once this sovereign retrieves the jade slip, I'll make sure that good-for-nothing Zheng Jingshan removes it for you." Pei Ling, kneeling below, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine as he listened. She glanced and immediately recognized the traces of the Rakshasa flame bone diagram on me. Just how terrifying is her cultivation level? Despite his inner thoughts, Pei Ling remained outwardly respectful. He kowtowed in thanks, not forgetting to report, "Many thanks, Fairy Lee. The jade slips are on the west side of the outer city wall, divided into 3 types, arranged in the shape of a human character under the demonic tree." Having obtained the information she sought, Li Liyu turned, preparing to teleport away. Before leaving, she glanced back at him one last time. For some reason, wind chimes tinkled, and then Li Liyu completely vanished from the sight of the 2 Pei family members. Seeing her gone, Pei Ling sat up straight, his face relaxing as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Finally, she's gone. She's terrifying. Luckily, she didn't give me a hard time. Otherwise, even with this pill, I might not have survived." Just as he was sighing in relief, Pei Xuan behind him roared angrily, "Pei Ling, weren't you supposed to ask for benefits for the Pei family?" Pei Ling's face immediately turned ashen, not from the elder's words, but because the Rakshasa flamebone diagram's poison was acting up again. Seeing Pei Ling groaning, Pei Xuan grew even more furious, veins bulging on his forehead as he shouted. Insolent! You dare insult this old man! Only then did Pei Ling realize there was someone behind him and turned around. I didn't. He couldn't finish his sentence, inwardly complaining, I'm about to be drained dry. Old geezer, can you stop clinging to me? His words only fueled the elder's rage. Pei Ling, you just wait. Pei Ling wasn't stupid enough to stay put. He ran, calling back, after I neutralize this poison, I'll definitely speak up for the Pei family. After running for a while, Pei Ling finally managed to drag himself back to his room. Unable to bear it any longer, he quickly shoved the 3 pills from the earlier bottle into his mouth and swallowed them. But Pei Ling's condition didn't improve in the slightest. Clutching his chest, his face pale, he thought, the 5 poisons can be cured with medicine, but the Rakshasa flamebone diagram poison. I might not make it. When Fairy Li arrives, I'll have to rely on the system's cultivation to get through this. With that thought, Pei Ling struggled to reach his bed, his voice strained. System, I want to cultivate. Immediately after his request, a familiar screen appeared. Ding! Intelligent cultivation system, at your service. Please select the cultivation technique you wish to practice. Pei Ling immediately tapped a random line of text. After selecting it, a look of annoyance and existential dread crossed his face. Last time it was Wu Dingxi, before that it was Zheng Jingshan. Who knows whose stolen cultivation technique this one is? However, Pei Ling tried to convince himself, maybe a new cultivation technique will be safer. With that thought, he clicked on the technique without hesitation. Nameless cultivation technique, commencing cultivation, system notification. Activating intelligent delegation will result in a level up. Now commencing automatic cultivation delegation. Pei Ling entered a meditative state. A satisfied sigh escaping his lips. The system reminded him once more, during cultivation, the host will lose control of their body, please do not panic. In reality, Pei Ling sat cultivating diligently, but his mind was filled with interesting scenes, as expected of a cultivation technique stolen by Zheng Jingshan. He thought, it's much more stable now. In the outer city, Li Liu had arrived at the location Pei Ling described. She immediately stretched out her hand, channeling her energy forward. The moment she stirred her spiritual energy, the jade scroll flew up from the ground. Li Liu quickly grabbed it, inwardly rejoicing, finally got it. However, before she could do anything, the scroll suddenly glowed. Then, the energy within the jade slip transformed into a sharp burst of energy, shooting straight towards her eyes. Fortunately, Li Liu managed to retreat in time, dodging the attack, and growled, "Who dares?" As soon as she finished speaking, the energy on the jade slip quickly coalesced into a hazy figure. A moment later, a spectral figure appeared, clutching the scroll. It was Luo Xiao, an outer sect elder of the Chongming sect. He looked at Li Liu with emotionless eyes and said, "Fairy Li, long time no see." His appearance surprised Li Liu. But she quickly regained her composure and asked, "Luo Xiao, you still have a wisp of soul remaining here?" Hearing this, Luo Xiao laughed sinisterly and asked, "Fairy, you are a direct disciple with a boundless future. Why are you so obsessed with the 6 Desires secret manual? Resorting to murdering your fellow disciples?" Faced with his question, Li Liu replied with a sharp glare, "Anyone who hinders my path to power must die." Infuriated by her words, Luo Xiao charged forward, roaring, "So, anyone who hinders your path must die. Then you should die too." Of course, Li Liu wasn't one to back down. She immediately cast the soul-binding lock, summoning a purple python to retaliate. The purple python lunged forward, coiling around Luo Xiao, causing him to cry out in alarm. The residual soul-binding lock. Luo Xiao was completely bound by the python. Unable to move, he gritted his teeth helplessly. "Fairy Li, you are truly vicious." Despite being insulted, Li Liu calmly replied, "Luo Xiao, you're about to die, so stop running your mouth." Following that, Li Liu cast the 5-fingered dragon prison, summoning a prison. Luo Xiao's spectral form was imprisoned, and he cried out in shock, "You've even cultivated this divine ability." Immediately after, he roared defiantly, "If I must die today, you will never obtain the 6 Desires secret manual." Saying so, his body began to swell, preparing to self-destruct. No one will get the 6 Desires secret manual. With just a glance, Li Liu knew his intentions. He wanted to perish together. Li Liu then summoned the Skull Windbell to boost her power. As soon as she gained the powerful force, she quickly jumped up. Like lightning, Li Liu aimed herself downwards at the location of Luo Xiao's remnant soul. He was still laughing maniacally. "We all die." But Li Liu was faster. Before he could explode, she swiftly swung her hand, directing a sharp burst of qi. Just as Luo Xiao's remnant soul detonated, Li Liu retrieved the jade slip. Looking at the jade slip in her hand, Li Liu was satisfied. Got it. However, a trickle of blood flowed from her mouth, visible behind her veil. Not long after, at the floating cloud courtyard, in Li Liu's private quarters, Li Liu returned to the floating cloud courtyard injured, coughing repeatedly. Holding the jade slip, she thought to herself, the jade is cracked, I need to fix it quickly, back to the Ming sect to find someone to repair it. Meanwhile, in Pei Ling's room, he was still immersed in the pleasure of cultivation, unable to help but exclaim, this method, this practice, this soul-extinguishing pill, damn. The system chimed in, it has been discovered that the nameless cultivation technique is the dual cultivation technique, and requires a companion to continue practicing. This announcement from the system made Pei Ling ask suspiciously, dual cultivation. Detected, host lacks a companion, system, gifting a free Dao companion. Seeing this information, Pei Ling's face immediately became extremely unsightly. Not again. The system once again controlled his body and started running, causing Pei Ling to yell in frustration, you won't stop until I'm dead, will you? The speed at which the system controlled his body was incredibly fast, causing the clothes of a nearby maidservant to flutter. As he ran, he spoke to the system, is there anyone here who can be my companion? Preferably one of my sisters, or a woman related to my bros or uncles. After running for a long time, the system directed Pei Ling to Li Liu's floating cloud courtyard. He cried out in alarm, no way. Why are we here? Pei Ling's face paled with fear. He thought to himself, system, we're in the wrong place, right? Fairy Li is definitely still in the outer city. The system ignored Pei Ling's thoughts and continued to control his body. He opened the door, muttering to himself, system, we're going through this door, no turning back now, think carefully. Good, very good. Pei Ling walked inside, tears streaming down his face, preparing for the worst possible outcome, being crushed together. At this moment, Li Liu was cultivating inside her room when Pei Ling's figure appeared at the door. Seeing the figure outside, she frowned, thinking, it's him, almost forgot. Li Liu immediately closed her eyes and said coldly, this seat will help you in a moment. Before she could finish, Pei Ling boldly kicked the door open with an extremely arrogant air. Li Liu was so surprised that she stared at him. Under the system's control, he smiled and greeted her cheerfully, but inside, he was screaming in terror. Enraged by Pei Ling's actions, Li Liu immediately frowned and shouted, insolent. Get out. Pei Ling panicked and yelled, let me explain. We're screwed. We're so screwed. She's attacking. We're dead. But his body, controlled by the system, threw the pill he had previously obtained from Wu Tingxi. A loud boom quickly followed. Li Liu directly endured the medicinal power from the pill Pei Ling threw. When the smoke cleared, she noticed something unusual and was shocked, speechless. Wu Tingxi's soul-shaking dispersing pill is in his hands. Li Liu felt uneasy, her eyelids growing heavy. She sighed, damn it, my old wounds haven't healed yet, I can't hold on any longer. Just a second later, her body fell heavily to the ground, and she fainted. Pei Ling, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, unsure what was happening. Looking at the powerful woman lying motionless in front of him, he couldn't help but wonder, is the system invincible now? Or was she injured while looking for the jade slip? The system then controlled Pei Ling to carry Li Liu to the bed, causing him to ask in confusion, but system, even if you're doing this, she's a girl, it's best we don't touch her. Seeing his hand reaching out to touch her body, he cried out in fear, huh? System, what are you doing? Answer, Pei Ling's mischievous hand pulled open her clothes. Looking at the perfect body of the beauty before him, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, beautiful, so beautiful. His emotions then spoke to him. Die under the peony, a romantic ghost even in death, but reason said, get a grip, man. She's a freaking weirdo, do you think you can just mess with her? Suddenly, the system announced, companion Taoist gift, concluded. Now, continue training. Pei Ling panicked, no way, is this for real? In an instant, Pei Ling's aura exploded, tearing his clothes. Under the system's relentless pressure, he grabbed Li Liu's collar, ready to rip it open. Finally, Pei Ling's last shred of reason vanished. Go on. If you don't do this, are you even a man? He lamented internally, my reputation, my loyal dog persona, all gone. Then, Pei Ling decisively tore Li Liu's clothes. The sight of her exquisite body and the sounds escaping her lips sent his nosebleed gushing. Pei Ling's face flushed crimson, I don't want to die either. But she's moaning like that, what man could just sit there? He couldn't hold back any longer and pounced on Li Liu. The dual cultivation process began, accompanied by indescribable sounds. Outside, the wind chimes before Li Liu's door jingled in time with the movements within. She lay on the bed, letting out seductive moans. As the dual cultivation progressed, Pei Ling thought, my injuries from the fight with Wu Tingxi have completely healed, even my recently achieved Lianqi level 3 is rapidly advancing. He strained, power surging, feeling another breakthrough approaching. Below him, Li Liu, though unconscious, seemed to sense something and frowned. I wonder how she'll torture me when she wakes up. The thought made Pei Ling's face pale. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingshan returned and asked Bui Huyen, have you found Wu Tingxi? Bui Huyen respectfully cupped his hands, reporting to Immortal Master Zheng, according to the investigations of Zhuang Lang, a disciple of the Pangji manor, Wu Tingxi is dead. Zhang Jingshan immediately glanced back. Dead? Where are his belongings? Immortal Master Li has personally retrieved them. Hearing this, Zhang Jing instructed, if senior sister has personally retrieved them, then consider this matter closed. Bui Huyen hesitated slightly. Immortal Master, what about the 50 marrow condensing pills? Zhang Jingshan understood and replied, I'll go straight to the Biwu courtyard and settle it, you can come and collect them. Overjoyed, Bui Huyen exclaimed, farewell, Immortal Master. Zhang Jingshan thought smugly, senior sister has obtained the secret manual, perhaps it's even thanks to me. She might even reward me. Excellent. Soon after, Zhang Jingshan returned to Biwu courtyard. Finding the place in disarray, he quickly opened the cabinet to check, but the porcelain jar containing the marrow condensing pills was gone. Zhang Jingshan's face instantly darkened. Who is audacious enough to steal from me? Zhang Jingshan. Furious, he glared back. Enchanted bone Rakshasa. While I was away, who dared to trespass here? Hearing its master's question, the enchanted bone Rakshasa quickly materialized and whispered in Zhang Jingshan's ear, someone named Pei Ling. Zhang Jingshan's voice turned icy, the disciple who found Wu Tingxi. Where is he? The scene shifted back to Li Liu's Fuyun courtyard. Pei Ling was still engaged in dual cultivation with her. Though unconscious, Li Liu could sense strange sensations within her body, a peculiar energy continuously flowing into her. The wounds in her body seemed to be healing rapidly, a warm and comforting feeling. This sensation erupted like a volcano, leaving Li Liu incredulous. What is this? Why can't I stop it? At that moment, she opened her eyes blearily and was astonished to see a panting Pei Ling before her. Pei Ling slammed his fist on the table. System. Stupid system. Stop this now. Do you think this is the right time for training? Seeing him, Li Liu flew into a rage, raising her hand to strike. Get off me. Pei Ling also despaired, thinking, now she reacts. Isn't it a bit late? Seeing her arm rushing towards him, Pei Ling lamented inwardly, this slap will kill me. However, his arm swiftly shot out, catching Li Liu's incoming hand, then decisively twisted her down and pinned her. Looking at Li Liu lying there on her back, fuming, he couldn't help but marvel, I've never felt so badass before. Feeling the system controlling his actions, Pei Ling was utterly horrified and cursed, system, you son of a bitch. You're even speeding things up. At this moment, Li Liu suddenly realized something. Could this be the power of that warmth? The shackles within my body are gradually being broken. My cultivation is increasing rapidly. It feels like it can go even further. Li Liu no longer had her initial domineering look. Her expression now was one of pure bliss. Damn, this feeling. Just then, a figure entered Fuyun courtyard. The dual cultivation process inside continued. Feeling the power surging within him, Pei Ling rejoiced. This feeling. Could it be that I've reached the 4th level of Lianqi? He looked at Li Liu's cold, piercing gaze with utter confusion. She looks like she wants to kill me, but why hasn't she made a move yet? Li Liu couldn't help but speculate, something that can boost my cultivation this much, could it be? In an instant, the murderous aura around Li Liu intensified. Pei Ling, sensing this, became worried. The murderous aura around her seems to be getting stronger, but I can't let the system. He was cut off as the dual cultivation process abruptly ended. At this moment, Pei Ling had successfully cultivated Shi 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 Kong, colorless air, and the system announced, 1-click ascension complete. Wu Yu is satisfied, please rate 5 stars immediately. Pei Ling relaxed his body and collapsed. Finally, it's over. He then embraced Li Liu, both panting heavily. Immediately after, Pei Ling opened his eyes and looked at the woman beneath him. He was instantly terrified when he met her murderous gaze. Pei Ling didn't dare delay, immediately grabbing his clothes and running. I know, I'm getting out. Just then, Zhang Jingshan, standing outside, looked at the broken door with confusion, muttering. Who broke into Fuyun courtyard? Pei Ling, about to run out, saw him and panicked, hiding to the side. Crap, why is Zhang Jingshan here? Zhang Jingshan looked towards Li Liyu's room, even more puzzled. Why is senior sister's room like this? He stood in a corner, carefully speculating. Could it be that brat Pei Ling again? In an instant, murderous aura surged around Zhang Jingshan as he growled, Good, you little bastard. Not only did you steal my Tui Gu Dan, bone marrow pill, you even dared to touch senior sister. I'll deal with you on behalf of the Pei family. Pei Ling, hiding in the corner, sensed the deadly aura. And worriedly lamented, it's too late. Suddenly, the wind chimes in front of Li Liyu's room rang violently. Zhang Jingshan's face, under the immense pressure, instantly turned pale, and he spat out blood. Senior sister, she's inside. He immediately knelt down under the terrifying pressure and kowtowed repeatedly, banging his head hard against the ground. Zhang Jingshan fearfully cried out. I'm sorry, senior sister. Please forgive my rudeness. Li Liyu inside coldly uttered a single word, scram. Hearing this, Zhang Jingshan pondered, could it be Pei Ling isn't in Fuyun courtyard? But what about this door? He didn't dare think further and quickly ran away. Yes, I'll scram immediately. Pei Ling, watching Zhang Jingshan leave, looked towards Li Liyu, his worry intensifying. All right, now it's my turn. He awkwardly scratched his head with a troubled expression, saying, sorry, just now, Li Liyu ignored him, coldly walking past. Seeing Li Liyu's silence, Pei Ling grew even more anxious, screaming internally, why is she leaving? Is she going to get some magical weapon to punish me? Li Liyu still didn't say a word, simply walking behind a screen and starting to bathe. Pei Ling quickly put his clothes back on outside, breathing a sigh of relief. I'd already prepared clothes since I was bathing. Now I need to quickly and discreetly leave. Just then, the system announced again, one-click ascension complete. Wu Yu is satisfied. Please rate 5 stars. Seeing the pop-up, Pei Ling furiously questioned the system. If I could uninstall you, I'd do it in a heartbeat. If every single time isn't for practice, are you trying to bore me to death next time? And you want a good rating? My ass. With that, Pei Ling immediately gave the system a 1-star rating with his middle finger. The 1-star rated system announced once again, we apologize, the system's functions cannot provide the host with a good cultivation experience. The system will compensate with a free Yangyuan pill. Seeing the notification, he instantly turned to stone, free stuff again. Immediately after the announcement, Pei Ling was once again controlled by the system to search through Li Liyu's clothes. A bad premonition washed over him as he chuckled bitterly, you don't want me to live, do you? Then, Pei Ling found a silk pouch and retrieved a pill from Li Liyu's belongings. The system promptly announced, Yangyuan pill delivered, one-click cultivation, no worries. Achieve your ascension dream right after completing the Danshan stage. Pei Ling, finally freed from the system's control, thought to himself, now that I'm free, I gotta put this back where it belongs, pronto. Just then, Li Liyu emerged from behind the screen. She walked out, radiating a murderous aura, and coldly asked, what are you doing? Pei Ling instantly whipped his head around, clutching his head in misery, she's done washing up already. I'm so screwed, no way to explain this. Li Liyu stood silently, her icy gaze fixed on Pei Ling as she gathered her chi. Seeing her preparing to obliterate him, he cursed the system, if I ever see you again in my next life, I swear I'll give you 10,000 1-star ratings. Pei Ling roared in despair. At the same time, Li Liyu attacked. An explosion rocked the heavens and earth, the scene shifted to another location. The voice of Bei Hongnian called out, Senior brother Zheng, are you there? Zhang Jingshan coldly replied, Bei Hongnian, what do you want? Bei Hongnian immediately answered, Wu Tingba is dead, my father sent me to inquire about the bone marrow pill. At that moment, a loud commotion from the Fuyun courtyard startled both of them. Meanwhile, back at the Fuyun courtyard, Pei Ling squeezed his eyes shut in terror. Li Liyu, after delivering a threatening blow, simply glared at him and snorted. Pei Ling, dumbfounded, wondered, she didn't kill me. She deliberately didn't attack me for real, why? Just then, Zhang Jingshan and Bei Hongnian, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Senior sister, what happened? Seeing Pei Ling, Bei Hongnian exclaimed in surprise, Pei Ling. What are you doing here? Pei Ling awkwardly scratched his head, ha ha. Zhang Jingshan, observing Pei Ling's demeanor, sneered, so you're Pei Ling, huh? he quickly stepped forward and said to Li Liu, "Senior sister, this guy is full of tricks. You must be careful." Before Zhang Jingshan could finish his sentence, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Seeing Zhang Jingshan face planted in the dirt from the slap left Pei Ling utterly bewildered. Why is Zhang Jingshan the one injured? Bai Hongnian, equally curious, wondered, what just happened? Li Liu swiftly extended her hand, summoning a flying ship. In the blink of an eye, the ship expanded in size. Looking at the magnificent vessel before him, Pei Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa." Li Liu boarded the ship and looked back, coldly commanding, "Let's go." Seeing Bai Hongnian helping Zhang Jingshan onto the ship filled Pei Ling with immense joy. Finally, they're leaving. Thank goodness. His joy was short-lived as he quickly noticed a problem and glanced upwards, wondering, why aren't we moving? Seeing that Li Liu hadn't departed, Zhang Jingshan guessed, could it be that senior sister intends to? Understanding his senior sister's intentions, he angrily roared at Pei Ling, "What are you standing there for? Get your ass on board." Pei Ling, who was about to sneak away, bit his lip in anguish. No way. After boarding the ship, Pei Ling sat dejectedly in a corner, feeling sorry for himself. The airship was flying fast, but Pei Ling still couldn't escape his misery, whining, "Why drag me onto this thing? This time, I've really boarded a pirate ship." Watching Pei Ling moping in the corner, a woman asked, "Sister, tell me, what's so special about that kid that the master himself had to break the Yangula Shah II's restriction?" Another woman replied, "The master's plans are deep, how could we possibly guess? But, there's a good show to watch." At this moment, Zhang Jingshan and Pei Hongnian were aggressively walking towards Pei Ling. As soon as their eyes met, Zhang Jingshan growled at him, "Who gave you the guts to steal this Lord Sui Gudan?" Facing a Zhang Jingshan with overwhelming presence, Pei Ling cowered, thinking, "I really didn't want to do it, do you believe me?" Then he put on his best awkward face and replied, "Senior Zhang, please forgive me." At his words, Zhang Jingshan, without saying anything, raised his hand and began channeling his power with a frightening expression. Seeing this, Pei Ling screamed internally, "This is Lishan Temple's territory, he won't actually do it, right?" However, Zhang Jingshan quickly realized something was off and let out a surprised "eh." Seeing the flow of spiritual power within Pei Ling's body made him suspicious. He wondered, why are there no traces of the Yangula Shah II on him? Then Zhang Jingshan recalled the scene from the previous day when he ran to Li Liu's room. Could it be senior sister? It seems senior sister values this kid quite a bit. I must be careful. Thinking this, he quickly turned away, dropping the matter. Not forgetting to let out a cold snort to save face. Observing Zhang Jingshan's actions, Pei Ling's eyes became thoughtful. HMPH. It seems as long as Lishan Temple doesn't bother me, Zhang Jingshan won't dare to act rashly. However, Pei Hongnian, walking behind, was both dissatisfied and confused. "Senior brother, why did you stop? Were you testing the kid's resilience?" However, upon observing Pei Ling, his expression immediately changed to one of astonishment. You've reached the 4th level of Lianqi. A month ago, you were still at the 2nd level. These words caught the attention of Zhang Jingshan, who was walking away, causing him to stop. While Pei Ling stammered, yes, Zhang Jingshan stood there, glancing at Pei Ling, silently assessing, even a 4th level Lianqi cultivator can be valued by senior sister. Seeing Zhang Jingshan glance at him, Pei Ling shrunk back in fear. But Zhang Jingshan didn't withdraw his gaze, continuing to stare intently. "That's not right, one cultivation session of Duin Guju requires at most 1 Sui Gudan. Could he have cultivated 10 times in one day? Is this the reason senior sister values him? If I can probe this kid and see how strong he is." Thinking this, Zhang Jingshan summoned the slaughter blade that made his name. Holding the blade filled with killing intent, his eyes seemed murderous, making Pei Ling's heart skip a beat. What's he doing with the blade? Is he going to slash me? Pei Hongnian, standing beside him, was also stunned when he saw the blade. Yan Sheng Dao. Zhang Jingshan then brought the blade before Pei Ling and made a tempting offer. "Last time, you contributed to investigating Wu Tingxi, the reward was 5 Sui Gudan, but it's difficult to divide fairly between the two of you. This lord will give you both a chance." He then pinched the blade with 2 fingers, pointing it forward, and said with arrogance, "If you can take the Yan Sheng Dao from my hand, the blade will be yours." Pei Hongnian, hearing this, excitedly grabbed the hilt and tried his strength. Since senior brother has spoken, this junior dares not disobey. Elsewhere, Pei Ling was secretly sighing in relief. Thank goodness, he's not going to slash me. However, very quickly, the commotion between the two caught his attention. What he saw was Pei Hongnian using all his strength to pull the blade from Zhang Jingshan's hand. even using his internal strength, but it wouldn't budge. From the Yan Sheng Dao, a wave of evil energy surged out, attacking Pei Hongnian. Immediately, he was pushed back, forced to let go of the blade. Zheng Jingshan, witnessing this, was very satisfied. Enough, your strength is insufficient. Immediately after, his target shifted to Pei Ling. Your turn. Pei Ling looked at the blade with a hesitant expression. Just now you hated me to the core, why are you being so nice now? I'm not falling for that. Snapping out of his thoughts, Pei Ling forced a smile and politely waved his hand. Thank you, Senior Zheng, but my current strength is truly lacking, I'll pass. But, it seemed like he wasn't giving him a chance to refuse, using a death glare to threaten. HMPH, looks like you're not worthy of this venerable one's Yansheng blade, so, are you gonna draw it or not? As soon as he finished, familiar auras appeared from below deck, quickly converging in front of the dumbfounded Pei Ling and Zheng Jingshan. Right after, two graceful figures appeared. The newcomers were two extremely beautiful girls, one with a gentle air, the other mischievous. The appearance of the two girls prompted Zheng Jingshan to greet them, Qiaoni Maiden and Wulu Maiden personally coming here. Could it be that senior sister has some instructions? Bei Hongnian beside him bowed respectfully, only Pei Ling was completely clueless. Wulu, hearing his question, reminded him, Master is currently regulating her qi, please everyone quickly finish this up. Don't disturb Master. She finished speaking and immediately noticed the King Dao gripped between Zheng Jingshan's fingers, exclaiming, the Yansheng blade. Are you seeing who can draw it? Whose turn is it? Zheng Jingshan immediately replied, reporting to Wulu Maiden, it is currently young Master Pei Ling's turn. As soon as that name was uttered, Wulu appeared in front of Pei Ling, lifting his chin and exclaiming, it's you. You look quite handsome up close. Her words surprised Pei Ling, making him wonder, does she know me? Although she just complimented him, a second later Wulu's expression changed. All right, hurry up and finish this, otherwise it'll disturb Master, careful, or I'll peel your skin off and use it as materials. Zheng Jingshan brought the blade closer to him. Please, young Master Pei, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Pei Ling resigned himself, looks like I have no choice but to do it. Hope these people from this sect won't bother me again later. His decision made, Pei Ling hesitantly reached out and grasped the hilt of the blade, then exerted all his strength to draw it. Pei Ling's action pleased Zheng Jingshan, who thought smugly, Lianqi stage 4, how could he possibly draw this blade? Smug as he was, a moment later, his eyes widened in surprise. Pei Ling's strength actually caused the King Dao in his hand to budge a little. This made him slightly apprehensive. The atmosphere on the airship suddenly became eerily silent. After a long while, Zheng Jingshan finally recovered, looking at Pei Ling and thinking to himself, this kid is really unusual, no wonder senior sister values him so much. If he actually draws it, where will I put my face? Thinking this, his two fingers gripped the blade tighter, even using the Wu Zheng Yu Li technique to strengthen his hold. After Zheng Jingshan increased his strength, Pei Ling's face turned purple, dripping with sweat, gritting his teeth, no good. Can't hold on anymore. Finally, Pei Ling couldn't bear it any longer, losing all his strength and letting go. He knelt on the ground, panting heavily. Damn, such profound cultivation technique. This humble one is in awe. Seeing that Pei Ling was exhausted and had given up, Zheng Jingshan smugly prepared to put the blade away. Well then, in that case. But before he could do so, Qiaoni suddenly interrupted. Wait, with a serious expression, she said, the Xuangu Lingyin orb already has Bei Hongnian, that good for nothing. We can't have a second one. Take the lampshade in the old master's room and peel off its material to make a new one. The word, good for nothing, landed squarely on Bei Hongnian's head. Causing him great distress, Qiaoni's words reached Pei Ling's ears, horrifying him. What kind of demonic logic is this? Your master hasn't even touched me yet, and you two she-devils already want my life. Then, a daring thought flashed through his mind. If there's no saving this situation, then I might as well risk it all. Wu Lu immediately spoke up with a suggestion. Qiaoni Jiaji, young Master Pei has always been in a desolate place like Chenglu Town, how can he compare to a disciple of the holy sect? In my opinion, it's better to let Zheng Jingshan be a little more modest. Using only a fraction of his strength to try again, afraid Qiaoni wouldn't agree, Wu Lu even whined and pleaded, oh, sister. Faced with this plea, Qiaoni could only agree, fine, as you wish. Not expecting this outcome, Pei Ling immediately bowed respectfully and thanked Miss Wu Lu. Wu Lu cheerfully replied, no need. However, immediately after, Wu Lu's face twisted into a strange expression. Then, she encouraged him in a chilling voice, "Try your best, young Master Pei, or you'll be turned into a lampshade by sister." Those words scared Pei Ling half to death. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingshan, having heard the entire conversation, had a rather unpleasant look on his face. If I really use only a fraction of my strength, that brat will definitely pull out the blade. But then, it dawned on him, could that be senior sister's intention? Regardless, Zhang Jingshan had to comply. He clamped the blade again and presented it to Pei Ling. "Please, young Master Pei." Please, but from Pei Ling's perspective, Zhang Jingshan gritted his teeth, his entire body radiating unwillingness. Is he crying? Regardless, Pei Ling once again grasped the hilt, resolving in his heart, whatever, I absolutely can't be turned into a lampshade. Thinking this, he used all his strength to pull it out. Yet this time, Pei Ling pulled the blade from Zhang Jingshan's hand with ease, without any difficulty. Although he'd drawn it, Pei Ling couldn't help but wonder, a fraction of his strength, and it came out this easily. However, to his amusement, Zhang Jingshan, face contorted in anguish, tears streaming down his cheeks, weakly said, This blade, was my weapon when I was in the outer sect. Now it's in your hands. I hope you'll use it well, and not disgrace its name." Zhang Jingshan's reaction left Pei Ling speechless. He really was crying. Ignoring this, Pei Ling bowed and gave a formal salute. "Many thanks, immortal master, this humble one will certainly live up to your expectations." Not only was he delighted, but Wu Lu was also quite amused by this scene. He pulled it out. Young Master Pei is truly valiant and heroic. Qiao Ni remained expressionless, simply stating, "All right, the test is concluded. Everyone, board the boat and rest, everything is settled." Wu Lu then led Pei Ling inside. As they walked, they chatted. "Young Master Pei, I'll take you to your room." Pei Ling politely replied, "Thank you." Thank goodness for Wu Lu. After walking for a while, the two arrived at a long corridor. There were mysterious doors and the atmosphere was somewhat eerie. Just then, from within the doors came bursts of violent banging. Not just a few knocks, but some rooms even radiated a deathly aura. This scene made Pei Ling's eyes widen. This place is way too creepy. Suddenly, a pair of blood-red eyes filled with murderous intent stared at Pei Ling, sending chills down his spine. Pei Ling immediately plopped down on his butt in fright. The commotion caused Wu Lu, who was walking ahead, to turn around. She noticed the eerie aura emanating out, then glanced over and said in a terrifying voice, "Retreat." Immediately, the aura timidly withdrew. Seeing that it had vanished, Pei Ling hurriedly stood up and bowed again. "Thank you, Miss Wu Lu." She smiled brightly in response. "You're welcome." After walking a bit further, Wu Lu led Pei Ling to a room. "Young Master Pei, this is your room." He immediately replied politely, "All right." The formalities were over, but Wu Lu didn't leave immediately. She still had something to say. "Oh right, young Master Pei, can I ask you a question?" The question surprised him. "Please, go ahead, miss." As soon as Pei Ling finished speaking, Wu Lu didn't say anything but rushed forward and threw herself into his arms. Following that, Wu Lu lifted his chin with a suggestive look. "Young Master Pei." Pei Ling blushed, pondering over this sudden action. What's this?" Before Pei Ling could react, Wu Lu's face darkened as she coldly asked, "Why is there the scent of master on you?" These words startled Pei Ling. He thought, could she have guessed about what I did with Fairy Li? Seeing Pei Ling's silence, Wu Lu's expression became even more frightening as she pressed. "Young Master Pei, why aren't you saying anything?" With his chin lifted, face to face, Pei Ling trembled, his eyes shrinking in fear. How should I explain this?" After a moment of tension, Wu Lu finally returned to normal, mentioning, "Even Zhang Jingshan can hardly overcome his inner demons, let alone resist Master's soul-snatching bell. Young Master could actually have no ulterior motives towards Master." Not only was Pei Ling shocked on the outside, but inside, he was screaming. "To have guessed this much, clearly you've seen through everything." Seeing him speechless, Wu Lu started to smile wickedly. "I'm really curious, what exactly makes Pei Gongzi so special?" Hearing this, Pei Ling's entire face lit up with sudden understanding. "That heart demon curse is the system helping me out. I should still find a reason to ignore this." So Pei Ling then proactively broke free from Wu Lu's encirclement. Perhaps my nature is a bit special." However, Wu Lu continued to observe him intently. Gongzi's expression is a bit strange. To the extent of nature. Faced with this question, thankfully Pei Ling had prepared an answer when he met Wu Tingxi. "The other party does like top-grade bones. It's just that my horizons are limited." Thinking it over, perhaps saying his nature was special was better. Hearing this, Wu Lu immediately narrowed her eyes, repeating, "Top-grade bones." Immediately after, Wu Lu began to ponder, strange divine weapon, belonging to a linked body, something never before seen. Waiting for the special nature explanation, after thinking it through, she tilted her head, smiling mischievously, so that's how it is. A powerfully special nature, worthy of master bringing you back to the holy sect for deeper research. Once again, Pei Ling was frozen stiff. Repeating research as if finding a new amusement, Wu Lu continued to threaten, that's right, Gongzi's power lies in the divine weapon, master naturally wants to experiment. Hearing this, Pei Ling felt all his strength drain away, his soul leaving his body. Take the divine weapon to experiment. Having said that, Wu Lu flew behind Pei Ling. Watching her actions, he cried inwardly, I'm screwed, I'm screwed. How did I get on this boat? So she wants to use me as a guinea pig. I'd rather lose face than die like this. Wu Lu approached, whispering in his ear, Pei Gongzi must be careful, you won't be able to avoid master's methods. Finishing her words, she said nothing more and immediately raised her hand, striking Pei Ling hard on the back of his neck. After that blow, Pei Ling's body gradually weakened and he fell forward. What's going on? Having finished everything, Wu Lu left as Pei Ling's vision faded. She flew away, giggling triumphantly. Deep down, Pei Ling was starting to feel hopeless. I haven't really had my soul taken, have I? His eyes grew heavy. When he saw Li Liyu appear, saying something to Wu Lu, the last thing Pei Ling could see was the image of Li Liyu leaning on him. Her face flushed. Day after day, time passed by, the flying ship continued to float in the sky. Inside Pei Ling's room, an extremely steamy scene was unfolding. Li Liyu's body pressed against Pei Ling's, both drenched in sweat. Outside, everyone's activities continued as usual. One person walked up, greeting, morning, the other yawned, replying, it's been half a month and we still haven't reached the holy sect. Faced with that question, the other person guessed, I reckon Fairy Li is interested in the scenery outside the sect and intentionally slowed the ship down. Inside the room, Li Liyu was still hard at work. Dual cultivation, and Pei Ling was lying beneath her, seemingly lifeless and in a daze. In another corner, in Zheng Jingshan's room, Pei Hongnian was talking with him. Senior brother, calm down, I didn't expect that Pei Ling would actually draw the Yin Sheng blade. Zheng Jingshan, hearing this, angrily rebuked, damn it. If you weren't so useless, how could he have gotten the Yin Sheng blade? Immediately after, he used his gruff voice to order, my physician, bring him to the outer sect. This decision caused Pei Hongnian to be puzzled, bring Pei Ling to the outer sect. But he's just an ordinary person. Zheng Jingshan immediately slammed his fist on the table, roaring, what are you hesitating for? Get out of here. Pei Hongnian, realizing his mistake, quickly excused himself, farewell, senior brother, this junior brother will take his leave. Having said that, he turned and left the room. Zheng Jingshan immediately displayed a jealous expression, thinking, senior sister actually values him so much, what secret does that brat Pei Ling have? At this time, in Pei Ling's room, the dual cultivation had ended. After a deep sleep, Pei Ling woke up, looking down at his body, what happened to me? Good, all my limbs are still here, I wasn't used as a guinea pig. Snapping out of his thoughts, Pei Ling sat up, rubbing his back, my internal strength seems to have increased quite a bit, but why does my back hurt so much? Suddenly, a loud voice called from outside the door, brother, are you there? Just by hearing the voice, he recognized it, thinking to himself, Pei Hongnian, what is he doing here? Despite his confusion, Pei Ling still got up to open the door. As the door opened, Pei Hongnian was met with the sight of Pei Ling, haggard like a dried-up corpse. What is it? Pei Ling asked. Pei Hongnian immediately exclaimed loudly. Have you been possessed by a ghost? Then, Pei Hongnian delivered even more shocking news. No wonder I've been knocking for half a month with no answer. It turns out you were possessed. Pei Ling was stunned, exclaiming, half a month. Putting that issue aside, Pei Hongnian announced, that's right, we're about to arrive at Chongming sect, hurry up and pack your things. Pei Ling froze for a moment, thinking, we're almost at Chongming sect already. Snapping out of his thoughts, Pei Ling slammed the door shut, panicked, now that I'm in this sect, can I even keep my identity a secret? Nope, gotta figure out how to run. However, before he could do anything, a familiar aura appeared. Turns out, Li Liyu had been sitting on a chair the whole time. Seeing her, Pei Ling couldn't help but feel strange. Fairy Li, what is she doing here? Pei Ling was startled to see Li Liyu sitting in his room. Fairy Li, what brings you here? Li Liyu didn't answer, instead throwing a cultivation manual at his head, ordering, master this in 10 days, or die. Then she just left, leaving him utterly bewildered. She just lectures me and leaves. What's she playing at? He picked up the manual and glanced at it, thinking, she even gave me a cultivation technique, cloud seal self-blood. What? Blade technique. This character probably means, kill, right? At that moment, the system announced, an unfamiliar blade technique has been detected and recorded. Thinking about the system, Pei Ling felt at ease, like this can stump me. PSH, it continued to display information, recording of the unfamiliar blade technique complete, please name it. He couldn't help but praise it, the system is actually, the first time I've looked at you and felt this way, blood slaughter blade technique. Suddenly, a voice called out, attracting Pei Ling's attention, junior brother, are you feeling better? Hearing the call, he replied, coming. After a long journey, their flying ship finally arrived at the Severing Dust platform. Looking at the scenery, Pei Ling couldn't help but sigh. Chongming sect is way more prosperous than Luquan City, which made him feel even more bitter, but I had to sacrifice so much to get here, leaving him feeling dejected. Pei Hongnian beside him explained, this is the Severing Dust platform. Severing dust means cutting off worldly thoughts, distancing oneself from the mundane world. New disciples will enter the sect from here, separating themselves from the mortal realm. Let's go, I'll take you to complete the outer disciple entrance procedures. Hearing this, Pei Ling asked in a daze, enter the outer sect. This proposal seemed rather odd, making him suspicious and imagined himself becoming a demon's meal. But I'm just from a branch family, decent at fighting, but I'm not qualified to enter the sect, am I? While he was lost in thought, Pei Hongnian grabbed Pei Ling's hand and pulled him along, saying, stop dawdling, this is senior brother Zheng's order. Pei Ling showed a disgusted expression, thinking, this shady sect, who'd want to join? Seeing Pei Ling's reluctance, Pei Hongnian's voice turned cold, you little brat, you're being allowed into the holy sect and you're not grateful. Or do you want to defy immortal Zheng's command? Hearing this, he was frightened and quickly replied, no, no way. Soon after, the two brothers arrived at the inheritance hall of the first martial peak. Entering the hall, Pei Hongnian respectfully cupped his hands and reported, senior, inner sect lineage elder Zheng Jingshan, senior brother Zheng instructed, this junior, disciple Pei Ling, to enter the outer sect. The senior in front of them was the old woman slave of the inheritance hall. Hearing this, she grumbled irritably, these juniors, all they do is cause me trouble all day. She slammed her wine jug on the table, complaining, can't even drink in peace. Suddenly, countless soul lamps floated in the room. Witnessing this scene, Pei Ling couldn't help but gasp, what the? Then, the old woman slave flicked her finger towards Pei Ling. In an instant, Pei Ling's body stiffened, confused, huh? I can't move. Then the old woman slave calmly said, remember your name and birth date in your heart. As soon as she finished speaking, a drop of blood essence emerged from Pei Ling's forehead, making him think, this, ouch. A decisive go. Echoed. Pei Ling's blood essence quickly flew into a soul lamp above. The blood essence instantly transformed into a small flame, lighting the soul lamp. The old woman slave pointed at the soul lamp and said coldly, this is your soul lamp. With everything done, she began to instruct, light this soul lamp, from now on you are a member of Chongming sect. The sect rules are outside the door, take them and read them carefully, don't disturb my rest. Pei Ling was completely dumbfounded by this situation. That's it. Pei Hongnian was equally surprised and said, well, she's asleep anyway. Suddenly, the old woman slave opened her eyes and said ominously, having joined the holy sect, you must cultivate diligently and abide by the sect rules. Do you understand? Both of them were scared by her demeanor and immediately fled in terror. Yes, this junior will definitely keep it in mind. After running out, Pei Ling raised the cultivation manual high, looked at it, then hugged it to his chest with joy. There are no shortcuts, only rules. As long as I follow the rules, what's there to fear? Turning to see Pei Hongnian grinning widely, Pei Ling was utterly confused. Cousin, what are you laughing at? He replied casually, are these sect rules just for decoration? Then, Pei Hongnian calmly continued, read the sect rules and you'll understand, don't rush, let's go somewhere else. The scene shifted to the scripture hall. Seeing two burly spectral figures guarding the entrance, Pei Ling couldn't help but shrink back in fear. As expected of a ghost sect, even the gatekeepers are so special. Seeing Pei Hongnian come out, he brightened up, his eyes sparkling with unshed tears. Finally, he approached, handing something to Pei Ling and explaining, here, take this, it's your nameplate and storage pouch. Pei Ling looked at the nameplate, shaped like a finger bone, and shuddered, creepy. Seeing his reaction, Pei Hongnian wasn't surprised and said, let me remind you, this nameplate is the most important thing you possess. The sect recognizes the plate, not the person. If you accidentally lose this nameplate, it's like losing your precious immortality pills. Pei Hongnian walked forward, Throwing out a small paper boat, the boat quickly expanded and floated on the clouds. Pei Hongnian said, "Come on, I'll take you to find a place to stay." Seeing him casually step onto the boat made Pei Ling a little worried. Is this boat really not going to capsize? Then, the two of them sat on the paper boat and went to find a place to live. Pei Ling sat on the boat, enjoying the scenery and pondering, wondering what it would be like below the cloud sea. Just then, a phoenix feather fell before him, startling him. The next moment, a huge green phoenix suddenly appeared, causing Pei Ling to shriek in terror. The phoenix grabbed the boat and pulled it away. Pei Ling cried out in fear, "Are we being attacked by demonic beasts inside the holy sect?" Pei Hongnian replied irritably, "Your grandma. This isn't a demonic beast, it's a phoenix, a flying mount." Seeing him pull out his yin sheng saber, he quickly stopped him. Don't. If you use your yin sheng saber, what if you damage my paper boat?" Pei Ling glared at him and retorted, "Is the paper boat more important or this little life of mine?" Seeing the distance between them and the mountain range getting closer and closer, Pei Ling yelled in panic, "Oh no, we're not going to make it." The next moment, he and Pei Hongnian crashed hard into the cliff face and plummeted down, screaming in terror. Then they crashed into the forest below. Pei Hongnian, hanging from a tree, wailed regretfully, "My boat." While Pei Ling sighed in relief, "Phew, luckily this little life is okay." Just then, two people shouted from the forest, "Senior sister, we found him." Pei Ling, realizing he was being ambushed, immediately demanded, "Did you guys release that weird bird?" The two ignored him and just laughed. Pei Hongnian, "See where you can run. You must pay for what you did to senior sister." Hearing this, Pei Ling got angry on Pei Hongnian's behalf. "Cousin, these people are going too far. You can't just let this go." Pei Hongnian didn't say anything but coldly shoved the two aside. Then he walked up to the woman called senior sister and put on a fawning expression. "Ha, so it's senior sister Anlan. You've become even more beautiful since I last saw you." The woman was none other than Sun Anlan, an outer disciple of the Jungming sect. Seeing this, she angrily slapped him and yelled, "Cut the crap." Sun Anlan's subordinates cheered excitedly. "Yeah, well done, senior sister." Sun Anlan then looked at Pei Hongnian and questioned, "You went out on a mission with Fairy Li, why didn't you take me? Every time you say you'll obey me, you clearly don't have me in your heart." Pei Hongnian, seeing Sun Anlan's anger, hurriedly explained, "Senior sister Anlan, you misunderstand. This time was special." Pei Ling, watching from the side, was speechless. This Pei Hongnian, he's just a simp. No wonder his talent is stuck at the 4th level of Xianxia. As expected, the beautiful lady, Sun Yinglan, was still fuming. She raised her hand, about to slap him, again. "You heartless, two-timing dog." But right at that moment, she froze and glanced to her right. Turns out, Pei Ling had firmly grabbed her hand. He spoke coldly, "You haven't married into our Pei family yet, have you?" This behavior is quite distasteful. As he spoke, he thought to himself, "I still need Pei Hongnian to arrange my accommodation, can't let her continue like this." Sun Yinglan's face paled as she stared at him. Unable to pull her hand free, she thought, both at the 4th level of Lianqi, how can his strength be so great? Then, putting on a wronged expression, she looked at Pei Hongnian. "Who is he? Are you just going to stand there and watch your clan member bully me?" Upon hearing this, Pei Hongnian immediately jumped to his feet. With a stern expression, he pointed at Pei Ling and ordered, "Clan disciple. Don't be disrespectful to senior sister Yinglan. Let go of her hand." Pei Ling found his change in attitude extremely annoying. "Your attitude changes way too fast." Watching the affectionate display between Pei Hongnian and Sun Yinglan, Pei Ling felt extreme regret. "I shouldn't have helped him just now." Pei Hongnian instructed him, "Go straight in that direction, that's the Zhu Shi Tang, affairs hall, stay outside for now. The procedures are as good as done, my courtyard is in Fengnan, there's a very large tree there, don't come looking for me unless it's important." Then, he left with his lady. As they walked, Sun Yinglan complained, "I don't like your clan disciple, don't help him again in the future." Pei Hongnian immediately agreed, "From now on, I'll listen to everything you say, my whole being belongs to you." Witnessing this scene, Pei Ling couldn't help but sigh, "What a major simp, he's hopeless." Pei Ling then quickly made his way to the Zhu Shi Tang. Inside, the male disciple in charge explained, "Junior brother, there aren't many accommodations left to choose from. The remaining accommodations have weak spiritual energy, I'm afraid it will hinder your cultivation." Hearing this, Pei Ling gritted his teeth and thought, "Stop with the hints. I've used up all my savings on the system to draw that azure blade, there's no other way." Pei Ling pleaded, "Could senior brother lend me a spirit stone? I guarantee that later, I definitely." Before Pei Ling could finish, the male disciple pointed towards Huaiyin Peak and said, "Then you can stay here." Out the door, 10 miles west, he immediately replied, "Many thanks, senior brother." The scene then shifted to Li Liyu's airship. Zheng Jingshan bowed respectfully before her and reported, "Senior sister, as you instructed, I've used my name to get Pei Ling into the outer sect." Li Liyu replied, A satisfied hum, however, Zheng Jingshan still had many questions, so he asked, "Forgive my boldness, senior sister, but what's so special about that kid that you value him so much?" She gracefully walked to the table, picked up a teacup, and replied, "I heard you want to go to the Yinlu mineral vein to mine." She then fixed her sharp gaze on Zheng Jingshan. Just one question scared him into hurriedly excusing himself. "My apologies, senior sister." "Get out. Close the door." Zheng Jingshan breathed a sigh of relief. He then thought to himself with annoyance, "This time, senior sister is paying so much attention to that kid, even using my name to observe him." He then made his own prediction. Could it be that she's testing him? At this time, Li Liyu softly called, "Yu Lu, keep an eye on Pei Ling." Yu Lu immediately obeyed, "Yes, master." By now, Pei Ling had arrived at Huaiyin Peak. As he walked, he sighed, "A little remote is good, avoids having to greet those from the underworld every day." Suddenly, the scene ahead stunned him. Looking at the villa in front of him, he exclaimed in surprised delight, "Holy crap! A villa!" Pei Ling raised his identity badge. Tears welling up in his eyes, he thought, even a single room would have been great. Turns out I'm the one with a petty mind. He then entered the villa and called out, "Is anyone here?" There was no reply. However, Pei Ling discovered 3 soul nameplates placed in front of each room door. Judging by this, 3 senior brothers had already moved in, but it seemed they weren't home. Right, better check the sect rules and the Yinsheng Blade Manual first. These are crucial for my survival, you know. He walked over to a table and laid out his things to study. The book says, the Zhongming sect, founded tens of thousands of years ago, is the leading sect among the great sects, encompassing 5 mountain peaks, east, west, south, north, and inner sect. Each mountain peak's management system is overseen by the Zhu Shi Tang, Management Hall. The Zhu Fage, Law Pavilion, handles the trade of cultivation techniques, while the Bai Bao Lu, 100 Treasures Pavilion, trades in magical artifacts. The Bai Bao Lu is also responsible for acquiring important materials and treasures, functioning like a pawn shop. Additionally, there's the Zhi Shi Tang, Enforcement Hall, responsible for supervision and punishment. Reading this, Pei Ling couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He quickly flipped through the sect rules to find information, needing to prepare himself. After seeing the information in the sect rules, Pei Ling angrily shouted, "Fines again." But then, as if realizing something, he mused, "This also means that as long as I have enough spirit stones, I can live carefree in the Zhongming sect." The thought of freely embracing beautiful women filled Pei Ling with joy. Pei Ling continued to carefully read the sect rules. Even killing a fellow disciple just requires paying a fine within 3 months. Seriously messed up. He then slammed the sect rules shut. "The problem is, I don't have any spirit stones." Pei Ling grumbled, throwing the sect rules down in frustration. The system agreed with him. It took 18 years' worth of assets to pay off the system's 300 low-grade spirit stones. Unable to contain himself, Pei Ling stomped on the sect rules and roared, "These rules are useless. And here I was treating them like some precious treasure." No wonder Pei Hongnian had that look on his face. Just then, a sound came from outside the courtyard. "Who's there?" he thought. "Someone's here. Probably my roommates." The gate was kicked open from the outside. 3 people, Li Si, Guang Zhouyi, and Miao Chang'an, strode in aggressively. Miao Chang'an saw Pei Ling and asked, "And you are?" Pei Ling immediately introduced himself cheerfully, "Greetings, senior brothers. I am Pei Ling, Lianqi Stage 4, a newly admitted outer disciple." He then transmitted his voice to Li Si Guang, "Pei Ling. Never heard of him." Miao Chang'an replied, "It's not the time for new disciples to be admitted. This guy's identity must be special. Don't act rashly yet." Li Si Guang then turned to Pei Ling and introduced himself, "I'm Li Si Guang, Lianqi Stage 4, these 2 are Zhou Yi and Miao Chang'an, Lianqi Stage 4 and 5 respectively, meeting here must be fate. From today onwards, we, your senior brothers, will take care of you." "Thank you, senior brothers," Pei Ling replied politely, clasping his hands, but inwardly, he was extremely puzzled. They're rather friendly. Are there actually good people in this shady sect? After the introductions, Miao Chang'an asked curiously, "Hey junior brother, no need to be so formal. How did you join the holy sect?" Pei Ling explained, I had the good fortune to meet inner sect branch master Zheng Jingshan in Luquan City a while back. He arranged for me to enter the holy sect. Miao Chang'an's demeanor changed as he sneered, inner sect branch master. If it weren't for his connections with Fairy Lu, a waste like him could never become an inner sect branch master. Pei Ling was surprised, is Zheng Jingshan's reputation that bad? Li Siguang quickly intervened, don't mind him. Junior brother, Chang'an has an older brother who is also an inner sect branch master, and they have some friction with senior brother Zheng. By the way, my brother-in-law is outer sect elder Li Ping. And Zhou Yi's cousin is a true lineage disciple. Pei Ling, listening to them flaunt their connections, forced a smile. It seems like all of you senior brothers have impressive backgrounds. I'm truly honored. Inwardly, however, he was screaming, they're all connected. Can't offend them. Can't offend them. Li Siguang then came over, patted Pei Ling on the shoulder comfortingly, and said, Junior brother, don't be discouraged. Senior brother Zheng promoting you means you have some connection with Fairy Lu. He pondered thoughtfully, this guy's fishing for info about my relationship with Fairy Lu, without her permission, best not to name drop. Pei Ling immediately stepped back and replied awkwardly, Senior brother Zhou, you misunderstand, I come from humble beginnings and was only fortunate enough to receive senior brother Zheng's favor. Li Siguang sighed and then signaled to Miao Cheng'an. He looked suspiciously at the saber on Pei Ling's person and asked, Junior brother, this saber of yours looks a bit familiar. Pei Ling hurriedly hid the saber behind him and replied sheepishly, not at all, it's just an ordinary saber. Miao Cheng'an pressed on, no, that's the Yansheng saber. The one Zheng Jingshan used to dominate the outer sect with, it's the Qingbao saber. Zhou Dai chimed in excitedly, Junior brother Pei, name your price. This saber is mine. Pei Ling tactfully refused, I apologize, senior brother Zhou, but this saber was gifted to me by senior brother Zheng, I really can't sell it. As he explained, he thought to himself, Zheng Jingshan cares a lot about this saber, if I sell it, my cover will be blown. Seeing his refusal, Zhou Dai flew into a rage, shouting menacingly, fine. Then don't blame this senior brother for being impolite. He then activated his azure warbody and lunged at Pei Ling. Caught off guard, Pei Ling was sent flying. After taking the hit, Pei Ling merely stumbled back, surprising Zhou Dai. Oh. Still standing, he smirked, so. Pausing, Zhou Dai looked at the unharmed Pei Ling and exclaimed. High-grade iron bones. Li Siguang couldn't help but sigh, high-grade iron bones. No wonder Zheng Jingshan took a liking to him. Miao Cheng'an drew his own blade, declaring confidently, he's just a scrub, I'm at the 5th level of Lianqi. Dealing with him is no problem. The situation left Pei Ling exasperated. He sighed, the pigsty division really gave me a great spot, huh? These guys are willing to pay the fine just to get this Qingbao saber, truly loyal to senior brother Zheng. I'm distantly related to Fairy Li. You dare lay a hand on me? Miao Cheng'an roared with laughter, ha ha ha. Then his face turned cold. And he said icily, even Zheng Jingshan is just a dog in the eyes of the true lineage, a worthless insect. Who cares about you? Hand over the Yansheng saber obediently, and you might just keep all your limbs. Pei Ling didn't panic, he slowly tightened his grip on the Yansheng saber. Then swung it, declaring resolutely, if you want the saber, you'll have to take it from me. Suddenly surrounded, Pei Ling took a fighting stance. Miao Cheng'an glared at him, channeling his energy into his sword. He swung, shouting, you overestimate yourself. Facing the fierce attack, Pei Ling struggled to defend himself, thinking, damn, are these guys actually trying to kill me? Before he could recover, Zhou Dai attacked as well. His punch was powerful enough to crack the ground, but Pei Ling narrowly dodged it. Knowing there was no escape, Pei Ling decided to fight back with everything he had. With this resolve, he swung his saber with all his might, seeing he had no chance to run. Li Siguang smirked, glanced at him, and summoned spectral figures, commanding, he doesn't know saber techniques. Knock his saber away. The specters around Li Siguang let out eerie laughs and flew towards Pei Ling. They zipped through Pei Ling's body, causing him to cry out in pain. After the specters passed through him, Pei Ling felt dizzy, but suddenly, he lashed out at the specters, yelling, get away from me. Sharp saber chi flew with precise aim. Witnessing the unbelievable scene, Li Siguang wondered, how can he still move after contact with my specters? How strong is his spirit? While Li Siguang was still pondering, a figure shot forward. Zhou Dai charged towards Pei Ling, who, still battling the specters, remained oblivious. By the time Pei Ling noticed Zhou Dai's sudden approach, it was too late. He was elbowed hard in the stomach. The powerful blow sent Pei Ling reeling, coughing up blood, and crying out. The yin sheng blade slipped from Pei Ling's grasp. Completely pissed off, he roared at Zhou Dai, "Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Take this." And with that, Pei Ling slapped him across the face. The slap was so powerful that it sent Zhou Dai flying out the door. Before Zhou Dai could even react, Pei Ling's strong arm grabbed him by the collar. In a flash, Zhou Dai was hurled back towards Si Guang. The two of them crashed into each other and tumbled to the ground. Finally, Miao Chang'an glanced at Pei Ling and sneered, "Don't get cocky. I'm at the 5th level of Lianqi." With that, he unleashed 2 surges of sword qi, which ripped through the air towards Pei Ling. The sword energy, brimming with killing intent, sliced into Pei Ling, causing him to cry out in pain. Seeing his chance, Miao Chang'an dashed towards Pei Ling's King Dao and shouted triumphantly, "The Yin Sheng blade is mine." But just then, Pei Ling's foot stomped down hard on his hand. Without hesitation, Pei Ling delivered a devastating kick and roared, "Like you could even touch my blade." Si Guang and Zhou Dai scrambled to their feet, yelling, "Let's get him." Pei Ling quickly grabbed the Yin Sheng blade, ready to fight. With a mighty swing, he roared, "Get lost." Si Guang and Zhou Dai were sent sprawling. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Pei Ling's chest. He thought, "Damn, that Miao Chang'an is no joke at the 5th level of Lianqi. Those 2 sword qi attacks really hurt." Miao Chang'an, seeing Pei Ling still standing after his attack, felt a flicker of worry. "He took 2 of my sword qi blasts and he's still alive. Could he have a top-grade bone-tempering physique? But I don't have much spiritual energy left to create more sword qi. I'll have to settle the score another day." With that thought, he scrambled to his feet and yelled, "Pei Ling, we won't let you get away with this." Unfazed by the threat, Pei Ling's fury burned even brighter as he slowly advanced. "Then I'll just kill all 3 of you." Miao Chang'an and his companions stared at him in fear. "Are we really going to die here today?" But to their surprise, it was Pei Ling who bolted first. As he ran, he yelled back, "Later, losers." They stared after him, mouths agape. He ran. Is this some kind of joke? After running for a good while, Pei Ling finally stopped to catch his breath beneath a tree. Good thing they didn't follow. Then, remembering a certain inconvenient rule, he sighed in relief. Almost forgot, in the Yin Jian sect, killing someone costs spirit stones. If outer disciples fight to the death, the penalty is anywhere from 10,000 to 30,000 spirit stones, depending on the circumstances. 30,000 spirit stones for all 3 of them. I couldn't afford that even if I sold myself. Pei Ling carefully considered his options. Right now, I need to master the blade technique Fairy Li gave me. If I can actually defend myself, they probably won't try anything. He opened his system interface and selected the blood slaughter cultivation technique. A cultivation posture appeared. The system promptly displayed a notification. Warning. Host is currently injured. Continuing to cultivate the blood slaughter cultivation technique will result in a permanent injury. A familiar feeling washed over Pei Ling. His face twisted in disgust as he recognized the ominous premonition. The system announced, detecting a lack of mid-origin pills. Pei Ling's heart skipped a beat. This is the Jungming sect. Don't go pulling that free trial crap again. He cautiously reached into his robes and pulled out the pouch of mid-origin pills he had borrowed from Fairy Li. Looking at the pills, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh, it's just my own mid-origin pills." He quickly popped one into his mouth. Then, the system announced, "Now that you've used the mid-origin pill, the system will continue cultivating for you." Having just swallowed the mid-origin pill, Pei Ling felt incredibly comfortable and thought, "Such a wound has already healed. This mid-origin pill is truly a good thing." Just then, a ding-dong notification sounded. Detecting that the host lacks blood essence from qi refining cultivators, Pei Ling stared blankly at the screen, clueless. The notification continued, "The system will create 3 free qi refining cultivators." Reading this, he panicked, stammering, "Say that again. 3 qi refining cultivators." Before he knew it, Pei Ling, under the system's control, started running and yelling hysterically, "Stop! Stop it! Cancel it for me!" The scene shifted to Miao Chang'an's group. At this moment, they were all fuming with rage. Miao Chang'an cursed, "Humph, he actually got away." Still fuming while taking a medicinal pill, Chang'an said, "If I had used the sword talisman my brother gave me, Pei Ling would definitely be dead." Zhou Dai was equally furious, yelling, "A lowborn like him, yet so strong, he must have some secret. We can't let him off easily." As soon as Zhou Dai finished, Si Guang clenched his fists, growling, "Chang'an, don't worry, tomorrow we'll send people to turn the entire Huayan Peak upside down. We will find him." Suddenly, a noise outside the door attracted their attention. It turned out that Pei Ling had smashed the door and burst into the courtyard. He exuded a dangerous aura, but inside, he was screaming, "Damn system, don't screw me over. I don't have any spirit stones to pay the fine." Seeing him appear, Miao Chang'an exclaimed in surprise. Pei Ling. Si Guang roared furiously, "You dare to come back!" Before he could finish, Pei Ling decisively slashed at him with a sharp blade. Witnessing Si Guang's body fall after being slashed across the neck, Zhou Dai and Chang'an cried out in alarm, "Si Guang!" Pei Ling's face darkened as he continued to release his killing intent. Seeing his demeanor, Miao Chang'an couldn't help but think, this familiar scene. Then, Pei Ling plunged his bloodthirsty saber deep into Si Guang and used the blood slaughter devourer to absorb his blood essence. Seeing this, Miao Chang'an was enraged. He actually dares to cultivate using Si Guang's blood essence right in front of us. Zhou Dai immediately went berserk, screaming incessantly, "This bastard who doesn't know how to live." Chang'an also drew his sword, shouting, "You monstrous wretch." As soon as he finished, Zhou Dai charged straight at Pei Ling, roaring, "Die!" Suddenly, the system notification popped up. External attack detected. This cultivation session ends here. Thank you, host, for using the system's cultivation function. One-click save, ascension without worry. Looking forward to your cultivation review. 5 stars would be appreciated. Pei Ling, having regained control of his body, quickly dodged Zhou Dai's attack, thinking joyfully, body recovered, control regained. After retreating, Pei Ling quickly assumed a fighting stance. His eyes turned cold as he threatened, "You brought this on yourselves." Hearing this, Zhou Dai sensed something was amiss, but before he could react, Pei Ling decisively thrust through him with a fatal blow. Seeing Zhou Dai's figure collapse, Chang'an gritted his teeth, glaring furiously at Pei Ling. He angrily unleashed a spiritual energy attack towards Pei Ling, yelling, "Despicable wretch." Pei Ling quickly circulated his chi, using the blood slaughter saber art. With a powerful slash, Pei Ling's blade shattered Chang'an's attack. Feeling the immense power of the bloodthirsty saber, Pei Ling couldn't help but feel satisfied, blocked it. This blood slaughter saber art has truly grown stronger. Chang'an, meanwhile, was gnashing his teeth in fury, cursing, "You monstrous wretch, you killed my brothers. You and I will never share the same sky." With that, he circulated his chi and cast a spell, gathering a surging power. Seeing this, Pei Ling became apprehensive. The aura of this sword talisman is immense, I absolutely can't let him activate it. Thinking this, he immediately launched his bloodthirsty saber towards Chang'an. The saber flew like a gust of wind, aimed straight at Chang'an, who was gathering power on the opposite side. However, he quickly dodged and sneered, "Too slow." He then seized the opportunity to launch his own attack, roaring, "Die!" Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as the attack landed, shaking the entire area. After the dust settled, Miao Chang'an was faced with a mess. He looked pensive, wiped a smear of blood from his hand, and said, "Elder brother's sword talisman is truly formidable. This wretch is definitely blown to bits." Not a single scrap left. Suddenly, Pei Ling appeared behind him and said, "Aren't you underestimating me a bit?" Miao Chang'an, hearing this, panicked, stumbled backward, and pleaded, Don't kill me. My elder brother is an inner disciple." Before he could finish, Pei Ling coldly interrupted, exhaling, "You're a wretch." He then decisively slashed him with his blade, growling, "Did you really think you were so precious?" After exhausting himself dealing with the three, Pei Ling was incredibly tired, panting heavily. He propped his blade against the ground and sighed in relief. Finally, "It's over." The system popped up, relaying the message, "One-click save, ascension worry-free." Detected that the host has not yet rated this cultivation session. 5-star rating appreciated. Pei Ling immediately gave it a 1-star rating and snapped, "You have the nerve to ask for a good rating." He then gritted his teeth and analyzed. According to sect rules, killing an outer disciple results in a fine of 1 to 30,000 spirit stones. The protective talismans of these three weren't ordinary. I'll be fined the maximum of 90,000. He then went to each body, searching and checking, before continuing. However, these three weren't from ordinary backgrounds. They must have some good stuff on them, maybe even enough to cover the fine. After searching for a while, Pei Ling found a few storage bags, some white bottles, and a handful of spirit stones on them. The storage bags can't be opened, and this other stuff is basically worthless. He picked up the white bottles, his face scrunched up in annoyance. "Aren't you guys supposed to be well connected? Why don't you even have anything valuable?" After a moment of frustration, Pei Ling forced himself to calm down and sat on the ground. Well, they're dead anyway, their blood essence can't go to waste, let's continue cultivating. The system then displayed a notification, one-click cultivation, time, wisdom, and skills checked, host lacks the blood essence of Xianxia stage cultivators. The system will gift you 2 Xianxia stage cultivators free of charge. Pei Ling, reading this, exclaimed in shock, huh? Where'd they come from? Just as he wondered, his Yinsheng blade suddenly vibrated strangely. In the blink of an eye, it flew towards Miao Chang'an and Zhou Dai, absorbing their blood essence. They instantly cried out in agony, clutching their necks. Witnessing this scene, Pei Ling couldn't help but be horrified, so they were faking death. The people of Zhongming's sect sure are full of tricks. After absorbing the blood essence, the blade returned to his hand. The system displayed a message, Xianxia stage cultivators gifted. The system will now continue to assist your cultivation. The Yinsheng blade in Pei Ling's hand now felt as light as a feather. He excitedly swung the blade, exclaiming, so light. At this moment, Pei Ling leaped into the air, channeling his energy as he performed his blade technique. He unleashed the blood slaughter blade technique, a wave of blade energy sweeping through the surroundings. Looking at the results, Pei Ling was quite satisfied. The blood slaughter blade technique has truly grown stronger. One slash can cut half of Fangzhe Mountain. In a nearby thicket, a familiar figure peeked out. Seeing him, she smiled and praised, this kid learned it quickly. It was Wu Lu, who had been secretly observing. No wonder Master values him so much. A while later, Pei Ling sat quietly, stabilizing his realm amidst the cool breeze. The system displayed a notification. This cultivation session is complete. Thank you, host, for using the system's wisdom and functions. Blood slaughter blade technique cultivation complete. The system then displayed another message. Save, one-click ascension, worry-free. Looking forward to your rating. Share your cultivation experience. 5 stars appreciated. Seeing this, Pei Ling, satisfied, replied, not bad this time, I'll give you 3 stars. Suddenly, his expression froze, then turned grim as he calculated, but automatically cultivating for so long. Later on, I'll cremate myself. Realizing each of the 3 bodies below represented 30,000 spirit stones, Pei Ling wailed in distress. Where am I going to find 90,000 spirit stones? But just a second later, Pei Ling hummed softly and quickly picked up the bag filled with his loot. He then ran off, thinking, if there's no money, then I'll just run. Mid-escape, Pei Ling suddenly stopped, hesitating. But, standing amidst the vast expanse of the sky, Pei Ling wondered, where should I go after leaving Chongming's sect? As he walked, Pei Ling pondered, the monastery has a large locust tree. I wonder if this is the right path. That Pei Hongnian didn't explain clearly. He thought about his awkward and ridiculous predicament and sighed, I took all their stuff. Hopefully, the people from the disciplinary hall won't track me down too quickly. After a while, Pei Ling arrived at a monastery with a large locust tree and thought, found it. Hopefully, Pei Hongnian can help with something. Pei Ling immediately opened the door and went inside. Seeing someone there, he called out, cousin. Before Pei Ling stood Pei Hongnian, engaged in an extremely bizarre act. He was kissing a portrait hanging on the tree trunk and giggling, junior sister and Lan, he, mua mua. Pei Ling, witnessing this scene from the side, was speechless. He cursed under his breath, this guy, to think he'd turn out like this. Forget about the important matter at hand. Pei Ling put aside his discomfort and put on a friendly expression, calling out, cousin, it's me. I need to talk to you. Seeing him approach, the other party quickly hid the portrait behind his back and yelled, Pei Ling. Don't come over here. Junior sister and Lan doesn't allow me to interact with you. What if she sees us? Pei Ling could only chuckle in response, senior brother, I was wrong the other day, I shouldn't have made your future wife angry. Hearing this, Pei Hongnian blushed slightly, thinking the words future wife. Seeing his expression, Pei Ling continued his tactic, putting on a troubled face. Pei Ling continued, but I just arrived at the holy sect, and I'm broke. Why don't you tell me how to leave the sect, cousin? I'll go out and exchange some things that your wife likes. Hearing these deceitful yet touching words, Pei Hongnian couldn't hold back his tears. He immediately placed his hand on Pei Ling's shoulder and said, my dear cousin, you've grown up, you understand things now, but from Huam Peak to the outside, it's thousands of miles away. Relying on your own 2 feet, you won't be able to make it in this lifetime. If you want to leave the sect, go to Amtivan and borrow 10 spirit stones. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes lit up, 10 spirit stones. Could you lend me some, cousin? Pei Hongnian avoided his gaze and replied, I've given all my spirit stones to junior sister and Lan to spend, how can I lend you any? If you want to earn spirit stones, go to the Tap Ui Tai behind the Zhu Shi Hall and take on a mission. Don't come looking for me anymore. Pei Ling froze for a moment, thinking for a bit. Tap Ui Tai. The scene changed to a different location. This place seemed noisy and bustling, and he could hear people shouting, anyone forming a Yun Ting Shi Yi group. This was the Tap Ui Tai. There was also a man there pleading with a woman, junior sister, give your senior brother a discount for one night, I really don't have any more spirit stones. Pei Ling had also arrived at this place, walking around and observing to see what missions were available. Then, Pei Ling quickly placed his identification badge into an empty slot to activate a mission. 3 lines of text appeared from that position. Mission 1, find the spiritual herb, Gui Mian Cow, time limit, 3 months, reward, 5 low-grade spirit stones, requirements, none. Mission 2, take care of a demon beast, time limit, 1 month, reward, anything the demon beast excretes can be taken. Requirements, none. Mission 3, go to NGU2, deliver information, time limit, 1 month, reward, 3 low-grade spirit stones, requirements, must have amount. After reading these 3 missions, Pei Ling's head felt like it was exploding, and he yelled in frustration, take care of a demon beast, and the reward is its poop. What kind of bizarre missions are these? When will I ever earn enough 90,000 spirit stones? Suddenly, he paused and looked ahead. It turned out that another mission had appeared. Mission, investigate the truth about the death of the entire Han Ti Trang, time limit, 1 month, reward, 800 low-grade spirit stones, requirements, cultivation at Xianxia level 6 or above. After reading it, Pei Ling exclaimed in surprise, 800 low-grade spirit stones. Xianxia level 6. Then, Pei Ling retrieved his identification badge and started thinking about this. The missions that allow leaving the sect all require Xianxia level 6 or above, but I can't raise my cultivation that quickly in a short time. Then he gave a sly smile and continued scheming, but I don't necessarily have to complete the mission to accumulate spirit stones. I can just find a team, sneak in, and leave the Yinjin sect, right? So Pei Ling began to implement his quick plan, which was to approach a group of people, senior brothers, look at me. However, this group declined, our team only accepts those at Xianxia level 6. Another group also disagreed, politely refusing, sorry, your cultivation level is insufficient. Pei Ling was still determined to find another group, but he was met with an extremely firm rejection, Xianxia level 4 and you want to join the team. We'll die. Pei Ling was super bummed he couldn't find a group. Why won't anyone take me? Are they all looking down on a 4th level Xianxia cultivator? Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, little Shi Dai, looking for a team. A voice asked. A flicker of hope sparked in Pei Ling's chest, someone actually needs me. He thought. The plump woman behind him chimed in, little Shi Dai, your cultivation is a bit low, but Shi Ji won't abandon you. He turned around to face her, saw her, face, and choked out a single, horrified. Then, Pei Ling bolted, sorry, Shi Ji. My cultivation is too weak, I'm not worthy of your team. The woman pursued him relentlessly, don't run, little Shi Dai. Shi Ji will take care of you. Meanwhile, a man named Zhao Yan nudged the busty woman beside him, Shi Ji, told you, didn't I? Pei Ling's at the miscellaneous affairs peak looking for a team, a measly 4th level Xianxia, and he thinks he can take on missions outside the sect. So it's that Sun Yinglan, she snarled, her face darkening, a warning, Pei Ling, you wanna mess with me? Fine, today, I'll give you a hand. Pei Ling, having finally reached the sanctuary of a nearby doorway, let out a relieved sigh, finally got away from that, this damn Yinjin sect is full of dangers. I almost lost my purity. Suddenly, Zhao Yan's voice caught his attention. Senior brother Chen, may I ask what kind of cultivator you're looking for? Would I be suitable? 2 figures stood nearby, a man named Chen Huan and a woman named Chen Mi. Chen Huan replied, apologies, your cultivation is too high. I'm only looking for Taoists at the 3rd or 4th level of Xianxia. Overhearing this, Pei Ling perked up, 3rd or 4th level Xianxia. He scurried over, cutting in front of Zhao Yan, fellow Taoist, I'm Pei Ling, 20 years of age, 4th level Xianxia. Without hesitation, Chen Huan agreed, all right, we're leaving now, though, do you need to prepare anything? Pei Ling instantly affirmed, nope, let's go. Inwardly, he thought, I don't want to spend another second in this cursed Yinjin sect. Chen Huan smiled kindly, great. Let's depart then, but deep down, he was a venomous snake in sheep's clothing, this idiot fell for it so easily, he mused. Earlier, while Pei Ling was making his escape, Chen Huan had been whispering to Sun Yinglan and her crew. Pei Ling, huh? Sun Yinglan said, a gleam in her eye. Excellent, Pei Ling's talent is comparable to Pei Hongnian. He'll make a perfect blood sacrifice for senior brother. A man beside her raised a concern. Isn't Pei Ling under Zhao Jingshan, the inner sect branch master? Messing with him could be troublesome. Sun Yinglan scoffed. Messing with him? Even Pei Hongnian is just a dog in Zhao Jingshan's eyes. If Zhao Jingshan truly valued Pei Ling, would he leave him scrambling for a team like this? She clung to Chen Huan's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. Senior brother Chen, your soul-summoning fan only needs one last ingredient, a blood sacrifice. Such a good opportunity, don't let it slip away, she purred. Back in the present, Chen Huan observed Pei Ling's excitement with a sinister glint. The sect's penalty fees are outrageous. Once I get this kid outside, I'll strike, after all these years of hard work. My soul-summoning fan will finally be complete. The scene shifted, a group soared through the air on a cloud. Pei Ling, beaming, thought to himself, this cloud is way more comfortable than Pei Hongnian's paperboat. Ah, the air of freedom. Chen Huan approached him with feigned cordiality. Little Shi Dai Pei, let me introduce everyone. Pei Ling stood up and listened. I'm Chen Huan, 6th level Lianqi. This is my equally talented younger sister, Chen Mi, 4th level Lianqi. And these three are Huang Xian, Zhang Jung, and Qin Xiao Ta, all 5th level Lianqi. We've known each other for years, all trustworthy folks, right? After the introductions, Pei Ling formally cupped his hands and said, pleased to meet you all, I'm Pei Ling, Lianqi Layer 4. Chen Huan smiled warmly and replied, honestly, I needed a Lianqi Layer 4 cultivator to accompany my younger sister on a training mission. The Shangzong entry fee is ridiculously expensive, so I took this mission to offset the cost. Pei Ling returned the polite smile. Don't worry, senior brother Chen, I'll definitely protect your sister. Inwardly, however, he thought, accompany your sister, huh? I don't have time for that. He already plotted his escape. My stomach isn't feeling too good. I need to go take care of something. You guys go ahead, I'll catch up later. Once we get there, I'll find a chance to slip away, disguise myself, and hide somewhere the Jungmingzong can't find me. Just thinking about it made Pei Ling giddy. Then, I'll be free as a bird, the world my oyster. Who can control me then? Why does this sound familiar? Pei Ling looked towards the horizon. Senior brother Chen, are we heading southeast? Is the Shangzong's mountain gate in the southeast? A voice replied. Junior brother Pei, you're new to Shangzong. The entire Shangzong is under a Buddhist formation. With your identification badge, you can enter and exit from anywhere. The southeast is just the closest route to our destination. Intrigued, Pei Ling asked, so, the identification badge is useless after we leave Shangzong? Huang Xian, standing behind Pei Ling, answered, outside of Shangzong, this badge is the only proof of your identity. His eyes glinted with a sinister light. It also has a tracking function. If you're in danger, you can call for help from the sect. Pei Ling's jaw dropped. This thing has a tracker. I need to ditch it. He quickly composed himself. Oh, right, I was reading the sect rules yesterday and noticed you can use spirit stones to resolve almost anything. For example, if someone borrows spirit stones and then ditches their identification badge and runs from Shangzong, wouldn't Shangzong lose out? Tiao Da stepped closer. Impossible, Pei Ling pressed. Oh, I'd like to hear more. She began to elaborate. There was this disciple who owed 100 spirit stones. He was old, his potential exhausted. He wanted to use a mission as an excuse to escape. She turned, emphasizing her point. Guess what happened? Pei Ling asked nervously. What happened? Tiao Da continued. Shangzong dispatched 3 Grand Realm cultivators to hunt him down. It took them 20 years to find him. Then, they bathed his entire newly established family in blood. Hearing this tale, Pei Ling inwardly wept. 20 years for 100 spirit stones. His own 90,000 spirit stone debt loomed even larger. I'm so screwed, there's no escape. Pei Ling scratched his head and forced a laugh. That guy had some serious guts, stiffing Shangzong like that. Internally, he panicked. If I can't run, I'll just have to complete the mission honestly. He turned to Chen Huan. By the way, senior brother Chen, what's our mission this time? Chen Mi answered for him. We've accepted 3 missions. 2 are for you and Mie to practice your skills. They're both near Luotian City. Chen Huan added, we need to hunt a Layer 6 awakened beast. We'll need your help, junior brother Pei. Pei Ling considered this, a Layer 6 awakened beast. Its intelligence and strength are basically equivalent to a Lianqi Layer 6 cultivator. This could be profitable. He asked Chen Huan. By the way, senior brother Chen, how many spirit stones can we expect to earn? He held up 2 fingers. All 3 missions together should yield about 100 spirit stones. Junior brother Pei, as long as you cooperate, you can have 20. Pei Ling's jaw dropped again. 20? He thought of his mountainous debt. That's barely anything. How am I ever going to get 90,000? To save face, he cupped his hands, tears welling in his eyes. 20 spirit stones is more than enough for me. Thank you, senior brother Chen. Chen Huan chuckled. No need to be so formal, junior brother, we're fellow disciples. He smirked inwardly. Naive kid, 20 spirit stones and he's practically weeping. Chen Mi chimed in, 20 spirit stones isn't bad, but you could earn more if you had talent in weapon forging, alchemy, or talisman crafting. Your clansman, Pei Hongnian, lacked talent, but he almost became disciple Fu Feng's student. Unfortunately, Sun Anlin interfered. Pei Ling thought it over. Pei Hongnian was right, so he asked blankly, oh, there are other ways to earn spirit stones. Then, he tilted his head and quietly asked Chen Mi, how did that clan brother of mine get noticed by instructor Fu Feng back then? She replied, an ordinary cultivator without talent will have a hard time making talismans in this lifetime. But after Pei Hongnian joined the holy sect, it only took him 2 years to make his first proper talisman. You could say he has monstrous talent. Hearing this, Pei Ling slumped even further. Monstrous talent, and it still took 2 years. The deadline for paying the fine is 3 months. By then, my bones will be picked clean. Zhang Jung came over at this moment and suggested, junior brother Pei, your and junior sister Chen's mission is to deliver a letter to the city lord of Luotian City and exterminate the flower demons in the outer city. Then, he proposed a spar with a smug look on his face. We can also spar a few rounds, so we can see if you have the ability to protect junior sister Chen. Pei Ling became wary, thinking, he wants to spar with me. Looks like he's probing my strength. Perfect, this will let me see what this team's level is. He accepted the challenge with hidden intentions. If senior brother Zhang wants to, then this junior brother will comply. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling quickly dashed forward. He also raised his voice and said politely, senior brother Zhang, please forgive me. Pei Ling quickly threw a punch and shouted, hiya. Facing a punch aimed at his stomach, Zhang Jung simply stood still, glanced at it, and sneered inwardly, such a simple, unrefined punch, I'll just take it head on to enlighten you. His arrogance lasted only a moment before he felt the pressure on his stomach and was shocked. This strength. What's this kid's background? Zhang Jung was involuntarily pushed back a bit. He quickly regained his footing and charged forward, launching a series of punches at Pei Ling while thinking, looks like I have to use my full strength. Facing the barrage of attacks, Pei Ling felt a little pressured and thought, so strong. If Miao Chenggen had this level of strength, I probably wouldn't have survived. Zhang Jung continued his relentless assault. This time, he gathered immense power into his fist, preparing to strike Pei Ling. Immediately after being hit, Pei Ling lost his footing and was pushed back. He was now at a disadvantage, but his eyes remained fixed on his opponent. Zhang Jung also kept his eyes locked on him. Suddenly, Chen Huan clapped her hands a few times, signaling an end to the spar, and said, that's enough. Pei Ling politely addressed Zhang Jung, thank you for the guidance, senior brother. He immediately replied, you're welcome, junior brother. Huang Xian then inquired, junior brother Pei, from your moves just now, it looks like you use a saber. Why did you hide your saber and not use it? Pei Ling's expression became slightly awkward as he replied, it was just a spar. Senior brother Zhang didn't use any weapons, so I couldn't either. As he finished speaking, he told himself, I can't let them know I don't want anyone targeting my yin life saber. Chen Huan used a sound transmission to ask Zhang Jung, how was he? He replied, that kid's physique is a bit strange, his strength is much greater than that of ordinary 4th level Lianqi cultivators. I wasn't prepared enough just now and almost lost face. Then, both of them cast unfriendly glances at Pei Ling. Zhang Jung continued his sound transmission to Chen Huan, congratulations, senior sister Chen, it seems this Pei Ling is a good blood sacrifice material. Chen Huan replied with satisfaction, if we successfully refine the soul snatching technique, we can take on higher level missions in the future and even get a ticket into the inner sect. I'll have to trouble you to take action then, Da Ta responded shyly, being able to work for senior brother Chen, Da Ta will naturally do my best. Pei Ling quickly sensed something strange between them and wondered, why are these people suddenly so happy? Seeing that Pei Ling had started to notice, Chen Mi approached him to divert his attention. Junior brother Pei, are you alright? I have some qi and blood pills here, take them. Pei Ling's eyes lit up as he replied, thank you, senior sister. I like these. Then, he took the pills from Chen Mi's hand. Now, everyone in the team was very happy. Scene change now, everyone had arrived at Luotian City. In Luotian City, inside the City Lord's side hall, Pei Ling sat with Chen Huan and Chen Mi. The steward, facing Chen Huan, said, "The City Lord is still busy with official duties and will be able to meet our honored guests a little later. I ask the three immortal masters to wait a moment." Chen Huan replied politely, "It's fine for me to wait here, please don't trouble yourself." Steward, Pei Ling, sitting there drinking tea, sighed with annoyance and thought, after traveling for several days, we've finally arrived at Luotian City. Taking a sip of tea, Pei Ling glanced around and sensed, oh, the spiritual energy here is really dense. Chen Mi, who was sitting next to him, turned to him and said, City Lord Duanmu is an array cultivator. He set up a spirit gathering array in this City Lord's mansion. It can be considered a simplified version of the Grand Spirit Gathering Array on the top of Huan Peak. It can nourish the tendons and bones, which is beneficial for cultivation. Chen Huan added, also, City Lord Duanmu is a senior of the Zhuji stage. When you meet him later, be sure to be respectful. Pei Ling took note and replied, thank you, senior brother, for reminding me. After saying that, a thought popped into his head, Zhuji stage. At this time, the City Lord of Lower Sun City, Duanmu Dan, came over to greet them. Chen Shi Dai, long time no see, you haven't changed a bit. Pei Ling, Chen Huan, and Chen Mi quickly bowed and greeted him. Greetings, City Lord Duanmu. Chen Huan added, it's been a while, City Lord, your demeanor is still as impressive as ever. Duanmu Dan chuckled and replied, I'm old now, not as young as I used to be. Your future is limitless. Chen Huan took out a letter and humbly replied, City Lord, you flatter me. This is a letter from the young City Lord to you. Duanmu Dan took the letter and said, my son is in the sect. I hope you will take good care of him. Then, he asked Chen Huan a few questions. Do you have any other missions this time? If you are near Lower Sun City, I can make things easier for you. Hearing this, he replied, I have 2 more missions this time. One is the flower demon outside the city, and the other is the purple-eyed eagle within Lower Sun. Hearing this, Duanmu Dan became a bit cautious and said, I see, you have come prepared. The flower demon outside the city and the purple-eyed eagle should not be a problem. Noticing the underlying meaning in his words, Chen Huan said, we would appreciate any guidance from the City Lord. Duanmu Dan began to tell everyone, recently, a Foundation establishment stage human-faced spider crawled out of Lower Sun to lay eggs. It chose a spot right next to the purple-eyed eagle's territory. Just hearing this, Chen Huan's eyes widened in surprise as he thought, if these human-faced spiders are nearby, won't they delay my blood sacrifice? Pei Ling was no less worried. If I don't complete the mission, won't I even lose the 2 spirit stones? The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, causing Chen Huan and Pei Ling to feel dejected. Seeing this, Duanmu Dan took out a map and said reassuringly, don't panic. 20 years ago, due to an incurable illness, I was unable to go all out and eliminate them completely. However, I have been secretly investigating the situation and the range of activity of this demonic beast. It's just that it will be hard work for you all. Chen Huan gratefully took the map he offered and replied, thank you, City Lord, for your help. He held the map in his hand triumphantly. As long as I can kill the human-faced spider, the blood sacrifice won't be a problem. This time, I must succeed in cultivating the soul-summoning judgment. Time flew by. Night had fallen. At this time, in the guest courtyard of the City Lord's mansion, Pei Ling was sitting there stroking his Yansheng saber and thinking, 90,000 spirit stones. Relying solely on missions is not enough. I still haven't thought of any other way. Should I really sell the Yansheng saber? But then, Zheng Jingshan won't let me off. Suddenly, a thick black energy flew into the room from outside the door, attracting his attention. Something's wrong with this energy. Pei Ling went over and flung the door open, shouting, Senior Brother Chen. Senior Brother Huang, something's happened. However, Pei Ling's eyes widened in shock after looking outside. In front of Pei Ling were a series of strange, disgusting things. He looked at them and wondered, what is this? Then, Pei Ling tried to go outside and called out loudly, Senior Brother Zhang. Senior Sister Xiao, everyone, wake up. This City Lord's mansion is very strange. Suddenly, a hideous zombie appeared, making eerie hissing sounds and rushing towards him. Pei Ling quickly took out his Yansheng saber to block it, thinking in a panic, what's going on? Why have the guests of the City Lord's mansion turned into these weird things? He immediately looked around and wondered, where did Chen Huan and the others go? In a moment of carelessness, Pei Ling was bitten on the shoulder by a zombie behind him. Pei Ling's eyes were filled with fear as he looked back, guessing, could it be that the City Lord wants to harm me? No, that's not right. A Foundation establishment cultivator like him could just directly attack me if he wanted to harm me. Could it be? He was attacked too suddenly. Unable to defend himself, so he could only helplessly shout, I have already mastered the blood slaughter saber art. I implore Miss Wu Lu to show herself. Sure enough, as soon as Pei Ling finished speaking, a familiar aura slowly emerged. Wu Lu's aura quickly surrounded Pei Ling and instantly wiped out those zombies. After dealing with those in the way, Wu Lu's figure also appeared and called out, Young Master Pei. She leaned close to his ear and asked, Why did you come here? Just a second later, Wu Lu hugged him from behind and said in a coquettish voice, You made me chase you so hard. Pei Ling was startled, his voice also panicked, Miss Wu Lu, you misunderstood. I just lacked some spirit stones and went out on a mission, that's all. After saying that, he thought to himself, Damn, has this female ghost been following me all along? Wu Lu ran her long nails across Pei Ling's cheek, asking, You're short on the fine for killing those 3 Miao Chang'an guys, right? Pei Ling shuddered at the action, thinking, Great, she was watching me. Pei Ling chuckled, replying, Miss Wu Lu, your divine abilities are truly vast, you even know that. Wu Lu lowered her hand, saying, Quite interesting, you actually used their blood to refine an external saw. No wonder you mastered the blood slaughter blade technique so quickly. Pei Ling paused, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. External saw. I dumped everything into the system to cultivate. I have no idea what's in the technique. Wu Lu then placed her hand near Pei Ling's neck, saying, But even with murder refining, the blood slaughter blade technique can't be mastered in just 10 days. The next second, she squeezed his neck tightly, growling, So, what's your secret? Her tone menacing, Wu Lu continued, Let me dissect you and see, shall we? Pei Ling, choked, strained his face. He thought, this demoness isn't actually going to do it, is she? Looks like I really have to go all out. Suddenly, chains appeared out of nowhere, and a cry of "Ah!" rang out. The chains instantly wrapped around Wu Lu's neck. She cried out in pain, reaching forward. Ow, ow, ow. Pei Ling couldn't see the binding chains, so he looked at Wu Lu in confusion. What's wrong with her? This ghostly sect doesn't even have one normal person. Wu Lu, nearly strangled by the chains, gasped. No, master, this subordinate was wrong. This subordinate won't touch him again. As soon as she finished speaking, the chains vanished. Wu Lu was finally free. Seeing her distress, Pei Ling approached and asked with concern, Are you all right? Wu Lu's expression did a 180, turning cheerful as she looked at Pei Ling, saying, Young Master Pei, please do something to anger Master quickly, so I can deal with you as I please. Pei Ling was startled but quickly replied, Sure. But inwardly, he thought, Like hell I will. Wu Lu then continued to wheedle, Oh right, young Master Pei, external saw can accelerate cultivation, but it's suppressed by internal saw. Do you know the consequences? Pei Ling looked at her, replying, It's 90,000 pieces. Wu Lu's eyes turned mysterious, saying, It's that you'll only be able to cultivate by killing, eventually going insane. Pei Ling stroked his chin, saying, But I. Wu Lu immediately smiled, assuring him, Young Master Pei needn't worry too much. Wu Lu will help you. Hearing this, Pei Ling grasped both of Wu Lu's hands and exclaimed, Really? Please teach me how to quickly earn 90,000 spirit stones. Wu Lu crossed her arms, looking at him with disdain, replying, Spirit stones. Don't you want to know how to use internal saw to suppress external saw? Pei Ling, brimming with enthusiasm, pleaded, Miss Wu Lu, that. I'm only interested in spirit stones. He then imagined himself relaxing while his all-powerful system did all the work, thinking with relief, with the system helping me cultivate, what's there to fear? The important thing is the 90,000 spirit stones. Wu Lu closed her eyes, asking, You want spirit stones? Beside her, Pei Ling's eyes sparkled, hanging on her every word. She suddenly turned to Pei Ling with a smile, saying, With young Master Pei's astonishing strength, wouldn't it be easy to, with Master? Hearing this, he replied in disappointment, I'd better think of something myself. Images of flyers advertising Pei Ling's vegetables flashed through his mind. This life for a living deal is best avoided. Suddenly, Wu Lu turned to leave, but not before waving to Pei Ling and saying, All right then, young Master Pei, think of something yourself. As she left, she thought to herself, so there's really no easy way to let him off the hook, huh? A cultivation manual was suddenly tossed into Pei Ling's hands, followed by Wu Lu's voice, Take it. As soon as Pei Ling picked it up, the system interface displayed, Unfamiliar escape route detected, system is collecting data for you. He hesitated, asking, This is? Wu Lu turned back with an eerie look, saying, This is the blood ghost evasion technique Master gave you. Master it within 7 days, or die. Pei Ling sighed wearily, thinking, she finally left, just a servant spirit infiltrating the city, and the Foundation establishment city lord didn't even notice. Just how terrifying is Fairy Lee? He held the manual, telling himself, looks like I have no choice but to cultivate this. Time flew by, and 7 days passed. Pei Ling lay in bed, staring intently at the blood ghost evasion technique in his hands, lost in thought. 7 days, even shorter than last time. Two didn't know what kind of trouble the system was bringing this time during cultivation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Pei Ling, hearing this, quickly sat up, tucked the cultivation manual into his robes, and called out, come in. Then, he went to open the door and greeted senior sister Chen. Chen Mi quickly reached for Pei Ling and said, Junior brother Pei, my brother's side needs to prepare a bit before leaving the city, so we're resting today to regroup. She took his hand with a blushing face and asked, do you have any plans? This action suddenly made Pei Ling blush and flustered. Pei Ling, still a bit flustered, quickly withdrew his hand and replied, Senior sister, I've been traveling for several days and I'm a bit tired, so I plan to rest in my room. Then he thought to himself, I was planning to go out and see if I could earn some spirit stones, but it would be a bit inconvenient if she tags along. I'll just sneak out later. Chen Mi looked a little disappointed and said, really? That's a shame. Chen Mi then quickly recovered and smiled as she ran off. She turned back to wave goodbye to Pei Ling. Then you rest well. I'm going to help my brother. Pei Ling watched her go and replied, you've worked hard. Pei Ling, still standing at the door, watched Chen Mi leave, puzzled. Why does she seem happy that I'm staying in my room? Then he lowered his gaze and stroked his chin thoughtfully. I haven't seen Chen Huan and the others either. Something feels off. Forget it. Earning some spirit stones at the market is more important. The scene changes to a compass emitting strange auras. It turns out Coda and her group are using the compass to search for something. After observing and thinking, she turned her head and announced the final result. Yes, the yang qi here is very strong, suitable for setting up the soul-devouring mother-child formation. Zhang Zhongchen, upon hearing this, said, setting up the child formation is doable, but the cinnabar and talismans we brought aren't enough to set up the mother formation. Then Chen Huan, standing beside him, added, the child and mother formations of the soul-devouring formation complement each other. The child formation is responsible for separating the soul, while the mother formation is used for refining and summoning the soul. Neither can be missing. Huang Xian also offered a suggestion. If we quickly find a suitable location to arrange the formation, we won't waste those materials. While the four were discussing the formation, Chen Mi suddenly spoke up. This is everyone's first time here, so how does senior sister Co know where it's suitable to set up the formation? We can wait for the resupply tomorrow. It won't be too late. Huang Xian, seeing Chen Mi appear, asked in surprise, Junior sister Chen, why are you back? Is it okay to leave that kid alone in the city? A worm appeared from Chen Mi's hand, and with a sinister expression, she replied, don't worry, I've placed 1,000 Li incense on Pei Ling. He definitely won't escape my surveillance. The scene shifts to another location. A man with a lecherous face is peddling his wares. Young master, I see you have the aura of a cultivator. I have a copy of an ancestral cultivation technique. Would you like to take a look? Pei Ling ignored him, walking straight past and replying coldly, no need, thanks. Pei Ling looked truly annoyed and thought with a headache, I've been walking for a day and still haven't found a way to make money. And the scammers on this street keep trying to sell me stuff. The book peddler continued to cling to Pei Ling, persistently urging, take a look, young master, it doesn't cost anything to look, if you don't see enough. I have plenty more. Annoyed and irritated, Pei Ling finally lost his patience. He turned around, exuding an oppressive aura, and flashed his identification badge menacingly. Can I take a look at this then? The book peddler's face turned pale as he stammered. Heavy Ming sect. Terrified, he ran off as fast as his legs could carry him, shouting back, sorry for bothering you. Watching him flee, Pei Ling thought to himself, being from a shady sect is pretty convenient. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes caught something in the distance. He quickly ducked into a nearby spot and wondered, isn't Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongchen being here a bit too much of a coincidence? Pei Ling hid nearby, eavesdropping on their conversation. Chen Mi said, Senior brother Zhang, there's a shop here. Let's go in and replenish the materials for the formation. Zhang Zhongchen agreed. Senior brother Chen, they're still setting up the formation. Splitting up can save a lot of time. Hearing their conversation, Pei Ling found several suspicious points. Setting up a formation against a 6th level refined purple eye disciple requires this much effort. While he was lost in thought, a man with a sly face suddenly appeared beside him and said, young master, you have a keen eye. This precious cloth can conceal your spiritual aura from leaking out. How about I sell it to you cheap? His sudden appearance and sales pitch startled Pei Ling. Why now? Pei Ling quickly tossed a pill bottle at the cloth seller and ran off. Take this pill, he said. The seller exclaimed excitedly, thank you, young master. Zhang Zhongchen seemed to sense something and turned around, causing Chen Mi to ask curiously, huh? What's wrong, senior brother Chen? Zhang Zhongchen replied, I think I just saw Pei Ling release your spirit wind. Chen Mi, upon hearing this, nodded in agreement. Then Chen Mi waved her hand, releasing her spirit wind. She watched the direction it flew and immediately recognized it, informing Zhang Zhongchen, that direction isn't the city lord's mansion. Zhang Zhongchen urgently said, after him. By this time, Pei Ling, having run a long distance, had reached a dead end. He leaned against his knees, panting from exhaustion. Pei Ling thought to himself, I ran so fast, they probably won't find me. This is awkward. I clearly told Chen Mi I'd be resting in my room. It'll be hard to explain if I'm caught. A voice calling Pei Ling startled him from behind. Pei Ling nervously turned around and greeted, oh, senior sister Chen. What a coincidence, you're here too. Chen Mi crossed her arms and questioned him, so it is you, didn't you say you wanted to rest at a different courtyard today? Why are you out here? The two cornered Pei Ling, and Chen Mi raised her voice, you dare lie to me. Pei Ling tried to explain, senior sister, you've misunderstood. Zhang Zhongchen gripped Pei Ling's shoulder, his voice low, misunderstood. What does junior brother have to say about sneaking around that shop just now? He continued his intimidating interrogation, why did you run when you saw senior brother? Or did you overhear something you shouldn't have? The tense atmosphere of the interrogation was thick. Pei Ling stammered, trying to sound natural, senior brother, you misunderstand, I was just lying in my small room, bored out of my mind, so I went for a stroll. I thought senior brother and senior sister might also be resting, so I didn't tell anyone, but in his head, he was thinking about their unusual behavior, their reaction, looks like they're plotting something they don't want anyone else to know. Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongchen started communicating via voice transmission, this kid is sneaky, he might have actually overheard something, we can't keep him around. Chen Mi seemed hesitant, no, the soul-devouring formation activates tomorrow, we can't jeopardize our grand plan. We should bring him back and keep a close eye on him. Then, Chen Mi approached Pei Ling, looped her arm through his, and rubbed against him seductively. The air between them grew heated. With a coy expression, she said, you're so reckless, you're not familiar with the area, and what if something happened to you? Pei Ling blushed, but inside, he was thinking, wow, that's a quick turnaround. Zhang Zhongchen chimed in, senior sister Chen is right, let us know beforehand when our group goes somewhere, so it's easier to coordinate. Pei Ling scratched his head, feigning remorse, sorry, I wasn't thinking. Chen Mi turned away, pretending to be sulky, if this happens again, I won't bother with you anymore. Then, Chen Mi and Zhang Zhongchen dragged Pei Ling away, come on, let's take you back to the city lord's mansion. Pei Ling didn't want to go back yet, go back now. Don't you guys need to go to the shop to buy materials for the formation? Zhang Zhongchen's face took on a sinister look, I'll tell senior brother Chen to go buy them first. Getting you back is more important, let's go. Junior brother Pei, you have a mission in the mountains tomorrow, so you need to rest well. Night fell quickly. Back at the city lord's mansion, Pei Ling lay on the soft bed, lost in thought, something's definitely fishy, procuring materials for the formation is the important task, yet they rushed me back here. He recalled their strange behavior on the way back. And they were unusually enthusiastic, almost like they were afraid I'd run away. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened as he realized something. Could it be? The images of Chen Huan, Chen Mi, and Zhang Zhongchen flashed through his mind, looking sinister. Their target is me. Pei Ling abruptly sat up, hearing voices outside. Senior brother Chen, are you all back? He blurted out, huh? From outside, Zhang Zhongchen asked, you didn't forget to buy the materials for the formation, did you? Chen Huan confidently replied, everything's prepared, there won't be any problems tomorrow. Suddenly, Chen Huan shot a chilling glance towards Pei Ling's room. Tell junior brother Pei to get some rest. These words made Pei Ling even more uneasy. He huddled under his covers, thinking, they're onto me. Chen Huan, having noticed Pei Ling's unusual reaction, said, what's wrong? Pei Ling seems a bit wary. Zhang Zhongchen added, that kid left the city lord's mansion this morning, it's possible he's figured something out. Despite knowing Pei Ling was wary, Chen Huan didn't seem worried. It's fine, we'll take turns watching him tonight, don't give him a chance to escape. He then glanced at CODA with a cunning look. I've asked junior sister CO to set up a bewildering array outside the formation, there won't be any problems tomorrow. CODA blushed at the praise. Zhang Zhongchen also chimed in, junior sister CO's bewildering array is impressive. I remember it took me 3 days to get out of it. Huang Xian, who had been silent, finally spoke. Once we lure that kid into the formation, even if he's incredibly skilled, he won't be able to escape. Dawn broke. In the Luoshan forest, Chen Huan's group and Pei Ling were heading deeper into the woods. Pei Ling trailed behind them, his mind racing. Someone was watching my room all night, preventing me from escaping. It seems their target really is me. But why me? Pei Ling cautiously asked Chen Huan, senior brother Chen, are we looking for that demon flower? But deep down, he was beginning to suspect the true nature of this trip. We've been walking for so long, I doubt this is even the right place for a demon flower, Chen Huan coldly replied. Just follow, Chen Mi added. Junior brother Pei, don't be impatient. We're almost there. As Pei Ling walked, he thought about how to deal with them. 3 Lianqi stage 5 cultivators, and 1 Lianqi stage 6. I can't take him on. I'll have to find a chance to slip away. Unnoticed, hundreds of glowing red eyes were watching them. Suddenly, they attacked. Ferocious demon beasts with long, sharp teeth and claws lunged at Chen Huan's group. He yelled, demon beasts, prepare for battle. Everyone scattered to fight, and amidst the chaos, Pei Ling, overjoyed, made his escape. This is my chance. You guys fight, I'm outta here. His joy was short-lived, however, as the sight of demon beast corpses flying through the air stopped him dead in his tracks for a good 5 seconds. A hand picked up the head of a demonic beast behind Pei Ling. His expression changed, turning around to look with a sigh. No way, seriously, that fast? Chen Huan, with a suddenly grim face, held the demonic beast's head aloft and said, Junior brother Pei, you ran the wrong way. Seeing this, Pei Ling walked over, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Senior brother Chen, so sorry, I encountered a demonic beast earlier, got a bit panicked, and unconsciously, outwardly polite, but inwardly he was thinking, these demonic beasts are so weak. Just as Pei Ling finished speaking, Chen Mi came over, clinging to his arm and whining. That's not okay. Then, Chen Mi declared firmly, what if you encounter another demonic beast and get lost? What will we do? I have to stick close to you. He tried to dodge her with an annoyed expression. Finally, Pei Ling couldn't do anything but give in. He shifted his gaze to Huang Xian and Chen Huan ahead, silently judging, the demonic beasts around here are too weak, they're not even giving me a chance to escape. Then, Pei Ling recalled Wu Lu's words before they left. Young Master Pei, let me discover your secrets from within your body. Thinking of this, Pei Ling's face hardened in despair. That female ghost wants me dead. She definitely won't come save me. What should I do? Despite his thoughts, Pei Ling's feet kept moving forward, deeper into the forest, leading the way with Chen Huan and Huang Xian. Chen Huan communicated with Huang Xian through sound transmission. Ahead is the soul-devouring mother-child formation. Lure Pei Ling in there, and I'll go set up the mother formation with senior sister Xiao. He replied, having agreed, Chen Huan led Coda away. Observing their departure, Pei Ling rejoiced inwardly. Chen Huan and Coda have left the group. Chen Huan, with the highest cultivation, isn't here. This might be my chance. Thinking this, Pei Ling immediately inquired about the situation from Chen Mi. Junior sister Chen, what are they doing? She immediately lied, they're going to prepare to deal with the undead. Let's keep moving, the flower demon's habitat is just ahead. As soon as Chen Mi finished speaking, the group continued moving forward. After a while, Pei Ling stopped, his expression unreadable, and said, they must be far away now, right? His words made Chen Mi suspicious. While she was distracted, Pei Ling broke free and grabbed her throat. Then, Pei Ling slammed Chen Mi to the ground with a painful thud, his eyes sharp. He looked at her and said, stop acting in front of me. Zhang Junkan and Huang Xian were walking. Seeing his junior sister like that, he turned around and exclaimed, Pei Ling, you bastard, what do you want? Pei Ling didn't hide anymore, but took out the Yin Sheng saber and said, what I want, you all know very well. Finishing his words, Pei Ling slashed powerfully towards Huang Xian and Zhang Junkan. Faced with this sudden attack, Zhang Junkan could only block with his own saber, but the force of Pei Ling's slash was too great. Breaking their sabers, they looked at the Yin Sheng saber in Pei Ling's hand in shock. This is the Yin Sheng saber. You're one of Zheng Jingshan's men. You bastard, you dared to play us. Pei Ling, holding the saber, charged forward, shouting, I treated you as senior brothers, but you actually wanted to harm me. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Seeing him charging with fierce momentum, the two silently transmitted to each other, leading him into the formation. Having decided, Zhang Junkan manipulated countless rocks and earth to attack, laughing loudly, ha! With your 4th level cultivation, you dare to touch us. However, Pei Ling easily slashed through the rocks and earth, rushing forward. Although he cut through, it inadvertently kicked up dust everywhere, obscuring Pei Ling's vision. Suddenly, Huang Xian charged forward, holding a talisman. Pei Ling quickly turned and slashed directly at him. However, Huang Xian's talisman had already been released, creating iron chains that bound Pei Ling's body. Huang Xian disappeared immediately afterward, bound by the iron chains, unable to move. Pei Ling could only grit his teeth, annoyed, watching Zhang Junkan rush towards him, yelling, "It's over." Reaching Pei Ling, Zhang Junkan delivered an uppercut. Pei Ling's body was immediately sent flying, yelling helplessly. After that blow, Pei Ling fell, tumbling down a cliff. A while later, Pei Ling's soul returned to his body. He sat up groaning, "Ugh, that hurts." Dealing with 2 5th-level cultivators is indeed a bit too much. Suddenly, Pei Ling noticed something strange. Where are they? Whatever, escaping is the best option. At this moment, something familiar caught Pei Ling's eye. Pei Ling didn't care and quickly ran away. Parting 2 bushes, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Huh!" Beyond the bushes was the same tree root with the familiar formation. He felt puzzled, thinking, "That's not right, how did I get back here?" Realizing he had just passed this tree root, Pei Ling stood there observing for a long time, looking at the mysterious patterns on it. In his heart, Pei Ling started to guess what could be happening. A bizarre formation. Could it be they want to sacrifice me to refine something? Nope, can't stay here. Having made up his mind, Pei Ling puffed out his chest and took a deep breath. Then, using all his might, he ran straight ahead. From the look on his face, you could tell he was determined to get out of there. Heave-ho, got a breakthrough. But as he ran, Pei Ling tripped over a small rock, lost his footing, and tumbled forward. Pei Ling tumbled head over heels down a slope, crashing through the bushes. But, the final point he rolled to was still the same bizarre tree. Gah, gah, Pei Ling lay by the tree, tears streaming down his face. It's over. This damned place, there's no way out. Lost in despair for a moment, a sudden thought popped into his head. Got it. I have a solution. Pei Ling sat up abruptly. Summoning the system screen in front of him, "System, I want to cultivate the blood ghost evasion technique right now." As soon as the request was made, a notification popped up, "Intelligent system and cultivation energy at your service. During the cultivation period, the host will lose control of his body. Please do not panic." As soon as the notification disappeared, spiritual power fluctuations began to emanate from Pei Ling's legs. Next, Pei Ling's body began to cultivate the blood ghost evasion technique. Each of his steps left behind a faint afterimage. After a while of cultivation, the information panel appeared again. Further cultivation of the blood ghost evasion technique requires the absorption of blood essence. The system will gift you a free high-grade blood essence bitter pill. Reading each word carefully, Pei Ling smiled with satisfaction, knew it was coming. Immediately afterward, the system controlled Pei Ling's body towards a sheer cliff face. He didn't pay much attention, still silently assessing this creepy place, which seemed to have nothing. "If you want blood essence, you gotta take me out of here to find some." But then, the system directly controlled Pei Ling's body, preparing to fly into the cliff face. Pei Ling instantly freaked out, panicking and yelling, "Bro, looking for a way out, not a way to die." However, he smoothly exited the formation and exclaimed, "So it was an illusion." Finally out. Pei Ling then continued to run forward, praising, "System, I gotta give you 4 stars for this one." Meanwhile, with Chen Huan and CODA was standing inside the formation circle, maintaining the formation. Just then, Chen Mi's group arrived, weakly saying, "We're back." Turning around, they saw the battered bodies of Huang Xian, along with Zhang Jungqin and Chen Mi. Chen Huan asked, puzzled, "What happened? Why are you all so injured?" Speaking of which, Huang Xian exploded, roaring furiously, "Got hit by a palm from that brat. Took quite a bit of effort to lure him into the maze. Didn't expect Zhang Jingshan to give him the yin life saber." As soon as the name of the saber was mentioned, a thought flashed through Chen Huan's mind, yin life saber. So, it seems this Pei Ling's relationship with Zhang Jingshan isn't simple. Sun Yinglan dared to deceive us. Seeing that his senior brother wasn't saying anything, Zhang Jungqin spoke anxiously, "Senior brother Chen, getting involved with Zhang Jingshan is not good. Should we?" However, Chen Huan paid no attention, instead letting out a wicked, crazed laugh. "It's fine, dead men tell no tales. He's trapped in the maze now, absolutely no way he can survive. Only half an hour left until the main formation is complete. Today I will definitely refine the soul summoning spell." The scene shifted once again to our protagonist. Pei Ling was running frantically into a dark cave, cursing, "Damn system, what kinda hellhole did you bring me to?" Pei Ling ran for a while longer, then stopped in front of some mysterious eggs, exclaiming, "Surely, there's no way, it can't be this much of a coincidence." Having psyched himself up, Pei Ling swung his blade, slicing through those eggs and absorbing all the essence blood within. Immediately, the system popped up a notification: Blood Essence Bitter Pill offering complete. The system will now continue assisting your cultivation. Pei Ling then entered a cultivation state for the Blood Ghost Evasion technique. A few minutes later, the system notified him again. This cultivation session has concluded. Thank you, host, for using the intelligent cultivation system. One-click ascension, no worries. Looking forward to your cultivation review. Give us 5 stars. As the system finished, Pei Ling emerged, having successfully cultivated the Blood Ghost Evasion technique. Suddenly, the cave began to shake violently, making Pei Ling feel uneasy. A giant spider had appeared out of nowhere, standing right behind Pei Ling, scaring him stiff. Could it be? Pei Ling immediately turned around, facing the human-faced spider, cursing under his breath, "Damn system, you're only ever worthy of a bad review." Immediately after, the human-faced spider attacked. Pei Ling could only use all his strength to run, searching for an escape route. While observing the situation, he commented, "Such a large body, and able to climb so fast, worthy of a Foundation establishment period beast." Suddenly, a daring idea popped into his head: let's see who's faster. Pei Ling swiftly used the Blood Ghost Evasion technique to jump behind the human-faced spider. But the spider immediately reacted and turned around. It saw Pei Ling running out of the cave. After escaping, Pei Ling cheerfully exclaimed to himself, "This Blood Ghost Evasion technique is so handy. Love you, Li Xianxia." However, Pei Ling didn't expect the human-faced spider to crawl out of the cave and chase after him. Seeing this, he cried out in alarm, "Ah! That thing is still chasing me." Then a wicked smile appeared on his face. Not responding would be rude, better head back towards Chen Huan and the others. The vengeful spirits within the soul beckoning banner screamed in rage, "Chen Huan! You won't die peacefully. Yan, Huang Xian, I treated you like a brother, and yet you betrayed me." The hateful screams continued, gradually turning into mournful wails. "Mia! I loved you, how could you treat me like this? Don't you feel any remorse? Zhang Zhongchen, I saved you, and yet you repay kindness with resentment. Coda, you bastard, you killed my own cousin for this." Chen Huan. Ignoring the vengeful words, Chen Huan indifferently ordered Coda, "The formation is complete, Co Shimei, begin." Coda immediately replied, "Understood." After answering, she took out a strange compass and began chanting, "Soul-devouring formation, activate." As soon as she finished speaking, the formation beneath their feet reacted, and the sky quickly darkened. With thunder and lightning crashing down, seeing this scene, Chen Huan smiled with satisfaction. Finally this day has come. However, halfway through, Coda suddenly froze as the formation lost its power. Chen Huan and Zhang Zhongchen rushed over to ask, "What's wrong?" Coda stammered, holding the compass, "The formation lacks a sacrifice." Pei Ling escaped. Chen Huan asked incredulously, "What?" Immediately, an argument erupted. Zhang Zhongchen questioned, "Co Shimei, what's wrong with your formation?" Coda quickly retorted, "There's nothing wrong with my formation. Did you really lure him here?" Zhang Zhongchen immediately argued back, "What do you mean by that? Are you implying we couldn't handle it?" Chen Huan roared in annoyance, "Stop arguing. It's a waste of time." Then he ordered, You summon the tracking wind and go with Huang Shidi and Zhang Shidi. Quickly chase after Pei Ling." Chen Mi immediately replied, "Yes." Finally, Chen Huan added one last instruction. "Remember to stay alive." With those words, the three of them bolted in the direction that the seeking wind compass had flown. As they ran, Chen Mi muttered, "What the hell? That Pei Lang actually managed to escape the maze." Zhang Zhongchen replied, "That little rascal is full of tricks. When we catch him, no need to hold back. Just keep him breathing." A bit further on, Chen Mi abruptly stopped. Huang Xian, seeing this, couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" The seeking wind compass, now back in Chen Mi's palm, made her anxious. The compass won't go any further. It seems to have encountered something terrifying. Does anyone have the map? Is there anything around here that would scare the compass? Huang Xian responded to the question, "There aren't any monstrous beasts around. Could it be the human-faced spider?" Zhang Zhongchen quickly dismissed the idea. "Impossible, the human-faced spider is in its breeding season and wouldn't leave its young to travel this far." Just then, a familiar figure came running from the distance. Chen Mi spotted him and called out to the two behind her, "Look. It seems like something's coming this way. As the figure came into focus, the group gasped in surprise. Pei Lang. Zhang Zhongchen, seeing him running towards them, said with satisfaction, "Looks like the little brat got lost, and he's running right to us." Chen Mi added, "He's saving us the trouble of looking for him." Huang Xian smirked at Pei Lang's appearance. This time, there's no way he's escaping. However, before they could react, Pei Lang zipped past Huang Xian, leaving him stunned and unable to do anything but stare, so fast. After running a short distance, Pei Lang turned back and waved, "Thanks for taking care of me these past few days. Here's a little something for you, hope you like it." Zhang Zhongchen and Huang Xian were furious as they watched him flee. "That little bastard," they roared, after him. Chen Mi, watching the scene unfold, could only ask in disbelief, what kind of movement technique is that Pei Lang cultivating? How is he so fast? Suddenly, behind them, the human-faced spider appeared with a tremendous commotion. Its appearance made him too terrified to turn around. When they finally snapped out of their shock, they took off running. Run! How did he lure the human-faced spider here? But before they could escape, the human-faced spider shot its webs towards them, and Chen Mi was caught in the sticky net. She screamed in terror and desperation, "Ah! Help me!" Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongchen, also running, stopped and called out, "Chen Shimei." But Huang Xian quickly refused to help. "Go. We can't save her." In moments, the human-faced spider lifted Chen Mi up, ready to devour her. She continued to plead, "No, no, please. I don't want to die. Save me." The next moment, only her scream of agony echoed through the air. Pei Lang, running in the distance, heard the scream and thought, "Don't blame me, you brought this on yourselves." Back with Chen Huan and Xiao Data, the two were sitting on the ground, meditating. Suddenly, Zhang Zhongchen and Huang Xian came running towards them in a panic. Chen Shisheng. Seeing their panicked state, Chen Huan asked in confusion, "Why are you always so frantic when you return? What happened? Where's my sister?" Zhang Zhongchen, gasping for air, struggled to speak. "Chen Shimei, she. Huang Xian jumped in, "It's all that Pei Lang brat's fault. He lured the human-faced spider to attack us. We barely escaped using the burning blood technique." Poor Chen Shimei. Hearing this, Chen Huan's face paled. "Mia. How could this be?" Xiao Data also gasped, exclaiming, "The human-faced spider. Isn't it about to catch up to us?" Xiao Data, after regaining her composure, urged Chen Huan, "Chen Shisheng, we're no match for the human-faced spider, we have to leave, now." Chen Huan quickly retorted, "We can leave, but look at these two battered disciples before us." Chen Huan added, "Huang Shidi and Zhang Shidi have exhausted their vital essence using the burning blood technique. How can they possibly run?" Chen Huan glanced at Xiao Data and questioned her, "Do you intend to abandon them?" Xiao Data, at a loss for words, stammered, I'm sorry, Chen Shisheng. I didn't mean that." Chen Huan then pulled a talisman from his sleeve. "At this point, we can only use the devouring soul parent-child formation. You two will enter the child formation's maze, find a corner, and use this concealment talisman to hide." Seeing the hesitation in Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongchen's eyes, Chen Huan reassured them, "After I lure the human-faced spider in, I'll have Xiao Shimei release you, and the spider will be trapped in the maze." Hearing this, Huang Xian voiced his doubts, but the maze couldn't even trap Pei Ling. Can it really trap a face spider at the Foundation establishment stage? Chen Huan immediately replied, "Although the face spider is at the Foundation establishment stage, its mind is far less developed than a human's, there's no way it can get out." Afraid they wouldn't believe him, he emphasized, "Given our years of camaraderie, would this senior brother harm you?" Zhu Xiao Tartar hesitated a bit, but Chen Huan quickly stepped forward, grasped Xiao Tartar's shoulder, and comforted her. "Xiao Shimei, I know this plan is risky, but it's the only way to save Huang Shidi and Zhang Shidi." Though reluctant, Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin had to compromise. "Given our current condition, escape is impossible. We can only trust you." "All right, we're going then." With that, the two turned and left. Chen Huan turned to Xiao Tartar and reminded her, "Xiao Shimei, be ready to go immediately." His expression suddenly turned sly as he said, "Once Huang Xian and Zhang Zhongqin are inside the formation, activate it and refine them into soul-summoning talismans." These words made Xiao Tartar's eyes widen in shock. Xiao Tartar, stunned, asked, "Chen Shisheng, what do you mean?" He stammered, "Xiao Shimei." Suddenly, Chen Huan reached out and embraced her waist. To Xiao Tartar's surprise, Chen Huan placed a kiss on her lips, then, his eyes filled with affection, he softly said, "Xiao Shimei, I'm doing this for you, Flustered by his gaze, she replied, "For me." Chen Huan put on a sorrowful expression and explained. "Xiao Shimei, you know that formation can't trap the face spider, only I, with the highest cultivation level, can escape, but I couldn't bear to leave you behind." Chen Huan looked towards the maze and continued, "Huang Xian and the other, they probably used me as bait to escape the face spider, they deserve to die, refining them into soul-summoning talismans is our only chance to survive." At this moment, Xiao Tartar reached out and covered his mouth, saying, "No need to say more, Shisheng." Understanding Chen Huan's intentions, she blushed and said, "I understand you, Huang Xian and the others have entered the death formation, let me activate it." Meanwhile, Huang Xian and Zhang Jungqin were luring the face spider into the formation. "Quick, we're almost at the death formation." As soon as they stepped inside, the formation was activated. Huang Xian and Zhang Jungqin, bewildered, exclaimed, "Oh no! Why did the formation activate early? Chen Huan, that bastard, tricked us." Immediately, the death formation began to devour their bodies. Seeing themselves about to be refined into soul-summoning talismans, Huang Xian and Zhang Jungqin roared in fury, "Chen Huan, you won't die peacefully. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off." After a while, the soul-summoning talismans were finally refined. Chen Huan was overjoyed, "It's done." At this moment, the evil spirits within the talismans cackled, "Ooh, isn't that Zhang Jungqin? Why are you here too? Huang Xian, you finally got what was coming to you." Holding the soul-summoning talismans in his hand, Chen Huan was ecstatic. "Thank you, Shimei, the soul-summoning talismans are complete. My years-long wish has finally come true." Xiao Tartar smiled and replied, "Shisheng, this is what I should do." A loud noise echoed from the depths of the forest. Xiao Tartar urged, "Chen Huan, something's wrong. That face spider is catching up. We need to run." Just as she was about to flee, she suddenly coughed up blood. Chen Huan had ruthlessly stabbed her through the chest. He coldly said, "Sorry, Shimei." Xiao Tartar, astonished and disbelieving, stammered, "Shisheng, you." Chen Huan leaned close to her ear and calmly continued, "Huang Xian and Zhang Jungqin's vital energy was severely damaged. The soul-summoning talismans are slightly flawed. I can only use your soul blood to enhance them." He abruptly withdrew his hand from Xiao Tartar's body, letting her collapse as he said, "Shimei, you were so devoted to me, I couldn't bear to be lacking at the final crucial moment, could I? From now on, you'll become a spirit within the soul-summoning talismans, always by my side, never leaving. I'm sure you'll like it." As he spoke, Chen Huan held the soul-summoning talismans towards her, drawing out her soul blood. With the deed done, he stroked the talismans in his hand and said complacently, "This way, I haven't let you down, Shimei. Good girl, stay inside obediently. Shisheng will fulfill his promise and get you out of here." The scene shifted to Pei Ling, rushing back to Luoshan City, panting. He thought, "Finally, Luoshan City, my spiritual power is completely depleted, I need to find someone who can help me." Just as his thoughts trailed off, he collapsed from exhaustion. Two gate guards, seeing this, asked, "Who are you?" Pei Ling, lying on the ground, struggled to take out his identity token and replied, "I have an important matter to report to the city lord." Seeing the token, the guards immediately recognized him and exclaimed, "It's Pei Ling, the outer disciple. Quickly take him to the city lord's mansion." A moment later, inside the mansion, Duan Mudan was channeling spiritual energy to heal him. While transferring spiritual power to Pei Ling, he assessed the situation. This kid's spiritual power is severely depleted. Could it be he messed with something he shouldn't have? At this moment, Pei Ling had woken up and was secretly scheming. This city lord seems somewhat reliable, even replenishing my spiritual power. Gotta find a way to pin this on Chen Huan and the others. After careful consideration, Pei Ling hastily knelt down and reported, "City lord, something terrible has happened." Seeing this, Duan Mutan calmly replied, "Pei Xiaoyu, don't panic, speak slowly." He didn't dare delay and immediately reported the situation. That Foundation establishment stage human-faced spider is heading towards Luo Mountain City. Senior brother Chen had senior sister Xiao set up an extremely complex formation. Unexpectedly, they wanted to use it to refine the soul beckoning banner with the human-faced spider. Hearing this, Duan Mutan furrowed his brows in astonishment. Meanwhile, Chen Huan was running away while angrily yelling, "Damn beast! Why are you still chasing me?" Just then, the human-faced spider spat out a stream of venom straight at him. Chen Huan immediately sensed the danger and exclaimed, "Oh no." He swiftly swung the soul beckoning banner to block the spider's attack. The spider's attack directly shattered the soul-beckoning banner's 3 souls and 7 spirits, his precious treasure ruined. Chen Huan cried out in anguish. My soul-beckoning banner. Chen Huan continued to flee while cursing, damn human-faced spider. Once I escape, I'll slaughter your entire lineage. Meanwhile, in the city lord's mansion, Duan Mutan asked Pei Ling in bewilderment. Use a human-faced spider to refine the soul-beckoning banner. How? Even I wouldn't dare touch that human-faced spider. Chen Shijia and the others are insane. Hearing this, Pei Ling sighed and replied. I really don't know what senior brother Chen was thinking anymore. Then, Pei Ling continued to report the earlier situation to Duan Mutan. In short, the plan failed, and they scattered in all directions. I escaped this disaster purely by luck. Soon, that human-faced spider will probably reach Luo Mountain City. City Lord, please think of a solution. Duan Mutan looked at him suspiciously and asked, Pei Xiaoyu, are you certain that human-faced spider is heading towards Luo Mountain City? Pei Ling tried to maintain a natural composure and affirmed, of course. But inwardly, he was panicking. Could this city lord have seen through my lie? Receiving his confirmation, Duan Mutan seemed reassured, then I'm relieved. Luo Mountain City has the yin-yang subduing demon formation located beneath Mount Shengzong. Any wild beast at the Zhuji stage that approaches the formation will be killed. After hearing his explanation, Pei Ling realized things weren't going according to plan. Crap, if Chen Huan and the others survive and reach Luo Mountain City, I'm dead. Just then, Duan Mutan continued, however, that human-faced spider is still quite dangerous. I can't just stand by and watch Chen Shijia die. He then declared righteously, it seems I must take action myself. Seeing Duan Mutan's behavior, Pei Ling was utterly bewildered. He actually wants to save them. In this treacherous sect, it's normal for fellow disciples to kill each other. Is he really that kind? Seeing him about to leave, Pei Ling quickly stopped him. City Lord, you know the human-faced spider's strength. I fear senior brother Chen and the others are in grave danger. There's no need to risk fighting the spider yourself. It's better to wait for it to approach the formation and be dealt with. Inwardly, he was carefully calculating, I need to probe a bit further. Duan Mutan then looked at Pei Ling with a somewhat unfriendly expression and replied, Pei Xiaoyu, don't worry, I know my limits. Stay here and cultivate, don't go anywhere, I'll be back soon. Duan Mutan's attitude made Pei Ling even more suspicious. After Duan Mutan left, Pei Ling continued to ponder, is he really going to save them? Or, whether it's to seize treasures or save people, I can't leave the city lord's mansion right now. I have to find a way to survive. After a while of thinking, he finally had an idea. I've got it. Meanwhile, Chen Huan was exhausted and his steps were sluggish. He held the soul-beckoning banner while muttering angrily, that bastard Pei Ling, when I get back, I'll make your life a living hell. After walking for a while, he saw Luo Mountain City in the distance, which filled him with immense joy. I'm almost at Luo Mountain City. He then started to scheme. The materials from a Zhuji stage demon beast are quite valuable. If that damned beast gets blasted by the city's protective formation, maybe I can even make some money off this. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Chen Huan. After seeing Duan Mutan's face clearly, he cried out in alarm, City Lord. Seeing him, Chen Huan rushed over like he'd found a life raft and desperately pleaded, please save me, City Lord. That human-faced spider has been chasing me all this way, it's exhausted now, this is a great chance for you to strike. Duan Mutan simply gave a light hymn in response. In the next second, he casually swung his hand and sent Chen Huan flying backward with a single palm strike. In the blink of an eye, Chen Huan crashed to the ground, coughing violently. Duan Mutan calmly picked up the soul-beckoning banner, stroking it with satisfaction. Bu Kui Shi Fu Qi Shang Pin, truly worthy of being a top-grade talisman artifact, he remarked. Despite facing a Zhuji stage cultivator and daring to resist, Chen Huan still didn't understand what was happening and asked in a harsh tone. City Lord, what do you mean by this? Duan Mutan immediately severed the connection between him and the soul-beckoning banner. And said coldly, Chen Shi, try it, don't blame me. Chen Huan instantly felt the agonizing pain of the backlash and clutched his head, screaming in agony. Damn it, he cut off my connection with the soul-beckoning banner so easily. Duan Mutan then put on a righteous facade and criticized, to think you harmed so many fellow disciples just to refine the soul-beckoning banner. You should have known better. Chen Huan still refused to accept it and shouted, Duan Mutan, how dare you? A Zhuji harming a Lianqi. According to the sect rules, you will. Before he could finish speaking, the human-faced spider suddenly appeared. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Chen Huan was terrified at the sight before him. The human-faced spider. Not wanting to die to the spider, he hurriedly begged Duanmudan, City Lord, spare me. Consider the soul beckoning banner as a tribute to you. Please spare my life. Chen Huan slammed his head on the ground, pleading, I am willing to be your ox or horse for life, to serve the Duanmu family forever. At this moment, Duanmudan raised his hand, unleashing his power. In an instant, countless vines appeared out of nowhere, binding Chen Huan tightly. Then he addressed the human-faced spider, Your Excellency, although I don't know how these juniors offended you, there is the Yin-Ming subduing demon formation ahead. Please stop here. Your cultivation level is similar to mine. Even if you don't enter the Yin-Ming subduing demon formation, fighting me will only result in casualties on both sides. Despite Chen Huan's utter terror, he calmly continued, although this little cultivator cannot compensate for your loss, this is a token of my goodwill. I hope Your Excellency can end this here, it will benefit both of us. Then, Chen Huan, bound by the spider silk, cried out in fear, no. Seeing the human-faced spider take Chen Huan away, Duanmudan cheerfully expressed his gratitude, thank you, Your Excellency, please take your leave. Chen Huan was not reconciled and shouted, Duanmudan, Pei Ling, you will all die in the end. The sect's disciplinary hall will not let you off. Hearing this, Duanmudan said coldly, let's talk when you survive and return. In the City Lord's mansion, Pei Ling sat waiting, wondering, why haven't they returned yet? Just then, Duanmudan returned. And said, young friend Pei, I'm truly sorry. He then explained the situation to Pei Ling with a hint of sorrow. That human-faced spider was too ferocious, I arrived a step too late, and senior brother Chen was killed by it. I risked my life fighting it to retrieve senior brother Chen's belongings. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, amazing. Realizing he'd misspoken, he quickly covered his mouth, thinking to himself, incredible. You really killed him and took his treasure. Seeing Pei Ling's strange expression, Duanmudan gave him a sharp look. Pei Ling reacted quickly and immediately knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. He put on a sorrowful expression and cried out, this is heartbreaking. Senior brother Chen was such a kind person, how could he die? Seeing this, Duanmudan hurriedly comforted him, young friend Pei, please grieve no more, the life and death of cultivators are predestined, and this tragedy is unavoidable. Seeing that Duanmudan no longer suspected him, Pei Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but ask curiously, City Lord, what about the whereabouts of the other senior brothers and sisters? Holding the soul beckoning banner, Duanmudan walked towards his seat and replied, I have sent people to search for them. I'm afraid they have also perished at the hands of the human-faced spider. Aside from some severed limbs, only a few belongings were found. He then took out a few items from his pocket and said to Pei Ling, take these, they'll serve as a memento. Looking at the items on the table, he inwardly scoffed, seriously? Not a single decent thing here. Just then, the soul-summoning banner suddenly appeared before him, startling Pei Ling. Duanmudan held out the soul-summoning banner and offered, and there's the soul-summoning banner, senior brother Chen's relic, you should take this too. This is a high-grade talisman, very rare indeed. Pei Ling, upon hearing this, looked at the item in front of him with shock, and thought to himself, yeah, a high-grade talisman all right, one that's refined using the lives of fellow disciples. I almost kicked the bucket because of this thing. If I take this soul-summoning banner, can you let me off the hook? After carefully considering, he returned the banner and cautiously replied, City Lord, what kind of person do you take me for? Senior brother Chen and the others provoked the face spiders, causing so much trouble for Luotian City and yourself. Pei Ling looked towards Duanmudan and stated his decision, I'll take the other relics, the City Lord should keep this soul-summoning banner. Senior brother Chen in the underworld would surely agree with this course of action. Seeing that he had said so, Duanmudan didn't press the matter further. All right then. Inwardly, Duanmudan was quite pleased, thinking, this kid knows what's good for him. My efforts weren't in vain. Seeing Pei Ling putting things into his bag, he curiously stroked his chin and asked, but there's one thing I can't quite figure out. Senior brother Chen was at the 6th level of Xianxia, yet he died at the hands of face spiders. Pei Ling, now with sweat beading on his forehead, thought, still suspicious, huh? Duanmudan then slowly walked towards him, staring intently as he slowly asked, could it be that little friend Pei possesses some extraordinary abilities? Pei Ling, unsure what to do, forced a laugh and replied, City Lord, you overestimate me. Actually, Scratching his head, he explained, to be honest, City Lord, this trip out of the sect was at Fairy Li's behest. If I don't complete the mission, I can't return. If it weren't for Miss Lu secretly helping me, Hearing this, Duan Mutan grew cautious and pondered. Wu Lu secretly helped him. Good thing I haven't been harsh on him. If I offend the Saintess, I'm toast. To be more certain, he asked again, little friend, are you really one of the Saintess people? Pei Ling, upon hearing this, said dejectedly, if the Saintess knew I was using her name for my own purposes, she would definitely be furious. Hearing his explanation, Duan Mutan stepped forward to comfort him. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, the Saintess naturally won't know, little friend Pei, there's no need to worry. Pei Ling, feeling immensely grateful, said, well, the current mission isn't complete yet, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the city lord for a while longer. Duan Mutan didn't find it troublesome at all, and proactively offered, well then, since little friend Pei has such a good relationship with the Saintess, I can take care of this mission for you. Time quickly passed, about half an incense stick's worth. Pei Ling had now returned to the city lord's mansion. The peach blossom demon was thrown heavily to the ground in front of him, making him jump and his face turn pale. Duan Mutan brought the purple-eyed weasel along as well and explained, little friend Pei, the purple-eyed weasel and the peach blossom demon are both here. Take their blood, use your identification plate to verify, and see if it satisfies the mission requirements. Hearing this, Pei Ling cupped his hands and replied awkwardly, you've worked hard, city lord. Then, he quickly proceeded to draw blood from the purple-eyed weasel and the peach blossom demon. He then brought out his identification plate to verify under Duan Mutan's expectant gaze, but after a long while, the plate remained unresponsive, leaving both of them stunned. Duan Mutan couldn't help but ask Pei Ling, why isn't there a reaction? Little friend Pei, did you not accept the mission at the miscellaneous commission office? Duan Mutan's words left Pei Ling confused. I still needed to accept the mission. Senior brother Chen and the others just said the mission was to deliver a letter to you and kill the peach blossom demon. After hearing Pei Ling, Duan Mutan explained, young friend Chen, they were all experienced with missions, how could they not remind you? Pei Ling feigned innocence, asking, is that so? How could that be? But inside, he was screaming, because those bastards only wanted him dead. Duan Mutan didn't want to delve into the reasons any further and instructed Pei Ling, never mind, little friend Pei, just bring them directly back to the sect, then go to the affairs hall to complete the procedures. Hearing this, he pondered, return to the sect. The thought of being tortured filled him with terror. No way, I haven't earned enough spirit stones yet. What if, after returning to the sect, my three good friends send people to intercept me? Left with no other choice, he shyly pleaded with the city lord, this trip outside hasn't been easy for me. Perhaps I should stay in Luotian City to cultivate for a few more days. Would that be all right? Hearing this, Duan Mutan approached him, clapped him on the shoulder, and said with feigned righteousness, it's not that I don't want to keep little friend here, but since you're the only survivor of this trip, it's easy to be accused of harming Chen Shija and the others. It would be best for little friend Pei to return to the sect quickly. Sensing his intentions, Pei Ling asked, the city lord's meaning is. Before he could finish, Duan Mutan interrupted, little friend Pei wouldn't want to use the Saintess's name to defend himself from such accusations, right? Therefore, you should return quickly and report back to me, which will also help you investigate evidence at the enforcement hall and clear your name. With no opportunity to stall further, Pei Ling could only sigh and think, you want to get rid of me this quickly. Looks like you're afraid that the Saint sect will discover your murder and robbery. I'll leave Luotian City and find a chance to escape. Having no other choice, he accepted Duan Mutan's proposal. Thank you for your assistance, City Lord. I'll pack my things and leave immediately. A moment later, Pei Ling took the purple-eyed weasel and peach blossom demon with him as he flew into the sky on his cloud, bidding farewell. Thank you for your hospitality, City Lord. Farewell, Duan Mutan replied from below. Give my regards to the fairy. After he left, Duan Mutan's subordinate asked, City Lord, he's only at the 4th level of Xianxia. Is he truly one of the Saintess's people? Duan Mutan looked towards where Pei Ling had departed and replied, not certain, this kid is quite cunning, the face spider incident was likely his doing, perhaps. However, helping him this time, no matter the outcome, we haven't lost anything. The subordinate, still confused, pressed, City Lord, please elaborate. He turned to explain, Chen Huan and his group have some reputation in Huan Peak. This time, they were on a mission, so many people must know about it. They came to Lower Sun City to deliver a letter to me, and now even their corpses are gone. The sect will definitely suspect me of killing them and stealing their belongings. Above, Pei Ling sat glumly on the yin corpse cloud, complaining loudly, this yin corpse cloud. Why is it automatically navigating? I don't want to go back so soon. Below, Duanmu Dam continued his explanation. The fine for a Zhuji cultivator killing a Lianqi cultivator is high enough for those rabid dogs in the disciplinary hall to pursue this to the bitter end. Pei Ling returned safely and completed the mission alone. People will naturally suspect him of hiding his true abilities and harming his fellow disciples. He held up the soul-summoning banner, a smug look on his face. If Pei Ling truly is one of the saintest people, helping him is helping myself. If not, we can sever all ties. After all, this soul-summoning banner was given to me by Pei Ling, not stolen. Duanmu Dam's plan was so perfect that his subordinate couldn't help but praise. City Lord, your foresight is truly remarkable. He stroked the soul-summoning banner in his hand, continuing to plot. Once the disciplinary hall finishes investigating this soul-summoning banner case, it will rightfully fall into my hands. The scene shifts to Zheng Lao's residence in Huam Peak. This woman is Han Su, Li Siguang's grandmother and Li Bing's concubine. She knelt heavily on the ground, wailing, "I beg you, master. You must kill that beast Pei Ling." She bowed her head, crying out in anguish, "Si Guang is your own grandson. You must avenge him. This old man, Li Bing, is an elder of Huam Peak." He responded, "I asked my disciples to arrange for him to stay in Si Guang's house. Where are they?" Han Su avoided his gaze, fearfully replying, "Are reporting back, they're dead." Li Bing asked in surprise, "Dead?" Han Su, still kneeling, hastily explained, "These past few days, master, you've been in closed-door cultivation. Along with the Miao and Zhou families, we made sure he died." Hearing this, Li Bing slammed his hand on the chair in fury, roaring, "Fools! Such an important witness, and you silenced him." He continued in frustration, "Think, Han Su, use your brain. Where did that Pei Ling get the ability to kill Si Guang and the other two?" Li Bing, seething with rage, explained the situation to her. "The crux of the matter isn't Pei Ling, but the one pulling the strings behind him." Elsewhere, a delicate sneeze echoed. It was Zheng Jingshan. After sneezing, he rubbed his nose in confusion, muttering, "Who's talking smack about me?" Back with Li Bing, he began to analyze the situation. "I heard the inheritance hall say Pei Ling was acting on orders from the inner sect branch master to the outer sect." The deeper he dug, the more confused he became, and Si Guang and the others died by some strange blade technique. Besides that person in the holy sect, who else could conceal such a bizarre blade technique? After careful consideration, Han Su nervously responded, "Master, you mean, the branch master of the Jiansang branch, Zheng Jingshan." Li Bing pieced everything together. The Jiansang branch and Zhaoshuan branch have a long-standing feud. Not long ago, Zheng Jingshan even spread rumors that he wanted revenge on the Zhaoshuan branch master, Miao Chengyang, so Pei Ling was probably acting on Zheng Jingshan's orders to kill Miao Chengyang's direct descendant, Miao Cheng'an. Si Guang was just unlucky to be caught in the crossfire. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Pei Ling was taken away by Chen Hang and his group. He's probably already a ghost within the soul-summoning banner. As for Zheng Jingshan, he's a distant relative of Li Zhenchuan. Without evidence, I don't dare act rashly. Seeing Li Bing's hesitant attitude, Han Su cried out in despair, "Si Guang is your own grandson. Are you really going to do nothing?" He coldly replied, "Of course not." Li Bing turned and instructed, "Inform the Miao and Zhou families. Have Zhou Zhenchuan restrain Li Zhenchuan, so Miao Chengyang can deal with Zheng Jingshan. Without Li Zhenchuan's protection, Zheng Jingshan is useless against Miao Chengyang." The scene changes to the Kulan courtyard. Zheng Jingshan sat before Ouyang Tianjing, reminding him, "Ouyang Tianjing, your netherworld female official aperture hasn't fully formed yet. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary." Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside the gate, causing Zheng Jingshan to turn his head in surprise. The inner sect branch master of the Zhaoshuan branch, Miao Chengyang, burst through the wall and stormed into the Kulan courtyard, roaring furiously, "Zheng Jingshan, come out and die." Zheng Jingshan was stunned by his appearance. "Miao Chengyang, Miao Cheng'an." Then, clenching his fists and gathering his power, he prepared to attack Zheng Jingshan, shouting, "Eat my fist." Miao Chengyang's imposing aura startled Zheng Jingshan. He yelled, "How dare you!" Immediately, Miao Chengyang swung his arm, unleashing his heart demon fist directly at Zheng Jingshan. Zheng Jingshan immediately used his clear water battle body to counter the attack. The blow was so powerful that it forced Zheng Jingshan back several steps. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxing rushed forward to support him. She asked anxiously, "Sect leader, are you all right?" Hearing Ouyang Tianxing's concerned question, Zheng Jingshan replied, "I'm fine, get out of the way." Let this sect leader deal with him. Concerned about his reputation, Zheng Jingshan boasted, I, the esteemed sect leader of the Jian Tang sect, would lose face if I needed help from my disciples. Damn, is this Miao Chengan at the late Yuji stage? Why is he causing trouble out of nowhere? He then drew his sword and warned, Miao Chengyang, are you crazy? You and I have always kept to our own territories, before, the senior brothers and sisters of the three sects. Today, why do you suddenly want to ambush me? Miao Chengyang gathered his strength and furiously charged forward, roaring, suddenly. You commanded demons and ghosts, ordered the killing of my younger brother, and thought I wouldn't find out. Forget the three sects. Even if I cause chaos in front of Li Zhenchuan himself. I don't care. Zheng Jingshan immediately blocked his attack and asked in confusion, wait, when did I ever send someone to kill your younger brother? I don't even know where he is. Seeing him still denying it, Miao Chengyang became even angrier, still not admitting it. Weren't you spreading rumors a few days ago about wanting revenge on me? At this moment, Zheng Jingshan suddenly recalled the events of a few days prior. Back then, he had confidently declared in front of his brothers, who the hell is Miao Chengyang? Sooner or later, I'll teach him a lesson. Then, he turned around, looked at his three brothers, and roared angrily, which bastard spread that around? The three of them immediately looked away guiltily, avoiding Zheng Jingshan's gaze. With things having come to this point, he couldn't deny it any longer, so Zheng Jingshan admitted, so what if I did? But how can I admit to something I didn't do? Seeing his arrogant attitude, Miao Chengyang unleashed his netherworld evasion and shouted, still trying to be sly. You killed my brother. You'll pay. Zheng Jingshan was terrified when he saw the technique being unleashed. Netherworld evasion. In front of Zheng Jingshan, everything went pitch black in an instant. Then he heard faint voices in his ears, sect leader, sect leader. A long while later, Zheng Jingshan opened his eyes to see Ouyang Tianxing anxiously calling, sect leader, you're awake. Zheng Jingshan woke up with bandages all over his body and cried out in pain. He suddenly sat up and lamented inwardly, damn, this is so embarrassing, I got knocked out cold again. No way, this can't just end like this. So, Zheng Jingshan ordered, quickly report to the disciplinary hall. Tell them the sect leader of Zhao Xuan's sect openly came to our doorstep to challenge me. Ji Ying, who was standing beside him, immediately reported, sect leader. Before leaving, sect leader Miao said he would personally go to the disciplinary hall to pay the fine. You don't need to worry. Ouyang Tianxing added, he also said he spared your life out of respect for Fairy Li and that he would often visit sect leader for sparring practice in the future. The immense humiliation made Zheng Jingshan grind his teeth in anger, damn it. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, just who the hell is messing with me? The scene shifted to another location. Pei Ling sat gloomily on a cloud, grumbling, it's really hard to gather 90,000 spirit stones without relying on Pei Honnian. Should I return to the sect and ask Zheng Jingshan how to earn spirit stones? At this moment, Pei Ling arrived at the task hall. After handing over the purple-eyed weasel and the peach blossom demon, the person in charge gave Pei Ling the spirit stones and said, the procedures for your missions have been completed, a total of 167 low-grade spirit stones. Pei Ling quickly took the spirit stones and replied, thank you, senior brother. Pei Ling hugged the spirit stones and thought happily, awesome. This trip, 3 missions without doing anything, and I gained so many spirit stones. I can buy a lot of things at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Just then, Pei Ling's footsteps suddenly stopped. He pondered gloomily, if it weren't for those 3 showing up out of the blue. Suddenly, someone approached, grabbed his shoulder, and asked, are you the new disciple, Pei Ling? The old guy facing Pei Ling was Xiang Liang, from the Huoyan Peak Enforcement Hall. The old man looked at him and coldly ordered, come with us obediently, or do we have to invite you? Meanwhile, in Chao Na's palace, Lu Dai respectfully reported to Li Liu, Master, Pei Ling has completed the Blood Ghost Blade art and safely returned to the sect. Li Liu, sitting leisurely and holding a skull in her hand, received the news from Chen Huan and simply nodded, uttering a soft mm. Wu Lu then hesitantly continued, however, Pei Ling has been taken by the enforcement hall for questioning regarding the previous attempted murder of fellow disciples. Those 3 who were killed in the outer sect also held some status. Does Master need to intervene? Li Liu, still stroking the skull, calmly asked, has the blood ghost evasion art been given to Pei Ling? Wu Lu quickly replied, yes, Master, the evasion art has been given to Pei Ling. Suddenly, Li Liu crushed the skull in her hand. A burst of murderous aura erupted around her as she warned, no peeking during cultivation. Pei Ling and Wu Lu trembled before Li Liu's oppressive aura, responding, understood. There's also the matter of Zheng Jingshan being. Before she could finish, Li Liu dismissed them with a curt, leave. Having no other choice, Lu Dai acknowledged and quickly retreated. At the enforcement hall, Pei Ling sat opposite Xiang Liang. Xiang Liang picked up a report and coldly asked, 2 hours ago, during the third watch of the 14th, your resentment hadn't yet dissipated. While on your way back, you took advantage of Miao Chang'an and the other two's lapse in vigilance, entered their room, and slit Li Siguang's throat, killing him. His gaze turned sharp. At the critical moment, you dodged Miao Chang'an's sword talisman and ultimately killed Miao Chang'an and Zhu Yi under the peach tree. After reading, Xiang Liang asked Pei Ling, this account details the events. Do you have any objections? Pei Ling forced a smile and replied, no. Inwardly, he exclaimed, what the hell? That's even more detailed than what I remember. Does the Zhongming sect have surveillance cameras on me or something? Xiang Liang, receiving his answer, stamped the report and said, very well. He handed the report to Pei Ling and asked, you know the rules, right? Pei Ling immediately read the report's contents. Outer disciple Pei Ling violated sect rules by engaging in a fight with Miao Chang'an, Li Siguang, and Zhu Yi, resulting in their deaths. Now, based on their cultivation level, contributions to the sect, abilities within the sect, investments made by the sect in them, their backgrounds, and the impact of their deaths on the sect, the verdict is as follows. Outer disciple Pei Ling is to compensate 74,841 low-grade spirit stones, starting today, with full payment due within 3 months. Holding the penalty notice from the Huoyan Peak Enforcement Hall, Pei Ling couldn't help but tear up 74,841 low-grade spirit stones in just 3 months. Can I even gather that much? Seeing his reaction, Xiang Liang chuckled and offered, so many spirit stones, certainly not easy to collect, is it? Don't worry, you won't need to fret over this matter any longer. His sudden kindness gave Pei Ling a bad feeling. What do you mean? Enforcement hall disciples rushed forward, brutally slamming his head into the ground. Xiang Liang stood up and calmly stated, the Miao, Zhu, and Li families are willing to pay your fine in exchange for your life. The enforcement hall, considering your inability to pay, has agreed to their request. Hearing this, Pei Ling angrily questioned, wasn't it supposed to be 3 months? Why are you going back on your word? Xiang Liang approached him and coldly said, rules can change. The holy sect's interests come first. As he spoke, he released the image of a green serpent. Seeing the serpent lunging towards him, a terrified Pei Ling blurted out, wait. I can pay the fine within 3 months. Cornered, Pei Ling desperately cried out, I can have inner sect branch master Zheng Jingshan, vouch for me. Xiang Liang's eyes flickered, branch master Zheng. To save his life, Pei Ling hurriedly explained, yes. Branch Master Zheng agreed to let me into the outer sect, he can vouch for me. Having said that, Pei Ling pondered. Maybe Zheng will give Li Xianxia some face and spare my life. After all, I still have to finish the Blood Ghost Evasion art homework and submit it to Li Xianxia. Hearing this, Xiang Liang began to consider, Zheng Jingshan and Miao Chang'an have never gotten along. If Zheng Jingshan vouches for him, the Miao family will definitely be displeased, but Zheng Jingshan is a distant relative of Li Zhenchuan. If we don't give him some face, the enforcement hall will have no standing in the holy sect in the future. After careful calculation, he chuckled, well then, we'll pay Branch Master Zheng a visit and see if he's willing to vouch for you. With a sinister expression, he threatened, if I find out you've lied, your fate will be even worse. The scene shifted to a small courtyard. Zheng Jingshan, recuperating from his injuries, grumbled, damn it. It's been a long time since I've been this wronged. If I find out who did this to me, I'll chop them into pieces and roast them. Just then, a loud knock at the gate caught his attention. Xiang Liang knocked and called out, Branch Master Zheng, the enforcement hall is here. Zheng Jingshan wondered, which enforcement hall disciple is trying to bother me now? After a moment, he replied, speak your business at the door, I'm in closed door cultivation. Xiang Liang went straight to the point, very well. Then, Pei Ling recently violated sect rules and is currently unable to pay the fine. He wants you to sign a guarantee agreement. This is just what Pei Ling claims. If you're unwilling, we'll leave immediately. Pei Ling silently pleaded, I'm counting on you, Zheng Jingshan. Zheng Jingshan frowned in thought. Pei Ling. What did he do? Don't tell me that kid robbed someone's bone pills again. Why does senior sister favor him so much? Jiang Liang immediately listed Pei Ling's offenses: attempted murder of fellow disciple Miao Chang'an, attempted murder of fellow disciple Li Siguang, attempted murder of fellow disciple Zhu Dai. Annoyed, Pei Ling retorted, they tried to rob my Yansheng blade first. Just then, Zheng Jingshan arrived and opened the door. Without a word, he shoved Jiang Liang aside and marched straight to Pei Ling. Zheng Jingshan exploded in anger, gritting his teeth as he interrogated, Pei Ling, did you kill Miao Chang'an? Looking at his current state, Pei Ling asked worriedly, senior brother Zheng, how did you get injured? Zheng Jingshan's anger deflated, he sighed and replied, I had no choice. Pei Ling explained everything to him. That day, I met Li Siguang, Miao Chang'an, and Zhu Dai. They disrespected senior brother and tried to steal my Yansheng blade. To protect senior brother's honor, I had to cut him down with my Yansheng blade. Seeing Zheng Jingshan's fury, Jiang Liang cut to the chase. Branch Master Zheng, the fine is this much. He stared at Pei Ling's innocently pitiful face. Zheng Jingshan forced himself to calm down and lower his voice. If it weren't for senior sister, I'd be grilling you right now. Left with no other option, he turned to Jiang Liang, give me the contract, I'll sign it. Jiang Liang quickly complied, producing the pen and contract. Then, I'll trouble Branch Master Zheng. The contract read, Disciple Pei Ling of Huayan Peak, Zhongming Sect, is unable to pay the fine. Guarantor, Zheng Jingshan. Agrees to guarantee Pei Ling. If Pei Ling fails to pay the fine on schedule, the guarantor, Zheng Jingshan, will pay the remaining amount to the disciplinary hall. Pei Ling will be handled by the disciplinary hall and punished. Pei Ling, guaranteed by Zheng Jingshan. Seeing Zheng Jingshan's intervention, Pei Ling was overjoyed. All right, this little punk's face is saved, mission accomplished. Jiang Liang and the disciplinary hall disciples left. Thank you for your cooperation, Branch Master Zheng. We'll take our leave. Pei Ling, still oblivious to Zheng Jingshan's strange behavior, said innocently, Senior brother Zheng, I'll definitely gather the fine within the time limit. Then, Zheng Jingshan suddenly swung at Pei Ling, making him yelp in terror. Zheng Jingshan's fist stopped just inches from his face. Terrified, Pei Ling stammered, Senior brother Zheng. Zheng Jingshan opened his hand, revealing a dead fly. He said casually, got it. Watching Zheng Jingshan stalk inside, a confused Pei Ling thought, did he just try to kill me? Zheng Jingshan, walking away, asked, how much is the fine? Pei Ling, blushing, revealed the amount. 74,841 low-grade spirit stones. The enormous number shocked Zheng Jingshan so badly that his wounds reopened. Seeing his reaction, Pei Ling asked with concern, Senior brother Zheng, are you all right? The situation worried him. Oh no, this much spirit stone, Senior brother Zheng can't handle this alone. Zheng Jingshan, his anger resurfacing, gritted his teeth and asked Pei Ling, what was the cultivation level of those three, Miao Chang'an and the others? Pei Ling quickly reporting to senior brother Zheng, 2 of them were at the 4th level of Lianqi, and 1 was at the 5th level of Lianqi. Hearing Pei Ling's report, Zheng Jingshan couldn't believe his ears, thinking to himself, impossible, this brat is clearly only at the 4th level of Lianqi. Seeing Pei Ling completely unharmed, Zheng Jingshan grew even more puzzled. Killed 3 cultivators of higher levels and no injuries, this kid's talent is extraordinary. Senior sister really has a good eye for talent. Finally, he sighed and thought miserably, why am I so unlucky? I've run into this little ancestor. Zheng Jingshan walked inside and instructed, I can't get that many spirit stones right now, figure out a way to gather them yourself. You can go to other mountains to listen to lectures on skills, maybe you'll find a suitable way to earn spirit stones. Pei Ling brightened up and replied with clasped hands, thank you, senior brother. He thought contentedly, at least I can live for another 3 months. This trip wasn't a complete waste. Then, Pei Ling skipped away cheerfully, then I'll be going now, farewell, senior brother. Watching him leave, Zheng Jingshan felt a pang of resentment, we both fought above our level, so why is he fine? While I'm covered in injuries. Meanwhile, at Fufeng Mountain, the mountains occasionally held lectures on skills, which any disciple could attend. Fufeng Mountain's specialty was talisman crafting. Pei Ling started calculating in his mind, even with senior brother Zheng's guarantee, I still need to gather the fine. He pondered while learning talisman crafting. Originally, Pei Hongnian almost became an inner disciple thanks to his talent in talisman crafting. Pei Ling quickly drew a rather strange-looking talisman, thinking, maybe I have this talent too. Just then, the Fufeng lecturer approached, instructing the students, as the saying goes, new paste makes good glue. If you want to become a talisman master, you must first learn how to craft talismans. He then brought 5 people forward for a demonstration. The skin and bones of these 5 people are all different. You can choose the most suitable person from within to be made into a talisman, the most outstanding one, reward. The surrounding crowd, hearing this, became excited and rushed forward. He, this woman's skin is really soft. The skin of the old talisman maker is the best. A virgin's is the best. Pei Ling stood to the side, thinking helplessly, this freaking sect is something else, but kinda normal too, I guess. But talisman making isn't for me. Then he went to Chi Feng lecturer's class. There, she was arrogantly introducing herself. I am a female lecturer specializing in weapon casting. Just 3 sentences will make it easy for you to learn weapon casting. Then she vigorously swung her whip as she continued teaching. First, you must learn to feel pain before you can cast weapons, punishment that makes the punished suffer more pain. After whipping a female disciple, she asked, have you felt the pain yet? The female disciple knelt on the ground, although beaten, but feeling excited, she pleaded, Master, a little harder. Pei Ling was speechless at such a teaching method. Maybe the other lecturers are the problem. Pei Ling then went to find the Yu Shou Feng lecturer. There, he was also explaining the Tao of beast taming. First, you must be in harmony with the beast. Under any circumstances, you must always trust your demonic beast. Then he put his hand into the demonic beast's mouth without any fear, open wide. Only when you let your guard down with it can you. What followed was a bloody scene that left Pei Ling speechless and depressed. Time quickly passed to late afternoon, a whole day of classes and nothing decent to learn, making Pei Ling very annoyed. This cunning sect doesn't have anything for normal people to learn, does it? Last stop, if this doesn't work out, I'm not learning anything anymore. Then he thought helplessly, if all else fails, I'll just sell my undershirt and pay the fine. Pei Ling quickly arrived at the Dan room. Stepping inside, he saw the lecturer seriously teaching everyone, Dan Fire and Dan Furnace, a total of 9 grades, greatly influence alchemy. The Dan Feng lecturer was Yan Gu, and he was diligently explaining, this is a 7th grade Dan Fire that I was lucky enough to obtain when I was young. First, you can rent a Dan room in the mountain. Although it's 7th grade, it's enough for you to refine ordinary pills. Pei Ling sat down to listen to the lecture and couldn't help but sigh. This place feels a little more reliable. Then he continued teaching, next, I will demonstrate the process of refining bone pills for you. As soon as Yan Gu finished speaking, the system announced, detected external transmission of alchemy techniques, currently acquiring, found it appearing. This made Pei Ling extremely happy. Dog system, you finally showed up. After half an hour, Yan Gu had refined 3 elementary bone pills. Then he held up the pill recipe in front of everyone and explained, above is the entire process of refining elementary bone pills. After class, you can go to the Yan family Dan shop in the market to buy ingredients for practice. Mention my name, Yan Gu, and you'll get a discount. At this time, the system announced, successfully acquired alchemy technique, please name it. View this information. Pei Ling cheered joyfully, alright. After Pei Ling named it, the system continued to announce, completed naming alchemy technique, eye bone pill. Pei Ling then thought confidently, as long as the system can absorb it, then I'm a little alchemy genius. Very quickly, Pei Ling arrived at the Yan family Dan shop. The senior brother at the counter asked in confusion, Junior brother, are you sure you're only buying 2 portions of alchemy ingredients? Even a disciple with exceptional talent needs a few hundred furnaces to successfully refine a pill. You're just throwing money away. After spending 74 spirit stones to buy 2 portions of alchemy ingredients, Pei Ling replied, thank you for the reminder, senior brother, but I still want to try. In his heart, he actually agreed with the senior brother's opinion, you're right, but I'm broke. Seeing Pei Ling leave, the people in the Yan family Dan shop started gossiping, another kid tricked by martial uncle Yan into alchemy. How foolish, don't worry about it so much. We're making spirit stones by cooperating with martial brother Yan to sell these alchemy materials anyway. Indeed, Pei Ling quickly went to the alchemy room. The senior brother in charge, after receiving 2 spirit stones, assigned Pei Ling an alchemy spot. A top-grade alchemy room for 1 hour has been opened. He immediately thanked him. Many thanks, senior brother. Pei Ling immediately went inside and started calculating. Choose any room, take the inscription plate, and you can go in. He then took the inscription plate, opened an alchemy room, and pondered, Zheng Jingshan has vouched for the relatives and friends of those 3 guys, so they probably won't do anything to me. Moreover, old thief Duanmu has already settled Chen Huan's matter. Now I just need to focus on alchemy and earn spirit stones. After entering the alchemy room, Pei Ling sat down in front of the Dan furnace, preparing to refine pills. Pei Ling pressed a button on the system and said, begin cultivation. At this moment, the system announced, cultivation system, wholeheartedly at your service. Just 1 click, level up, anyone. Now beginning cultivation under system control. Pei Ling quickly entered the state of refining eye bone pills. His hand swiftly processed each ingredient. Then, Pei Ling simultaneously placed all the ingredients into the Dan furnace and began the refining process. After half an hour, the pills were finished. The fragrance emanating from the Dan furnace was incredibly rich. the system announced, "This alchemy session is complete. Thank you for using the Cultivation system, just one click, and ascension is a piece of cake." Pei Ling didn't dare to delay, putting the eye-bone pills into a bottle and counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 12 eye-bone pills. He picked one up and appraised it with satisfaction. The color is much more translucent than the one I originally took from Zheng Jingshan. At this time, the system displayed another notification: "Please share your cultivation review. If satisfied, please give a 5-star rating." Pretty satisfied with this run, Pei Ling cheerfully said, "No crashes this time. This young master rewards you with 4 stars. Then, he started meticulously calculating in his head, "Let me see. 1 bone forging pill sells for 10 spirit stones at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. If I reclaim them, I can probably get at least 7 pills back. 1 cauldron yields 84 pills, 2 cauldrons is 168, deducting 94 for expenses, the profit is 74 stones, 2 cauldrons per hour, 12 hours a day, 30 days a month, no eating or sleeping for 3 months. Finishing his calculations, he couldn't contain his joy and jumped up. "I can earn 79,920 spirit stones." Pei Ling confidently poked a button on the system interface, saying, "What's so scary about 07? I've got the system, after all. 1 more cauldron and that's another 74 stones." Pei Ling had just placed the ingredients inside when the cauldron exploded. The system promptly announced, "Insufficient spiritual power detected, alchemy failed, cultivation session terminated." His face blackened by the explosion. Pei Ling cried, "My ingredients." A while later, Pei Ling dragged himself to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, grumbling inwardly, "Damn dog system. Why didn't you tell me I didn't have enough spiritual power? Tortured me for half a day, and now I'm down 10 spirit stones to fix the cauldron." Just then, a voice of complaint rang out, "Your 100 Treasures Pavilion takes in bone forging pills for 5 spirit stones, but sells them back for 12. What a rip-off." The pavilion attendant retorted, "Sir, please mind your words. The bone-forging pill in your hand is crafted by Jin Sumi of Ruoshu Peak. Of course, it's a bit more expensive." Pei Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 stones is that little? The customer wouldn't let it go, holding up the pill. "Aren't all pills the same? Why should I pay extra?" Unfazed, the parrot-like attendant continued, "Jin Sumi is an outer sect prodigy. The pills she refines are extraordinary. You'll feel the difference after taking a few." Pei Ling sheepishly approached and asked, "Excuse me, where do I go to sell pills?" Internally, he thought, 2 spirit stones to my name. "Gotta sell what I can." The parrot immediately pointed in a direction. "That way, go through the circular door, 3rd room on the left." Following the directions, Pei Ling bowed in thanks. "Many thanks." Meanwhile, the parrot continued arguing with the customer. "See, would you dare eat pills refined by just anyone? Only the benevolent holy sect, even at a loss, accepts pills refined by Jin Sumi. Though a bit pricey, the effects are superb, rest assured." The customer sounded hesitant. "What you say does make some sense." Overhearing this, Pei Ling gritted his teeth. "That feathered beast. One day I'll roast you and eat you with salt and pepper." A voice from a room ahead caught his attention. "Top-grade foundation establishment pill." The elderly appraiser's voice was filled with praise. "Taoist Jin, achieving top-grade pills in less than 10 years of alchemy, you truly possess extraordinary talent. Perhaps you'll be attempting Zhuji pills soon." A woman responded modestly, "Senior flatters me, I was merely lucky." "Zhuji pills are still a long way off." Xiao Ningzi, standing beside her, said admiringly, "Junior Sister Jin is too humble. Just by using the pills you refine, my strength has greatly improved. Zhuji pills will surely be child's play for you." Lu Luxiang chimed in, "It's a pity Junior Sister Jin lacks a Zhuji pill recipe. Otherwise, giving it a try wouldn't hurt." Observing this scene from outside, Pei Ling thought, "Junior Sister Jin must be the Jin Sumi that Parrot was talking about, HMPH, and she's got even more nauseating bootlickers than Pei Hongnian." Xiao Ningzi glanced towards the door and spotted Pei Ling. Seeing him standing timidly outside, he angrily demanded, "Kid, what are you doing here?" I'm here to sell pills." Pei Ling replied flatly, cursing inwardly, "Damn bootlicker." Xiao Ningzi, dissatisfied with his attitude, snapped, "You blind fool, can't you see Junior Sister Jin is?" Before he could finish, a woman intervened. "It's all right, there's still space in the room." The woman was Jin Sumi, the genius alchemist of Ruoshu Peak. She opened her mouth to introduce herself. "This humble one is Jin Sumi. Please, junior brother, come inside and wait a moment." Seeing her refined manner, Pei Ling politely replied, "Many thanks, senior sister. At this time, the old man in charge of purchasing pills instructed his disciple, "Go outside and see how the pill sales are going." His disciple quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Then the old man took out a box containing a bag of pills and cheerfully continued, "Fellow Taoist Jin, let's continue. Here are 347 pills, including one high-grade replenishing essence pill, to be used for payment. From now on, fellow Taoist Jin's pills will all be purchased at a high price, a 10% premium. We hope fellow Taoist Jin can trade more with our 100 Treasures Pavilion." Jin Sumi was quite satisfied with such compensation and replied, "Then thank you very much." Pei Ling, listening in from the side, felt incredibly envious. Dang it. Refining high-grade pills gets you a higher price, huh? I wonder how this cunning system refines pills for me. At this time, the disciple who was inspecting the pills reminded him, "Stop looking, she's a prodigy. We're lucky enough to even accept the old pills you refine." Just opening the pill bottle, the rich pill fragrance hit him, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, this bone-mending pill." He couldn't contain his curiosity and blurted out, "Seems like," before Pei Ling cut him off, "Seems like what? Don't try to trick me." The old man also caught a whiff of the pill fragrance and gasped, "This pill fragrance is..." Suddenly, he stood up abruptly and shouted excitedly, "Could it be a high-grade bone-mending pill? What?" The old man then walked over, stroking his beard and confirming, "TSK, this rich pill fragrance, can't be wrong." Jin Sumi, upon hearing this, fell into silent contemplation. "A high-grade bone-mending pill?" Pei Ling then also spoke up, questioning. "High-grade, dog system, you're surprisingly useful sometimes." The disciple standing next to him sneered, mocking his shabby appearance. "How could someone as poor as you refine a high-grade bone-mending pill? Probably picked it up somewhere, right?" The old man immediately walked over, slapped the disciple, and scolded him profusely. Afterwards, he forced a smile and said, "This kid is new to the 100 Treasures Pavilion and doesn't understand the rules. We hope fellow Taoists will forgive our 100 Treasures Pavilion. We are willing to offer 40 spirit stones for your high-grade bone-mending pill, fellow Taoist." The disciple, put in a difficult position, had to apologize. Pei Ling, hearing this, stood in thought for a moment. 40 stones, huh? Recoup the capital, wait a bit longer, the price might go up. He stroked his chin a few times and replied, "I'll think about it." Xiao Ningzi, standing beside Jin Sumi, was extremely envious and gritted her teeth. Where did this little brat get these pills? How dare he show off in front of junior sister Jin? Jin Sumi also pondered deeply. Bone-mending pills use cheap ingredients, and the difficulty of refining them to high grade is much higher than that of this replenishing essence pill. It must be from the hands of a grandmaster. If I could study it a bit, my pill refining skills could also improve significantly. With that said, she walked over, took his hand, and gently called, "Junior brother." As she called out, she guided his hand to her chest and said, "I'm willing to offer 50 spirit stones, and I'll also have the inner sect's Grand Elder Pill Refiner recommend you to the sect." Pei Ling was caught off guard and stammered, this, did I just touch it?" Then Jin Sumi asked him, "What do you think, junior brother?" Pei Ling, blushing, couldn't speak. Xiao Ningzi cried out in protest, "Junior sister Jin, I was clearly here first." Hearing this, the old man walked over, blocking Jin Sumi, and urgently said, "Fellow Taoist Jin, are you trying to compete with the 100 Treasures Pavilion?" He then turned to Pei Ling, holding up his hand in a gesture and said, "Our 100 Treasures Pavilion offers 60 spirit stones, and from now on, we will purchase your pills at a 20% premium." Jin Sumi immediately spoke with a firm voice, "Junior brother, between spirit stones and your future prospects, which is more important? Think carefully." Pei Ling pondered over her words. "These two high-grade bone-mending pills are indeed valuable, which one should I choose?" Then, his eyes drifted to Jin Sumi's ample bosom, and he thought, the answer is obvious. Having reached a conclusion, Pei Ling and the old man from the 100 Treasures Pavilion slapped hands in agreement. Spirit stones. The old man replied cheerfully, "A wise choice, fellow Taoist." Pei Ling's actions greatly disappointed Jin Sumi. Why would he do that? Xiao Ningzi, beside her, was furious but could only express her anger through words. "He's so ungrateful." "Don't worry, junior sister Jin, it's just a cheap pill, you still have me." The old man from the 100 Treasures Pavilion quickly poured the pills from the bottle and said excitedly, "Fellow Taoist, in the future, please don't store these high-grade pills with other pills. It will affect their purity." Pei Ling acknowledged this with a casual, "It's all right. What if they're all high-grade pills inside?" Suddenly, his face changed slightly. Looking at the top-grade Sugu Dan pills before his eyes, he couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, 12 pills. All of them are top-grade Sugu Dan. Jin Sumian, witnessing this scene, was also slightly surprised. Even a grandmaster would have to try a dozen times to refine one top-grade Sugu Dan pill. To refine so many in one go, it's likely a reclusive master hidden in the mountains. The old man from 100 Treasures Pavilion excitedly asked Pei Ling, young friend, from which grandmaster do these pills originate? Could you introduce us at 100 Treasures Pavilion? Pei Ling, standing opposite him, felt a little awkward at his enthusiasm. Grandmaster, isn't that a bit much? At this moment, Jin Sumian reached into her robes and retrieved a pill bottle. She then walked over, took Pei Ling's arm shyly, and said, Junior brother, this is the Bu Yuan Dan that I personally refined, take a look. Senior sister also wants to meet this grandmaster. Pei Ling shook his head, inwardly denying, no, I can't wear such a lofty hat. Then, Pei Ling imagined a scene where his secret was exposed and he was being forced to work like a machine. Don't dawdle. You have to refine at least 10,000 pills today. Terrified by this vision, he thought, a chi refinement cultivator without backing like me, in this treacherous sect, they'd probably turn me into a pill refining robot. I have to find someone to take the fall. Then, Pei Ling scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, replying, sorry, this bottle of Sugu Dan was a gift from Branch Master Zheng Jingshan. I don't know any grandmaster. Hearing that name, both the old man from 100 Treasures Pavilion and Jin Sumian looked at each other in surprise. Zheng Jingshan. How? A while later, Jin Sunian, Xiao Ningzi, and Lu Luxiang returned to their room to discuss what had just happened. Lu Luxiang spoke up, Junior sister, top-grade Sugu Dan pills are incredibly valuable, even Zheng Jingshan couldn't produce so many at once. Is it possible that that kid is the one who refined them? Jin Sunian replied, Zheng Jingshan is a distant relative of Li Zhenchuan, maybe he used his connections to get acquainted with some grandmaster. That junior brother's hands don't look like someone who regularly refines pills. There's no way he could refine top-grade pills. Xiao Ningzi, sitting beside them, sighed and said, so, just now, junior sister was observing that little punk's hands, huh? Jin Sunian looked at the top-grade Sugu Dan she had purchased from Ling Xiao and continued, moreover, only someone inexperienced would bring so many valuable pills to 100 Treasures Pavilion to sell, but it's fortunate for us, as I was able to acquire one at a low price. Lu Luxiang pondered for a moment and then spoke, but will Zheng Jingshan help us so easily? Xiao Ningzi added, don't forget junior sister Jin's cousin, Jin Sudai, the branch master in the inner sect. Zheng Jingshan, he's just a branch master in the outer sect, he'll definitely have to give us some face. Jin Sunian, listening, agreed, let's pay Zheng Jingshan a visit. Meanwhile, Pei Ling was strolling through the forest with his spatial pouch, happily thinking, deducting the cost of this trip, I earned 624 spirit stones and a bottle of Bu Yuan Dan, easy peasy. If I had known it was this easy, why bother with missions? Suddenly, he felt something strange. Sensing the familiar force binding him, Pei Ling guessed, this aura, could it be Miss Wu Lu? Sure enough, Wu Lu appeared, softly saying, long time no see, young Master Pei. Then, Wu Lu's expression quickly changed as she reminded him, the 7-day deadline has arrived, I wonder how your cultivation of the movement technique is coming along. Pei Ling immediately replied honestly, I've mastered the blood ghost movement technique, please remove the restriction so I can demonstrate it. Wu Lu asked suspiciously, really? She then pointed to a branch on a tree and said, see that branch? Break it off for me. Pei Ling agreed without hesitation, surprised by his quick agreement. Wu Lu warned, young Master Pei, don't try to trick me. Before she could finish, he interrupted, Miss Wu Lu, having already snapped the branch she requested in less than a second. Pei Ling handed it to her, adding, the branch you requested, here. Seeing her lack of reaction, he called out again, Miss Wu Lu. Hearing him a second time, Wu Lu stammered, you really mastered it. Seeing her disbelief, he frowned and replied, what? You said I had to master it in 7 days. Didn't you? Wu Lu was so envious she was practically fuming, gritting her teeth and snarling. Fine, then, without another word, she vanished, leaving Pei Ling dumbfounded. He looked dumbfounded and asked, gone already? At this time, Wu Lu had returned to the Chao Na Palace. There, she reported, Master, Pei Ling has mastered the blood ghost evasion technique. Hearing this, Li Liu glanced back and asked, the deadline hasn't arrived, why did you dare peek at his progress? Wu Lu immediately replied fearfully, Master, I wanted to tease Pei Ling a bit, so I shortened the half-month deadline you gave to 7 days. Please forgive me, Master. Just as she finished speaking, Li Liu gave her a warning. Li Liyu's gaze was as sharp as daggers as she looked at Wu Lu and coldly said, "Get out." Utterly terrified, Wu Lu quickly scrambled out, closing the door behind her. "Thank you, master, for sparing my life." Wu Lu etched the lesson in her heart, vowing never to repeat her mistake. Outside, Qiao Ni appeared and said to Wu Lu, "Master hates it most when we make decisions on our own. You're lucky she didn't do anything to you. If your soul mark was shattered, you'd be gone for good." Still shaken, Wu Lu replied, "I know." Qiao Ni continued, "No Lianqi stage disciple has mastered the blood slaughter blade technique in 100 years. He must be incredibly talented. Moreover, he's now mastered the blood ghost evasion technique. You shouldn't mess with him in the future." Wu Lu listened, still unwilling. He took such a huge advantage of Master, and yet Master treats that brat. Qiao Ni sympathized, adding, "Master's Yuan Yin was broken, causing a backlash in her cultivation technique. She lost her position as holy maiden and was forced into seclusion. Recently, that Chu bitch has been snooping around. Even our dogs got beaten up. But even so, Master painstakingly trains Pei Ling. He must have some value we don't know about. It's best if you and I don't try to second-guess Master's intentions." Wu Lu seemed to understand, replying, "Sister, you're right. Master thinks things through. We can't predict her actions." Meanwhile, Li Liyu sat alone in silence in her room. She looked at the jade slip in her hand and thought, the Six Desires secret manual is truly too powerful. No one in the sect can restore it to its original state. I can't believe he was able to absorb the Six Desires secret manual into his body. Li Liyu then recalled the time she had dual cultivated with Pei Ling. And he even managed to draw the manual's power into his own body. Although he broke my Yuan Yin, it greatly increased his cultivation. But why, on the way back to the sect, after half a month of cultivation, was his progress so slow? It's like night and day. Then, a blush crept onto her face as she wondered, could it be that he has to be the one to initiate? I'll find out when I leave seclusion. Meanwhile, Pei Ling was diligently working in the alchemy room. After the pills were formed, the system notification popped up. Alchemy complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Hearing the system's notification, Pei Ling paused, plopped down on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his hands and thought, Lianqi Layer 5. Relying on the system to cultivate the bone forging technique allows me to refine pills and replenish my Yuan Qi quickly. I didn't expect my cultivation to level up as well. Then, Pei Ling mentally reviewed his work. Today I successfully refined 5 batches of pills, 1 batch was ruined, and the system ate another. The remaining 3 batches, compared to before, each yielded more than 1 pill, a total of 39 high-grade bone tempering pills. But using Zhang Jingshan as a scapegoat might raise suspicions. I need to find a safe way to sell these pills. The scene shifted to the trading counter, where a woman approached and spoke. Hello. The woman shyly stated her purpose. I'd like to sell some pills. Seeing such a beautiful woman, the attendant quickly called for someone and replied, Beautiful lady, just a moment. Quite surprisingly, the woman was Pei Ling in disguise. He tucked his hair back, mimicking a woman, and thought, disguised as my goddess, this should work. Then, the old man from the 100 Treasures Pavilion arrived to appraise the pills. He held them in his hand and said, 39 bone tempering pills, all high grade. We'll buy them at the previous price. What do you think, fellow Taoist Pei? Pei Ling, still in character, giggled and replied, no problem. Soon after, he realized something was wrong with what the old man had said and frowned, asking, wait, what did you just call me? The old man quickly replied, you're young and still enjoy dressing up as a woman, I understand. That's a total of 2,340 spirit stones. Would you like to count them? Pei Ling was stunned, thinking, he saw through my disguise. He then grabbed the spirit stones and bolted, calling back, no need to see me out. The scene shifted to the Kulan courtyard. Pei Ling hid behind a nearby tree, lost in thought. Zhang Jingshan isn't exactly reliable, but I don't have anyone else to turn to. Maybe if I offer him a cut, he'll help me sell these pills. Suddenly, a loud voice erupted from within, Zhang Jingshan. I'll remember this. Pei Ling's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Just as he wondered, a loud crash echoed from inside, startling him. A woman with a fierce demeanor and a rather rough appearance stormed out, cursing, you arrogant dog. I'll get you for this sooner or later. This was Jin Sudai, the leader of the Shijing branch. Hiding behind the tree, Pei Ling mused, that woman is scary. How did Zhang Jingshan even offend her? Wait, is that Jin Sumian? Jin Sudai turned to Jin Sumian. Sumian, don't be upset anymore. Elder sister has secured the Hanui fire mission for you. It's no big deal that you couldn't meet some alchemy master. Refining the Hanui fire will definitely boost your alchemy skills, Sumian said sadly. Yeah, Pei Ling was sweating bullets as he listened. An alchemy master, he thought, could it be because of me? If Zheng Jingshan finds out I caused him more trouble, he'll definitely kill me. I gotta run. Suddenly, a furious voice boomed from behind him. How the heck would I know any alchemy master? Why is everyone looking for me these last 2 days? Zheng Jingshan, with a handprint on his face, emerged from the rubble, fuming. That crazy woman already slapped me. What was the point of kicking down the door of my Kuolan courtyard? Zheng Jingshan yelled. Pei Ling, seeing as escape was now impossible, Pei Ling crawled out from the bushes and said sweetly, "Hello, senior brother Zheng." Zheng Jingshan marched up to him and demanded, "Pei Ling, what are you sneaking around here for?" Pei Ling replied, The weather's nice today. And I just happened to be passing by your place, senior brother, so I thought I'd say hi." Zheng Jingshan scoffed at the obvious lie. "My place is miles away. What road were you passing by on? Unless, this whole mess is because of you, isn't it?" Pei Ling, caught red-handed, stammered and waved his hands defensively. "No, dude, of course not." Zheng Jingshan narrowed his eyes. "Really? Or should I call Jin Sumian over here? And we can get to the bottom of this." Pei Ling's heart sank. If Jin Sumian finds out I refined the pills, I'll become her personal pill-making machine. He put on a pleading expression. "No, senior brother, let me explain," he begged. "A few days ago, I went to the Bai Bao Lu to sell some Sagukuden pills. Since they were all high-grade, I was worried about attracting attention, so I used your name." Zheng Jingshan's face turned purple with rage. Pei Ling braced himself, thinking, "I'm dead. He looks like he actually wants to kill me." Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar. "You little punk. You've messed with me one too many times." His eyes blazed with fury as he roared. "You think I'm easy to bully? This time, I'm gonna end you." Panicked, Pei Ling blurted out, "Senior brother, calm down." Just as Zheng Jingshan's fist was about to connect, Pei Ling screamed at the top of his lungs. "Lady Wu Lu, help!" Upon hearing the name, Zheng Jingshan froze, glancing around. Lady Wu Lu. After a moment of searching, he realized he'd been tricked. Enraged, he bellowed, "You little brat. You tricked me again." Zheng Jingshan tightened his grip on Pei Ling's collar, and Pei Ling whimpered, his face a mixture of fear and desperation. "No way," Pei Ling thought. "Why isn't this ghost girl trying to kill me anymore? Is she messing with me?" Unable to accept this reality, he cried out while shouting, "Miss Wu Lu, come out quickly. Zheng Jingshan wants to kill me." Meanwhile, Zheng Jingshan was also deep in thought. "He doesn't seem to be bluffing," Zheng Jingshan mused. "Could this really be senior sister's wish? Could he actually have some talent in alchemy?" After pondering for a moment, Zheng Jingshan released Pei Ling's collar. Then, he asked, "Can you refine top-grade Sugu Dan?" Pei Ling rubbed his neck, thinking, "Phew, I'm alive again." Zheng Jingshan continued, "Alchemy requires years of accumulated experience. Even with great talent, it's impossible to refine top-grade pills right off the bat." Seeing Zheng Jingshan's disbelief, Pei Ling wanted to prove himself. "Senior brother, if you don't believe me, I can refine it right here." Zheng Jingshan fell into deep thought again. "Whatever, as long as he can successfully refine a low-grade pill, I'll let him off." Where did his top-grade Sugu Dan come from? He wondered. "I'll ask him about the details later." Finally, Zheng Jingshan made up his mind. "Fine, I'll give you a chance." Soon, a pill furnace was brought before Ouyang Tianxing. After delivering the furnace, the disciple bowed and reported, "Sect Master, the pill furnace is here." Zheng Jingshan invited Ouyang Tianxing to stay and watch. "This kid just bragged about being able to refine top-grade pills. You should stay and observe as well." She readily agreed. "Yes." Ouyang Tianxing flashed a bright, heart-stopping smile and encouraged Pei Ling, "Junior brother, do your best." Upon receiving her encouragement, Pei Ling was captivated. Senior sister is so gentle, he thought. Since joining the Zhongming sect, this is the first time someone has told me to do my best. Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan's expression turned terrifying as he urged Pei Ling, "What are you looking at? Start refining, quickly." Pei Ling immediately replied, "Yes." He quickly approached the pill furnace. He prepared to begin the refining process. Then, Pei Ling opened the system and pressed start refining. The system immediately announced, "During the refining process, the host will lose control of their body. Please don't panic." With the system's reminder, Pei Ling's body quickly entered the refining process, from preparing the materials to controlling the pill fire and fusing the medicinal ingredients. Zheng Jingshan was astonished by Pei Ling's proficiency throughout the entire process. After some intense work, the pill was finally finished. Pei Ling quickly retrieved the pill and said, "Done." The system displayed a notification. "This refining session is complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars." Pei Ling brought the pill before the other two and said, "Senior brother, senior sister, please take a look." Yang Tianxing took the pill, examined it for a moment, and exclaimed in surprise, "This technique and speed. And this light. He's a true master." After examining the pill, Zheng Jingshan's face contorted as he thought, "This kid is a peerless alchemy genius. Senior sister truly has a good eye." Yang Tianxing showered Pei Ling with praise. "Junior brother's alchemy skills are truly remarkable. This is the first time I've witnessed the refining process of a top-grade pill firsthand." Ignoring the compliments, Pei Ling addressed Zheng Jingshan. "Senior brother, I didn't lie to you, did I?" Zheng Jingshan stroked his chin and replied, all right, I admit your alchemy talent is truly outstanding. After you return, quickly advance to the 5th level of Xianxia. Then, I'll bestow a gift upon you." As he spoke, Zheng Jingshan thought, this is a good time to prepare something for Pei Ling. Just then, he realized something and gasped in shock. You're already at the 5th level of Xianxia." Pei Ling responded with an ellipsis. "Did you just realize that, old man?" Zheng Jingshan gritted his teeth. "This brat has only been here for a few days. His cultivation is a bit too fast, isn't it? Peerless alchemy talent, astonishing cultivation talent. No wonder senior sister likes him so much." Curious about the promised gift, Pei Ling asked, "What kind of gift is senior brother Zheng referring to?" He thought to himself, is any gift more important than making money? Then, Zheng Jingshan began a lecture. "Pill fire is extremely important for alchemists. You just used the 9th grade 9 nether fire provided by the pill refining room. If you can obtain a better pill fire, the quality of the refined pills will be significantly higher." Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes lit up. Maybe it's a pill fire that can add a few more pills, he thought. "This is good." Eager to learn more, Pei Ling said, "Senior brother Zheng, please enlighten me." Seeing Pei Ling's enthusiasm, Zheng Jingshan finally revealed the intended gift. Hanzui fire, although it's 8th grade, has the effect of purifying the marrow. I'll borrow senior sister's name to get it for you, but you need to go to Guyuan yourself to refine the pill fire. Upon hearing this, Pei Ling's expression changed to one of fear. Hanzui fire. Cousin Jin Sumi seemed to have mentioned that earlier. No way, Zheng Jingshan getting beaten up is fine, but I can't afford another enemy. Pei Ling scratched his head, declining the offer. "Senior Zheng, I don't need that pill fire anymore, just refining pills suits me fine." Zheng Jingshan suddenly clapped Pei Ling on the shoulder. "Junior Pei, before entering the sect, you stole my bone-tempering pill to cultivate, fearing neither life nor death in your pursuit of the great Tao. Why are you so timid after only a few days in the sect?" Pei Ling's skin crawled as he cursed inwardly, "Fearing neither life nor death, my ass. It's all because of this damn system. You're not afraid of getting beaten, but I am, all right." Seeing Pei Ling hesitate, Zheng Jingshan revealed his final gambit. "This seat promises you, if you successfully obtain this fortuitous encounter, I'll cover the penalty for killing those 3 Miao Chang'an guys." Hearing this, Pei Ling's face instantly brightened. "Really?" Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan turned and called out, "Si Ying! Fang Ji!" In a flash, 2 figures appeared, both shouting in unison, "Branch Master!" Pei Ling was taken aback. The 2 newcomers were Fang Ji and Si Ying, both disciples of the Qian Tang branch. Zheng Jingshan commanded, "You and Tianxing go back and prepare immediately." His face then twisted into a sinister grin. "Prepare to escort Junior Pei to the ancient abyss." At that moment, in the Kulan courtyard, Zheng Jingshan was appraising some pills. TSK, this color and fragrance are truly worthy of a top-grade bone-tempering pill. Then, a coffin plastered with talismans and bound with iron chains was brought in. A voice rang out. "Branch Master, Yang Tianxing has brought the wooden coffin." The voice continued, "We're ready to go." Beside him stood Fang Ji and Si Ying. Pei Ling, pale-faced, looked at the 4 figures in the distance and thought, they're sending 3 Zhuji stage cultivators with me. This ancient abyss must be seriously dangerous. Pei Ling suddenly looked over and asked, "Senior Zheng, aren't you coming with us?" To hide his fear, Zheng Jingshan laughed loudly. "Junior's cultivation is weak. If something dangerous happens, Miss Wu Lu might." Zheng Jingshan slung an arm around Pei Ling's shoulder. "Ha ha ha, Junior, did you know that the Hanzui Huo mission was originally taken by a middle branch master? This senior brother has to contribute a little, after all." Hearing this, Pei Ling's expression turned a bit wary as he thought, so Zheng Jingshan's status is this low. Zheng Jingshan then took out a talisman. "So, this senior brother must stay here to protect you. In case some villains try to take advantage of the situation, if something unexpected happens in the ancient abyss, use this 100-li escape talisman to flee. Pei Ling quickly took the talisman and tucked it into his robe. All right then, he comforted himself inwardly, with this 100-li escape talisman, I can at least save my life in a critical moment. Zheng Jingshan patted Pei Ling's shoulder and addressed everyone. All right, the inner sect hasn't been very peaceful lately. This trip to the ancient abyss will definitely be difficult, you must be careful, failing the mission is fine, but Pei Ling's life must be guaranteed. Understood. All three cupped their hands in acknowledgement. Ouyang Tianxing spoke for the other two. Branch Master, rest assured, as long as the three of us are still breathing, Junior Pei will not be harmed. Pei Ling's group then mounted spirit beasts and set off. A while later, they stopped at a cliff face. Pei Ling looked around and asked, are we still within the sect? Ouyang Tianxing replied, yes. Ouyang Tianxing then handed Pei Ling a pill. Be careful, Junior Pei, below is the ancient abyss, take this antidote pill first. Pei Ling accepted it. Thank you, senior sister. Ouyang Tianxing turned and instructed the other two, Fang Ji, Si Ying, Junior Pei's cultivation is low, protect him well after you go down. Fang Ji crossed his arms, looking displeased. Senior sister Ouyang, our Qian Tang branch hasn't been doing well recently. Why is the branch master wasting resources on this mission? Junior Pei's cultivation is too low, I can't guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. Pei Ling's expression soured upon hearing this. Ouyang Tianxing's face turned menacing as she heard Fang Ji's complaints. This is the branch master's decision, you just need to follow my instructions. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. After being reprimanded, Fang Ji obediently complied. Yes, Pei Ling, pleased to have Ouyang Tianxing on his side. Thought, senior sister Tianxing is so kind to me. Ouyang Tianxing then approached the cliff edge. The ancient abyss is about 3. We still have a bit of time, let's hurry and jump down. Pei Ling, stunned by these words, asked, jump down? Huh, suddenly, Ouyang Tianxing grabbed Pei Ling's hand and said, Shidi, do you trust me? Making him blush furiously. Pei Ling, completely smitten, immediately replied, trust, and sir. Ouyang Tianxing tightly gripped Pei Ling's hand and jumped off the cliff. As they plummeted, Pei Ling screamed at the top of his lungs, oh my god. At that moment, in a room, Miao Chengyang was sitting before a candle. Suddenly, the candle flared with an eerie green light. Within the green light, words appeared. Zheng Jingshan wants to get the Hanzui Huo for Pei Ling. Ouyang Tianxing's team has entered the Guyuan. Miao Chengyang, after reading the message, pondered. The Hanzui Huo was already internally decided upon by the Zhongwu Mai. Is Zheng Jingshan seriously trying to steal it for that little beast Pei Ling? What is he planning? His expression suddenly shifted, becoming sinister and calculating. But, if that little beast Pei Ling dies in the Guyuan, not only will the Deacon's Hall have difficulty investigating the mission, but Zheng Jingshan's hard-won efforts will also be wasted. Suddenly, a subordinate outside announced to Miao Chengyang, Maizhu Zheng Jingshan has arrived. He says he wants to challenge Maizhu Miao Chengyang. Hearing this, he stood up, as if he had anticipated this. He's here, as expected, he already had a plan, so he called out, tell him to get lost. I'm going to the Guyuan to take Pei Ling's head as an offering to Cheng'an. The group quickly reached the bottom of the Guyuan. Pei Ling entered, his body trembling violently, thinking, holy crap, this damn place is freezing. I'm afraid I'll die before even finding the Hanzui Huo. I'm going to die out here. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxing held his hand tightly, channeling her spiritual energy to him and asking, still cold, Pei Shidi. Feeling incredibly warm, he smiled brightly and replied, thank you, Shiji, I feel much better now. Fang Ji, seeing Pei Ling's attitude, scoffed, he's already like this just reaching the bottom. How's he going to get through the Gan Meng Lin? I'm not carrying this dead weight later. Annoyed, he thought, I don't want to follow you either. Ouyang Tianxing, hearing his comment, was displeased. Fang Ji, she snapped, are you defying the Maizhu's orders? Si Ying, seeing the tension escalating, intervened, Shiji, calm down, let me lead Pei Shidi. You can conserve your spiritual energy, too. She turned her head and sighed, fine, then. Ouyang Tianxing walked to Pei Ling and instructed, Pei Shidi, follow Si Ying later. He immediately obeyed, replying, yes, I hear you, Shiji. Looking at Si Ying's gentle face, Pei Ling thought to himself, this guy looks honest and sincere, he probably won't try to harm me, right? Ouyang Tianxing, leading the way, warned. Ahead is the Gan Meng Lin. Everyone, be careful. At this moment, Si Ying produced a dry branch from somewhere and said to Pei Ling, Pei Shidi, the Gan Meng Lin will cause cultivators who enter to fall into illusions and get lost inside. Hold on to this branch tightly and follow me. Don't pay attention to anything you see later. Pei Ling obediently grabbed the dry branch and replied, don't worry, Shisheng, I definitely won't let go. Inwardly, he was also thinking carefully, this stick is my lifeline. The group then began to enter the Gan Meng Lin. Passing through the blood-colored curtain, Pei Ling held his breath and gripped the dry branch tightly. At this moment, countless blood-colored vines draped down over Pei Ling. In an instant, he was stunned, seeing no one in front of him. Pei Ling suddenly panicked and yelled. He tried to encourage himself to overcome his fear. Pei Ling, don't panic. This must be an illusion. As long as I'm alive, I can get out of the Gan Meng Lin. Suddenly, the wooden stick in Pei Ling's hand transformed into a woman's fair hand, startling him. Huh! Before his eyes was Li Liu, looking at him affectionately and saying softly, aren't you coming? He couldn't help but gasp, thinking, Li Xianxia. Why is she here? Seeing Pei Ling remain motionless, she pressed him down onto the ground and said, you dare disobey my orders. Li Liu unexpectedly began to undress, smiling, or, she said, seductively sitting on top of him. Do you want to cultivate here permanently? Pei Ling, after hearing her words, cried out in fright once more. Immediately, he tried to remind himself to stay calm and collected. Pei Ling, Fairy Li wouldn't act like this. This is just an illusion. Li Liu, without any restraint, continued her actions on Pei Ling. Well then, let's begin. He closed his eyes, trying to wake himself up. No, I absolutely can't die here. Very quickly, Pei Ling regained his composure and swiftly retreated. Then, coldly, he drew out the Yinsheng blade. Dangerous. Almost got seduced. Seeing this, she let out a sinister laugh. He, I didn't expect you to snap out of it so quickly. Her body began to transform. From the beautiful Li Liu, she suddenly turned into a hideous demon with a twisted face, laughing mockingly. You can't escape this dreamwood forest. Facing her attacks, Pei Ling calmly dodged and then directly charged forward to attack. Then let's see. He swiftly used the blood demon evasion technique to close the distance between them. In the blink of an eye, Pei Ling swung the Yinsheng blade and coldly declared, you think you can kill me? The demon, seeing this, cried out in fear, you. Just then, the demon transformed into Ouyang Tianxing, her voice filled with panic, junior brother Pei. Wake up. Hearing that voice, Pei Ling snapped back to reality. In front of him was Ouyang Tianxing, struggling to block his Yinsheng blade. Seeing Ouyang Tianxing's trembling body, Pei Ling was utterly shocked. Senior sister. Pei Ling hastily lowered the Yinsheng blade. He slumped to the ground, clutching his neck. Thank you, senior sister, I almost killed myself. Ouyang Tianxing quickly bandaged the wound on her hand and replied, this dreamwood forest is bizarre and treacherous, junior brother, you must always be on your guard. Where's Tai Ying? Pei Ling, after hearing this, honestly replied, I don't know, I was holding the wooden staff senior brother Tai gave me and following behind. But suddenly he was nowhere to be seen. As he spoke, he thought to himself, Tai Ying was closest to me, but he didn't come to help. Could something have happened to him? This place is quite dangerous. Ouyang Tianxing took his hand. Let's go, I'll get you out of the dreamwood forest first. As they were leaving, Ouyang Tianxing suddenly turned her head and looked back, her expression wary. Her strange action scared Pei Ling witless. Senior sister, what's wrong? Hearing him ask, she replied in frustration, damn it. How did it wake up again? At this moment, countless blood-colored dream vines chased after them. Ouyang Tianxing didn't dare to delay, quickly pulling him along. The dream vines were relentless, surrounding him, trying to capture them. Can we escape? The opponent's killing intent was so strong that Pei Ling asked in panic, senior sister, what is it that you're talking about? She immediately explained, it's a vengeful spirit formed from the resentment of cultivators who have died in the dreamwood forest over the past 100 years. It only awakens twice, and yet we encountered it. Suddenly, Ouyang Tianxing cried out in alarm, it's here. At this moment, the dream vines suddenly converged, forming a terrifying vengeful spirit. It quickly launched an attack towards them. Pei Ling, Ouyang Tianxing, this dreamwood forest is your true home. Seeing the vengeful spirit aggressively charging towards them, he immediately warned, senior sister, watch out. Then Pei Ling quickly swung his Yinsheng blade to confront it. Pei Ling's Yinsheng blade struck down, but it didn't seem to cause any damage to the dream vines, leaving him utterly shocked. The Yinsheng blade can't even cut them. Ouyang Tianxing, on the other side, chanted an incantation, causing the dream vines to instantly sever. Witnessing this scene, Pei Ling couldn't help but exclaim, "Senior sister, you're so strong." Suddenly, a dream vine shot out and wrapped around his leg. Pei Ling spaced out, not yet understanding what was going on. His head started spinning. Just then, the image before Pei Ling gradually changed, from the scene of Ouyang Tianxing confronting the vengeful ghost, then into a blank white space. When he could see clearly again, 3 Li Liu appeared before his eyes, sweetly calling, "Pei Ling." He thought in utter terror, "Damn it, not again." Suddenly, one of them stepped forward, kissed Pei Ling on the cheek, and then all 3 pounced on him, hugging him tightly and saying sweetly, "Let's cultivate until death do us part." Pei Ling lost control and laughed in delight, "He, all right." Ouyang Tianxing, seeing this from the side, hurriedly reminded him, "Pei Ling, wake up quickly." Upon hearing this, Pei Ling quickly snapped out of the illusion. He quickly removed the dream vine from his foot and breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous. Almost got sucked in completely. Looking towards Ouyang Tianxing, who was struggling to deal with the vengeful ghost, Pei Ling became very worried. "At this rate, neither of us will escape. Such a good senior sister, I can't let anything happen to her." After careful consideration, he declared righteously, "Senior sister Ouyang, you go ahead. Senior brother Zheng gave me an escape talisman, I can get out of here." Hearing his words, she replied, "I, Ouyang Tianxing, never break a promise. If I agreed with the Vein Master to protect you while you obtain the Hanzui fire, then I will definitely see it through." Ouyang Tianxing pulled out a black coffin and resolutely continued. The vengeful ghost, seeing this, roared angrily, "Don't you think you can escape?" Then Ouyang Tianxing stomped hard on the black coffin, unleashing the netherworld pseudo-chains, causing the chains to lash out, shattering the incoming dream vines. The vengeful ghost, with its dream vine severed, screamed in agony. Ouyang Tianxing immediately pulled Pei Ling and ran. "Now's our chance, let's run." The two quickly escaped the danger. With a voice echoing in the dreamwood forest, "Don't go." Having narrowly escaped, Pei Ling wiped his sweat and sighed in relief, finally made it out. Due to the damage to her yuan qi, Ouyang Tianxing couldn't help but cough up blood. Cough cough. Seeing this, he rushed over worriedly, "Senior sister, are you all right?" She wiped the blood from her lips, then smiled and replied, "I'm fine, just a minor yuan qi injury. Don't tell anyone about me using the black coffin just now, okay?" Pei Ling immediately agreed, I'll definitely keep it a secret for you, senior sister." Just then, a voice called out, "Junior brother Pei, senior sister Ouyang." Si Ming approached, worriedly saying, "I didn't expect that vengeful ghost to suddenly awaken. It's good that you two are all right." Hearing him say this, Pei Ling replied, "Thank you for your concern," but in his heart, he felt very puzzled. Observing their situation through the dreamwood forest was incredibly easy, and he had assumed that Si Ming had encountered a problem, leaving him behind. Now it seemed, looking at Si Ming's sinister face, he became even more certain in his mind, he did it on purpose. Hearing Si Ming, Ouyang Tianxing spoke with displeasure, "Si Ming, you were truly careless. If I hadn't returned to check, junior brother Pei would have been in grave danger." Si Ming immediately put on a troubled expression and hurriedly explained himself, "I apologize, senior sister, just now, I was helping Fang Ji escape the dream vines, and I accidentally lost track of junior brother Pei." Hearing this, Ouyang Tianxing looked sternly at Si Ming and warned, "Considering our fellowship, I will let this go. But if anything else goes wrong with the yin-yang inverse basin, I will not forgive you." He hurriedly clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "Yes." Pei Ling looked at Si Ming, analyzing carefully in his mind, "This Si Ming looks like a cannon fodder character. Why does he keep showing up? I wonder how he'll try to harm me next. I need to quickly think of a way to deal with this disaster." Very quickly, the four of them arrived at the yin-yang inverse basin. Ouyang Tianxing looked at everyone and said, "This is called the yin-yang inverse basin, one of the most dangerous places in the ancient abyss. The yin and yang forces of the narrow path in the middle cancel each other out, and it is also the only path to survival. No matter what, do not leave this middle path." Pei Ling immediately replied, "Yes, senior sister." Fang Ji, from behind, couldn't resist teasing Pei Ling, "Junior brother Pei, the bottom of this mountainside is the inverse basin. If you fall down there, you'll be smashed to pieces. Are you scared? If you are, we can go back." Hearing this, Ouyang Tianxing glared at him and shouted, "So much nonsense. Do you dare to disregard the Vein Master's instructions?" Seeing her anger, Fang Ji chuckled, "Shiji, I was just joking, don't be mad." Instead of getting angry at Fang Ji's teasing, he cheerfully replied, Thanks for the reminder, Fang Shisheng, I'll be careful, but inwardly, Pei Ling was scheming. You want me to fall that badly, huh? Fine, I'll give you what you want. The four of them started walking along the middle path. Tai Ming looked down at the bottom of the mountainside, calculating silently. Normal movement techniques are difficult to use on this crumbling path. My cultivation isn't high enough. Falling down is certain death, but Shiji just warned me. Should I do it or not? He still hadn't decided when Pei Ling suddenly cried out in mock terror from behind him, startling him. Tai Shisheng, look out. He tumbled off the middle path. As Ouyang Tianxing watched in surprise, Fang Ji and Tai Ming saw Pei Ling falling and calling for help. Ouyang Tianxing, extremely worried, shouted, Shidi. Tai Ming gritted his teeth. Confused, what's going on? I haven't even made a move yet. At this moment, Ouyang Tianxing's face flushed with anger. She growled. Tai Ming. He was terrified and hastily explained, Shiji, it really wasn't me. The events unfolding before her eyes made it difficult for her to believe Tai Ming. If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Did he jump down himself? Probably. Just then, a vigorous figure shot up from the bottom of the mountainside. Surprising both of them. It turned out that Pei Ling had used the blood demon movement technique to quickly ascend. He then landed powerfully on the ground, feigning fear. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, phew, that was close. Seeing Pei Ling return safe and sound, Tai Ming was incredibly frustrated. Isn't he only at the 5th level of Lianqi? How can he cultivate such a high-level technique? Even Ouyang Tianxing was surprised to witness Pei Ling's movement technique. That's the blood demon movement technique. To think Shidi Pei has such talent. Looks like bringing him along to find the Hanzui fire fruit was definitely worth it. At this point, he rushed towards her and immediately started complaining. If I hadn't cultivated that movement technique, I'm afraid Shiji would have to avenge me. Seeing Pei Ling shift the blame onto him like this, Tai Ming angrily shouted in defiance, You're lying. I didn't even touch you. You clearly jumped down yourself and are now blaming me. Hearing this, he replied sadly, Tai Shisheng, I know you look down on my low cultivation level. But I always believed that the person Zheng Shisheng sent wouldn't harm my life. Then, Pei Ling looked towards Tai Ming and spoke with feigned grievance. With this kind of situation in the team, I really don't dare to stay any longer. I should just return this opportunity to Zheng Shisheng. Witnessing everything that had happened, Ouyang Tianxing spoke up, trying to reassure him. Pei Shidi, don't be afraid. I guarantee he won't dare harm you again. Seeing her dark expression, Tai Ming trembled in fear. Ouyang Shiji, you and I have faced life and death together for so many years. You'd rather believe this cunning brat than me. Ouyang Tianxing calmly took a flower branch from her dark container and said coldly, Tai Ming, you abandoned our little Shidi in the sentient dream forest and ran away. This time, Pei Shidi slipped, and you refused to admit it. Holding the flower branch, she continued calmly, if you feel any shame, after we obtain the Hanzui fire fruit, I'll dissolve this bone-withering flower for you. His face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped down his face as he replied in terror, No, Shiji, I was wrong. Seeing this, Fang Ji tried to mediate, Shiji, maybe Tai Ming was just momentarily confused and scared Pei Shidi. The bone-withering flower is a bit much, don't you think? Before he finished speaking, Ouyang Tianxing glared at him, What? Do you want to harm Pei Shidi too? Fang Ji, sweating profusely, quickly replied, Absolutely not, it's me, I spoke too much, seeing that she had no intention of letting him off the hook. Tai Ming angrily shouted, Shiji, you trust this brat so much? I'm not convinced. Ouyang Tianxing coldly flung the flower branch towards him and said, Enough talk. As the bone-withering flower made contact, Tai Ming instantly transformed into countless tiny pieces, mercilessly piercing his body, causing him to scream in pain. Pei Ling, watching from the side, smiled inwardly, Useless thing, you thought you could harm me. Compared to the system's methods, yours are pathetic. Learn a thing or two. After sorting out the team, the four of them quickly entered the swamp. Bone Crane's Hanzui fire blazed brightly amidst the swamp. Pei Ling couldn't contain his excitement, blurting out, This is the Hanzui fire, right? Ouyang Tianxing smiled and instructed, That's right, wait for Si Ying to set up the formation, then I'll handle the Hanzui fire and hand it over to you for refinement. Receiving the order, Si Ying didn't dare delay and immediately began setting up the formation. The formation was quickly arranged around the Hanzui fire. Then, Si Ying looked towards Pei Ling and muttered disdainfully, so surprised by just a small Hanzui fire. What a noob. However, Ouyang Tianxing still wasn't reassured and reminded him again. But the process of absorbing the fire into your body is extremely painful. Junior brother, don't let down the sect leader's efforts, you must persevere, Pei Ling replied confidently, his determination burning. Yes. A second later, he naively asked, senior sister. Do we swallow the fire directly, or? Seeing Pei Ling's question, both Si Ying and Ouyang Tianxing were stunned into silence. Fang Ji couldn't help but burst out laughing, mocking, senior sister, he doesn't even know the fire absorption art. Let's just send him back now. Ouyang Tianxing looked at him, puzzled. Junior brother Pei, your alchemy talent is so remarkable. How can you not even grasp the most basic fire absorption art? At this moment, Pei Ling was inwardly furious, cursing the system. I only listened to half the lecture on alchemy, the rest was all the system. How would I know what the fire absorption art is? You've screwed me over again, you damn system. Then, he forced a laugh and explained. Sorry, senior sister, I'm still new to the Tao of alchemy and haven't had time to learn the fire absorption art yet. Ouyang Tianxing sighed, no longer holding it against Pei Ling. Oh well, I'll explain the fire absorption art to you now, try to learn it quickly. Seeing this, he joyfully obeyed. Yes, senior sister, I guarantee I can learn it in the blink of an eye. Then, he couldn't help but think to himself, damn system, your time to redeem yourself has come. Fang Ji, seeing the situation, spoke up to remind her, senior sister, even for a Lianqi cultivator, the fire absorption art takes at least half a month to learn. Worried about wasting time, he continued, how about we take him back first, and then, before Fang Ji could finish his sentence, Ouyang Tianxing slapped him hard across the face. She glared at Fang Ji and coldly said, half a month is half a month. He fearfully clutched his cheek and apologized, forgive me, senior sister, I spoke out of turn. Si Ying cursed angrily in his heart, that bitch is so nice to a mere Lianqi cultivator. You're just Zheng Jingshan's obedient lapdog. Then, a sinister smile crept across his face as he thought. But you're running out of time. At the same time, in the Dream Enchantment Forest, illusions were trying to hold Miao Chungyang back. Young Master Miao, don't go. Stay with me. But he remained unmoved and easily passed through them. Just a Dream Enchantment Forest wants to trouble me. Miao Chungyang thought confidently, these illusions are child's play for someone cultivating the demonic heart fist like me. After walking for a while, he suddenly stopped. Miao Chenggen unexpectedly appeared from the mist and spoke bitterly. Brother, I'm not reconciled. Miao Chungyang exclaimed in surprise, Chenggen. He then gritted his teeth and declared, don't worry, Chenggen, I will hunt down that Pei Ling and avenge you. But Miao Chungyang couldn't help but think irritably. Damn it, these fake scenes are using Chenggen to tempt me. Just then, Miao Chenggen howled in anguish, it's too late. He then voiced his resentment, I am your only brother, harmed by others, yet you let the enemy roam free in the outer sect until now. Miao Chungyang, deep in the illusion, hurriedly replied, Chenggen, you misunderstand. Before he could finish, Miao Chenggen stepped closer and questioned him pointedly, you could have killed him within the sect. But you couldn't bear to lose the penalty fee and delayed until now to take action. You simply don't want to avenge me, do you? Miao Chungyang struggled to stay lucid and gritted his teeth. He then angrily swung his fist and roared, just an illusion. I'll break you with one punch. Yet Miao Chenggen easily blocked Miao Chungyang's punch. Then, he lowered his head and said in disappointment. Brother Miao Chungyang, you've changed, you're no longer the brother I once knew. In an instant, the illusion before him transformed into Miao Chungyang, who coldly said, look at what you've become. He immediately realized the problem and retreated quickly, alarmed, not good. This isn't an illusion, it's my inner demon. Unexpectedly, Cheng'an's death shook his Dao heart, leading to the emergence of heart demons. Miao Chungyang waved his hand, unleashing a martial skill and angrily roared. My Dao heart has never wavered. I don't need your five-fingered lecture. Just then, Meng Teng climbed up from the ground. Wrapping tightly around his legs, the sudden appearance of the resentful ghost startled Miao Chungyang, causing him to exclaim, resentful ghost. This unexpected arrival filled him with immense resentment. Why must the resentful ghost awaken now to hinder me? At this moment, countless heart demons appeared before Miao Chungyang, reproaching him. That damned little beast Pei Ling. It's all your fault. I'm not reconciled. Not reconciled. Then, Miao Chungyang's heart demons became incredibly ferocious, roaring. Kill, 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 ha ha ha, kill. Meanwhile, a notification popped up on Pei Ling's system interface. The intelligent cultivation system Def has absorbed a spell. Please name it. Host. Pei Ling thought for a moment and decided on the name Nahuoju, Fire Absorption Art. Ouyang Tianxing, standing beside him, having finished her instruction, asked, Junior brother Pei, is there anything you don't understand about the Huoju? I can explain it again. He immediately waved his hand from the shadows. Thank you, senior sister, but there's no need. Then, Pei Ling pondered, wondering how to tell her that he had already mastered it. At this moment, Tai Ying approached and reported to Ouyang Tianxing, senior sister, the formation is set. She extended her hand and said, give me the central formation flag and your lifebound formation plate. She was already wary. Tai Ying had caused trouble multiple times, so it was better to control him just in case. He was taken aback, surprised by Ouyang Tianxing's actions. Before, it was truly just a misunderstanding. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 bone-life flowers bloomed on the side of his face. In an instant, Tai Ying was tormented, crying out in pain, senior sister, I truly know my mistake. Senior sister. However, Ouyang Tianxing paid no attention to his pleas. She simply offered Pei Ling some cool encouragement. Junior brother, setting up the formation must have been tiring, go rest inside. Seeing this, Pei Ling silently praised Ouyang Tianxing, senior sister, your methods are truly formidable, let's see how you cause trouble now. Ouyang Tianxing then faced the Hanzui Huo in the middle of the lake and activated the formation. Open. Immediately, the formation was activated, and a whooshing sound was heard. With Ouyang Tianxing's power, the Hanzui Huo flew directly into Pei Ling's hand. Seeing the Hanzui Huo, Pei Ling was surprised and exclaimed, the Hanzui Huo has shrunk. She replied, I've already removed the yin and cold qi that the Hanzui Huo absorbed in the bone crane marsh for you. From another angle, Fang Ji observed the two from behind with an angry expression, while Ouyang Tianxing was explaining to Pei Ling, your cultivation is too low, if it were too large, it would be. Fang Ji gritted his teeth, thinking, such a valuable Hanzui Huo, and that little punk gets to benefit. It's truly infuriating. Ouyang Tianxing continued, junior brother Pei, cultivating the Huoju takes time. We will go to the Yuo cave. Fang Ji immediately butted in. Interrupting, senior sister, the path to the Yuo cave is too dangerous with only you and me protecting junior brother Pei, she frankly replied, at the critical moment, I will open the coffin to meet the enemy. Hearing this, Fang Ji exclaimed in alarm. Open the coffin, senior sister, that's too much. Pei Ling pondered this. Just now, after senior sister used the black coffin to save me, her yuan qi was greatly damaged. It seems that senior sister's black coffin cannot be used lightly. Senior sister is so good, I can't let her get hurt. Then, Pei Ling had an idea and said to Ouyang Tianxing, senior sister, I will try to absorb the fire into my body now. Hearing this, Ouyang Tianxing was worried and firmly objected, junior brother Pei, don't be rash. There's only one chance to absorb the fire, failure means death, focus on learning the Huoju, leave everything else to me. Fang Ji gave him a sarcastic look and said, senior sister, he wants to try it himself, you should trust junior brother Pei. Pei Ling confidently replied, senior sister, don't worry, I have experience in alchemy. This Huoju is super easy to grasp. He then thought to himself, this Fang Ji guy seems really eager to watch me absorb it. Just then, the system popped up with a few lines of text. One click long time cultivation mode activated. Cultivating Huoju, detecting that the host lacks pill fire, the system will now provide a portion of innate pill fire free of charge. Under the system's control, Pei Ling swiftly grabbed the flame from Ouyang Tianxing's hand. Seeing him act so recklessly, she panicked and shouted to stop him. Dangerous. Stop it, quick. Fang Ji, standing to the side, thought with disdain, there's no way the Huoju is that easy to learn. Do you really think you're some kind of genius? Just wait till you get devoured by the flames. However, he had to immediately change his tune when he saw Pei Ling smoothly absorb the fire. Something's not right. That technique, how is it so refined? Plus, the process of absorbing fire into the body is incredibly painful, but this kid's face doesn't show any sign of it. Fang Ji couldn't believe it and clutched his head. Could it be? This brat really is a genius. Ouyang Tianxing also felt relieved when she saw that Pei Ling seemed fine. His fire control technique is on par with someone refining top-grade elixirs. I didn't expect junior brother Pei's willpower talent to be so high. I was worried for nothing. Despite her calm appearance, Pei Ling was screaming internally, pain, 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 pain. I'm gonna die. System, I'll give you a 5-star rating forever after this. Make it stop, quick. While his fire absorption process was proceeding smoothly, Shi Ying, who was inside the cocoon, poked his head out and glared angrily. If this kid successfully absorbs the fire, won't all my efforts be for nothing? Branch Master Miao, why aren't you here yet? At the same time, in the sentient dream forest, Miao Chungyang had defeated the vengeful ghost. But now, he was possessed by a heart demon and roared madly, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" On the other side, Pei Ling was still diligently absorbing the fire. Seeing him so focused, Ouyang Tianjing thought in surprise, "Junior brother Pei, you've reached the 6th level of Xianxia already. The 8th grade pill fire is truly powerful. This is the final stage, guiding the fire into the body. It'll be a success soon." Shi Ying, in the nearby cocoon, had been observing every movement outside. He seemed unable to contain himself and ground his teeth in anger. If this Pei Ling kid is allowed to grow up, the Fusang branch will definitely rise again. Then what was the point of me going to Miao Chungyang for help? I must stop him. I must kill him. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from him, Ouyang Tianjing suddenly noticed where he was. Shi Ying was trying to break free from Ouyang Tianjing's control and was frantically exerting his power. Ouyang Tianjing said with annoyance, "You're already in the cocoon, can't you just behave? But since you have murderous intentions, I can't keep you anymore." Suddenly, the commotion in front of her made her eyes widen. Huang Bang only saw an incredibly powerful force shatter the cocoon that was imprisoning Shi Ying. Ouyang Tianjing then looked at the person in front of her and said, "I can't believe you actually came here yourself." It was Miao Chungyang, in a frenzied state, possessed by a heart demon. Ouyang Tianjing raised her guard and said, "Branch Master Miao, Junior brother Pei is still absorbing the pill fire, he absolutely cannot be disturbed." Hearing this, he rushed forward even more frantically and roared, "You think you can stop me?" As he spoke, he thought, "If I don't kill this little bastard Pei Ling, my heart demon will never disappear." Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Ouyang Tianjing quickly called out to Fang Ji, "Get Pei Ling out of here as fast as you can." Fang Ji just responded with an indifferent aha. He then extended his hand and shot hidden weapons towards Pei Ling. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianjing threw out iron chains to block them and angrily shouted, "Fang Ji." Fang Ji immediately put on a troubled expression and replied, "Senior sister, even if we join forces, we're no match for Branch Master Miao. A wise man knows when to retreat." He then continued to launch hidden weapons at Pei Ling. Ouyang Tianjing blocked each of his attacks in turn. Immediately after, Ouyang Tianjing decided to take out her black Guanji and declared, "Then don't blame me for being impolite." Miao Chungyang was currently attacking furiously with his power. He declared, "Anyone who stops me from killing Pei Ling will die." Then, with a demonic fist attack, he charged straight towards Pei Ling, but Ouyang Tianjing quickly intercepted him. This one fist from Miao Chungyang injured Ouyang Tianjing, but she remained extremely determined. "I absolutely won't let you get near junior brother Pei." With that, she used the Netherworld Ghost Chains, unleashing countless purple chains to attack Miao Chungyang. However, her attack couldn't stop him at all. He easily dodged everything and charged forward. What pathetic talent! Ouyang Tianxing was taken aback when he saw Miao Chungyang's movement technique, U-Ghost Evasion Technique. The U-Ghost and Blood Ghost Evasion techniques are similar, both preliminary techniques of the infamous 5-Ghost Heavenly Net Evasion technique of the Jungming sect. Recognizing the technique, Ouyang Tianxing exclaimed, "I didn't think Miao Chungyang had mastered it so well." Miao Chungyang, using the U-Ghost Evasion technique, zipped around her, putting her at a disadvantage. "Damn it, I can't track him visually at all." Left with no choice, Ouyang Tianxing resolved, "If this continues, Pei Dai and I will both be in mortal danger. I have to release her." With that, she mustered all her strength and released the seal. Inside was the sleeping Ouyang Tianmeng. Seeing this, Tai Ying gasped. She released her. Fang Ji casually replied, "What's there to be afraid of? Sect leader Miao is here." Miao Chungyang, seeing the unsealed Ouyang Tianmeng, taunted, "So what if you released her? I'm the sect leader of the Zhaoxuan sect. Today is the day you and Pei Ling die, Ouyang Tianmeng." Newly released, Ouyang Tianmeng kept her eyes closed, extending a hand forward. Suddenly, an unseen force immobilized Miao Chungyang. Miao Chungyang found himself in an unfamiliar place, confusion swirling in his mind. Where am I? Before him, a woman diligently embroidered his portrait. It was Qiao Ni. She looked up at him and said, "Come, sit for a while." Back with Ouyang Tianxing's group, Miao Chungyang was nowhere to be seen. Ouyang Tianxing looked around, gritting her teeth. "He's gone." Fang Ji grumbled, "That U-Ghost Evasion technique is truly powerful." He vanished without a trace. Not to be outdone, Tai Ying added, "Back in the day, sect leader Miao was the strongest outer disciple. He's mastered the U-Ghost Evasion technique to such a degree in such a short time." Ouyang Tianxing, unable to contain her fury, snapped, "How dare you betray the Qianqing sect? You'll be left to rot in this bone marsh." With that, Ouyang Tianmeng launched an attack on Tai Ying and Fang Ji. Thorny vines from poisonous flowers lashed out, causing them to cry out in pain. Fang Ji quickly brought out an incense burner to block the attack. The Zhaoxuan sect's attacks are supported by the Zhu Zhen lineage. Do you dare offend the Zhu Ren lineage as well? Though he managed to block the attack, the drain on his spiritual energy was immense. Panicked, he thought, sect leader Miao, why hasn't he returned yet? Could he have been scared off by Ouyang Tianxing and run away? Ouyang Tianxing looked at them with disdain. So much chatter when you're about to die. The scene shifted to another location. Miao Chungyang's reflection shimmered in a bowl of water. He addressed Qiao Ni. If I may ask, are you Miss Qiao Ni, under Li Zhen lineage? Then, he softly inquired, may I know why Miss Qiao Ni is here? Qiao Ni got straight to the point. Don't touch Pei Ling. Miao Chungyang gritted his teeth, seething. Qiao Ni is here for Pei Ling. Could it be that little bastard Pei Ling's backer isn't Zheng Jingshan, but Li Zhen lineage? But if I don't kill Pei Ling, my heart demon will never be vanquished. He replied, and what if I say no? As soon as the words left his mouth, a long cut appeared on his face. Qiao Ni had merely pricked the fabric bearing his likeness with her needle, a clear warning. Back with the others, Tai Ying growled in frustration, this bitch's release is constantly draining her spiritual energy. If this continues, we'll win for sure. Fang Ji, struggling, gasped, but my Shuiwen protective incense burner can't hold out much longer. Tai Ying responded, then grab Pei Ling and use him as a shield. Without a word, Fang Ji bit his thumb, dripping blood onto the incense burner before him and yelling, I'm outta here. And with those words, a creature called the Yu Huanggu flew out of the Baolu. The Yu Huanggu, dodging poisonous flower petals, zipped forward. In the blink of an eye, it circled behind Ouyang Tianxing, catching her completely off guard. Crap! She exclaimed. As Ouyang Tianxing spun around, Fang Ji suddenly appeared behind her. He grinned wickedly, ready to strike. Senior sister, what are you looking at? Caught completely unaware, Ouyang Tianxing took the blow head-on, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A massive explosion followed, sending dust and debris everywhere. Over by Pei Ling, the system announced, this cultivation session concludes here. Thank you for using the cultivation system. Just one click, no worries, no hassle. We look forward to your feedback. If satisfied, please rate us 5 stars. Pei Ling, having come to, immediately grabbed the Yu Huanggu's head and crushed it. With a deadly serious expression, Pei Ling sighed. Finally, it's over. Seeing him successfully complete the devouring, Fang Ji spat. That little punk actually finished it. Damn it, even the Yu Huanggu couldn't stop him. Am I really going to lose today? Gritting his teeth, he snarled, if I can't kill Pei Ling, then. He grabbed Ouyang Tianxing by the hair and yelled, I'll kill this bitch. Meanwhile, Pei Ling calmly circulated his power. Ever since we entered the Gu Yuan, you've bullied me and plotted to kill me. Out of respect for senior sister, I held back repeatedly, but you only got worse. A cold glint entered his eyes as he growled, now, you've seriously injured senior sister, you all die. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Pei Ling used Bloodshift to close the distance. In a flash, he cut Fang Ji down and scooped up Ouyang Tianxing. Witnessing this display of power, Si Ying felt a wave of fear wash over him. He dropped to his knees, begging, Pei Shidi, please, let's talk this over. This Shisheng swears to be your loyal dog. Just spare me. Pei Ling approached, glaring down at him, regretting it now, are you? Then, in a low voice, he uttered 2 words. Too late, ignoring Si Ying's desperate pleas. Pei Shidi, Pei Dash, I truly know my mistake. Please, I beg you. Pei Ling cut him down. A while later, seeing Ouyang Tianxing stir, he asked, Senior sister, are you alright? She replied softly, I'm okay now. I never thought Pei Shidi would master the blood slaughter blade art. He just scratched his head and chuckled, then, concerned, he asked, Senior sister, is this black coffin draining your spiritual energy? Should I send you back first? Ouyang Tianxing shook her head, it's fine, I can still manage. Miao Chungyang is probably lurking around, we should be careful. Just then, Pei Ling stumbled, a pained expression on his face, and collapsed against Ouyang Tianxing. Alarmed, she cried out, Pei Shidi. At that moment, Pei Ling felt a strange sensation. What's happening? My body feels so heavy, Ouyang Tianxing said worriedly. Pei Shidi, your devouring isn't stable yet, and you've overexerted your spiritual energy. The poison is spreading towards your heart. The only way is to practice the external refinement of the blood slaughter blade art. Grimacing in pain, Pei Ling thought, the blade art has healing properties, but to practice it now. Maybe the system will give me a freebie if senior sister asks nicely. Senior sister, he said, after I finish refining these two things externally, you need to give me a light tap. Though surprised, she agreed, hit you. Alright, he then called up the system interface. System, I want to cultivate the blood slaughter blade art. The system displayed a message, insufficient materials detected, cultivator's blood essence. The system gifted 3 Zhuji stage cultivators for free. After reading, he sighed, as expected. Immediately after, Pei Ling entered a cultivation state. He held the Yansheng blade in his hand, raised it, and performed blood slaughter. Devouring, the Yansheng blade began to devour the essence blood of those around him, directly draining Zhu Ying and the others until only dried husks remained. After completing the devouring, Pei Ling's wounds also vanished. He assessed his body and said, "My wounds have healed. This blood slaughter blade art is truly effective." Suddenly, a hand landed heavily on his shoulder, the system panel appeared once more, detecting an external attack, and his cultivation ended there. At this moment, he thought it was Ouyang Tianxing, so he turned around and said with a smile, "Senior sister, I'm done cultivating, let's go." However, it wasn't Ouyang Tianxing, but Ouyang Tianmeng. She appeared with a terrifying expression and laughed eerily. He. Meanwhile, Miao Chunyang was being beaten black and blue by Qiao Ni. She sat calmly in the air and said, "If Pei Ling had failed in his fire absorption just now, I wouldn't have saved him, nor would I have stopped you. Unfortunately, your luck isn't good." Miao Chunyang frowned in displeasure and asked her, "So what do you want me to do?" Qiao Ni immediately replied, 1. Don't reveal what happened today. 2. Don't make a move before Pei Ling enters the sect. Then, Qiao Ni turned back and demanded of Miao Chunyang, "Swear these 2 heart demon oaths, and I'll let you leave." Miao Chunyang asked, "Does that mean I can kill him after Pei Ling enters the sect?" She frankly replied, "If Pei Ling dies at your hands by then, he's simply trash, unworthy of master's attention." Miao Chunyang gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger, thinking, "I'll let this little bastard Pei Ling live for a few more days, then I'll make him suffer tenfold." Then, he declared clearly, "I, Miao Chunyang, hereby swear a heart demon oath. I will not reveal what happened today, and I absolutely will not make a move before Pei Ling enters the sect." Afterwards, he turned and asked, "How about it, Miss Qiao Ni?" She simply replied coldly, "MHM." Miao Chunyang then lowered his voice, "I'll take my leave then." Suddenly, Qiao Ni handed him a cup of tea and said, "Wait, drink this tea before you go." Meanwhile, Pei Ling was having a bit of trouble with Ouyang Tianmeng. He looked at Ouyang Tianxing worriedly. "Oh no, senior sister. How did you fall?" Then, he faced Ouyang Tianmeng and said fearfully, "Hello, Ouyang Tianmeng." At this moment, she simply laughed eerily and immediately launched an attack towards him. Pei Ling quickly blocked with his Yansheng blade. Not good. This girl has probably lost control. Suddenly, numerous chains flew out from the black coffin. Those chains instantly flew towards Ouyang Tianmeng, bound her tightly, and dragged her back into the coffin. Ouyang Tianmeng was like a killing machine, only capable of laughter. The coffin lid slammed shut right in front of Pei Ling. He wondered about the incident, asking himself, what in the world just happened? Could it be her again? Just then, he heard a voice from behind him, "Young Master Pei." Qiao Ni appeared gracefully before him and asked, "Are you all right?" Pei Ling, seeing Qiao Ni, respectfully said, "Thank you, Miss Qiao Ni, for your help." But in his heart, he couldn't stop wondering, strange, it wasn't Wu Lu, was it? Thinking of this, Pei Ling asked, "Where is Miss Wu Lu? Didn't she come?" Hearing this, Qiao Ni simply brushed past him and replied casually, "Because of the previous incident, Wu Lu has been punished by Master. From now on, I will be taking care of you." Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes lit up, and he thought excitedly, "Taking care of me? Could it be that Immortal Li sent her here to be my bodyguard? What amazing luck. Doesn't this mean I can act all high and mighty in the Jungming sect from now on?" Then, he excitedly said to Qiao Ni, yes, Miss Qiao Ni, please guide me in the future." Qiao Ni, while focused on healing Ouyang Tianxing, coldly replied, "Young Master Pei, Master hates useless people the most. This time, although you successfully absorbed the fire, you are still far from adequate." Suddenly, she turned her head to look at him. Warning, before proving your worth, young Master Pei, pray for your own well-being. Qiao Ni's words made him think painfully. "I've stuck my foot in my mouth," but Pei Ling still forced a smile and said, yes, may I ask Miss Qiao Ni? Does Fairy Li intend to impart new cultivation techniques? Seeing that she didn't reply, Pei Ling called out again, "Miss Qiao Ni." But in front of him now was only Ouyang Tianxing lying motionless on the ground. And Qiao Ni had long since disappeared. Pei Ling wondered blankly, huh? After a while, Pei Ling and Ouyang Tianxing returned to Zheng Jingshan's place. He, with an angry face, yelled, "You're saying Fang Ji and Zhu Ying both betrayed Miao Chungyang and personally attacked you?" Seeing him so agitated, Pei Ling patiently explained, "Senior sister was forced to touch the black coffin, but unexpectedly, the girl inside lost control. In the end, thankfully Miss Qiao Ni appeared and saved us." Ouyang Tianxing, standing beside him, added, "And Fang Ji and Zhu Ying, they have been refined into external fiends by junior brother Pei." Hearing this, Zheng Jingshan exclaimed excitedly, "Well refined. Those ungrateful wretches, biting the hand that feeds them. All my painstaking cultivation wasted. What about Miao Chungyang?" Ouyang Tianxing, with an indifferent expression, immediately replied, "Branch Master Miao disappeared in the middle of everything, nowhere to be seen. I think, perhaps it was thanks to Miss Qiao Ni's intervention." Upon hearing this, Zheng Jingshan immediately spoke up, "Good, good. Miao Chungyang falling into Miss Qiao Ni's hands, he'll either be dead or skinned alive." Suddenly, Pei Ling excitedly asked, "Right, senior brother Zheng, about the fine?" Zheng Jingshan, hearing this, patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, junior brother Pei, now that you've obtained the Hanzui fire. A measly 100,000 in fines is nothing, senior brother is sure you can pay it back." As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling felt a little uncertain in his heart. "Sure. Can I pay it back? Didn't he say he'd pay it for me before?" Zheng Jingshan walked out the gate. Before leaving, he said, "You've just returned from the ancient abyss, rest up a bit first, junior brother Pei. I told him to arrange a temporary room for you. I have to go out and handle some matters first." At the same time, in another place, someone aggressively kicked open a door and walked into a room. The people inside looked at the person standing before them in surprise. Seeing Miao Chungyang appear in a miserable state, they cried out worriedly, "Branch Master." Each and every one of them exclaimed in astonishment, "Branch Master! Branch Master! Are you all right?" Suddenly, Miao Chungyang spat out a large mouthful of blood. Within the blood he just spat out appeared strange foreign objects. Then, he roared, "Someone! Slaughter the Pei household for me. Let that damned little bastard taste the pain of losing loved ones and being entangled by heart demons." As he spoke, he cursed inwardly. "If I can't directly deal with Pei Ling, then I'll annihilate his entire family." At this moment, someone interrupted. "Branch Master, please forgive me, but this course of action is unwise." The one who spoke was Yin Dongmeng of the Zhaoshuan branch. Hearing this, Miao Chungyang ordered, "Everyone else, withdraw." The surrounding disciples replied in unison, "Yes." After they had all withdrawn, Miao Chungyang asked, "What's unwise about it?" Yin Dongmeng tried to explain, "Branch Master, returning from the ancient abyss with no results, outsiders will think that the Branch Master can't do anything to Pei Ling, and is only taking it out on his family. If this matter reaches Chu Zhenchuan's ears, our Zhaoshuan branch's position will be in jeopardy." Hearing Yin Dongmeng's words, Miao Chungyang had to admit, "You have a point, I was a bit impulsive." Seeing that Miao Chungyang seemed to have calmed down, Yin Dongmeng continued, "Moreover, Pei Ling has long been looked down upon. Every year in the clan he's not close to anyone, slaughtering the entire Pei household. I'm afraid it wouldn't even bother him." Suddenly, Yin Dongmeng smiled sinisterly, "But there's another way." Miao Chungyang immediately asked excitedly, "What way?" Dongmeng said with a sly grin, "Outside the sect, there's a female cultivator who has some connections with Pei Ling. Below the Zhuji stage, how many can resist a beautiful woman?" At this moment, in an alchemy room, the Hanzui fire was burning brightly under the alchemy furnace. Immediately afterward, the system notification sounded, "Detected insufficient spiritual power of the host. This commission cultivation ends here. Thank you, host, for using the cultivation system. One-click commission ascension, worry-free. Hope you'll share a cultivation review. If satisfied, 5 stars please." Meanwhile, Pei Ling collapsed, completely drained. He sprawled on the ground, groaning, "What the heck, man? I'm already Lianqi layer 6. Logically, my spiritual power should be way higher than before, right? Why did refining one pot just suck me dry? Could it be Hanzui Huo's cauldron?" Thinking this, he abruptly sat up, staring at the refining cauldron. "First, let's see how the refining went. If one pot can produce a few extra pills, losing a bit of spiritual power is acceptable." The moment he touched the lid, strange rays of light emanated from within, making Pei Ling ask in a daze, "Huh?" Immediately, blinding light poured out from the room, startling everyone nearby. Blinded, Pei Ling squeezed his eyes shut. thinking, holy crap, that's bright. Did I actually refine a whole batch of pills? But when he peeked inside at the number of pills, he could only yell in disappointment, 2 pills. Pei Ling's face crumpled, are you kidding me? Carefully picking up a pill, he examined it closely. Not only is the quantity low, but the refined pills are also vastly different from before. Don't tell me the system screwed me over again. If these mess someone up, won't I have to compensate with spirit stones? I better test it myself first. Thinking this, he popped the pill into his mouth. Afterward, Pei Ling told the system, I want to cultivate the bone forging technique. Sometime later, the sun had reached its zenith. Zhang Jingshan knocked loudly from outside, calling, Junior brother Pei, are you in there? He continued as he opened the door, Senior brother has good news for you. Pei Ling greeted him with a surprisingly muscular physique, replying, Senior brother Zhang, you're back. What's the good news? Seeing Pei Ling's unusual appearance, Zhang Jingshan's jaw dropped. Just overnight, how did this kid's bones become so robust? Regaining his composure, Zhang Jingshan informed Pei Ling, Elder Chu of the inner sect needs high-grade pills immediately to nurture his only 6-year-old grandson. He then glanced at him and continued, I've already negotiated with him, high-grade pills, bone-tempering pills, selling for 120 spirit stones each, low-grade. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened. He couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, that much. The profit. Zhang Jingshan puffed out his chest, feigning generosity, 80-20 split. I'll cover the material costs, don't worry junior brother Pei, just keep refining pills every day, and you'll definitely pay off your fine. Hearing this, Pei Ling was speechless. He thought scornfully, 2080. I knew you weren't that kind. He then turned to Zhang Jingshan, didn't senior brother say you'd help me pay off the fine before? Did you change your mind? I wonder what Fairy Li would think if she knew about this. Hearing this, Zhang Jingshan looked a little guilty. Zhang Jingshan immediately tried to renegotiate. How could junior brother say that? I'm splitting my share with senior sister, how about this, 30-70? As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Ling counted. 40-60, Zhang Jingshan was so shocked he couldn't speak, cursing inwardly, trying to rob me blind. No way, but in the end, he had to compromise, fine. 40-60 then, Zhang Jingshan sighed. And asked, Junior brother Pei, how many pills did you refine last night? Elder Chu needs them today. Pei Ling took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Zhang Jingshan, saying, Senior brother Zhang, I just returned from the ancient abyss, I wasn't in top form, so I only managed to refine 10. Moreover, the quality is a bit special. Zhang Jingshan immediately took the bottle, his tone slightly reproachful, I think you're just being lazy, how special can bone tempering pills be? The moment he saw the pills, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, are these peak-grade bone tempering pills? In his hand was a perfectly formed pill, radiating a dazzling light. Suddenly, Zhang Jingshan realized something. In the blink of an eye, this kid's bone tempering has progressed so much. So he used peak-grade bone tempering pills. Thinking this, Zhang Jingshan clutched the bottle tightly, excitedly saying, peak-grade bone tempering pills are extremely valuable. Auctioned off, they're worth at least 2,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Junior brother Pei, holy crap, you're a genius. Hearing about spirit stones, Pei Ling's eyes lit up. He asked excitedly, they can sell for that much? Dog system, I love you. At that moment, Ouyang Tianxing entered, saying, Branch Master Jin of the Stone Branch is here to see you. Zhang Jingshan looked troubled, saying, what's coming is coming. Pei Ling was thinking, Branch Master Jin. Is that Jin Sumi's older sister? The Hanzui Huo mission this time was snatched from her by Zhang Jingshan. Looks like she's here for revenge. A moment later, Zhang Jingshan's face darkened. He instructed, Brother Pei, take the Hanzui Huo, she's probably here to cause trouble for you. Go back to the outer sect and lay low for a bit. Senior brother can handle this. Hearing this, Pei Ling replied, then I'll trouble senior brother Zhang. He then left. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind him, well then, I'm off. Senior brother, don't forget the pill refining. Though he had gone far, Zhang Jingshan could still hear Pei Ling and Tianxing's voices. What will senior brother Zhang's fate be? I'm afraid he'll have to be in secluded cultivation for at least half a month. Branch Master Zhang has really done so much for the Fusang branch. Hearing this, Zhang Jingshan was so distressed that he burst into tears. Elsewhere, a large crowd had gathered in a courtyard. Sun Yinglan, looking elegant and refined, sat plucking her zither, like a celestial maiden. Pei Hongnian, her devoted admirer, stood beside her, showering her with praises. Such heavenly music. Mortals rarely get to hear such a thing. Yinglan Shimei's zither skills are truly exceptional. Hearing this, Sun Yinglan giggled coyly, covering her mouth. Pei Shisheng, you flatter me. Although she smiled brightly, inwardly, she felt utter disdain. Lianqi Layer 4, Lianqi Layer 2. Why are they all such trash? With my beauty and talent, when will I get the chance to meet someone truly outstanding? Just then, the courtyard wall suddenly exploded inwards. Those inside cried out, who is it? How dare you barge into Yinglan Shimei's courtyard? Pei Hongnian quickly positioned himself in front of Sun Yinglan, declaring, Yinglan Shimei, don't be afraid. I'm here. The dust settled, revealing Yin Dongmeng, striding in with an imposing air. Everyone in the courtyard gasped in shock. Oh no. It's a Zhuji stage cultivator. The courtyard erupted into chaos, filled with panicked screams, run. Everyone scattered in terror, leaving only Pei Hongnian, still standing protectively before Sun Yinglan. Pei Hongnian hadn't stayed out of bravery, but because his legs had turned to jelly from fear, despite this, he still tried to reassure her. Yinglan Shimei, you go first. I'll handle him, but she gently pushed Pei Hongnian aside and quickly threw herself into Yin Dongmeng's arms. Speaking in a seductive tone, this Shisheng is truly handsome and distinguished. I wonder what brings you to your Shimei. Yin Dongmeng gently lifted her delicate face. Seeing this, Sun Yinglan acted coy. Shisheng, aren't you being a little hasty? Inwardly, she rejoiced. This guy's interested in me. My golden turtle, he's finally here. But suddenly, he forcefully pushed her face into the ground. Witnessing this, Pei Hongnian yelled in alarm, Yinglan Shimei. Sun Yinglan's head was now pinned beneath Yin Dongmeng's foot as he sneered, the likes of you are a dime a dozen in the outer sect, seducing a few losers and you think you're qualified to climb higher. I have a task for you, within half a month, seduce Pei Ling. He leaned down, menacingly adding, otherwise, die at the Danfeng market. Pei Ling stood at the quality ingredients stall, searching for alchemy materials. Looking at the bag of ingredients in his hand, he thought with satisfaction, these should be enough for a month of alchemy practice in the Dan room. Suddenly, a soft arm snaked around his waist from behind. Sun Yinglan whispered into his ear, Pei Shidi, you've been awfully hard to find. Pei Ling's face flushed crimson. This old hag, why is she here? He abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming, Sun Shiji, men and women shouldn't be too intimate. Please, have some self-respect. Sun Yinglan fell to the ground with a pained cry. Immediately after, she put on a pitiful expression, Pei Shidi, you hurt me. But inwardly, she cursed. This little bastard, he's not dead yet at Chen Huan's hands. I have to seduce him to survive, how humiliating. Pei Ling shuddered at her words but tried to calm himself. If she goes to the disciplinary hall to complain about me, I'll have to pay another fine. Thinking this, he put on a friendly face and helped her up. I'm so sorry, Sun Shiji, I didn't mean to. Meanwhile, Sun Yinglan thought she had him hooked. Men, they're all the same. Suddenly, she popped a pill into her mouth. This action completely baffled Pei Ling. Sun Yinglan immediately adopted a seductive pose, saying, Pei Shidi, I suddenly feel so hot. Could you help me? As she finished, she boldly threw herself at him, clinging to his neck. Her brazen actions made him blush. He thought to himself, no wonder Pei Hongnian is willingly her lapdog. Normal people would find this hard to resist. But Sun Yinglan hated me before, why is she suddenly trying to seduce me now? Suddenly, a vision flashed through Pei Ling's mind. Sun Yinglan barking orders, cut out his kidneys for me. I'll sell them to Elder Liang of the inner sect as a snack. Pei Hongnian, holding a sharp knife, approached Pei Ling and replied, yes, just thinking about this. Pei Ling cried out internally, I knew it, this is a trap. She wants to knock me out, harvest my kidneys, and sell them for spirit stones. Immediately, he bolted, leaving her with a hasty, sorry, senior sister Tun, I have something to do. Farewell. Tun Yinglan stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. That little bastard actually resisted my alluring body. She thought incredulously. A lecherous-looking guy standing nearby spoke up. Beautiful Shimei, how many spirit stones for a wonderful night together? Tun Yinglan, irritated, snapped at him. Ugh. After running for a while, Pei Ling finally stopped by a small lake. Panting and exhausted, he nervously glanced around. I think I lost her. She already has Pei Hongnian, why is she so thirsty for my kidneys? Suddenly, Tun Yinglan emerged from the lake, smiling brightly. Pei Shidi, what a coincidence. Are you here to rest too? Seeing her, Pei Ling's heart lurched. How did she even? A little while later, Pei Ling found himself on a crowded street. He looked around, thinking, I should hide in the pill room. This treacherous sect is dangerous everywhere, but even the pill room wouldn't be safe. Tun Yinglan was already there, smiling at him. Pei Shidi, what a coincidence. Are you here to refine pills too? Seeing her, Pei Ling screamed internally, she's like a freaking ghost. After more running, Pei Ling was luxuriating in a nice, hot bath. This is the men's bathhouse, there's no way she can get in here. Want my kidneys? Dream on. But then, a familiar figure appeared, throwing open the bathhouse door. Tun Yinglan, stark naked, grinned. Pei Shidi, what a coincidence. Are you here to bathe too? Witnessing this, Pei Ling's nose erupted in a geyser of blood. He quickly turned his back, cursing under his breath, she's insane. After yet another frantic escape, Pei Ling arrived at the scripture pavilion, cautiously looking around. Without further thought, he rushed inside. Just gotta keep moving. He finally reached a large barrier. Holding his identity badge, Pei Ling carefully stepped through. He felt a wave of relief. The scripture pavilion has individual spaces for disciples to choose techniques. This time, I've finally escaped her. Looking around the space, Pei Ling felt something was off. But why is there nothing here? Suddenly, someone appeared, snapping their fingers. Pei Ling felt a strange sensation wash over him. He collapsed in pain. A sharp, sudden agony racked his body. My head. Who attacked me? Looking up, he saw a figure approaching. He struggled to focus on the person before him. That familiar ornament, could it be? His vision blurred. No, I can't hold on. The woman drew closer, gently lifting his chin. Li Liu looked at his dazed face. The 6 Desires secret art depends on your willingness. Tonight, we'll find out the answer. Then, Li Liu carried him to a strange bed adorned with skulls. Straddling his waist, she began to move rhythmically. However, it wasn't enough. Li Liu reached for his chest for leverage, pushing harder, but the power still wasn't there. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. She collapsed, her strength gone. Lying on top of Pei Ling, she pondered, the 6 Desires secret art is a top-tier heaven-grade technique. Perhaps my own cultivation is too crude. I haven't fully discarded worldly thoughts. This level of technique requires both body and mind to be fully immersed. Then, let's try again. Thinking this, Li Liu leaned down to kiss him. On the other side, Sun Yinglan glared impatiently at the Hall of Dharma. Why isn't he coming out yet? The person she was waiting for was currently pinned beneath Li Liu on a bed. Li Liu, after another failed attempt, took Pei Ling's hand. Her face was flushed, eyes hazy. I've completely discarded all distracting thoughts and focused on cultivation. Why is it still not as effective as before? After pondering a bit longer, Li Liu's gaze shifted to Pei Ling's face, a thought forming. Could it be that the 6 Desires secret art truly can't be controlled by me? At that, she cried out, no way, and forcefully bounced down. Instantly, a wave of numb pleasure made her cry out. A while later, Li Liu gently moved her body off Pei Ling, thinking, this cultivation session not only barely improved my cultivation, but also made me indulge in desire, happy as a clam. At that thought, Li Liu narrowed her eyes, muttering to herself, this can't continue. Having made her decision, Li Liu snapped her fingers, click, and declared, if that's the case, then I'll control his cultivation instead. Pei Ling's eyes snapped open in surprise and he immediately grabbed Li Liu's arm. Next, Pei Ling sat up abruptly, flipping him over so he was now on top of Li Liu. Li Liu was taken aback, thinking, how is this possible? I clearly haven't controlled him yet. Seeing the look of lust return to his face, she speculated, don't tell me, he's starting to act on instinct. Suddenly, Pei Ling's forceful actions made her cry out, ugh, this guy. Time passed quickly. The next morning, Pei Ling woke up in a daze, looking around in confusion. Where is this? Why, doesn't it look like the gloomy place? Better to escape first. With that, Pei Ling immediately ran off without looking back, despite only wearing a pair of pants. In a hidden corner, 2 girls silently watched the whole scene unfold. They were none other than Wu Lu and Qiao Ni. Qiao Ni watched Pei Ling's figure disappear around the corner, sighing, Pei Ling really is like you said, his divine sense isn't like ordinary people's, he could actually wake up under Master's control. Hearing this, Wu Lu asked, Sister, should we tell Master? Qiao Ni replied smugly, no need. Pei Ling's awakening is definitely within Master's expectations, let's just enjoy the next act of this exciting play. After escaping Li Liu's room, Pei Ling arrived at a deserted corridor with a single skull. From the skull, a gloomy voice echoed. Hey, you've arrived, for the moment, I am the final boss of this world, 15 Jin for 30 yuan. Pei Ling didn't pay much attention to it, instead looking around and assessing his surroundings. This place sure is dark, What kind of spooky business is going on? Gotta find a way out, get outta here. Suddenly, the sound of running water reached Pei Ling's ears from a nearby room. He immediately perked up, wondering, the sound of running water. He quickly opened the door and stepped inside to investigate. The moment he laid eyes on the scene within, Pei Ling froze in astonishment. Before him, Li Liu was bathing, her posture undeniably provocative. Seeing Li Liu's serious face, Pei Ling felt a flicker of fear. Fairy Li, I didn't mean to peep. Li Liu, seeing Pei Ling, was surprised. He could actually break free from my control spell. Meeting Li Liu's icy gaze, Pei Ling trembled. Li Liu thought to herself, even with me controlling him, the cultivation effect hasn't increased much. Looks like I can only remove his control and try again. The more she thought, the deeper she fell into her musings. Alright, then let's try what the cultivation effect will be like when he's conscious. After everything is done, I'll just erase his memories. Sensing the unsettling atmosphere, Pei Ling turned to flee. I'll leave right away. Before he could take more than a few steps, Li Liu called him to stop. Pei Ling cautiously turned back to see Li Liu beckoning him with an inviting gesture. Seeing this, Pei Ling's face darkened, his mind screaming in terror, is she telling me to come over there? I'm screwed. Finally, Pei Ling resigned himself to his fate. Stepping into the water with no regrets, slowly walking towards Li Liu while scratching his head and chuckling nervously, in his mind, he frantically tried to guess her intentions. This is torture, what is she going to do to me? Could it be she's looking for me to settle the score after I used her name for so much crap? When he got close enough, Li Liu ordered, perform the 6 desires secret art. Faced with this demand, Pei Ling froze, internally screaming, I'm screwed. What the hell is the 6 desires secret art? Did Qiao Yingyi forget to give me the cultivation technique? Our sweet summer child Pei Ling, cluelessly unaware that the nameless technique was the 6 desires secret art, scratched his head and honestly replied, sorry, senior sister, I haven't practiced the 6 desires secret art you mentioned. 2 skulls floated beside her, one confirmed he wasn't lying, the other speculated, could it be his memories haven't fully returned after breaking free from the control? Hearing this, Li Liu's eyes lit up with passion. If that's the case, I'll just make him remember how to use it. She then began to circulate her power. This startled Pei Ling, who stumbled back, frantically thinking, holy crap. I've poked the bear. What do I do? What do I do? Without a word, Li Liu advanced, grabbing Pei Ling by the throat. Then, instead of attacking, she pressed her lips to his in a passionate kiss. Caught off guard by the kiss, Pei Ling's eyes widened in shock. This familiar feeling, spiritual energy is pouring into my body. He quickly brought up the system screen. A thought formed in his mind. Could the nameless technique actually be the 6 desires secret art? Should I use the automatic cultivation system? But then, thinking better of it, Pei Ling quickly dismissed the system and the idea. No way. From a simple kiss, things escalated. Under these circumstances, Pei Ling made a decision. Letting the system handle such a prime opportunity would be a total waste. Time for me to be the awesome hero for once. Li Liu quickly became engrossed, panting and thinking. Yes, this is it. He finally remembered. She breathed even harder, filled with anticipation. Let's see if you can raise my cultivation by a level. Instantly, the surge of power emanating from the two caused the water around them to churn. Outside town, at Huam Fong, Tun An Lan was fuming, stamping her foot. Where the hell did that little bastard die? Bui Hong Nine hurried after her, trying to placate her. Let's not look anymore, An Lan Shi Mei. That Pei Ling isn't worth it. This only enraged Tun An Lan further. She pinched him and yelled, if we don't find him, are you going to compensate Shi Shung with your life? If you were capable, I wouldn't have been tricked into selling my beauty. Faced with the accusations, Bui Hong Nine could only apologize. I'm sorry. Finally, she released his ear. He rubbed the sore spot and cautiously suggested, how about we check the Chufap Kathwei? Hearing this, Tun An Lan flew into another rage, whirling around to shout, use your brain. Do you think a normal person can stay in the Chufap Kathwei for half a month? Just then, a young man rushed over, calling out, An Lan Shi Mei. He gasped for breath, then stammered, a senior brother wants to see you. This news startled Tun An Lan, causing her to stumble back. A short while later, Tun An Lan arrived at Dong Mong's place. He sat on a chair, sneering down at her. You slut. I told you to seduce Pei Ling. And you dared to slack off. Tun An Lan knelt on the ground, her head bowed low, pleading meekly. Shi Shung, please forgive me. Shi Mei wouldn't dare neglect Shi Shung's orders. she produced a handkerchief from somewhere. And sobbed pathetically. It's just that Pei Ling suddenly disappeared without a trace. Unable to bear it any longer, and Dong Mong roared. Enough. Get out of my sight. Tun An Lan hastily kowtowed, replying, yes, Shi Mei will leave immediately. With that, she turned and fled. Standing behind the purple-clad man, a small voice asked. And Dong Mong, are you really letting her go? How will we deal with Pei Ling later? And Dong Mong stroked his chin, replying, I never intended to rely on that bitch to deal with Pei Ling. It was just to save face in front of Branch Master Miao. Thinking of Kiao Ingay and Wu Liu, his expression hardened. Branch Master Miao personally intervened, but was severely injured and retreated. It must have been the ghostly servant under Li Zhenxuan's command. Then, glancing sideways, he inquired about the situation from the man beside him. There have been rumors recently that Li Zhenxuan has left seclusion. It wouldn't be wise to provoke him at this juncture. Back in Li Liyu's room, after finishing with Pei Ling, she rose from the bed, feeling refreshed. Li Liyu, with a satisfied smirk, ran her hand through her hair. Pei Ling, on the other hand, was a complete mess. He lay sprawled on the bed, pale and groaning, my kidneys, they're not okay. After fixing her hair, Li Liyu turned to appraise him. Even though he initiated it, the effects are weaker than last time in Luquan City. What's the problem? Noticing her stare, Pei Ling screamed internally. Judging by her look, she's not satisfied yet. Li Liyu narrowed her eyes dangerously at Pei Ling, thinking, it's already been too many days. I'll experiment again after he reaches Zhuji. Having decided, she tossed his clothes at him. You can go now. Pei Ling scrambled to dress, thanking her profusely. Thank you, senior sister. You spared my life. Inwardly, he was immensely relieved. Finally, it's over. If this continued, my kidneys would have been completely wrecked. He quickly turned to leave. He'd only gone halfway when Li Liyu, from behind, silently channeled her power. Suddenly, Pei Ling was lifted into the air by her spiritual energy. Pei Ling stared at her in terror. Senior sister, what are you doing? Li Liyu's reply was cryptic, some things are better left forgotten. With that, she flicked her finger, manipulating her spiritual power towards him. Before his memories were wiped, Pei Ling cried out in despair, no. I finally took the initiative for once, and now I'll forget everything. No. A while later, Pei Ling woke up from his daze, rubbing his aching back. He was puzzled. How did I fall asleep? And why do my kidneys hurt so much? Quickly, Pei Ling realized something was amiss. Why did I? Dismissing the thought, he rubbed his head and walked down the deserted hallway, muttering to himself, I wonder how long I was asleep. Tun Anlan must have left already, right? I should get out of here first. Suddenly, Pei Ling was stopped by a red mist with a ferocious face. It transformed into a giant ghost head and roared, making Pei Ling flinch in fear. In the next instant, it shrunk into a tiny imp, pointing its trident at him and chanting, no buying, no leaving. No buying, no leaving. Hearing this, Pei Ling sighed, resigned. This is so typical of the crafty sect. Pei Ling looked around, his heart aching at the prices. Buying a cultivation technique is so expensive. He browsed for a suitable one, lamenting, too bad I can't read the contents without spending spirit stones. The damn system can't copy them either unless I fork over the cash for every single technique. After a while, his attention was caught by a particular technique. This one is relatively cheap and practical, but the cultivation method seems a bit risky. He quickly read the description. This technique can plunder the life force of all living beings everywhere, restoring the user's or others' injuries. Highly effective. However, cultivating this within the holy sect will cause plants to wither or result in hefty fines. After reading, he couldn't help but imagine the consequences. If the system forces me to drain an entire mountain, even selling Zheng Jingshan wouldn't be enough to cover the fines. He pictured himself and Zheng Jingshan being chased away with 1,000,000 spirit stone fine. Shuddering, Pei Ling chuckled wryly, the crafty sect even finds ways to scam you with their cultivation techniques. He moved on to another one, reading its title aloud. He mused, feigning death, this one doesn't sound bad. Suddenly, Pei Ling jolted, wait, am I forgetting something important? He clutched his head, trying to remember. No, I can't recall anything. He decided to look at the technique first. Before him was the description of the bitter heart technique. This feigning death method allows the cultivator to feign death for the duration of one stick of incense, usable only once per hour. Excessive use will turn the cultivator into a half corpse. Cultivating this technique consumes spiritual energy. Not recommended for Lianqi stage cultivators. Price, 800 spirit stones. After reading, Pei Ling pondered, a feigning death technique can be life-saving in critical moments, as long as I don't overuse it. The side effects are negligible. Most importantly, it only consumes spiritual energy, no need to worry about the system causing trouble. Yep, it suits my dog-like cultivation path perfectly, this is the one. He quickly paid the spirit stones and purchased the technique. A while later, Pei Ling stepped out of the scripture pavilion, muttering, I wonder how much money-making time I've missed with that nap. I need to go refine some pills now. Suddenly, the gatekeeper greeted him. Oh, you're out. That's the first time I've seen someone stay in the scripture pavilion for half a month. Pei Ling froze. Half a month. His heart sank as he felt the phantom pain of those impending fines. Damn, I'm half a month late on paying the fine. He gritted his teeth, fuming, how could I have slept for so long? Then Pei Ling turned to his senior brother, did you see wrong? I wasn't in there for that long, the senior brother guarding the entrance chuckled. Not many people stroll into the scripture pavilion stark naked. Sir, I couldn't have mistaken you, but now you're dressed, so that's something. Hearing this, Pei Ling looked down at his clothes. That's right, I wasn't wearing anything when I went in. Who dressed me? Suddenly, an unknown force acted upon Pei Ling, causing him to lose consciousness. It turned out Li Liu was standing in a corner, erasing Pei Ling's memory. When he came to, Pei Ling had forgotten the whole incident and rushed off, yelling, I gotta hurry back to alchemy. Zheng Jingshan is waiting for me. Li Liu remained silent, watching him go. After a while, Pei Ling arrived at Zheng Jingshan's residence. He knocked on the door while calculating half a month's worth of pills down the drain, keeping some for myself. I can probably give Zheng Jingshan around 120 top-grade bone tempering pills to sell. Wonder how many spirit stones I can get. Zheng Jingshan greeted Pei Ling at the door. You're just in time, junior brother Pei, I was about to look for you. Seeing his bandaged body, Pei Ling asked in surprise, senior brother Zheng, what happened to you? Zheng Jingshan replied casually, it's nothing serious, this small injury is almost healed, don't worry, I've taken care of the stone realm vein issue. He then handed Pei Ling a spirit stone. Here's your share, a mid-grade spirit stone. One mid-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You don't have to worry about it not fitting in your storage bag. Pei Ling stared at the spirit stone in his hand, exclaiming, 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. He scratched his head in confusion. Are top-grade bone tempering pills really that valuable? Zheng Jingshan explained, top-grade bone tempering pills are in high demand. 9 out of those 10 pills were bought by alchemy masters for further research. Next time, I need to find a market further away. We might be able to sell them for an even higher price. Pei Ling then took out a bottle of pills. Senior brother Zheng, I've refined another batch, but they're just top-grade bone tempering pills. It's really mentally exhausting. I could only manage 120 pills this time. Zheng Jingshan exclaimed in surprise, 120 pills. He quickly took the bottle with a delighted expression. I told you before, you'd definitely be able to pay the fine, and I was right. With so many top-grade bone tempering pills, ordinary markets won't be able to handle them. We'll have to go to the Myriad Ruined Sea to sell them this time. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Pei Ling asked, where's the Myriad Ruined Sea? Zheng Jingshan replied, the Myriad Ruined Sea isn't controlled by the 9 major sects, it's a haven for rogue cultivators. It's also a place where cultivators from various sects conduct illegal black market transactions. Junior brother Pei, that place is too dangerous for you right now, it's best not to inquire too much about it. Heeding Zheng Jingshan's advice, Pei Ling shuddered, sounds like a place even more treacherous than our treacherous sect. Suddenly, Zheng Jingshan noticed something and let out a gasp. He couldn't help but yell. When did you reach the peak of the 6th level of Xianxia, kid? Even cultivators can't avoid growing up so fast. Pei Ling scratched his head sheepishly. Senior brother, I didn't even notice. Even he was puzzled by this. It's strange, I've been refining pills for the past half month. How could my cultivation have progressed so much? Zheng Jingshan placed a hand on his shoulder. Junior brother Pei, with your talent, reaching Zhuji is only a matter of time. Don't be blinded by immediate gains. Pei Ling immediately replied, senior brother, rest assured, I definitely won't do anything reckless. Pei Ling turned to leave, not forgetting to call out, well then, I'll go back to pill refining. Watching Pei Ling's retreating figure, Zheng Jingshan couldn't help but assess, Pei Ling's aptitude is truly terrifying. I'm afraid he'll reach the late stage of Xianxia in just a few days. Let me see if I can trade him a high-grade Jungyu Dan this time, he mused. Ideally, I could even find the Jungyu Dan recipe. A moment later, Pei Ling was back in his pill refining room, sitting and pondering. I'm already at the peak of the 6th level of Xianxia, I can break through to the 7th level soon. The fine isn't urgent right now, I'll cultivate first. Then Pei Ling called up the system and said, System, I want to cultivate the Duongu Ju. As soon as he hit the cultivate button, the system displayed the message, Cultivation system at your service is currently bankrupt. Seeing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, why do I have a bad feeling about this? This can't be good. The system then displayed, checking, host lacks breakthrough pills. Jungyu Dan required, the system will gift you 1 free high-grade Jungyu Dan. Immediately after, the system took control of Pei Ling's body and ran off, causing him to cry out, damn system. Elsewhere, Jin Sumi's cousin sister walked hesitantly towards her cultivation area, muttering to herself, Sumi's been in closed-door pill refinement for a month now. Calling me over after emerging, she probably wants to talk about that matter. At this thought, she angrily cursed. That damned Zhang Jingshan, how am I supposed to explain this to Sumi? Suddenly, the door opened and Jin Sumi stepped out, greeting, cousin sister, you're here. Seeing Jin Sumi, her cousin hesitated before speaking, Sumi, about that. Jin Sumi suddenly presented a box, saying, cousin sister, look at this. Its color is like jade, its light sparkles. Inside the box was a pill. Looking at the pill, her cousin gasped in surprise, this is a high-grade Jungyu Dan. She then happily patted Jin Sumi's head and praised, Sumi, you only recently refined a high-grade Bei Yuan Dan, and you've already refined a high-grade Jungyu Dan so quickly. Truly worthy of being the phoenix of our Jin family. Jin Sumi happily replied, it's thanks to your high-grade Kuigu Dan, its refining technique was so exquisite, it helped me realize so many things. She then mentioned, if I could obtain some Hanzui fire, my cultivation would improve significantly. Her cousin asked, when are we going to Gu Yuan to get the Hanzui fire? Hearing this, her cousin froze and stammered, Sumi, I'm so sorry, actually, the Hanzui fire was stolen by Zhang Jingshan. As compensation, he gave us Ju Ming Han Quan Shui. Jin Sumi exclaimed in surprise, what? She then regained her composure and asked, who did Zhang Jingshan steal the Hanzui fire for? Her cousin avoided her gaze and replied awkwardly, that bastard refused to tell me, no matter what. He kept saying something about a legacy disciple. Speaking of which, there have been rumors lately that the legacy disciple has emerged from seclusion. Her cousin didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Then, remembering her punishment of Zhang Jingshan, she said, but don't worry, cousin sister will teach that Zhang Jingshan a lesson. That bastard's wounds probably haven't healed yet. Then she handed the bottle of liquid to Jin Sumi and said softly, Sumi, this Ju Ming Han Quan Shui, although it can't be used for pill refining, its body tempering and soul merging properties are even stronger than the Hanzui fire. As for the pill fire, cousin sister will find another one for you. Although reluctant, Jin Sumi accepted with a soft mm. Her cousin then prepared to leave, but not before reminding, the tempering process of Ju Ming Han Quan Shui is just as potent as the Hanzui fire, so when you cultivate, you absolutely must strictly adhere to the proper mental state. Stay alert. Okay, you go ahead and cultivate first. This older sister has to go teach Zhang Jingshan another lesson. Jin Sumian looked sadly at the jar of 9 nether cold spring water in her hand and said, how could this happen? She then sighed and reassured herself, forget it, I should refine the 9 nether cold spring water first. Having finished speaking, she quickly went inside and slammed the door shut. Jin Sumian then poured the 9 nether cold spring water into the pool and removed her clothes. She stepped into the pool to soak. However, she still felt very regretful about her Hanzui fire. To lose it just like that. If I find out who Zhang Jingshan stole it for, I absolutely will not let that person off. Suddenly, a communication talisman appeared, catching Jin Sumian's attention. She raised her voice, who is it? How dare you disturb me at this time? Who is it? A voice responded from the communication talisman, it's me, junior sister Lu Luxiang. I found news about the Zhuji pill formula you need. Hearing this, Jin Sumian's face immediately brightened. She happily asked, really? What price do they want? Lu Luxiang's voice replied from the talisman, it's not about the price. If you want it, you have to join senior brother Zhang Shi's team and go on a mission to Hanshi Manor. I hear there's also a trace of red vine there. Senior brother Zhang Shi guarantees that if you can refine 2 Zhuji pills for him, the Zhuji pill formula and the red vine will both belong to you. Jin Sumian replied with satisfaction, then please tell senior brother Zhang Shi that I'm willing to join his team. I'll need some time to cultivate myself. Please come find me early tomorrow morning to tell me more about the mission. Hearing this, Lu Xiang replied, "All right, I'll come find you tomorrow morning." The communication talisman then disappeared. Jin Sumyeon couldn't hide her joy. The Shuji pill formula I've been waiting for finally has a lead. It's okay that I don't have the Hanzui fire anymore. My Tao of alchemy won't be hindered just because I lost the Hanzui fire. Now I need to quickly absorb this 9 nether cold spring water. Having finished speaking, Jin Sumyeon stepped deeper into the pool. Immediately, the 9 nether cold spring water seeped into her body, causing her to gasp, so painful. The 9 nether cold spring water is truly on par with the Hanzui fire. This refinement process is so agonizing. The pain became even more intense. To Jin Sumyeon, the cold spring water felt like sharp blades constantly stabbing her, but it also felt like countless whips lashing at her body. This is only the first step of refinement, I must persevere. Suddenly, a figure entered, catching her attention. It turned out to be Pei Ling rummaging through her clothes. Jin Sumyeon thought in shock, what's going on? Looking at Pei Ling holding her clothes, she wondered, who is he? He looks familiar. My cave entrance has so many restrictions, how did he get in? She gritted her teeth in fear, I can't move during the refinement process. What if he does something outrageous to me? Seeing Pei Ling take her pills, Jin Sumyeon anxiously thought, my seed jade pill. But then Pei Ling popped the pill straight into his mouth. This time, he didn't seem rushed at all. This small matter, just stealing something, I'm used to it. As long as I finish taking the blame for Zheng Jingshan, it's fine. At this moment, the system notification popped up. Mission completed, rewarded with high-grade seed jade pill. The system notification continued, for continued cultivation progress. The notification had barely finished when Jin Sumyeon was startled by Pei Ling standing right in front of her, staring at her in the pool. Pei Ling thought to himself, it's just that the victim this time looks very familiar, recalling their encounter at the 100 Treasures Pavilion. Their eyes widened as they both yelled simultaneously, it's her. It's him. At that moment, the system notification popped up. System detected suitable breakthrough environment, granting half a portion of 9 nether cold spring water for free. Immediately, Pei Ling, standing in front of Jin Sumyeon, stripped off all his clothes. Faced with this awkward situation, he cursed incessantly, damn system. System, you've gone too far. Even Zheng Jingshan is afraid of her older sister. They both yelled desperately, stop it. But by now, Pei Ling's entire body was under the system's control. He lunged towards her, splash. The water in the pool sprayed everywhere. In a flash, Pei Ling jumped into the water and sat beside Jin Sumyeon. Right now, Pei Ling was focusing on entering his cultivation state. System notification, Ju Ming Han Tuyuan Shui gifted successfully, system continuing cultivation for. Feeling the intense flow of energy within his body, Pei Ling thought, damn, this hurts even more than refining the Hanzui Huo Go. System, are you trying to screw me over again? Jin Sumyeon looked at him, utterly shocked. That shameless bastard. He's actually refining my Ju Ming Han Tuyuan Shui. And he's absorbing it 3 times faster than I could. But the backlash from a prematurely interrupted refinement is extremely severe. What should I do? Meanwhile, Pei Ling was forcefully absorbing the surrounding qi, which was intensely radiating and erupting with Hanzui Huo, causing him discomfort. Holy crap. The Hanzui Huo is leaking out too. Damn it, stupid system, this hurts more and more. There, seeing the Hanzui Huo on Pei Ling, Jin Sumyeon gritted her teeth, thinking, he's the one who stole my Hanzui Huo too. Overwhelmed with rage, Jin Sumyeon furiously thought, backlash be damned. Today I'm teaching him a lesson. Jin Sumyeon immediately lunged towards Pei Ling, yelling, you bully. The commotion caught Pei Ling's attention. He glanced at her anxiously, thinking, not good. If I'm attacked, the absorption will be interrupted, and I might suffer the Hanzui Huo backlash. Thinking this, Pei Ling didn't hesitate to grab Sumyeon's stunned face. Then, with all his might, he shoved her entire body underwater, pinned beneath the surface. Jin Sumyeon struggled, thinking, I, Jin Sumyeon, have never been so humiliated. Finally, she began to lose consciousness. Early the next morning, just as the sun peeked over the mountaintop, Pei Ling had completely absorbed the Ju Ming Han Tuyuan Shui. The system notifications rang out continuously. Lianqi 7th stage bone marrow has begun jadification, achieving top-grade jade bone. This cultivation session has concluded. Please rate 5 stars for your satisfaction. Pei Ling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Without hesitation, he gave a 1-star rating, cursing, 5 stars my ass. Then, he turned to look at the motionless Sumyeon beside him and muttered, hopefully, Jin Sumyeon is all right. But her expressionless face made him apprehensive. She doesn't look alright at all. He hurriedly scooped Jin Sumian up, panicking, I'm screwed. If anything happens to Jin Sumian, her older cousin will definitely kill me. I'm not as tough as Zhang Jingshan. A few hits and I'll be dead for real. Suddenly, a thought struck him. She loves alchemy so much. She must have a lot of pills at home. A moment later, he carefully placed Jin Sumian on the bed. And then ran around, rummaging through her things, muttering, this is useless too. Then he stumbled upon a pill bottle and exclaimed, this one looks valuable, I'll take it for now. Pei Ling carefully read the inscription on the bottle and realized it was an Hun Dan, soul-soothing pill. He then popped a pill into Jin Sumian's mouth, analyzing, an Hun Dan specializes in calming the mind and nourishing the soul. The user will fall into a deep sleep for a full month. While dreaming, their soul will be nurtured, allowing for mental recuperation. Jin Sumian's condition is critical. I have no choice but to give her this pill. As he administered the medicine, Pei Ling thought to himself, hopefully, no one else comes looking for her during this month. After she recovers, I'll figure out how to apologize. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door, Junior Sister Jin, are you there? Hearing this voice, Pei Ling panicked, what? So soon, someone's already here. Hearing no response, Lu Xiang continued calling from outside. Junior Sister Jin, are you there? Suddenly, she stared in surprise at the person standing before her. Pei Ling stepped out, saying gently, Senior Sister Jin, she's feeling unwell right now, it's best not to disturb her. She saw this unfamiliar man emerge from her junior sister's room. Lu Xiang asked in astonishment, who are you? Seeing that she didn't seem to recognize him, Pei Ling rejoiced inwardly, I saw her at the Bai Bao Ge that day. What luck, looks like she doesn't recognize me. That's good. Thinking this, he immediately smoothed his hair. And replied with a confident air, so Jin Sumian hasn't told you about us yet, huh? Pei Ling then confidently introduced himself, this humble one is Pei Ling, and I'm in that kind of relationship with Sumian. Hearing this, Lu Xiang's jaw dropped, what? She asked incredulously, Sumian and I are like sisters. Why haven't I ever heard her mention you? Besides, she pointed a disdainful finger at him, scoffing, a mere Lianqi 7th stage like you. How could you possibly catch Sumian's eye? Pei Ling stammered, flustered by Lu Xiang's blunt words, but he quickly regained his composure and put on a troubled expression. This is a private matter between Sumian and me, why would she tell you? Sumian hasn't been feeling well lately. And she won't be going out to see anyone for this month. Senior sister, you should go back. Despite his confident facade, Pei Ling was screaming internally, please, just go away. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Xiang made to enter the room, not feeling well. Then I must check on Sumian. Seeing this, Pei Ling immediately blocked her, Senior sister, Sumian and I have important matters to attend to, we're not free to entertain you. He then added provocatively, unless Senior sister wants to watch. Lu Xiang, enraged by his words, blushed furiously. Lu Xiang, her face burning with shame, unleashed a cultivation technique towards Pei Ling. Charging forward, she furiously shouted, humph, despicable. How could someone like you seduce Sumian? Pei Ling, surprised by Lu Xiang's sudden attack, blurted out, getting physical already. Immediately, a powerful aura appeared before Lu Xiang, greatly astonishing her. In a flash, Pei Ling used Blood Ghost Severing technique to circle behind her and strike the back of her neck. Lu Xiang, frightened and unable to turn around, thought, I'm at the 8th level of Lianqi, yet he can fight above his level. In the blink of an eye, he's suppressed me. Such talent is truly worthy of Sumian's discerning eye. Could what he said be true? Seeing Lu Xiang frozen, Pei Ling glanced at her and asked, Senior sister, is it necessary to continue? Lu Xiang pushed his hand away, feigning annoyance. So, is Sumian participating in the Han Manor mission? You probably know she takes this mission very seriously. I've already spoken to senior brother Xianxia, we'll depart this afternoon. At this moment, the blood ghost movement technique on Pei Ling gradually disappeared. He scratched his head, looking puzzled. Han Manor. Pei Ling concentrated, thinking, I saw this mission at the Miscellaneous Commission office a month ago, only now has someone accepted it. So, that mission is to investigate the truth behind the deaths of the entire Han Manor family. The reward is 800 low-grade spirit stones, with the requirement that everyone be above the 6th level of Lianqi. Thinking of this, he sighed inwardly. This mission is definitely no small matter. Pei Ling worriedly thought, Sumian is still unconscious. If I refuse, this senior sister will probably be suspicious, so he decided to say, Sumian needs to recuperate for a while, I'll take her place in the Han Manor mission. Lu Xiang thought for a moment and replied, all right then, although your cultivation is a bit low, your strength is probably sufficient. She turned to leave, not forgetting to remind him, I'll come get you at the third catch of the hour of the horse. You should take some time to prepare. Pei Ling waved goodbye and replied, yes, senior sister, safe travels, no need to see me out. After Lu Xiang left, Pei Ling carefully considered things, low cultivation at the 7th level of Xianxia. This mission seems extremely risky, let's see if he can lend me senior sister. A moment later, Pei Ling arrived at the Kulan courtyard. Looking at the battered puppet in front of him, he asked in surprise, when did a wooden puppet appear at the entrance? It looks like it's been beaten up by someone. Ignoring it, Pei Ling called out, senior brother Zheng, are you here? Suddenly, a voice emanated from the puppet, the sect master has left the sect and won't be back for a while. Hearing this, Pei Ling was extremely surprised. What? Looking at the wooden puppet, he anxiously asked, so is senior sister Yang here? Or anyone else? But the puppet only repeated the same words, the sect master has left the sect and won't be back for a while. Pei Ling became annoyed and shouted, can't you say anything else? You're the sibling of my embroidery system, aren't you? But the only response to his anger was the same sentence, the sect master has left the sect and won't be back for a while. He angrily beat the puppet, then turned to leave, yelling, damn it. Finally someone arrived, time to depart. Lu Xiang called out, junior brother Pei, it's time to go. From inside, Pei Ling called back, coming. Although his feet moved forward, Pei Ling's tears were falling. This time, it's truly life or death, wealth or ruin. Lu Xiang, standing on the lotus platform artifact, softly asked, finished your business so quickly? Hearing this, Pei Ling awkwardly replied, finished. Then he carefully stepped onto her lotus platform. At this moment, Lu Xiang suddenly asked, when did you two meet? Hearing her words, Pei Ling was slightly startled. He recalled their previous chance encounter and replied, it's been a while. Su Mian is a very good girl. As he spoke, Pei Ling thought, you were there too at that time. Hearing Pei Ling's reply, Lu Xiang snorted softly, of course. Then, she seriously warned, your cultivation is low, and this mission is somewhat dangerous. Senior brother Zhang Che didn't seem very willing to let you replace Su Mian. If you have the opportunity, you must show your strength, don't embarrass junior sister Jin. Hearing this, Pei Ling felt a bit worried. Dangerous? I was right. Then he cautiously asked Lu Xiang, senior sister, so how dangerous is this mission specifically? But she didn't answer directly, only calmly replying, wait until we gather, senior brother Zhang Che will tell you. I can only tell you that of the previous groups of cultivators who took on this mission, only one survived. Then, the two continued on their way. Looking at the cold woman beside him, Pei Ling thought to himself, so many people have died, and yet there are still people who dare to accept this mission, unless there are some peerless treasures hidden within the Han Manor. From afar, Pei Ling saw a group of people in a large palanquin waiting by the cliff. At this time, Lu Xiang turned and said, we're almost at the meeting point, be careful, don't provoke senior brother Zhang. As soon as they arrived, both of them at the same time. Almost there, you gotta be careful, don't piss off senior brother Zhang. After some serious warnings, Pei Ling and Lu Xiang hopped off their lotus platforms. Lu Xiang recalled his platform with a grin, senior brother Zhang, we're here. A dude with blue hair, arms crossed and a sour look plastered on his face, glared at Pei Ling as soon as he saw him. So this is the Xianxia Stage 7 replacement you were talking about. This guy was Zhang Shuo, a peak Xianxia Stage 9 cultivator. Standing next to him was Zhu Tong, Xianxia Stage 8. Pei Ling clasped his hands together and said cheerfully, greetings, senior brothers, I'm Pei Ling, and I've heard much about you. Zhang Shuo turned his back, sneering, get in the carriage, let's move. Zhu Tong turned, sized Pei Ling up, and threatened, you better not get in my way, kid. Pei Ling reached out and pulled back the curtain. Inside sat Zhang Shuo in the middle. On his right were a man and a woman, Li Hakan, a peak Xianxia Stage 8 cultivator, and Wang Jianyang, also Xianxia Stage 8. Zhang Shuo, arms crossed and one eye staring straight ahead, announced, sorry to keep you waiting, this is Pei Ling, the junior brother replacing junior sister Jin. Pei Ling clasped his hands together, grinning, hello, senior brothers and sister, holy crap, they're all Xianxia Stage 8, this means we can speedrun to the Han estate, right? The three in Zhang Shuo's group responded sarcastically. A Xianxia Stage 7 dares to join this mission. Is he tired of living? How could junior sister Jin like this guy? Did he drug her or something? If he slows us down, I'm not protecting him. Pei Ling's face darkened. He reached into his robes, searching for something. This atmosphere is kinda sus. No one's got my back this time. Gotta make nice with the team. I don't want to get backstabbed by some noob again. Pei Ling put on a cheerful smile and held out some pills. Senior brothers, senior sister, my cultivation is pretty trash. I'm afraid I'll need your help on this trip. He quickly handed each of them a pill. A small token of my appreciation, please accept it. Xianxia eyed the pill in his hand with a sneer. Sugu Dan. You think we're short of this stuff? Junior brother Pei, this gift is a bit. He stopped mid-sentence, eyes widening in surprise as he realized the pill was a top-grade Sugu Dan. Lu Xiang stared at the pill in his hand, another top-grade pill. Junior sister Jin's alchemy skills have skyrocketed. Pei Ling, standing amidst the group, scratched his head sheepishly. Zhang Shuo clapped Pei Ling on the shoulder. Grinning, he said, Junior brother Pei, I thought junior sister Jin was worried about this dangerous trip and found some unlucky sap to die in her place, but now it seems, your relationship with junior sister Jin is really close. Don't worry, we'll protect you on this trip. Pei Ling touched his head, forcing a smile. With so many strong senior brothers and sister here, the Han Estate mission will probably be a piece of cake. Zhu Tong stepped forward, his expression serious. If only it were that simple. The Han Estate had a peak Shuji cultivator years ago, but he unfortunately failed his Jindan breakthrough. And died, but he left behind a ton of resources like talismans and magical artifacts for his descendants. And with those resources, they nurtured an exceptionally talented cultivator, Han Sigu, the senior brother of Zhu Chaofeng. Back then, there was a heavenly Daojuji opportunity in the Wanhui Sea. Hearing about it, senior brother Han went to claim it but never returned. After that, senior brother Han somehow recovered but gradually declined. Just a few months ago, the entire Han estate was annihilated overnight, without warning. That's why we have this mission. Pei Ling blurted out, if the Han estate is so mysterious, why are we even taking this mission? Zhang Shuo snorted, the Han estate isn't that scary, it's just rumors, meant to scare people away from their resources. Just to scare off people from the estate. Pei Ling stroked his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Even if they're just rumors, the Han estate's annihilation is real. This isn't so simple. If it weren't for the abundant resources left by that peak Shuji cultivator, people wouldn't be so eager to go. The Shuji Dan Fang and Qi Shu Teng that your junior sister Jin needs are in the Han estate's vault. But, besides us, there are 4 other pretty strong teams eyeing the vault, so, the real danger on this trip isn't the Han estate, but the other teams. Pei Ling's eyes widened, his face paling. Holy shit, another scary, kill each other mission. First, there's Tang Nanjai's team. Senior brother Tang constantly hunts demons and ghosts with his team and Gu Yuan, honing their almost invincible skills. They're the strongest squad among the smaller teams. Then there's Guan Zu's team, second senior sister, who has a level 9 awakened pet. Senior brother Jian Fa persuaded senior brother Lu Fujiang, also Lianqi level 9, to team up. Finally, there's senior brother Bai Wang's team. Senior brother Bai Wang's swordsmanship is exquisite. Plus with the Yue Yin Long Jiao sword borrowed from the inner sect, you could say his power is extraordinary. So, we still shouldn't be careless. Hearing this, Pei Ling cried out, a dog-like whimper, his teeth grinding together. So, can I back out now? Scene changed to the Han Manor. In the sky, flocks of vultures filled the air. Below, on the ground, demons strutted around. Suddenly, a demon had its throat slashed by a sword. The one who just finished off this demon was Bai Huang. Holding dual swords, the Han Manor has long been in ruins, its formations and mechanisms long unrepaired. The only threat is the demons that stumble in here. The previous teams that entered the Han Manor mostly wiped themselves out fighting over resources. The young woman standing beside him, wringing her hands, smirked. Oh, it's just a minor spirit flight talisman. Senior brother Bai borrowing it let us arrive 2 days ahead of the other teams. Enough time to loot the entire Han Manor. Bai Huang closed his eyes, a smug smile on his face. That person who spread the rumor probably never thought we'd be the ones to benefit in the end. Let's go, we have to hurry and find the treasury. Suddenly, his eyes widened, veins bulging, then Bai Wang's head was twisted around backwards, his expression utterly terrifying. Bai Huang reached out and grabbed the head of one of his companions, horrifying him. Bai Huang, as if possessed, gave a cruel smile and crushed his companion's head, sending blood splattering everywhere. Bai Wang's entire team took to their heels, fleeing in terror. Help! Help! Don't come over here. Scene changed to inside a forest. At this moment, Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling were standing in front of a palanquin, waiting for something. Zoro stepped out from the palanquin, smiling faintly. The former Zhuji Peak Jiazhu of the Han family set up the Yin Shui Huan Lian Grand Formation. The entire Han Manor is under the protection of this formation. We need to wait here for an opening in the formation before we can enter the Han Manor. Behind Zoro, 3 people spoke up. We've calculated the timing. At 3 p.m. tomorrow, the formation will pause and a passage to the lotus pond of the manor will appear. Why haven't senior brother Bai Huang and the others arrived yet? These 2 men, Cofa and Lu Fujiang, are both Lianqi level 9, and the young lady is Dong Kaiwei, Lianqi level 8. Tang Nanjai, Lianqi level 9 peak, stood nearby, eyes closed, and shouted, "That useless guy is always slow and dawdling. Is he scared of me and running away before the battle even starts?" Zhang Shuo frowned, glancing to the side, thinking to himself, Tang Nanjai, the biggest threat on this trip. Zhang Shuo stepped in front of the crowd, raised his hand, and voiced his opinion. Can everyone listen to me for a moment? We're all here for the manor's treasury, so conflict and casualties are inevitable. We're all fellow disciples, why turn our swords on each other? How about we cooperate and distribute the resources of the Han Manor together? Hearing this, Tang Nanjai scowled. His face furious. There's only one Zhuji pill formula and one red vine. What's this? If you want something, rely on your own skills to get it. Zhuo stood beside him, glancing over, pondering. Tang Nanjai's team is the strongest. I'm afraid no one can compete with him. Then, Zhuo and Cofa raised their hands, agreeing with Zhang Shuo's suggestion. I agree, we're all fellow disciples, senior brothers and sisters. There's no need to damage our harmony just for this manor. I agree too, the Zhuji pill formula can be borrowed for study. In the end, it's just a red vine anyway. Tang Nanjai saw everyone raise their hands in agreement with Zhang Shuo and his eyes widened in astonishment. You, Tang Nanjai grimaced, gritting his teeth, his ears burning red, these useless trash. Joining forces to deal with me. Fine, then I agree too. Zhang Shuo held the drawing sticks. If everyone agrees to cooperate, let's distribute the investigation locations. To be fair, we'll draw lots. Pei Ling crossed his arms, suspicion filling his eyes. Cooperate? These hypocrites, just try not to splatter your blood on me when you inevitably turn on each other. Scene shifts inside the carriage. Zhang Shuo pointed at a map on the table. The investigation sites are assigned. Guanzu's team, the old well behind the mountain. Siofa's team, the main road. Tang Nan's team, the parlor. Finally, our team, the Han family ancestral hall. I suspect the treasure vault is either at the Lotus Pond or the ancestral hall. Tomorrow, after we investigate the ancestral hall, we'll head straight to the Lotus Pond. Everyone, get a good rest tonight. Don't leave the carriage unless absolutely necessary. Be careful of bloodlust, the other teams might have malicious intentions. Yes, senior brother, Pei Ling sits in a corner, staring at the system interface. Who cares about some treasure vault? My life is more important. Gotta learn that heart-drying technique ASAP. Can't escape completely, but at least I can run away. He tapped an option. Cultivation time. On the system interface. Whoa. Pei Ling's jaw dropped as he stared at the displayed message. Grandpa Master is preaching about life and death. What's there to be happy about living? What's there to fear about death? Death is just another reincarnation, don't resist it. Cultivating this heart-drying technique is an experience. System notification. Cultivation complete. Thank you for using the cultivation system. One-click ascension, no worries. If you're satisfied, please leave a 5-star review. A sly grin spread across Pei Ling's face as he stared at the system. What joy in living. What fear in dying. I get it now, you want a good review, huh, old man? Fine, here you go. He immediately gave the system a 5-star rating. While messing with the system, Pei Ling glanced up. Those legs, flawless. Zhao Niang leaped over Pei Ling's head, making him look up. Pei Ling's eyes sparkled at the sight of her smile. What a view, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Turning back to the table, something's not right. Where did everyone go? Did something happen? His eyes widened in alarm, and he reached out. Wait, senior sister. Pei Ling's hand grabbed Zhao Niang's clothing. Pei Ling's face paled as he realized he'd ripped Zhao Niang's clothes to shreds. His jaw dropped. I'm so sorry, senior sister. I didn't mean to. Suddenly, a force overcame him, and he stared blankly ahead, sweat beading on his forehead. As he watched Zhao Niang walk away, dark tendrils of energy swirled around him. Suddenly, all the blood drained from Pei Ling's face as Liu embraced him, her eyes full of longing. Pei Ling, let's finish what we started. Liu pulled on his hand. Pei Ling, come, let's go to my palace and have some fun. Pei Ling sighed, his eyes dull. Illusions again. Can't you come up with something new? He frowned, one eye twitching. A smug grin appeared. If I play dead, you can't seduce me. Without a word, Pei Ling yanked his hand free from Liyu's grasp and pointed a finger skyward. He roared, heart-calling technique. With a thud, Pei Ling collapsed onto the floor. His soul left his body, leaving Liyu's illusion stunned and bewildered. Moments later, Zhang Shuo, Zhu Tong, and Lu Xiang sat beside the foaming, wide-eyed Pei Ling. I can't believe even junior brother Pei has fallen victim. I apologize, my hypnotic suggestion failed to protect him. Zhu Tong and Lu Xiang looked at Pei Ling's finger pointing towards the sky, confusion in their eyes, but why this pose? Is he trying to tell us something? Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes snapped open, and he woke with a start. He sat bolt upright, startling the three of them. The swallow-like girl, her eyes wide with fear, backed away. Why you're not dead. Pei Ling looked bewildered, pointing at his own face in confusion. Me. Last night, I heard a strange noise, worried there was danger, so I used the dried heart technique to play dead. Lu Xiang's eyebrows furrowed, her eyes full of suspicion. Your life force and spiritual power were completely gone just now. How could a low-level cultivation method like the dried heart technique do that? Seeing Lu Xiang's disbelief, Pei Ling knelt on the floor, his tone brimming with confidence. It is the dried heart technique, senior sister. If you don't believe me, I'll sell you the technique so you can try it yourself. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened. Wait a minute, there's two people missing. Zhi Tong stared at the torn piece of cloth in his hand, his face etched with worry. Last night, we were controlled by some unknown force. When we woke up, we found two of our companions gone, this bloodstain, and this piece of fabric. They belong to senior sister Wang. It seems senior sister Wang tried to resist. Zhi Tong turned and looked at the other three. Let's get out of here first and figure things out later. It's almost time to enter the Hanxi Mountain Manor. Scene changed to a group of people standing in a forest. Pei Ling frowned, scanning his surroundings, his expression growing serious. Every squad is missing 2 or 3 people. It seems last night wasn't just them causing trouble. Zhang Shuo glanced at Fu Jiang and asked urgently, did the same thing happen to you guys last night? We've lost 10 people before even entering the manor. It seems this mission isn't as simple as we thought. Nan Tri stood with his hands on his hips, one arm outstretched, a cocky grin on his face. If you're scared of dying, then scram. After all, the fewer people splitting the treasure, the better. That Bai Huang guy still hasn't shown up. He's probably not coming. Suddenly, Nan Tri's eyes darted towards a passage that appeared between 2 trees. The entrance is open. Immediately, Nan Tri and his followers charged towards the passage with fierce momentum. Brothers, follow me. Yes, yes. In the blink of an eye, Nan Tri's entire group disappeared into the passage. Suddenly, a hand clapped Pei Ling hard on the shoulder. It was Zhang Shuo, grinning cheerfully. Junior brother Pei, let's go. It's not safe inside. Stay close to me, and I'll protect you. Pei Ling gave a strained smile, thinking, he's not even giving me a chance to run, is he? Scene changed to the lotus flower lake of the Hanxi Manor. Zhu stared intently ahead. Beside her, Xiao Fu studied a map in his hands. The ancient well behind the mountain. This direction should be right. Let's go. The main hall we're looking for shouldn't be too far from here. Watching the 2 figures depart, Pei Ling asked curiously, senior brother Zhang, shouldn't we be going too? Nan Tri's group is already quite far ahead. Zhang Shuo put his hands on his hips, a smug grin spreading across his face. Nan Tri's destination is in the same direction as ours, so we'll just follow his team and let them clear the path for us. A man in Nan Tri's group, walking at the rear, glanced around furtively. Nothing unusual behind us. I can go back and report to senior brother Nan Tri. He suddenly fell silent, glaring at Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling who were following behind. The man clenched his fists and shouted angrily, hey, hey. What are you guys doing following us? Do you want us to scout the path for you? At the same time, Zhang Shuo lunged towards the man. We do want you to scout the path for us, so what? In an instant, Zhang Shuo reached the man and squeezed his neck with his muscular arm, causing the man's eyes to bulge and he began to choke. Pei Ling watched from behind, arms crossed, with a goofy grin. Seriously? You're already starting a fight with our allies. Isn't that a bit too hasty? Zhang Shuo let out a cold laugh, his arm constricting the man's neck, gradually transforming into something resembling a demonic beast's claw. I'll spare your life. Consider it a toll for using the road. What do you think, junior brother? Is this payment enough? With that, Zhang Shuo released his grip on the man's neck. The guy immediately crumpled, clutching his throat, coughing violently, and glaring at Zhang Shuo and Pei Ling's retreating figures. Bitter and furious, he roared, "Just you wait, Zhang Shuo. Senior brother Tang won't let you get away with this." Wiping the blood from his mouth with a trembling, sweat-beaded hand, he muttered, "I have to inform senior brother Tang right away." Suddenly, his eyes widened, darting to the side. The man's gaze landed on a shadowy figure, eyes blazing crimson. It was none other than Bai Hong, his face terrifying. Before the man could react, his eyes rolled back, blood trickling from his lips. He collapsed, a gaping hole in his chest, dead with eyes wide open. The scene shifts to Zhang Shuo's group outside the Han Estate's Ancestral Hall. "We're almost at the Ancestral Hall. Following Tang Nanzhai has made this surprisingly easy." Boom! A tremor shook the sky, lightning flashing across the heavens. Zhu Teng and Lu Xiang started sweating, their faces pale. "It's coming from the study. Senior brother Tang is using the Xuan Lei Fu Lu. Someone's managed to push Tang Nanzhai to that point. Using the Xuan Lei Fu Lu, that study must be incredibly dangerous." Zhang Shuo frowned. His gaze hardened, fixed on what lay ahead. "Let's go. We can't let our guard down for a second." Pei Ling, trailing behind, thought glumly, walking right into danger. Is a Zhuji Foundation pill really worth it? After a moment, he raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, "Senior brother Zhang, is there something else valuable in the Han Estate? Something that's drawing so many teams to risk their necks?" Zhang Shuo glanced back. "Pei Shi Dai, your intuition is sharp. You're right, there's something else important in the Han Estate. Remember what I said about senior brother Han Si-gu's last known whereabouts?" Pei Ling's eyes narrowed in thought. Senior brother Han Si-gu went to the Wanhui Sea, searching for the heavenly Dao Zhuji opportunity, and was never heard from again. Zhang Shuo's face darkened. "Exactly, even though Han Si-gu disappeared, he was from the Han Estate. There's a chance he left behind information related to the heavenly Dao Zhuji's location. There are 3 levels of Zhuji Foundation: Human Dao, Earth Dao, and Heavenly Dao. Human Dao is the lowest. You can break through by taking a Zhuji Foundation pill. Earth Dao Zhuji requires a special technique to refine the 5 elements stellar soul. The resulting power completely overshadows Human Dao Zhuji." He continued, "Heavenly Dao Zhuji is the strongest, with incredibly strict requirements. If you fail, your cultivation path could be destroyed. But if you succeed, you'll surpass all your peers." A grin spread across Zhang Shuo's face as he looked at Pei Ling, who stood with arms crossed. "So, even if there's only a sliver of a chance to find the heavenly Dao Zhuji, we have to take it. The heavenly Dao Zhuji is only accessible to those destined for greatness, according to legend. No wonder so many people are scrambling for it." Sometime later, Zhang Shuo's group arrived at the Han Estate's Ancestral Hall. Pointing at Zhu Teng, he ordered, "This is it, Zhu Shi Dai, release your spirit puppets and scout the area." Obeying, Zhu Teng channeled spiritual energy into the clay figurines he held in his hands. Finished, he clasped his hands together, commanding the 2 spirit puppets forward. The spirit puppets scampered into the Han Estate's Ancestral Hall. They ran towards an altar draped with a fluttering white cloth. The moment they reached the altar, some unseen force shattered them into pieces. Sensing his puppet's destruction, Zhu Teng's face paled. "There's a spirit-repelling formation within the Ancestral Hall, probably to prevent people from using things like spirit puppets to peek inside." Zhang Che let out a heavy sigh. One eye darkened as he stared ahead. "Let's just go straight in then." Lu Xiang followed behind Zhang Che and the others. Turning back to Pei Ling, he said, "Pei Shidi, this place is dangerous. Stay close. Don't get lost. I have a feeling it might actually be safer further away from you guys though." Zhang Che's group and Pei Ling entered the Ancestral Hall. The surroundings were incredibly gloomy. Is the treasury really here? There might be traps around. Investigate the surroundings. Zhang Che glanced at a nearby altar, his eyes wary. Something's not right here. The altar, the spiritual energy here is dense, a bit strange. Let me check it out. Zhang Che approached, holding a long spear. Pointing it at the altar, he used the spear tip to push aside a white cloth. Suddenly, one of Zhang Che's eyes darkened, his gaze sharp as he stared ahead. Pei Ling, standing behind, widened his eyes in surprise. He found something. System announcement, detected unusual heavenly Dao Zhuji method in the outside world. System is currently recording for you. Looking at a downloading file on the system interface, Pei Ling clenched his fist, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Heavenly Dao Zhuji method, Dog system, you're too quick-witted. Everyone strained their eyes, focusing on the altar. Suddenly, a grotesque hand emerged from within the altar. Pei Ling, Lu Xiang, and Zhu Tong's eyes bulged, their mouths agape in horror. The eerie hand grabbed Zhang Che's clothes, making him scream in terror. Then, Xianxia was pulled into the altar before the eyes of the group. System announcement: detected unusual heavenly Daojuji method in the outside world has disappeared. Recording failed. Thank you for using the system. If you are satisfied, please rate us 5 stars. Pei Ling and the other two were drenched in sweat, horrified and in disbelief. What the hell was that? Zhu Tong and Lu Xiang's faces turned ashen with fear. What just happened? It looks like senior brother Zhang was grabbed by a hand into the altar. Pei Ling stared at the altar, muttering, the team leader, Lianqi stage 9, just disappeared like that. This place isn't normal. Something that can make a Lianqi stage 9 senior brother disappear without a sound. Whatever's in there isn't something we can handle. Pei Ling furrowed his brow, sweating nervously. Senior brothers, senior sister, maybe we should retreat first, come up with a plan, then come back. Lu Xiang and Zhu Tong, their faces drained of color, nodded fearfully. Pei Shidi is right. It seems the rumors about the cultivator groups being wiped out at the Han Manor weren't just rumors after all. Now that senior brother Zhang is gone, we should retreat. Finally, we're getting out of here. Hopefully we can leave safely. Suddenly, the 2 burning candles on the altar were extinguished. The ancestral hall doors slammed shut. The group huddled together, looking around warily. What was that? Everyone stay together. Pei Ling's face was dotted with sweat, his eyes expressing pure exasperation. See? I told you forming a team was a bad idea. Zhu Tong's eyes widened as he stared at the talisman in his hand, which was now emitting strange auras. He suddenly noticed something and glanced to the side. Lu Xiang's face turned a ghastly green as he saw malevolent spirits appearing right in front of him. Meanwhile, at the ancient well behind the mountain, Guanzu Rui's team was bound by vines and hanging from a tree. Screaming for help, Zhu, covered in blood, ran away in terror, her body riddled with wounds. As she ran, she screamed, "Damn it! Damn it! I want to live! I will survive!" Elsewhere, in the study, Nan Zhai's group was in a fierce battle with Bai Wang's group. Bai Wang's team already entered the Han Manor. Have they been possessed? They're attacking us. Bai Wang's group, with terrifying faces and pitch-black eyes, charged forward with blades in hand. Nan Zhai blocked Bai Hong's incoming sword strike, roaring furiously, "Bai Hong, I'll kill you." Cut to Xiao Pu's squad in the main hall, completely bewitched by the enchanting women, the whole bunch buried in, boobs. Fu Jiang, Xiao Pu, and Kai Wei stood in a corner, fingers pressed together, channeling spiritual energy into a talisman, creating a barrier against the charm of the love-inducing formation. Meanwhile, Zhang Shuo's group was frantically fleeing from the pursuit of eerie wraiths. Damn it! Why are there so many Lianqi 7th stage resentful spirits? Quick, run! Zhu Tong slammed his hands against a door. Cursing, this damned formation. He glanced back, sweating profusely, and shouted, "Hold on a little longer. I'm calculating the Sheng Men life gate." Hearing this, Lu Xiang, Cheng Feng, and Shuang'an took out their magical treasures and simultaneously summoned spirit beasts, trying to buy time for Zhu Tong to break the formation. The spirit beasts, along with Lu Xiang's centipede, charged forward, tearing at the wraiths. Seeing this, Pei Ling couldn't just stand by idly. With a furious look, he drew his Yin Sheng blade. I was saving my spiritual energy for escape, but looks like I have to fight. Pei Ling gripped his blade, channeled spiritual energy into it, and then unleashed the blood slaughter blade technique, a powerful slash that dispersed the incoming wraiths. The other 3 stared in astonishment. Such powerful blade work. Pei Shi Dai, a Lianqi 7th stage, yet so formidable. That's the Yin Sheng blade. I didn't know Pei Shi Dai and Deng Makju were such good friends. Suddenly, Lu Xiang's eyes widened in horror at something he saw. A demonic woman with sharp claws appeared, flashing a sinister grin as she lunged forward. Pei Ling, a Lianqi 9th stage peak resentful spirit. The demonic woman's eerie hand aimed for Pei Ling's neck, but in the blink of an eye, he vanished, dodging her attack and taking her by surprise. Using blood demon evasion, Pei Ling reappeared behind the demonic woman, his eyes gleaming as he swung his blade towards her. The demonic woman raised her hand to block Pei Ling's incoming blade. Pei Ling leaped back, staring intently at the demonic woman and the surrounding wraiths. This demon is too strong. Pei Ling took a defensive stance, sweating as he watched the wraiths rush towards him. The wraith slammed into him, sending him stumbling backward. After a while, Zhu Tong finally dispelled the confusing formation on the door, causing it to shatter into pieces, releasing bursts of spiritual energy. He grabbed Lu Xiang's hand and rushed out, leaving Pei Ling behind. We have to go. Is Pei Shi Dai looking for death? Hurry! Inside the ancestral hall, Pei Ling gritted his teeth and furiously extended both hands. A burst of Hanzui fire incinerated the incoming wraiths. The demonic woman didn't escape its fate either. As the Hanzui fire burned her, she shrieked in agony. Lu Xiang looked back, relieved. Great. Pei Shi Dai is all right. Zhu Tung was astonished. Hanzui fire. What's Pei Shi Dai's background? I can't believe it, even Hanzui fire. Su Mian actually gave it to Pei Shi Dai. Their love must be true. Pei Ling used Blood Demon evasion to dash outside, yelling, "Let's go." Hearing this, the group ran after him as fast as they could. Pei Ling and Yang An's faces drained of color as they saw an eerie ghost hand emerge from the ancestral hall. The ghost hand flew towards Yang An, grabbing him tightly and causing him to scream in terror. Hearing the scream, Lu Xiang and Cheng Feng looked back, their eyes wide with fear. Zhu Tung, running ahead, yelled back, "Don't look back. Just run." Pei Ling and the other three ran with all their might. "Let's split up and run, then meet up at the Lotus Pond." All right. Immediately, the four of them split up and ran in two different directions. Pei Ling ran behind Cheng Feng. Is the exit of the mountain manor at the Lotus Pond, Shishun. Just like when we entered, we'll wait at the Lotus Pond until the Yin Water Illusory Lotus Grand Formation reveals a weakness, then we can get out. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Shishun, is there someone we know up ahead? Standing before Pei Ling and Cheng Feng was a man with a darkened face. Tang Shishun, what are you doing here? Pei Ling frowned, sweating as he stared ahead. There were marks of a ghost hand on the wounds. What? Could Zhang Shuo have done this? The man furiously thrust his hand forward, creating a ball of spiritual energy, crackling with lightning. Zhang Shuo, you dare to lay a hand on my men? Then I'll slaughter yours. With that, he unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending it hurtling forward. Seeing the incoming spiritual energy, Pei Ling leaped back, leaving the terrified Cheng Feng rooted to the spot. His limbs turned to jelly. Boom! With a resounding crash, the spiritual energy slammed into Cheng Feng, obliterating him in a gruesome explosion of blood and gore. Pei Ling, having jumped back, watched in stunned horror as Cheng Feng was reduced to nothing. This Tang Nan dude is ruthless. Like a rabid dog, the guy lunged towards Pei Ling, his fist crackling with menacing lightning. Drop dead. Seeing this, Pei Ling raised his hand to block the incoming thunderous punch. This Tang Nan guy's cultivation is way higher than mine. Gotta create some distance and run. Pei Ling braced his feet, but was still forced to slide back. Boom! Another deafening crash. Tang Nan sent Pei Ling flying, smashing him into the wall behind, sending dust and debris billowing everywhere. Sitting amidst the rubble, Pei Ling clutched his chest, gritting his teeth in frustration. This guy, he's even stronger than that female ghost. But this is my chance. Gotta get out of here. Seeing Pei Ling still alive, Tang Nan's eyes widened in surprise. A Lianqi 7th stage actually blocked my full-powered attack and is still standing. What's this kid's background? In a blink, Pei Ling vanished, leaving Tang Nan dumbfounded. He ran. Cut to Pei Ling in a dilapidated building, using his blood ghost evasion technique. I'm far enough now, he probably won't catch up. Hands on his knees, he panted, seething with anger. Zhang Shuo, that bastard is trying to kill me. Frowning, Pei Ling stared ahead and sighed. I can only leave this manor when the Yin Water Mystic Lotus Grand Formation shows a weakness. But staying here is like being between a rock and a hard place, way too dangerous. Gotta figure out a way to escape directly. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a grin spreading across his face as he clapped his hands together. Ah, that's right. I can have the system get me out, just like back in Luo Mountain City. He stared at the system interface displaying the nameless cultivation technique. This manor, everything here has a system connection. It's highly likely it can access something this manor definitely doesn't have, my unique Jiangdi schedule. With that, he tapped a button on the interface. The system announced, scanning. The nameless cultivation technique is identified as a dual cultivation technique. The system is now locating a Dao companion for you. Overjoyed, Pei Ling practically whooped, my little system, feel free to manipulate my body. Pei Ling's face fell, his gaze distant, and his jaw slack as the system announced, Dao companion not found within service area. The system will provide a complementary new Dao companion for you. Cut to the main hall of the Han Manor. Xiao Pu's group had finally solved the maze. As Fu Jiang wiped the sweat from his brow, Kai Wei, standing beside him, swayed and nearly collapsed from exhaustion. Fu Jiang quickly caught her, his voice laced with concern. Junior sister Dong, be careful. Kai Wei, her cheeks flushed, glanced at Fu Jiang, who quickly averted his gaze after catching a glimpse of her cleavage. Thank you, senior brother, I'm fine. Good, Kai Wei clung to Fu Jiang's arm, asking urgently, "Brother, do you truly not understand Kai Wei's feelings?" How could I not know? It's just that, I've long since devoted myself to the Tao, forsaking romantic love. At Fu Jiang's words, Kai Wei clutched her chest, tears welling in her eyes. If you truly forsake romantic love, why do you keep helping me? Senior brother, you just don't want to admit your feelings for Kai Wei. Kai Wei will find someone else. Hearing this, Fu Jiang spun around, reaching out and exclaiming, "No, don't." Suddenly, Fu Jiang's face paled, eyes widening, surprised at the sight that just assaulted their vision. Fu Jiang saw Pei Ling holding Kai Wei in his arms. "What are you doing? Let me go." Inside Pei Ling's mind, he was screaming, "Damn system. Are there not enough people who want me dead already?" While Kai Wei's brain was still buffering, Pei Ling tossed her onto the bed. Then, Pei Ling reached out and ripped Kai Wei's clothes. Fu Jiang's group, jaws dropped, eyes wide, were completely shocked seeing what Pei Ling was doing to Kai Wei. "Well, I don't know either." Next, Pei Ling buried his face in Kai Wei's breasts, making her blush crimson and struggle violently. Fu Jiang's blood boiled, he pulled out a fiery chain, roaring, "You little bastard. I'll kill you myself." Kai Wei, her breasts being groped by Pei Ling, used all her strength to try and push him away. Stop, damn system. Next time I trust you, I'll take your last name." Pei Ling was bound tightly by Fu Jiang's fiery chain and yanked backward. At the same time, the system announced, detecting external attack, cultivation session terminated. Cultivation session terminated. Fu Jiang, gnashing his teeth in fury, hurled Pei Ling forward with the chain. Bound by the chain, Pei Ling flew like a sticky rice cake, head first into the ground. Not stopping there, Fu Jiang used a talisman in his hand, yelling, "Pervert, prepare to die." In a flash, a gigantic Kun Peng appeared with razor-sharp teeth. So huge, its mouth opened wide towards Pei Ling. Chomp. The Kun Peng snapped its jaws shut, swallowing Pei Ling whole. Just seconds after swallowing him, the Kun Peng's eyes went wide. From inside the Kun Peng's belly, Pei Ling unleashed his blood slaughter blade technique, causing it to explode into pieces before Fu Jiang's very eyes. Seeing this, Fu Jiang's face turned pale green with shock. He's not dead. Immediately, he threw 4 talismans forward. In the blink of an eye, the 4 talismans transformed into 4 humanoid figures that charged at Pei Ling. Facing the oncoming humanoid figures, Pei Ling showed no fear. He channeled his spiritual energy and used the Hanzui fire to burn them to ashes. Fu Jiang gaped in horror as he saw Pei Ling, with a cold expression, charging towards him with the Yin Sheng blade in hand. How can a Lianqi 7th stage have this level of power? Is this kid hiding his cultivation? Suddenly, 2 young women rushed forward. Using their swords to block Pei Ling's incoming attack, 6th senior brother, we'll help you. How dare you bully junior sister Dong? Pei Ling gritted his teeth. Blocking the 2 women's sword strikes, seriously? Ganging up on me now? No honor among cultivators. This is bad. If this keeps up, I'll run out of spiritual energy. Seeing that he was outmatched, Pei Ling tried to use name-dropping to scare them. Senior brothers, it was all a misunderstanding. I'm a confidant of inner sect master Deng Mai. I hope you'll show mercy. Fu Jiang, surprised, asked, Deng Mingshan. As the story of Lichuan's return was being thought about by Fu Jiang, he had a ferocious look in his eyes and acted like a mad dog as he whipped his chain forward. Just a Deng Mingshan. I'm not afraid of him. Pervert. Even if you were Deng Mingshan's father, you'd still die today. Pei Ling, eyes and mouth wide open in panic, pulled out a bottle of pills. Yelling, Senior brother, I can offer 10 top-grade bone tempering pills as compensation. Please, for the sake of Sect Master Deng and Lichuan, let this go. Fu Jiang ignored the 10 top-grade bone tempering pills and lashed his chain forward, watching the bottle shatter and the pills scatter across the ground in front of Cofa and Kai Wei. Pei Ling's eyes widened in fear. I'm dead. Kai Wei picked up a bone tempering pill, her eyes filled with disdain. Humiliating me in front of 6th senior brother wasn't enough. Now you try to insult my intelligence with these worthless, odorless pills. She applied pressure to the pill, causing it to crack. Cofa stood beside them, his eyes widening in surprise. He raised a hand to interject. Wait a moment, Dong Shimei, this is indeed top-grade bone-forging pill. Top-grade pills don't have a medicinal fragrance. Yin Sheng blade, a demonic blade art. Hanzui fire jade bone. Top-grade bone-forging pills. Deng Mingshan alone couldn't possibly gather so many resources. Could it be COFA? His face panicked, used voice transmission. Lu Shidi, stop. This kid might be someone Li Zhenchuan intends to nurture. Hearing this, Fu Jiang broke out in a cold sweat, using voice transmission to hurriedly ask Li Zhenchuan. What? Fu Jiang frowned, his teeth gritted. Ah, damn it. He thought, an outer disciple like me provoking Li Zhenchuan will definitely not end well. Moreover, this little bastard's strength is a bit strange. If this fight continues, I might exhaust all my spiritual energy. Pei Ling blocked Fu Jiang's chain with his yin sheng blade. Lu Shisheng, he said loudly, we're fellow disciples. Think this through carefully. Fu Jiang glanced at Kai Wei, who was sitting behind them, sobbing. But the one who was humiliated today wasn't me, it was Dong Shimei. Fu Jiang's hand tightened on the chain. Little bastard, you're definitely going to die today. With that, he lashed the chain at Pei Ling, but with agile movements, Pei Ling dodged to the side, channeling spiritual energy into his palm. Pei Ling grabbed the chain, his eyes cold, staring straight ahead. Not enough, huh? The sect's people are too greedy. 10 top-grade bone-forging pills are already incredibly valuable. I'll give you 3 more at most. Don't be so insatiable, Shisheng. Seeing this, Fu Jiang broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth in frustration. Why is this little bastard suddenly so strong? Suddenly, a fox leaped forward and bit the chain, startling Fu Jiang. Zhu, along with Zhu Tong and Lu Xiang, walked in from outside. Did you guys find the treasury? Fu Jiang looked at the 3 of them. He snorted, what are you doing here? Pei Ling ran over and hugged Lu Xiang's leg. Wailing, Shiji, you finally came. If you were any later, Su Mian might have become a widow. Seeing Pei Ling's dramatic sobbing, Lu Xiang patted his head comfortingly. Shidi, don't cry, what happened? Pei Ling pointed directly at Fu Jiang's face. Leaving him stunned for 5 seconds, I accidentally entered the main hall just now, and Lu Shisheng and the others attacked me without saying a word, trying to kill me. Lu Xiang, upon hearing this, crossed her arms, her face furious. Lu Shisheng, you wanted to show off in front of Dong Shimei, but you didn't have to bully Pei Shidi, did you? Pei Ling, standing beside her, smirked triumphantly. That's right, that's right. I'm only at the 7th level of Lianqi, even if you beat me, how glorious is that? Fu Jiang gritted his teeth, fuming. COFA, standing beside him, raised a hand and chuckled awkwardly. Dong Shimei, you misunderstood. It was your Pei Shidi who barged in here, offending Dong Shimei. Lu Shidi just got a little hot-headed and wanted to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Pei Ling crossed his arms, his face pale. Sweating, seriously, you guys have to consider Dong Shimei's reputation. How can you just blurt it out like that? Lu Xiang looked at Kai Wei, who was sitting nearby, with a skeptical gaze. Dong Shimei, Pei Shidi's eyesight isn't that bad, is it? Lu Xiang pointed ahead, her eyes filled with anger. If you want to frame someone, at least find someone pretty. Pei Ling chimed in, exactly. Exactly, I already have Su Mian, I wouldn't be interested in such an ordinary girl. Fu Jiang stood in front of Kai Wei, swung his arm, and shouted angrily, Lu Shimei, you're being unreasonable. Dong Shimei's disheveled clothes are proof. I won't allow you, you little bitch, to insult Dong Shimei. Zhu pointed at the 2 young women in their undergarments standing nearby. Proof? I don't think so. Aren't they also dressed incompletely? Are you saying Pei Shidi is so energetic that he messed with your entire squad? I think your squad was having illicit relations in the main hall, and Pei Song caught you, so you wanted to silence him. COFA gritted his teeth, frustrated and speechless, stammering, that's because, Pei Ling, with a perfectly innocent expression, raised a hand and said, Shiji, when I arrived, they were already undressed. It has absolutely nothing to do with me. I swear, I'm telling the truth. COFA gaped, dumbfounded. Zhu placed a hand on Pei Ling's shoulder, asking curiously, seeing how sincere Pei Shidi is, does he seem like he's lying? Guan Shiji, they're really going too far. Pei Ling, with a smug look, smirked. System, see, you want to mess with this young master. You're still wet behind the ears. Zhu reached out and grabbed Pei Ling's hand. Pei Shidi, no need to argue with him, the truth is right in front of us, we don't need to waste any more time. Pei Ling grinned, yes, Shiji, finishing his sentence. Pei Ling followed Zhu out, not forgetting to turn back and sneer, later, losers. Seeing this, Fu Jiang gritted his teeth, face contorted with rage, veins bulging. Little bastard. Scene change. Pei Ling, along with Zhu, Lu Xiang, and Zhu Tong, ran through the downpour. Pei Ling glanced at Lu Xiang, asking curiously, Shiji, how did you guys manage to convince Guan Shiji to come with us? Lu Xiang looked back, recalling the previous scene, her expression darkening. Guan Shiji's team also ran into trouble. She wants to cooperate with us to escape the mountain manor. As he ran, Pei Ling looked ahead, a small smile playing on his lips. Shiji seems much more reliable than Zheng Shuo. This time, we can probably escape the manor safely. Suddenly, both Pei Ling and Zhu Tong's eyes widened in shock as they saw a streak of blood drip from Zhu Er's body. Dude, she's bleeding. Pei Ling, looking at Zhu Er's back, hurriedly asked, Shiji, something fell from you. From the bloodstain, Zhu Tong picked up a small, round object. He broke out in a cold sweat, teeth clenched, horrified by what he saw. It was an eyeball. His own eyes widened in terror as a cold voice echoed, "It seems I can no longer hide." Seemingly out of nowhere, Zhu Rong appeared behind Zhu Tong, eyes dark, a hand piercing his heart. Seeing Zhu Tong collapse at Zhu Rong's feet, Lu Xiang and Pei Ling were horrified. Guan Shiji. I just said she seemed trustworthy. Is this a mutiny? Zhu Rong, covered in wounds, held Zhu Tong's soul in her hand, a sinister smile spreading across her face. Two more, just two more, my soul, devoured by the demonic wood, can finally be restored. Finishing her sentence, Zhu Er absorbed Zhu Tong's soul into herself. A wicked grin twisting her lips. Soul, give me your soul. Terrified, Pei Ling turned and ran, looking back and yelling, don't just stand there, Shiji. Run. No wonder she was in such a hurry to get me out of there. Turns out two weren't enough, she needed me to make three. Zhu Rong stretched out her hand, laughing maniacally as two snakes emerged from her body. Pei Ling, sweating bullets, gritted his teeth at the sight of the two snakes, fangs bared, lunging towards him. He spun around, drawing his blade and slicing the snakes to pieces. Snake kebabs, anyone? Lu Xiang, pale as a ghost, watched in terror as Zhu Rong approached. As Zhu Rong leaped into the air, razor-sharp claws aimed at Lu Xiang, Pei Ling rushed forward, shoving Lu Xiang hard. Look out, Shiji. Lu Xiang fell face first, narrowly avoiding Zhu Rong's attack. Pei Ling unleashed the blood slaughter blade technique, swinging his blade in a move that left Zhu Rong gaping in shock. She broke out in a cold sweat, eyes wide, jaw clenched, as what registered next was Pei Ling's roaring fist, radiating spiritual power, hurtling towards her face. Pei Ling unleashed his thunder fist, sending Zhu Rong flying. She slammed against the wall and screamed, "Get away!" Lying in the rubble, eyes fluttering, blood trickling from her mouth, she gritted her teeth in fury and summoned her fox spirit. Damn it, what kind of blade technique was that? Oh no, don't let them escape. Lu Xiang, sitting on the ground, stared in horror at the fox spirit growing larger and larger before her. The fox, now enormous, its eyes glowing crimson, tears of blood streaming from its eyes, let out a deafening roar. Pei Ling used the blood snow ghost movement technique, swooping down to grab Lu Xiang and flying away, just avoiding the fox's snapping jaws. Watching him escape, Zhu Rong's eyes widened, her teeth grinding together in frustration. Damn it! Damn it, I will not let you get away with this. After a while, Pei Ling and Lu Xiang arrived at a new location. That was really close, but we won't be truly safe until we're out of the mountain manor. Pei Ling raised an eyebrow, wiping the sweat from his brow. Shiji, do you trust me? I don't want to rely on that damn thing, but I'm out of options. I have to try it. Lu Xiang clutched Pei Ling's hand, making him blush. Pei Shidai, you're close to Su Mian, and you saved my life in the manor. I don't trust anyone else but you. Pei Ling frowned, asking urgently, all right, Shiji, are there any cultivation techniques in the manor that are absolutely forbidden? Or any with incredibly harsh requirements? Lu Xiang tapped her chin. Incredibly harsh, you say? She pulled a scroll from her storage pouch. Absolute taboo. Holding out the scroll, her expression serious. This technique is called the thieving spirit wood. It allows you to absorb spiritual energy for your own use, but it requires the purifying spirit pill to prevent the energy from clashing within your body. But there's almost no one left in my family who knows how to refine the purifying spirit pill. System notification. Detected external transmission of technique. System will automatically acquire it for host. Pei Ling took the scroll. His gaze resolute. Shiji, no matter where I go later, you must follow me. System notification. External technique acquired. Please name the technique. Pei Ling frowned, staring at the scroll in his hand. Thieving spirit wood. He gritted his teeth, placing all his trust in the system display before him. The system is still searching for the jingling pill. Please wait a moment. After a bit, the system announced, jingling pill not found. The system will find a substitute cultivation material for free. granting 100 years of cultivation from the soul-devouring ghostwood. Seeing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Ghostwood. He recalled the previous scenes, then brought his hands to his face, eyes wide with fear. No way, it's that much of a coincidence, right? Pei Ling and Lu Xiang were standing near the ancient well behind the mountain. Lu Xiang's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Pei Ling clench his fists, brimming with energy, walking forward with firm steps, without hesitation. Junior brother Pei must have found the life gate of the Grand Formation. Su Mian's judgment is indeed accurate. Pei Ling frowned, sweating, looking ahead. Senior sister, I'm so sorry, this damn system is playing us. From the ghostwood's trunk emanated an incredibly eerie aura, accompanied by eyes staring intently at Pei Ling as he approached. Lu Xiang felt a pressure pinning her down, forcing her to kneel. She raised a hand to shield herself, looking forward, sweating with fear. Shuji stage ghostwood. Could junior brother Pei have gone the wrong way? Suddenly, Lu Xiang's eyes widened in surprise at what she saw. Lu Xiang's attention was now fully focused on Pei Ling, who was dashing towards the ghostwood, controlled by the system. Pei Ling burst forth with spiritual power, and with his agile movements, he was able to easily dodge the ghostwood's attacking branches. Facing the incoming branches, Pei Ling didn't flinch at all, his expression completely calm, channeling spiritual power into his palms. He extended his hands forward, using the Si Ling Mu technique, absorbing the ghostwood's aura. At the same time, the system announced, soul-devouring ghostwood has been successfully granted, the system will continue cultivating with you. Pei Ling continuously absorbed the aura from the ghostwood. Seeing this, Lu Xiang's eyes widened and her jaw dropped in astonishment. What's going on? Suddenly, two streams of aura shot out from within the ghostwood, pushing Pei Ling back. The system announced, external attack detected, this cultivation session ends here. Pei Ling's feet slammed against the ground as he slid back a distance. Suddenly, a voice echoed, resounding with powerful spiritual energy, supreme-grade spirit bones, unwavering Dao heart. I wonder which young mistress of the holy sect this is. Hearing this, Pei Ling looked around, on high alert. Such a terrifying aura, this person is more dangerous than anyone I've encountered in the mountain manor. To be safe, it's best to keep my identity hidden. Clasping his hands together, Pei Ling asked curiously, this humble one is Deng Mingshan, an outer disciple of the Chongming sect. May I ask who you are? Lu Xiang, standing behind, brought a hand to her chin, puzzled. Pei Ling and Lu Xiang, sweating, looked around as they heard someone's voice. Deng Mingshan. Never heard of him. Cultivation is a bit low, but aptitude and temperament are passable. You are qualified to meet me. Suddenly, strands appeared out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Pei Ling's legs. These strands emerged from the ancient well, binding Pei Ling and Lu Xiang, junior brother. What is going on? As soon as the words left her mouth, the strands pulled Pei Ling and Lu Xiang down into the well. After being pulled down, Pei Ling and Lu Xiang landed in some sort of manner. Pei Ling helped Lu Xiang up, then looked around. Where are we? Within the manor, a man and a woman appeared. The man's name was Han Sigu, and the woman was Madame Zhu. Seeing that, Lu Xiang's eyes widened, his jaw dropped in surprise. Han Sigu, senior brother, you're still alive. Pei Ling, standing beside him, frowned, thinking to himself, Han Sigu. Wasn't this guy the one who stole the heavenly Daojuji method? Why is he still here in the mountain manor? Pei Ling stepped in front of Lu Xiang, holding his saber, pointing it at Han Sigu's face, and angrily shouted, Senior brother Han, if you were still in the mountain manor, why didn't you care about the Han clan's destruction, and even let fellow disciples slaughter each other like this? Seeing this, Sigu opened his mouth and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Since when did the holy sect stipulate that fellow disciples must support each other? For cultivating the demonic ghost Dao foundation, what's the big deal if I consumed a little bit of fellow disciples' essence blood? Suddenly, Lu Xiang's feet were lifted off the ground. Pei Ling's eyes widened in horror as he saw Lu Xiang bound tightly by Sigu's threads, lifted into midair. Pei Ling's eyes filled with rage, he tried to swing his saber, but was enveloped by a red aura, unable to move. Pei Ling was lifted by this red aura, floating in midair. Sigu smiled sinisterly, using Lu Xiang to threaten Pei Ling. The demonic ghost Dao foundation has 3 tribulations. I've already passed the first 2. For the 3rd tribulation, I need to bind myself and contend with the demonic ghost. I see that your aptitude is extraordinary. You just need to do one thing for me, and I'll spare your Dao companion and even bestow upon you the heavenly Dao Juji method. Pei Ling frowned, angrily asking, what is it? Sigu gave a cryptic smile. That demonic ghost is no different from me in appearance and strength. Only by defeating the demonic ghost can one obtain the heavenly Daojuji. I want you to go to the Han clan's treasury at Lotus Flower Lake and retrieve the life-bound flying sword for me. The scene shifts to Pei Ling hiding in the bushes, staring ahead. So many search parties have been looking for so long, and the treasury is actually at Lotus Flower Lake. He dashed forward, frowning at the red thread tied around his senior sister's wrist. Taken hostage again, Han Sigu even placed this small thread on me. Even if I get him the Blood River sword, judging by his theatrics, he probably won't spare me. Suddenly, a sword shot towards Pei Ling out of nowhere. Instantly, his eyes sharpened and he drew his yin lifesaber, deflecting the blade. The sword deflected by Pei Ling flew towards and pierced Kai Wei, leaving her stunned and bewildered. Kai Wei's eyes widened, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Pei Ling's brows furrowed, sweat dripping down his face, panicked. The Blood River sword appeared before Pei Ling, its blade stained with Kai Wei's blood. Why do you bear the mark of my master? A bloodshot eye opened on the sword, another one. The sword swung through the air, releasing a wave of sword chi that grazed Pei Ling, making him break out in a cold sweat. Pei Ling turned to see a young man with his arms crossed, having blocked the incoming sword chi. The young man grimaced, looking at the scratches left on his arms by the sword chi. The Blood River sword hurriedly asked, "Why do you also have master's mark?" Pei Ling, sweat rolling down his cheeks, was terrified. Busted, own, cornered, the other guy strode towards Pei Ling, eyes wide with surprise. "Kid, you're not dead yet. Senior brother Tang, calm down. It was all senior brother Xianxia, it has nothing to do with me." Both of them looked at the talking Blood River sword. "Stop arguing. Why do you both have master's mark? Where is master? Where is he?" Pei Ling frowned, glancing at the red string tied around the other guy's wrist. "Why does he have a blood string too? Did Han Sigu find him as well?" Pei Ling clasped his hands together, a confident smile spreading across his face. "I came from the ancient well behind the mountain, sent by senior brother Han Sigu to take inventory of the treasury, and, grab a few things for him while I'm at it." The Blood River sword quickly asked, "Inventory the treasury?" The other guy, sweating, furrowed his brows. "That's right, I came from the ancestral hall, also sent by senior brother Han Sigu to fetch a few items from the treasury for him." The Blood River sword looked back and forth between Pei Ling and the other guy, utterly perplexed. "One from the well, one from the ancestral hall, something's not right, how can there be two masters?" Pei Ling crossed his arms, his expression icy. "Looks like one of us ran into a ghost. Well, see, our master met me at the ancient well first, then went to the ancestral hall and found senior brother Tang. Anyway, our master ordered us both to inventory the treasury. Are you going to disobey him?" Pei Ling and the other guy stood with hands on their hips, addressing the Blood River sword. "No, no, no. You two better get inside, don't keep master waiting." Scene changed to Pei Ling inside the Han Estate treasury. Looking around, he smirked. "So, this is the Han Estate treasury, huh?" Suddenly, the system notification, detecting unfamiliar external cultivation techniques. System is currently collecting them for you. Pei Ling's eyes lit up like stars, a giddy grin on his face as he watched the system collect the techniques from the Han Estate treasury. Holy crap, this is heaven. Suddenly, a hand clapped him hard on the shoulder. The hand belonged to the other guy, who was now fuming, veins bulging on his face, fists clenched. "Junior brother Pei. Long time no see, huh?" Pei Ling brushed the other guy's hand off, giving him a sharp look. "Senior brother, I think we both know the situation. I suggest we put aside our personal grievances for now. The Blood River sword is still outside. If we make too much noise and piss it off, none of us will escape." Hearing this, the other guy snorted. "Consider yourself lucky today, kid." Pei Ling, sweating bullets, thought to himself, "Lucky indeed, looks like this Tang guy is a total meathead." Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he saw something. He reached for a box on a shelf. The other guy stepped forward, grabbing Pei Ling's hand. A cheerful grin on his face. "Junior brother Pei, I've almost gathered all the materials for Zhuji. I just need a red 2 vine, think you could let me have it?" Pei Ling grabbed the box. "This is the red 2 vine. This is the key ingredient for the Zhuji pill." To himself, "Dude, thanks." Pei Ling, quicker than thought, shoved the box into his robes, beaming. "Senior brother, we both got in here. So we should split the loot, right? Something this good, you can't just hog it all to yourself." The other guy held out his hand. "There's only one red 2 vine, how do you propose we split it?" Pei Ling held up a finger, a confident smirk on his face. "There might be only one vine, but there's more than one pill that can be refined from it, senior brother. If you give me the other Zhuji pill ingredients, I guarantee you'll get a share of the pills I refine. Hearing this, the other guy's jaw dropped, pointing a finger. You know how to refine pills. Pei Ling spread his hands, a smug grin on his face. Senior brother, I joined Xianxia's team with a Lianqi 7th stage cultivation because of my pill refining skills, honed in the outer sect. Give me the ingredients, and I'll refine one right here and now, outside the treasury, so you can see. The other guy, brows furrowed, considered this carefully. If this kid really can refine pills, it'll save me some time, and even if he's lying, he can't escape the estate. A little trust won't hurt. He took out a jade slip and handed it to Pei Ling. This is the Zhuji pill recipe I just found. Don't leave the treasury, refine it now. No problem, got the doggy system here, refining pills. Piece of cake. In a flash, a pill furnace appeared in the middle of the room. The dude cracked his knuckles, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Come on, junior brother Pei, if you ruin these alchemy ingredients, I'll skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and sell them to cover the losses. Pei Ling smirked confidently. Don't worry, senior brother Tang. Finishing his sentence, Pei Ling reached out and tapped the system interface. Immediately, Pei Ling was controlled by the system, his hand extended forward, manipulating spiritual energy to levitate the ingredients. Under the system's control, his movements were incredibly skillful and fluid, like a handsome dude fan dancing, as he placed the ingredients one by one into the alchemy furnace. The dude stared intently, observing Pei Ling's every move. Got some skills, huh? But I've seen all these flashy tricks before. In the end, it'll still just be low grade. After a while, smoke billowed from the alchemy furnace. Inside the furnace, 4 white pills glowed brightly. The system announced, this cultivation session is complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. Seeing the pills, the dude's face beaded with sweat, his eyes widened, jaw dropped, and he gasped, supreme grade Zhuji pills. Pei Ling smirked triumphantly and quickly asked, senior brother Tang, are you satisfied? Pei Ling's eyes glazed over, a foolish grin plastered on his face. He broke out in a cold sweat as the dude embraced him, puckering up for a kiss on the cheek. Junior brother Pei, I'm in love. Everything else in this treasury is yours. Senior brother Tang, let me go first. Scene changed to the next event. Pei Ling, a large sack on his back, slowly emerged from the treasury. The dude extended his hand, grinning cheerfully. Junior brother Pei, your alchemy skills are truly impressive. When you have time, refine some more pills for your senior brother, and I definitely won't treat you badly. Pei Ling smiled. Well, senior brother Tang, you'll have to get in line. I'm quite busy lately. The Blood River sword flew in front of the two, and spoke, have you finished taking inventory? Of course, we were quick. Helping senior brother Han, we naturally have to give it our all. The Blood River sword looked dejected. At least you know what's good for you. Now, tell me who the real master is. Pei Ling and the dude exchanged smiles and glances, communicating silently. Pei Ling clenched his fist, his tone resolute. The senior brother Han at the ancient well is the real one. The dude immediately retorted, the senior brother Han at the ancestral hall is the real one. The Blood River sword's eyes widened, erupting in fiery sword chi. Explain yourselves clearly. Which one is real, and which one is fake? Do you want me to chop you up? Looking at the sword tip right in front of him, Pei Ling put a hand to his mouth and chuckled nervously. No, big brother sword. Senior brother Tang and I only met one senior brother Han each. We both naturally think the one we met is the real one. Why don't you go see for yourself? After all, we don't really know senior brother Han that well. The Blood River sword pulsed with swirling sword chi. Its anger evident. Idiots. You humans are all the same. If I could tell the difference, I wouldn't need you. I used to rely on the Blood River sword's intent to recognize its master. But that damn ghost stole the sword intent. So how can I tell? The Blood River sword spun like a top as it considered Pei Ling and the dude's conflicting opinions. How about I go with junior brother Pei to meet his senior brother Han and then come back and compare? Is that okay? No. What if that ghost, worried about being exposed, just kills us? Big brother sword, do you have any way to protect our lives? Good heavens, what a drama queen. The Blood River sword then emitted 2 streams of sword chi, flying into Pei Ling and Nan Tri, granting them each a protective sword intent for 3 days. Give me an answer, or die. Pei Ling clasped his hands together, grinning. Free lunch again. Thanks, sword bro. I'll set off right now. He turned to look at Nan Tri, and asked hurriedly, right, senior brother Tang, we need to split up next to meet senior brother Han at the ancient well. I wonder what the person you met looks like. The senior brother Han I saw in the ancestral hall looked exactly like the rumors, both in appearance and cultivation. Judging by his aura, this senior brother Han's strength seems a bit weaker than the inner sect's Fane Master. Your squad leader, senior brother Zhang, also died at his hands. In short, junior brother Pei, be careful, absolutely don't be fooled by his words. Scene change. Pei Ling walked to a certain place, his foot stepping on a memorial tablet. He stood in the empty air, staring at the shrine in front of him, hands clasped, sweating bullets, a bright smile on his face. The original shrine, this is where Zhang Shuo was captured. I am Deng Mingshan. Here on the Blood River Swords orders to find the real senior brother Han. Suddenly, a grotesque arm shot out from the shrine, making Pei Ling's eyes widen in shock. This grotesque arm placed Pei Ling inside a coffin. Suddenly, Pei Ling landed, appearing somewhere else. Before him now was Han Si-gu. System announcement. Detected the heavenly Daozhuji method is in the outside world. The system is still absorbing, displaying for you. System announcement. Then, Pei Ling smiled with delight. The heavenly Daozhuji method. Si-gu sat cross-legged on the ground, a red string floating around his mouth, smiling cheerfully. Junior brother Deng, what an honor, what an honor. Upon seeing Si-gu, Pei Ling clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. Senior brother Han. This Han Si-gu was indeed identical to the one at the ancient well. Si-gu held something in his hand, his expression sinister, a sly smile on his face. Junior brother Deng, you've probably met someone who looks like me, haven't you? I am the real Han Si-gu. Hand over the Blood River sword quickly, and I will bestow the heavenly Daozhuji upon you. Pei Ling frowned, his face calm, staring straight ahead. Both Han Si-gus are using the heavenly Daozhuji as bait, but burning bridges is a tradition of this sinister sect. Stalling for time to let the system finish absorbing is the safest course of action. Senior brother, could you prove yourself somehow? Si-gu's forehead darkened, he asked hurriedly, how do you want me to prove it? Pei Ling replied, I've heard that senior brother Han's Blood River swordsmanship is unparalleled in the outer sect. The real senior brother Han must have a deep understanding of this swordsmanship. Hearing this, Si-gu, without saying a word, threw the token in his hand forward. Pei Ling reached out and caught the token, staring at Si-gu, who was giving him a sly smile. Pei Ling stroked his chin, his eyes full of vigilance, glancing at Si-gu, who was sitting motionless. Seeing the system notification, heavenly Daozhuji method has been absorbed, Pei Ling thought to himself, the heavenly Daozhuji has been absorbed, no need to waste any more time. Pei Ling then used his Hollywood-level acting skills, smiling brightly. Senior brother, after careful consideration, I feel more and more that you're indeed the real senior brother Han. Si-gu's forehead darkened again, his eyes cold. Emanating a surging aura, he propped himself up on his knees, slowly standing up. Junior brother Deng, look at me, do you truly believe I am the real Han Si-gu? Seeing this, Pei Ling showed no fear, his gaze firm, of course. Suddenly, some force impacted Pei Ling's mind, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. Si-gu extended his hand, commanding the manipulated Pei Ling, whose eyes had rolled back white, go, tell the Blood River sword that I am the real Han Si-gu. Yes, yes. Scene changed to Pei Ling standing at the entrance of the ancestral hall. After stepping out, he suddenly stopped. It turns out it was all an act. Pei Ling wasn't manipulated. He frowned, glancing behind him. No one, time to make a quick getaway. Pei Ling took off running, his eyes thoughtful. How could Han Si-gu choose us? Turns out my divine sense has strengthened, and I wasn't controlled by that ghost. Suddenly, he noticed something, his eyes turning sharp as he glanced to the side. With nimble movements, Pei Ling leaped backward, dodging a punch aimed at him. Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he saw the group of people standing before him. With his eyes darkened ominously, looking totally creepy, he growled, traitorous senior brother Han must die. The group lunged forward, hands clenched, mouths agape, screaming, traitorous senior brother Han must die. Pei Ling, with a frosty expression, whipped out his Yinsheng blade, sending the mob sprawling back with a single sweep. Seriously, so many people are controlled by that ghost thing. Pei Ling channeled his Lianqi, transforming it into a cloak he wore on his back, frowning as he stared ahead. Can't get bogged down by these guys, gotta save senior sister Lu, and fast. He stomped his feet hard into the ground, launching himself into the air with his blood devil movement, stepping on the heads of the crowd as he made his escape. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he was yanked against a wall, trapped by a formation plastered with talismans. Boom! A tremendous explosion rocked the air, sending dust and debris flying, along with bursts of chi. The scene shifted to a man standing before Han Si-gu. that kid's gone rogue, the ghost couldn't enthrall him, so it'll definitely try to take him out, you need to hurry and save him. Then, persuade the Blood River sword to come to me, and I can take you as my sword slave. The man's legs went to jelly, his face pale with fear. Sword slave? What? Become a sword slave? My body and soul enslaved to him for all eternity, with no escape. Like hell I'd agree to that. Han Sigu, holding a teacup in his hand, smirked. You dare refuse? That brat has a strong foundation, top-grade jade bones, and he even wields the inner sect's top-tier blood devil movement. Even without you, he could escape. I'm merely offering you a chance to live. Suddenly, Han Sigu's eyes went wide, as if realizing something, his face ashen, he crushed the teacup in his hand. Deng Mingshan is dead. The man was sweating, his brow furrowed, gaze fixed ahead. Deng Mingshan, Pei, my dude, you're seriously ballsy, even daring to use branch leader Deng's name. Could it be that Deng used some fake death technique and ran off? Han Sigu let out a cold laugh, raising a hand wrapped in a red string. A mere fake death technique can fool a puppet ghost, but it can't fool my soul-binding string. The soul-binding string links our very souls. Now that the string is severed, that brat is definitely dead. Han Sigu's face darkened, his teeth gritted in frustration. Damn it. My entire plan is ruined. He gestured towards the man. No matter what it takes, you will retrieve the Blood River sword and bring it to me. The man grimaced, his eyes flashing with anger. And what if I refuse? That Pei Ling kid could escape, and now this Han Sigu is bound by this red string himself. I don't believe I can't escape this. Han Sigu pressed two fingers together, sending the red strings flying forward. He sneered, wrap him up tight, like a sticky rice cake. The strings bound the man, even bound by this red string. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Obey me and live, or become my blood slave. I think you know which to choose. Elsewhere, Pei Ling's soul was floating in the air. The puppets surrounding Pei Ling's prone body, eyes rolled back white, muttered, dead, so weak, pathetic. The puppets, thinking Pei Ling dead, turned to leave. Let's go, mission accomplished. Seeing the puppets leave, Pei Ling pulled his soul back into his body. Finally, they're gone. That heart-drying technique almost did me in. A little longer, and I wouldn't have seen the sun again. He sat up, drenched in sweat, frowning at the severed string in his hand. Didn't expect that. This red string's completely severed. Suddenly, a hand clapped him hard on the shoulder. It was the man, grinning from ear to ear. Pei, my dude. So it's senior brother Tang. The man burst into laughter, hugging Pei Ling, who gaped in surprise. Great. Pei, my dude, you're still alive. Pei, my dude, what wicked trick did you use to fool that ghost thing and that hand guy? Pei Ling smiled, holding up the Cuxin Ju scroll. This is it. If senior brother doesn't believe me, you can try it. The male cultivator looked skeptical. The Cuxin Ju. Such a low-level technique could fool Han Sigu. I believe you, Pei Leodai. You have top-grade jade bones and are skilled in pill refinement. Your cultivation talent must be extraordinary. Being able to cultivate such a low-level technique to the highest level and fool Han Sigu is actually quite normal. Pei Ling frowned at the male cultivator and quickly asked, right, senior brother Tang, I can confirm that the ghost uncle is in the ancestral hall. Also, senior brother Zhang Shuo, senior brother Tang's teammates, and the fellow disciples who went missing yesterday have all become the ghost uncle's puppets. How are things on your end? Did you see senior sister Lu? The male cultivator grimaced, his eyes serious. When I went down, Lu Liuqi was already scared out of her wits. Pei Shidi, listen to me, Han Sigu is extremely ambitious. And he'll definitely turn on us eventually. We absolutely can't cooperate with him. Pei Ling put a hand to his chin, sweating nervously. If we don't cooperate with him, what about senior sister Lu? Pei Leodai, now's not the time to worry about others. The fate-binding soul string on you is broken. Han Sigu can't control your movements anymore. Just find a place to hide and wait for the sect to send help. Pei Ling frowned, staring at the male cultivator. What about senior brother Tang? My Shidi, where are they? Are they still in the ghost uncle's hands? If they're dead, then so be it. But if they're still alive, I can't just abandon them. Pei Leodai, didn't you give me a top-grade Juji pill? I can use it now. With that, the male cultivator stomped his foot and flew off. Pei Ling watched him go, shouting, senior brother Tang, be careful. Is he going to fight the ghost uncle? Even in such a treacherous sect, there are such fearless and heroic people. Pei Ling slowly stood up. Forget about him for now. The most important thing is that senior sister Lu is still in Han Sigu's hands. Even if I escape, I have to take her with me. He frowned, gazing into the distance. Han Sigu is so interested in the Blood River sword, maybe I can use it against him. This minor sword recognizes sword intent, not people. If that's the case, he opened the system interface. System, I want to cultivate the Blood River sword intent. Thanks for the technique the ghost uncle provided. System notification. Detecting that the host already possesses a slaughter-type sword intent, the system will use it to cultivate for you. Pei Ling's eyes brightened. He unleashed his spiritual power, absorbing the sword chi into his consciousness. Thanks for the sword chi, minor sword. He burst with spiritual power, clenched his fists, and laughed. Ha ha ha, little swordie, prepare to welcome your new master. Cut to a different scene. The Blood River sword was absorbing the spiritual power of someone it had stabbed to death. These cultivators are all so tough to digest. If Master were here, I wouldn't have to eat this trash. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward, and a voice boomed, Blood River. The newcomer was Pei Ling, his face calm, his body enveloped in sword intent. Aren't you going to help me? I've cultivated the Blood River sword intent. Maybe I can trick this minor sword. If I'm exposed, I'll immediately use the Blood Ghost evasion technique to escape. The Blood River sword's eyes widened in surprise. Master. What? The Blood River sword circled Pei Ling, examining him closely. Pure Blood River sword intent, it really is Master. No mistake. The Blood River sword looked suspicious, but Master, how did your cultivation become so low? Pei Ling sweated, putting a hand to his mouth and feigning a cough. Cough, cough. I failed my Zhuji breakthrough and was severely injured, so my cultivation dropped. Quickly open the Yin Water Illusory Lotus Grand Formation so I can go back and recover, the Blood River sword replied. Master, opening the Yin Water Illusory Lotus Grand Formation requires the Patriarch's command, otherwise, only a formation-breaking talisman can temporarily open a passage. Pei Ling's face darkened. The ghost uncle took the Patriarch's command. Where's the formation-breaking talisman? The Blood River sword started to become suspicious. There are plenty of masters in the martial arts arena, how could you forget about that? Hearing this, Pei Ling used the Blood Ghost evasion technique and sped off, not forgetting to order the Blood River sword. You stay here and guard the treasury, I'll be right back. Pei Ling zipped through the area at breakneck speed. He furrowed his brow, deep in thought. First, go to the martial arts arena, then we'll figure things out. Gotta avoid making the minor sword suspicious. Suddenly, the Blood River sword appeared beside Pei Ling, making him blink in surprise. No way. Dude, you can keep up with the Blood Ghost evasion technique. Pei Ling screeched to a halt, clenching his fists, his eyes furious. Damn it. Didn't I tell you to guard the treasury? The Blood River sword replied, but the treasury was already cleaned out by those two guys you sent earlier. There's nothing left to guard. Hearing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat. Closing his eyes, he sighed. Damn it, I screwed myself over this time. Cut to the martial arts arena. Pei Ling sat cross-legged, holding a box, pouring out the talismans inside. Pei Ling channeled his Ling Qi into two talismans, making them float in the air. So, is this it? Shuihe Sword spoke up. Right, but the temporary entrance needs time to open, it might delay Master's treatment. Pei Ling glanced over, annoyance clear on his face. Just shut up and let me concentrate. Shuihe Sword hovered nearby, continuing, Master, I remember. You don't need to specifically look for a medical cultivator, I can share my original essence with you. Hearing this, Pei Ling was surprised. Original essence. Immediately, Shuihe Sword erupted with streams of qi swirling around. Master, take it. Pei Ling stretched out his hands, gathering the streams of qi from Shuihe Sword, forming a sphere. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise, his face flushing. This feeling, it's like being thrown into something soft, gently enveloped. It's itchy and so comfortable. Pei Ling quickly commanded Shuihe Sword, Shuihe, protect me, I need to start cultivating. Yes, Master. Pei Ling closed his eyes, sitting in meditation, beginning to refine the streams of qi. At the same time, the system announced, detected a large amount of Earth Seed True Essence, the system is refining it for you. Pei Ling continued to cultivate, his eyebrows furrowing. The Ling Qi in this True Essence is so dense. I feel like I'm about to break through to the 8th level of Lianqi. Cut to Sigu meditating in his manner. Zhu Furen stood beside him. Suddenly, Sigu's eyes snapped open, sensing something. Zhu Furen, seeing this, asked curiously, Master, what's wrong? Sigu, sweating, replied, Shuihe Sword has left the lotus pond for more than half an hour, but it still hasn't reached the ancient well. It's looking for me, which means. Zhu Furen, standing beside him, frowned, her face turning serious, it has chosen the Devil Lord. Sigu held a wooden figurine in his hand, his eyes darkening. The heavenly Daojuji has failed, prepare for the final battle. Sigu crushed the wooden figurine in his hand. There's no time to hesitate. If the Devil Lord refines Shuehe, then we have no chance of survival. Finishing his sentence, Sigu's forehead darkened, one eye glowing red, and he slowly stood up. The ropes binding him snapped. We must kill him before he finishes refining Shuehe's sword. It's our only chance. Suddenly, Sigu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glanced back, sweat dripping down his face. This puppet substitution method can let this female cultivator take my place, concealing my presence from the Devil Lord for a short time. The walls were wrapped in red ropes, his hair now completely silver. Sigu clenched his fists, his eyes cold. Leave, I must go kill him now, there's no time to wait. Cut to beneath the ancestral hall, Sigu's Devil Lord stood with his puppets. It's been half an hour, why hasn't Tang Nanzhai brought Shuehe here yet? He reached out and grasped the Zhenming soul strings. Through the Zhenming soul strings, the Devil Lord could see Nanzhai cultivating somewhere. He's undergoing Zhuji in the mountain manor. This madman, Shuehe must have gone back to the ancient well. What do I do now? Suddenly, two bursts of sword chi flew towards him. The two bursts of sword chi struck the Devil Lord. Catching him off guard, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Sigu stepped out of a barrier, holding a sword, a triumphant smile on his face. Devil Lord, I've come for your life. The Devil Lord's hand transformed, taking on a grotesque appearance, as he grabbed the sword lying on the ground. Han Sigu. I didn't think you'd come so quickly. The Devil Lord stood up, demonic power erupting from his body, his eyes glowing red as he stared ahead. Wait. Shuehe isn't in your possession. Hearing this, Sigu quickly asked, Shuehe isn't with you. The Devil Lord realized, so that's how it is. You thought Shuehe was with me, so you attacked. The Devil Lord let out a smug laugh, the Dao struggle. This time, victory is mine. Ha ha ha. Sigu furrowed his brows, his eyes blazing with anger as he swung his sword, sending a streak of sword chi hurtling forward, about to die, and you still dare to talk about winning or losing. Laughable, the sword chi sliced through the demon, but it didn't even flinch, instead laughing arrogantly. Han Sigu, you can't kill me, the power of the earth's veins is endless. Without destroying the yin water illusion lotus formation, without the blood river, you cannot kill me. The demon's body fused back together, a smug grin spreading across its face. And what about you? Without the soul binding cord support, how much longer can you cling to life? Sigu, unfazed, listened calmly, then smirked. Oh, really? Suddenly, a violent earthquake shook the ground. At the same time, the demon's face turned ashen, his hand flying to his mouth as he coughed up blood. Sweat poured down his face as he scowled in frustration and rage. You sent the blood madam and the soul-devouring ghostwood to destroy the formation. Sigu gripped his sword tighter, staring straight ahead with a cold laugh. Killing you. I alone am enough. Scene shifts to the training grounds. Pei Ling, his body radiating spiritual energy after his training, stretched with a bright smile. Xianxia 8th level peak. I didn't expect the primordial chi of this low-grade flying sword to boost my cultivation this much. The Blood River sword appeared beside him, its tone joyful. Master, you're awake. Just half a month and the temporary exit can be opened, then, we'll slaughter the entire city. Pei Ling thought to himself, half a month is still too long, isn't it? Suddenly, a violent tremor made Pei Ling's eyes widen in surprise. Pei Ling frowned, turning to the Blood River sword in question. What happened? The foundation of the formation is under attack. It must be that demon trying to destroy the yin water illusion lotus formation. Pei Ling stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes, and asked urgently, the demon. But why would he want to destroy the formation? The Blood River sword replied, Master, while you were cultivating, I sensed two demons fighting in the ancestral hall. The demon can rely on the formation to heal his wounds, so one of them must be destroying it to defeat the other. Master, see how smart I am. Pei Ling clapped his hands, furrowing his brows and looking to the side. Little Bloodfire is so smart. Two demons. One of them must be Han Sigu. This proves Han Sigu has already left the ancient well. I have to save senior sister. Pei Ling's face hardened as he turned to the Blood River sword and commanded, come, let's go to the ancient well. Meanwhile, beneath the ancestral hall, demonic energy seeped from the demon's wounds, causing him to cry out in pain. The demon knelt on the ground, one arm severed, demonic energy continuously leaking out. Impossible, impossible. I've mimicked all his moves, but why is the gap so vast? Sigu raised his sword, channeling spiritual energy into it, and laughed. Ha ha ha. I, Han Si-gu, once chased the demonic poison walker for 1,000,000 miles, and in my Xianxia stage, I slew a Zhuji cultivator. Just a mere demon trying to tempt my Dao heart. Today, you shall die under my sword. With that, Si-gu swung his sword, unleashing a wave of sword chi. The demon's eyes widened in horror as the sword chi hurtled towards him. Han Si-gu, you will die. The scene shifts to Lu Xiang, bound by the soul-binding cord. The Blood River sword arrived, easily slicing through the soul-binding cord with a few basic moves, freeing Lu Xiang. Pei Ling caught Lu Xiang in his arms, sweating and anxiously asking, "Senior sister, are you all right?" The Blood River sword seethed, that audacious demon. He dared to lay the soul-binding cord on Master's new Dao companion. Pei Ling's eyes widened as he saw Lu Xiang's vacant expression and lifeless eyes. "Senior sister, what happened? Damn that Han Si-gu. What did he do to you?" The Blood River sword spoke excitedly, "Master, the two demons in the Ancestral Hall are done fighting, one is dead, the other gravely injured, we can reap the benefits." Hearing this, Pei Ling put a hand to his chin, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "This fate metal's linked to its owner's life force, my dumb flying sword's fine, and someone survived, gotta be Han Si-gu, the way to get Shiji back to normal must be with him. Gotta take him out while he's still messed up, if he recovers, 10 of me wouldn't be enough to take him down." Pei Ling glanced over, urgently asking the Blood River sword, "Can you still sense which way he went?" "He's still in the Ancestral Hall, Master, let's hurry, we can definitely beat him, it's a scene at the Ancestral Hall." At this time, Si-gu was covered in sweat, constantly coughing up blood that smeared across his body, his hair had turned completely white. Staring at the jade slip in his hand, blood still trickling from his mouth, Si-gu muttered, "So what if Heavenly Dao Zhuji failed? As long as my Dao heart is intact, there's still a chance." Suddenly, a fist radiating spiritual power shot towards him. The fist belonged to Nan Zhai. With a powerful blow, he shattered Si-gu's jade slip, sending blood spraying everywhere as Si-gu stumbled backward. Nan Zhai grabbed the blood-stained jade slip and glared at Si-gu lying on the ground. "Are you some freaking ghost or Han Si-gu? Where are my Shishungdi? This guy's seriously injured, the Heavenly Dao Zhuji is mine." Si-gu sat up, wiping the blood from his mouth, and let out a scornful laugh. "Ha ha ha, Tang Nan Zhai, you could have run, but you came here looking for death." Hearing this, Nan Zhai channeled spiritual power into his fist and rushed towards Si-gu, snorting, "You're badly hurt now, who dies here is still up in the air." Seeing Nan Zhai's youthful arrogance, Si-gu flashed a sinister smile. Then, with a chilling glare, he unleashed his spiritual power and charged forward. Si-gu, dripping with sweat, looked down at the prone Nan Zhai, his tone mocking, "How could the Cao Sheng sect cultivate such an ignorant fool?" Blood Madam rushed over, clinging to Si-gu's arm. "Congratulations, Master, on your victory. But destroying the formation drained my and Gui Mu's spiritual power, we must be more careful from now on." "It's fine, there are no more threats in the mountain manor, the resources in the treasury are enough for me to recover enough to protect myself." Si-gu turned to Blood Madam with a worried expression, "But the sword intent in my body has weakened, I can't sense where the Blood River sword is. What's happened to it?" Suddenly, Blood Madam sensed something and glanced behind her. Her eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face as she frantically used her body to block the incoming Blood River sword. "Master, be careful." Si-gu frowned, catching the bleeding Blood Madam, and asked urgently, "Blood River, what are you doing?" The Blood River sword slowly withdrew from Blood Madame's body. It spoke, "Blood River. Who the heck are you to call me Blood River? Only my master is worthy of that name." Hearing this, Si-gu pointed at the Blood River sword and roared furiously, "Damn it. You don't even recognize your own master. Blood River, back in Yue Town, I captured young women and children as blood sacrifices for you. Don't you remember?" The Blood River sword recalled the scene in Yue Town, a feast that it remembered fondly. "Could you be the true master?" At this moment, Pei Ling appeared, carrying the Yin Sheng saber on his shoulder, and strode forward with a cold laugh. "Cut the crap. Blood River, your true master has returned." Inside, Pei Ling was fuming. "Dang it. I'm just a little late, and my stupid flying sword's been tricked." Upon seeing Pei Ling, Si-gu's eyes widened in astonishment, stammering, Deng Mingshan. How is it you? Impersonating me?" Pei Ling, with flawless acting and a calm face, pointed at himself, "Shameless Deng Mingshan. I'm clearly the real Han Si-gu." Pei Ling gripped the Yin Sheng saber with both hands and lunged at Si-gu. "Blood River, stay out of this. Today, I'll kill this demon myself and achieve Heavenly Dao Zhuji." Gotta take out Han Sigu before my dumb flying sword figures things out. Sigu raised his sword to block Pei Ling's incoming strike. He frowned, gritting his teeth and glaring at Pei Ling. You overestimate yourself. As the two clashed, the Blood River sword hovered nearby, uncertain which one was its true master. Pei Ling and Sigu fought fiercely, neither giving an inch. Is that all you've got? That's enough to kill you. Sigu's eyes narrowed, he brought two fingers together, channeled his spiritual power, and uttered a single word, appear. Immediately, flying swords created by Sigu shot towards Pei Ling, taking him by surprise. Pei Ling, with a calm expression, threw himself forward, bracing himself with his hand against the ground, dodging the incoming flying swords. Then, using the Blood Demon evasion technique, he charged towards Sigu with his saber. Sigu cursed, but managed to dodge in time. You know the inner sect's evasion technique. Pei Ling said nothing, only snorted. The Yin Sheng saber in his hand blazed with saber intent as he lunged at Sigu. Sigu raised his sword to block the incoming blow. In an instant, the sword snapped in two, clutching his chest with one hand and pointing the broken blade forward with the other. Sigu roared, Zan. In the blink of an eye, a massive spiritual energy great sword materialized. Pei Ling raised his saber to block the descending great sword, but its power was overwhelming, forcing him to his knees. Blood spurting from his mouth, he stomped his foot, leaping aside to evade the crashing blade. Grimacing and drenched in sweat, he stared ahead, blood trickling from his lips. This Han Sigu, seriously injured, hasn't even completed Tian Dao Juji, yet he's this strong. What if he's hiding more killer moves? This is bad, I can't fight him head-on. Sigu gritted his teeth, seething inwardly, the inner sect's top-tier Jade Bone Saber technique. This brat is a Shenzong prodigy, isn't he? If I were at my peak, it wouldn't matter, but now, weakened as I am, it seems I can only. Both Pei Ling and Sigu grimaced, opening their mouths to bellow, Zuhi. Aren't you coming to help me? Hearing this, the Zuhi sword spun like a top, hesitant. But, who is the true master? Who should I help? Pei Ling and Sigu clashed again. Both yelling, Zuhi. Don't forget our promise. 1,000 cities bathed in blood. Zuhi, this devil has all my memories. Don't be fooled by his sweet words. Make your choice. Pei Ling pulled out a talisman, his brows furrowed, glancing back, 50% success rate. If Zuhi chooses wrong, I'll have to use Deng Mingshan's escape talisman. The eye on the Zuhi sword widened. I know who my master is. He's in danger right now. I must act. As Pei Ling lunged towards Sigu, the Zuhi sword flew towards him, declaring, Master, I'm here. Pei Ling's eyes widened in horrified realization. Oh no. Sigu grinned triumphantly. I win. His joy was short-lived, his eyes bulged in shock as the Yansheng saber plunged into his chest. Pei Ling watched Sigu's blood spray with cold fury, way more stupid than that dog-like flying sword system. Sigu clutched his chest, trembling. The Zuhi sword scoffed, a petty devil trying to impersonate my master. You thought you could fool me. A sudden sensation washed over it, surprising the sword, then, it clattered to the ground at Sigu's feet. What's happening? Why can't I move? Sigu picked up the Zuhi sword. A lifebound flying sword shares its master's life force. Your master is dying, your sword is useless. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Suddenly, memories of training with Sigu flooded the Zuhi sword's consciousness. The Zuhi sword in Sigu's hand spoke, Master, how could I mistake you? Sigu sighed, what's broken cannot be mended, it's over. He turned to Pei Ling, questioning, why did you stop me from achieving Tian Dao Juji? Pei Ling frowned, his face impassive, I never intended to stop you, senior brother Han. Your only mistake was crossing me. Pei Ling, raising his saber high, channeling spiritual energy into it, his eyes locked on Sigu who screamed, kill him. After the deed was done, Pei Ling walked away, leaving Sigu's corpse in the road. Pei Ling reached the old well and saw Lu Xiang climbing out. Junior brother Pei Pei. Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Senior sister Lu, what are you doing here? Lu Xiang clutched his hand, fear etched on her face. I don't remember anything, I was scared, so I came to find you, junior brother. This is amnesia. Pei Ling embraced Lu Xiang, comforting her. Don't be afraid, senior sister, it's all over now. The scene shifted to the pear blossom forest of the Han estate. 3 tombstones stood, inscribed with, Grave of Han Sigu, Grave of Zhang Shuadang, Grave of Nanzhai Pei Ling and Lu Xiang. Kneeling down, he bowed to the 3 graves. Pei Ling clasped his hands, closing his eyes in prayer. May you rest in peace, senior brothers and sister. I'll put your belongings to good use. Lu Xiang stared blankly ahead. Junior brother Pei, who were they? Why don't I remember anything? Pei Ling replied, they were our fellow disciples, born in the Han estate. Suddenly, Lu Xiang's eyes widened as if she realized something. Qiao Ni appeared out of nowhere in front of Pei Ling, leaving him gaping in astonishment. Qiao Ni maiden. Qiao Ni brought a hand to her mouth, giggling, long time no see, Pei Gongzi. Pei Ling thought dejectedly, this ghost girl, so she's been here all along. Qiao Ni bent down and tapped Lu Xiang's head. This Dao companion's divine soul is severely injured, difficult to treat. Forget about the heavenly Dao Zhuji information, that's just fewer spoils for me. Pei Ling pondered with a thoughtful gaze, severely injured divine soul, so that's why senior sister has been acting so goofy. Pei Ling reached into his robes, retrieved the heavenly Dao Zhuji method, and presented it to Qiao Ni. Right, this is the heavenly Dao Zhuji method I obtained on this trip. Please give this to senior sister, Qiao Ni maiden, she'll be overjoyed. Qiao Ni stared at the heavenly Dao Zhuji method in Pei Ling's hand. The outer sect competition is in 3 months. Get first place in the outer sect competition. Qiao Ni leaned closer to Pei Ling, explaining, if you get first place, you'll have the privilege of choosing a master for personal guidance. You can choose a master and present the heavenly Dao Zhuji method to them in front of everyone. It's a great opportunity to curry favor. Finishing her sentence, she channeled spiritual power into her palm. Then, Qiao Ni glanced behind her, enveloping Pei Ling and Lu Xiang with her spiritual power. Let's go, I'll take you back to the sect. Scene changed to Ruo Shu Peak, near Jin Su Mian's cave. Pei Ling looked at the storage bag in his hand, smiling faintly. Only senior sister and I survived this mission. After giving senior sister her 10%, I can keep 9,000 spirit stones. Not bad at all. Senior sister seems a little goofier than before, but nothing too serious. Perfect. After this trip to the Han Manor, I should check on Su Mian, then go find Deng Mingshan to discuss things. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened, his face darkening in alarm as he saw something. He quickly ducked into some bushes, peeking out to see Su Tai radiating murderous aura, holding a weapon. Su Mian, rest assured, I'll personally deal with those who insulted you. Hiding in the bushes, Pei Ling trembled like a leaf, his face drained of color, hands clamped over his mouth. Holy crap. How did Jin Su Mian recover so quickly? She's enough trouble on her own, now add her sister to the mix. Pei Ling stood up, brushing off his clothes. He turned, hands clenched, his expression grim as he looked ahead. No, I have to find Deng Mingshan right now. Scene change. Pei Ling stood before the entrance to the Kulan courtyard, calling out, Deng Shisheng. Deng Shisheng, open the door. The door opened. Mingshan appeared, grinning cheerfully. Hey, it's Pei Shidi. I was just about to look for you. Pei Ling frowned, his tone urgent. Deng Shisheng, I have something extremely urgent to tell you. Oh, what's so urgent? You don't have to worry about your fine anymore. What else could be so pressing? Come in first, and we'll talk. Mingshan and Pei Ling stood in the courtyard, talking. Deng Shisheng, it's really urgent. I know you're in a hurry. But first, don't be so hasty. Shisheng has some good news. After you hear it, you won't be so anxious anymore. Pei Ling, curious, asked with a smile, what good news? Mingshan replied, I took the bone pills you refined to the one who we see. Let me tell you, the rogue cultivators there are generous spenders. You get a cut of 20,000 from this trip. Pei Ling's eyes widened, jaw dropping. 20,000. Mingshan, holding a jade slip, grinned from ear to ear. He. Shisheng even spent 20,000 buying the jade pill and heavenly Dao Zhuji pill recipes. These are precious. Regular cultivators would risk their lives for Zhuji. You can just casually refine them, and even Lianqi cultivators will call you daddy. Pei Ling's forehead creased, his brows furrowing as he looked at the paper in his hand. This is supposed to be good news. Couldn't you have earned something I don't have? Thanks, Deng Shisheng, so where's my share of spirit stones? Mingshan clapped Pei Ling on the shoulder repeatedly, laughing boisterously. Ha ha ha. Of course I had to use your share to buy them. Shisheng even chipped in some extra. But don't worry, you don't have to pay me back for my part. Pei Ling's heart sank. He was speechless. With a forced smile, Pei Ling stared at the paper in his hand. Shisheng, are you okay? Shidi is extremely grateful. No need. Just keep refining more pills. As Mingshan and Pei Ling were talking, Tian Xing rushed over in a panic. Sect leader, it's bad. Jin Maiju of the Shi Jing branch is heading towards Kulan courtyard. She looks like she's here to cause trouble. Mingshan's face twisted in a grimace, teeth clenched. What does that woman want now? Didn't we already compensate her for the Han Zuihuo incident? Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, fear gripping him. Damn it. So fast. Hands clasped together, sweat beading on his forehead, Pei Ling stammered, Shisheng, if you're busy, I won't disturb you. Where's the back door? I want to go back to the outer sect and refine some pills. Mingshan pointed, it's over there. What was that urgent matter you had? Mingshan watched Pei Ling scurry away with a smirk. That kid is getting smarter. If all my disciples were like him, I wouldn't be so tired. Bam! Someone's foot smashed through the door, splintering it into pieces. Mingshan threw an arm up to shield his face, blinking in surprise as he stared ahead. Su Dai strode in, radiating a furious aura of spiritual power. Deng Mingshan. She roared. Mingshan, watching her approach, yelled back indignantly, Hey, lady. What's the big idea? Explain yourself. Why'd you kick down the door to my precious Kulan courtyard? Without a word, Su Dai stomped, clenched her fist, and charged, making Mingshan's eyes widen in alarm. Su Dai swung, landing a solid punch that sent one of Mingshan's teeth flying. Eyes blazing with fury, Su Dai grabbed Mingshan's leg. Haven't had a good beating in a while, have we, Mingshan? Tears streaming down his face, Mingshan wailed, straddling him. Su Dai proceeded to grind her heel into his face. Let's see if your damn disciples dare humiliate my little sister again. Lying on the ground, tears welling, a massive lump forming on his head, Mingshan whimpered, which bastard is setting me up now? Meanwhile, Pei Ling was selling the artifacts he'd acquired at the Han Manor. He raked in 400,000 spirit stones. He then went to the Hall of Affairs and paid off his fine, leaving him with 7,484 spirit stones less. Next, Pei Ling bought a large house, deducting another 23,333 spirit stones. Standing before his new house, Pei Ling spread his arms wide in satisfaction, debt-free. What a relief. He grinned, eyes wide. So awesome. Yes. Suddenly, Pei Ling paused, a thoughtful look on his face. I guess Deng Mingshan will be alright, but if he kicks the bucket, who's gonna help me sell pills? Whatever, he gets beaten up every day anyway. Maybe he'll cultivate some awesome bone tempering technique or something. He should be thanking me. Cut to Kulan courtyard. Su Dai pressed two fingers together, using a transmission talisman. Su Mian, are you there? At the same time, Su Mian, sitting in a mountain cave, smiled and spoke into her own talisman. Elder sister, I've found the bastard who humiliated me that day. From the talisman came a voice. A Xianxia 8th stage disciple, recommended by Deng Mingshan, named Pei Ling. The problem is, Li Zhenchuan seems to be taking an interest in training this Pei Ling. I've got no other choice. I'll just have to teach Deng Mingshan a lesson. Su Mian broke out in a cold sweat. Li Zhenchuan. What do we do? Meanwhile, Su Dai kicked Mingshan again, sneering, Li Zhenchuan doesn't tolerate waste. If you can defeat Pei Ling fair and square, she definitely won't interfere. Su Mian stared at the talisman, listening to Mingshan's howls and Su Dai's voice. The outer sect competition in 3 months is your best chance for revenge. Su Mian nodded slowly, sighing, I understand, elder sister, I'll cultivate diligently. I'll definitely vent my anger at the outer sect competition. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Junior sister Jin. Su Mian turned, replying, Senior sister Lu. I'm so sorry about the Han Manor, they didn't show up as promised. Lu Xiang took Su Mian's hand, smiling brightly. Junior sister Jin, you're so lucky to have found such a good Dao companion like junior brother Pei Ling. We owe our lives to junior brother Pei at the Han Manor this time. Hearing that, Su Mian's cheeks flushed crimson. She furrowed her brows in confusion. Pei Shidi, Dao companion. What do you mean? Sister's just pretending to be oblivious. It isn't Pei Ling, Pei Shidi, right? We're like sisters. What is there to hide? Just wait. When you and Pei Ling Shidi get married, don't forget to tell sister so I can come drink a celebratory cup of wine. Su Mian clenched her fists, her eyes burning with fury. Pei Ling, I will not rest until I have my revenge. Time flew by, and a month passed. Inside the Lanchun abode, Pei Ling sat cultivating, spiritual power constantly emanating from his body. The system notification sounded. This cultivation session is complete. If you are satisfied, please rate 5 stars. After finishing his cultivation, he clenched his fist, a delighted grin spreading across his face. Lianqi Stage 9, Jade Bone Great Completion. Pei Ling reached out and opened the system interface. Countless cultivation techniques were displayed on the screen. My cultivation is sufficient. I should practice the technique I got from the Han Manor earlier. Quite a few techniques. Let's see if there are any useful ones. The cultivation of those 2 ghost maidens, Li Xianzi, is unfathomable. Perhaps I should also cultivate my own personal ghost maiden. Then, when the system tries to screw me over, I'll have something to use. Saying this, he selected the ghost controlling technique from the system interface. Pei Ling extended both hands, channeling his spiritual power, in a loud voice, ghost controlling technique. Immediately, streams of spiritual power rose from beneath his feet, swirling and coalescing in front of him. Within the swirling energy, a human figure began to take shape. The spiritual power dissipated, revealing the figure to be a young woman. Her whole body emitted a golden light, her hands folded in front of her stomach. She hastily asked, "Master, what are your orders?" Seeing this, Pei Ling scratched his face, looking disappointed. "Doesn't seem that powerful." "Forget it, take it slow," he sighed and instructed the young woman, "Go sweep and clean the entire Lantian abode." Yes, yes, Pei Ling beamed, reaching into his robes to search for something. He pulled out several pouches of medicinal pills, his eyes sparkling. Time to find Deng Mingshan and sell these pills. Scene change. Pei Ling stood before the door of the Kulan courtyard, sweating buckets and staring helplessly at the damaged door. That guy, the door is even more wrecked than before. The door opened. Tian Xing, who was sweeping, looked up in surprise at Pei Ling. "Pei Shidi, what's up? Are you looking for Deng Xisheng?" Tian Xing's expression darkened. She sighed, looking for the branch master. "Then follow me." Pei Ling frowned, thinking to himself, why does sister look so troubled? Could Deng Mingshan really be dead? Inside the room, Mingshan lay on the bed, flailing his arms, rolling his eyes, laughing maniacally, and drooling. He, ha ha ha. Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, he pointed at Mingshan and asked urgently, "Deng Xisheng, what happened to him?" Tian Xing, standing beside him, replied, "I don't know. Ever since the branch master and branch master Jin fought, he's been like this." Hearing Pei Ling's voice, Mingshan's eyes snapped open, and he seemed to regain his senses. He abruptly sat up with a furious expression, startling Pei Ling so badly his face went pale. "You brat, what do you have to say for yourself this time?" Pei Ling reached into his robes and pulled out a golden pouch. Pei Ling forced a smile and offered the golden pouch to the enraged Mingshan. "Deng Xisheng, please calm down. These are top-grade Juji pills and seed jade pills that I just refined." Mingshan snatched the golden pouch, warning him, "Don't let this happen again. If you cause any more trouble for me, even Shiji won't be able to protect you." Pei Ling asked, puzzled, "Deng Xisheng, if you're all right, why even bother playing dumb?" Hearing this, Mingshan's face darkened, his eyes fierce and resentful. He rapped Pei Ling hard on the head and roared, "You little brat. You still have the gall to mention it. Isn't this whole mess your fault? If I hadn't done that, do you think that crazy woman would have let me off so easily?" Finishing his rant, Mingshan grabbed the blade leaning against the nearby wall. Leaning on his blade, he walked towards the exit, glancing back at Pei Ling. "I'm going back to the one who we see. Don't you dare cause any more trouble for me, you little punk." He paused, then turned to face Deng Xisheng with a serious expression. "Oh yeah, Deng Xisheng, if I'm not wrong, the outer sect competition is coming up soon. Don't forget to register." Hearing this, Pei Ling froze, thinking to himself, "I've been so busy refining pills, I almost forgot about that. That ghost girl told me I have to get first place in the outer sect competition." He stroked his chin, his brows furrowing. "Deng Xisheng, what's the prize for winning the outer sect competition?" Glancing back, Mingshan replied, "The rewards are pretty generous, stuff like top-grade elixirs, all sorts of heavenly treasures, 5-element star souls, you name it, so much stuff. Your storage pouch won't be able to hold it all." Turning back around, he sneered at Pei Ling, "But don't get your hopes up, the outer sect competition isn't a walk in the park. Even your Xisheng only barely made it into the top 10 back in the day. The outer sect's full of geniuses, like that Miao Chang'an. You wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their sandals, let alone fighting them. Anyway, just be prepared. Even if you place lower than me, I won't blame you. Just focus on cultivating." With that, Mingshan strode forward, then raised a hand in farewell. Pei Ling was startled by Mingshan's panicked yell from outside, "Shiji! Quick, take me out the back door. I need to prepare for the outer sect competition." Scene change. Several days later, the first matches of the outer sect competition have begun. A man standing in the arena yelled, "Next match. Pei Ling vs Tian Tung Heng." With a calm expression, Pei Ling tightened his fists and stepped into the arena. Finally, the outer sect competition begins. First up, the preliminary matches. Participants from each mountain will compete, with the chosen representatives moving on to the final competition in the southern domain. This is a pretty big deal. On the opposite side, Tian Tung-heng entered the arena with a sinister grin. The spectators below murmured amongst themselves, "Who's the unlucky bastard facing him? Is he even from our Huan Peak? Ha ha ha, I'm betting a pile of spirit stones that Shisheng will win this one for sure." Pei Ling's eyes widened in shock as Tung-heng stared him down. A malicious smile spreading across his face, living up to his reputation as a sneaky cultivator. "My grandma's face wasn't even this pale when she died." Pei Ling and Tung-heng stood silently, sizing each other up. Probing for weaknesses, Li Bing, holding a teacup, frowned and smirked. "Tian Tung-heng is the strongest Lianqi stage disciple of Huan Peak. You little brat, you dare kill my nephew, Si Guang. Today, you'll pay for your crimes with your blood." Pei Ling gripped his Yem Sheng blade, frowning at Tung-heng, who extended a hand with arrogant disdain. "Kid, casualties aren't against the rules in this competition. Are you ready to die? Come at me, bro." Suddenly, the referee swung his arm forward and shouted, "Begin." Tung-heng erupted with demonic energy, leaping into the air with a trail of ghostly skulls and spirits, charging towards Pei Ling. Seeing Tung-heng coming, Pei Ling didn't hesitate. Gripping his Yem Sheng blade, he took a defensive stance and used the blood ghost evasion technique. With a chilling expression and the speed of the blood ghost evasion technique, Pei Ling flashed past Tung-heng, delivering a swift slash across his body. The crowd gasped in amazement, so fast. Turning back, Pei Ling looked at Tung-heng lying in a pool of blood. "He's that weak." He looked at the referee and snorted, "I win." The stunned spectators whispered among themselves, "Who is this kid?" He took down senior brother Tian with a single blow. "Pei Ling, I remember him. He's the disciple who survived the Han Manor. He's Pei Ling. Did he refine all his fellow disciples during their mission? Terrifying." Pei Ling frowned, sweat dripping down his face as he heard the whispers from the crowd. "Who the hell is spreading these rumors?" Li Bing was terrified, drenched in sweat. Blood ghost evasion technique, blood slaughter blade technique. Could this kid's backing be the immortal capital? He's got such a powerful background, and I was still planning on getting revenge for Si Guang. If I provoke him, my Li family won't even have a place to be buried. Pei Ling, his eyes dark, clasped his hands behind his back and descended from the arena amidst the murmurs of the crowd. "I never would have thought Pei Ling from the outer sect was so powerful. Looks like our Huan Peak might make a name for itself on the rankings this year." Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as he heard a voice call out, "Hold on, young friend Pei, Li Bing. Is he here for revenge for his nephew?" Pei Ling clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Elder Li Bing smiled slyly. "Young friend Pei Ling, to possess such strength at your age, you are truly a genius of the outer sect. Might I ask, was this blood slaughter blade technique taught to you by immortal Li Zhen?" With a calm expression, Pei Ling gave a smug smile. "Indeed it was. Sorry, immortal Li, in order to keep my little secret, this humble disciple had no choice but to mention your name." Placing a hand on his stomach, Li Bing chuckled. "My teaching was inadequate. Si Guang constantly caused trouble and offended young friend Pei. He brought this upon himself. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against my Li family. Those are all things of the past. I've already forgotten about them." Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as Li Ping presented a bag of spirit stones. "Thank you, young friend Pei. Don't worry about these top-grade spirit stones. Please accept them. Also, you don't need to participate in the remaining Southern Domain competition. You can focus on preparing for the 54 peak selection. Please put in a good word for the Li clan with Fairy Li." Pei Ling reached out, grabbed the spirit stone bag, and grinned. "No problem." Pei Ling strolled into his Lanchun villa, hands behind his head. Even enemies can become big spenders. Fairy Li's reputation is truly beneficial. The Southern selection is in 3 days. I have some free time now. Guess I'll go refine some pills. A young woman approached Pei Ling, hands clasped. "Master, we have guests. I've invited them in." All right, all right." The guest visiting Pei Ling's house was none other than Su Mian, eyes blazing with murderous intent, hands clenched into fists. Lu Xiang followed behind her. "Damn it. Why are those two here?" Su Mian's face remained impassive as she stepped in front of Pei Ling. "Did your first match finish?" "It's over." Su Mian pointed directly at Pei Ling's face, issuing her challenge. "Good, then I will settle the score with you at the Southern Domain selection." Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, didn't Deng Mingshan already get beaten? Why is this girl so persistent? She's so small, refining pills all day. What if I accidentally kill her? Her cousin, Jin Sude, won't let me off the hook. Thinking of this, Pei Ling paled. At some point, Lu Xiang had clasped Pei Ling and Su Mian's hands together. All right, why are you two lovebirds quarreling? Talk it out." Su Mian flushed bright red. "Who's a lovebird with him?" Pei Ling intertwined his fingers with Su Mian's. Senior sister Jin, we're fellow disciples. Fighting and killing isn't good. Senior sister Jin, if you are skilled at pill refining, why don't we have a pill refining competition instead? The loser will be at the winner's mercy. What do you say? Seeing Pei Ling challenge her specialty, Su Mian yanked her hand away, her voice filled with confidence. A pill refining competition with me. If you want to die that badly, I'll grant your wish. Fine, let's compete then. Let's refine replenishing essence pills, right now. Pei Ling and Su Mian each took out the pill furnaces. Su Mian, with an impassive expression, stared straight ahead and began, Senior Sister Lu, you be the witness. Don't give that punk a chance to back out after this. Lu Xiang chuckled to herself, imagining Pei Ling tying Su Mian up with rope and hanging her. This couple sure knows how to play. Whoever loses tonight definitely won't be having a good time. Su Mian stood before her pill furnace and, with a flick of her wrist, retrieved countless herbs from her storage pouch. With practiced movements, she added the herbs one by one into the furnace. Standing beside her, Pei Ling thought, she's Bukui worthy of being called a genius pill refiner. She's got some skill, but compared to the dog system, she's still far behind. Lu Xiang, standing behind them, hurriedly asked, Junior brother Pei, why haven't you started yet? Pei Ling raised a hand, no rush, I'll let her go first. This girl is incredibly arrogant, I have to let her feel the gap in our abilities to completely conquer her. Hearing this, Lu Xiang's eyes lit up with amusement. She snickered, imagining Su Mian whipping Pei Ling with a rope. I get it, junior brother Pei likes being on the receiving end, so he's purposely not admitting defeat right away. Pei Ling opened his system interface. It's probably about time. System, I want one-click replenishing essence pill refinement. System notification. 8th grade pill furnace detected. System is gifting you a free 8th grade pill furnace. Detected 8th grade pill furnace currently in use. System is removing current user. Controlled by the system, Pei Ling dashed towards Su Mian, his face turning green with horror, sweat dripping down his forehead. Crap. That damn system is taking advantage of the situation again. Su Mian, channeling her chi into her hands to maintain the furnace, scoffed disdainfully. See the difference in our abilities now, Pei Ling. You want to compete with me just by looking. As she was refining, Pei Ling flew over and kicked her right in the face. Wham! Su Mian took the full force of the kick, collapsing to the ground, her whole body trembling, eyes rolled back, foaming at the mouth. Lu Xiang, witnessing the scene from afar, covered her mouth with her hands in surprise. No wonder junior brother Pei was so calm. Turns out he planned on using brute force. Pei Ling shot a nervous glance at Lu Xiang, who was giving him a strained smile. Look at junior brother Pei, waiting for so long. I guess it's about to start. Huh. Junior brother Pei, you two carry on, I'll take my leave. Standing before the pill furnace, Pei Ling gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn dog system, next time can you screw someone else over? Su Mian lay unconscious, still foaming at the mouth. Suddenly, Su Mian's eyes snapped open. She raised her hands towards the sky, her gaze fierce, and roared, Pei Ling, I'll kill you. After a while, Pei Ling sat down on the ground, wiping his sweat. I'm tired, no more explanations, let's just say I won. Su Mian's eyes widened, sweat beading on her forehead. A perfect grade replenishing essence pill. Pei Ling closed his eyes, a smug smile playing on his lips. That attack earlier wasn't intentional, but if you want payback, feel free. Su Mian's eyes darkened. You actually refined a perfect grade replenishing essence pill. Tears welled up in her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. You win. Seeing this, Pei Ling reached out, his eyes widening in surprise. Why are you crying? Hey, don't cry. Su Mian blushed, embarrassed, and slowly began to remove her clothes. Do whatever you want with me. Pei Ling stepped forward and pulled her clothes back up. Senior sister, don't be like this. What do you want then? Pei Ling clutched his head, remembering Su Day's terrifying face, and chickened out. Just tell me everything about the southern domain selection. Su Mian was puzzled, that's all. She cupped her breasts, frowning thoughtfully. Such a good opportunity, but he didn't take advantage of me. Could it be I misunderstood him? You want to know about the southern selection? Fine, I'll tell you. The holy sect's power is revered across the 4 regions. East, West, South, and North. Every 10 years, they hold an outer sect competition to decide the resource distribution for the Southern Selection Mountains and choose disciples to represent the southern region in this selection tournament. You need to watch out for senior brother Gong Jian from our Ruoshu Peak. If nothing unexpected happens, he's likely to be the top pick in this selection. Besides Gong Jian, you also need to be wary of 4 other cultivators: Qin King of Feilu Peak, Shen Jia of Guishou Peak, Duanmu Mingdian of Guilu Peak, and Zhao Tianlai of Zuhu Peak. Pei Ling furrowed his brow after hearing this and asked curiously, so how does their strength compare to Tang Nanzai? Su Mian unexpectedly replied, Tang Nanzai, Gong Jiyan's strength definitely surpasses Tang Nanzai's, and the others are probably about the same level as him. Pei Ling closed his eyes, thinking to himself, back when I was at the 7th level of Xianxia, I could block Tang Nanzai's attacks without a scratch. Now that I'm at the 9th level, besides Gong Jiyan, the others probably don't pose much of a threat. Thanks, senior sister, I can leave now, right? Pei Ling raised an eyebrow, staring silently at the blushing Su Mian. Pei Ling widened his eyes, making them sparkle, and quickly extended his hand, asking, Senior sister, is there something else? Su Mian, employing her beauty trap, extended her hand, I want the top-grade Zheng Yu Dan Yu refined, can you sell me one? Hearing this, Pei Ling relaxed, wiping away a bead of sweat and giving a forced laugh, scared me to death. Thought this girl was gonna get revenge on me, well, the damn system has messed with her so many times, I should compensate her a bit. Here's the Zhuji Dan formula and some top-grade pills I refined, consider it compensation for before. Su Mian left the Lanchun courtyard, a bag of pills in her hand, smiling brightly, just you wait, Pei Ling. When I get back, I'll research these top-grade pills, sooner or later, I'll surpass you. Lu Xiang, waiting outside, saw Su Mian emerge and grinned, see? I told you, whatever issues married couples have can be resolved with a little chat. Judging by your appearance, junior brother Pei treated you quite well, just a bit faster than I imagined. Su Mian blushed, yelling, what are you talking about, senior sister Lu? Lu Xiang crossed her arms, smirking, there's nothing shameful about married life, junior sister Jin, no need to be embarrassed. Just now, while you were refining pills, junior brother Pei rushed in and beat you, even knocking you unconscious, I saw it all. Su Mian, upon hearing this, seethed with anger, Pei Ling, I won't let you off the hook. The scene shifts to a floating island in the sky, the venue for the southern selection. A massive arena stands on the island, surrounded by spectator stands. In the stands, Ning Ji stood beside Su Mian, acting like a puppy. Junior sister Jin, stay by my side during the first round of selection, I can protect you. Thank you for your kindness, senior brother Xiao, but there's no need. Lu Xiang, standing behind them, scowled, senior brother Xiao, our Su Mian is already taken, stop bothering her. Ning Ji was taken aback, what? Who dares to claim my Su Mian? His jaw dropped in astonishment as he watched Su Mian approach Pei Ling, see? It's Pei Ling, junior brother Pei standing over there, the two of them are perfectly matched, you shouldn't interfere. Su Mian stood before Pei Ling, frowning angrily and issuing a challenge, hey, you better not get eliminated in this round, in the next round, I'll challenge you at the Lei Tai Ming Shan. The scene cuts to Su Dai and an old man standing on a high platform, looking down. This guy, the old man turned to Su Dai, grinning, sect leader Jin, Pei Ling and junior sister Jin seem quite close, could the rumors about their lifelong promise be true after all? How would I know? Su Mian told me it's just a rumor. Could she be lying to me? Su Dai splashed a cup of tea onto Ming Shan, ask him. What's going on? Didn't you promise that little brat Pei Ling wouldn't offend our Su Mian? Ming Shan opened his mouth and roared in frustration, I don't know anything. Su Dai clenched her fists, her eyes fierce, and furiously stomped on Ming Shan's bandaged leg, I'll deal with you later. Don't move, it hurts. Ming Shan seethed inwardly, that Wen Yi bitch. Sooner or later, I'll refine you into the Yan Gula Sha too. Suddenly, a voice boomed, the first stage of the southern domain selection, contention for the bronze spheres. 100 spheres in total. Break the bronze sphere and you may pass through this gate. Giant bronze spheres plummeted from the sky onto the arena, scattering the disciples in a chaotic scramble. Pei Ling, with nimble footwork, dodged a sphere that landed right in front of him. Over 1,000 people in the southern selection, but only 100 spheres. Looks like most will be eliminated here. These spheres definitely aren't as simple as they appear. Gotta observe a bit longer. Pei Ling's gaze suddenly shifted to a nearby disciple who was frantically hacking at a sphere. I must be the first to pass this gate. Suddenly, the surface of the sphere began to crack. The sphere transformed into a massive humanoid figure with glowing eyes. It roared, causing the disciple to tremble like a leaf. The humanoid figure then punched the disciple, sending him flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood as Pei Ling watched. Seeing this, Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes sharp. Bronze sphere, Lianqi 9th stage peak. Knew this sneaky sect's test wouldn't be that simple. A disciple named Gong Jiyan extended his hand, commanding 4 demonic women. Upon receiving the command, the 4 demonic women flew towards the roaring humanoid figure. Sister Yan remained unfazed, showing no fear as the humanoid figure charged towards her. In an instant, the 4 demonic women gathered, shielding Sister Yan and taking the brunt of the humanoid figure's punch. Sister Yan bit her lip hard, drawing blood. Try this. She thrust her hand forward, using her blood to empower the demonic women. Their eyes glowed crimson, their claws sharpened, and they lunged forward with ferocious speed. Su Dai and Ming Shan watched from the stands, eyes wide and sweating profusely, the Shifang Blood Demon formation. Gong Jian actually mastered this formation. Looks like the top spot in this southern selection is already booked. The dust settled, revealing the humanoid figure lying on the ground, shattered into pieces. The old man on the main platform announced loudly, Gong Jian, the first to defeat the bronze-armored giant, is transported to the next gate. Sister Yan, hands clasped behind her back, snorted disdainfully. Just so, 2 disciples on the arena murmured to each other, Senior brother Gong Jian is truly powerful. Damn, I'm afraid I'll be stopped at the first gate. If only I had senior brother Gong Jian's strength. One disciple pointed forward with a panicked expression. Look. That's inner sect movement technique. I know him, it's Pei Ling, the recently infamous demon disciple Pei Ling. He came from the Han Manor. Pei Ling, utilizing the speed of the blood demon movement technique, zipped past the humanoid figure, slicing off one of its arms. The old man on the main platform boomed, Pei Ling defeats the bronze-armored giant. Transported to the next stage. Pei Ling landed amidst the astonished gasps of the surrounding disciples. A single move, not even senior brother Gong Jian could do that, right? Terrifying, truly worthy of being called the demon disciple. Refining fellow disciples into slaughter, Su Dai's eyes darkened, grinding her teeth in frustration. Damn it. That lecture is so strong. How can Su Mian take revenge? Seeing this, Ming Shan stood up abruptly, the wounds on his body suddenly healing. Holy shit, when did that kid get so strong? Ming Shan stroked his chin, a smug grin spreading across his face. Excellent, if that's the case, I can have him help me get the 7-hearted demonic lotus to refine my Yangula Sha too. Su Dai stood behind Ming Shan, her darkening gaze causing him to clench his jaw, sweat dripping down his face in fear. Su Dai's eyes blazed with fury as she clenched her fists and stomped on Ming Shan's leg. Wasn't your leg broken? Still acting in front of me. Huh, ouch, ouch. You damn woman, you're only tough for now. After I refine the Yangula Sha too, I'll definitely get my revenge. The second stage of the selection, Thunder Guard. 10 Thunder platforms. The first to arrive will be the Thunderlord of that platform. Anyone who comes after can challenge the Thunderlord and become the new Thunderlord. The Thunder platform has restrictions. Whoever loses will be automatically transported out. Disciples needn't worry about their lives, so there's no limit to the number of challenges. When the time is up, the 10 Thunderlords on the platforms can advance. Hearing this, Pei Ling sat in meditation on a Thunder platform. His eyebrows furrowing, restrictions in place, so no need to worry about accidents. Time to kill Jin Su Mian. Su Mian frowned, staring at the Thunder platform where Pei Ling was. He's probably the Thunderlord of this platform, but the strength he displayed earlier was so powerful. I can't beat him. Ning Ji smirked. A little disciple who just joined not long ago dares to steal my Su Mian. This is utterly ridiculous. This kid definitely cheated his way through the first gate. In front of Su Mian, I'll expose your lies. Ning Ji puffed himself up, trying to impress Su Mian. Su Mian, you must have been seduced by this brat's sweet talk. I'll teach him a lesson for you. With that, he was teleported onto Pei Ling's platform. Ning Ji struck a pose, a smug grin plastered on his face. Pei Ling, kneel obediently before this great master. As he spoke, a rush of energy flew towards him. Pei Ling, his face ice cold, said nothing and swung his blade, splitting Ning Ji in two. He scratched his head, a giant question mark appearing above it. Killed him a bit quick, didn't I? What was that guy even saying? Su Mian pressed a hand to her chest, her eyes fixed on the now agonized Ning Ji being teleported off the platform, clutching his chest. Xiao Ning Ji is at the 9th level of Lianqi, yet he was defeated in an instant. Pei Ling's strength is beyond anything I can handle. Challenging him further would be pointless. Ning Ji glared daggers at the platform, seething with rage. One move. He took me down with one move. How is that possible? This kid must have used some dirty trick. Su Mian reached out to stop him. Senior brother, please stop. Hearing this, Ning Ji turned around. His eyes sparkling. Jin Shamei. What is it? Do you want to go on a date with me? Su Mian shook her head slightly. Senior brother, the difference in strength between you and Pei Ling is too great. It's best to conserve your strength to challenge other platform lords. Ning Ji clutched his chest, tears welling up in his eyes. Thank you for your concern, Xianxia Mei. Don't worry, even if I have to spend every last penny, I'll teach that Pei Ling a lesson for you. Xianxia Mei cares about me so much. She still has feelings for me. Su Mian, seeing this, sweat dropped, too exasperated to speak. The scene shifted to Pei Ling's platform. Challenges were being dispatched with a single swing of his blade before they could even introduce themselves. Get lost, Pei Ling yawned, bored. Number 43, huh? Not even one person can withstand a single blow. The disciples of the Southern Domain are truly pathetic. Suddenly, a foot appeared on Pei Ling's platform. Another one, Pei Ling muttered, using his blood ghost movement and blood slaughter blade techniques, dashing towards the newcomer. This time, it was Sister Yan, who used 2 eerie ghost maidens to block Pei Ling's yin life blade. Not bad strength. The ghost maiden swatted Pei Ling backward. Pei Ling landed on the platform, staring at Sister Yan and her 2 hovering ghost maidens. He's this strong. Could this be the Gong Sister Yan that Jin Su Mian mentioned? Pei Ling narrowed his eyes. Isn't he a platform lord? Why is he challenging me? May I ask who you are? Gong Sister Yan, senior brother. Sister Yan smirked, confident. 5,000 spirit stones for a quick fight, easy money. That's right, consider yourself unlucky to have run into me. Now be a good little. Before he could finish, Pei Ling appeared right in front of Sister Yan, catching him completely off guard. Pei Ling swung his blade with devastating force, cleaving Sister Yan's 2 spectral souls in 2, making them shriek. Sister Yan landed hard, frowning and sweating profusely. Inner sect blade techniques. That little Xiao Ningji tricked me. I should have demanded 10,000 from him. Impressive blade work. Then try this. Sister Yan stood up, spreading his arms with a sinister grin. Demonic energy erupted from him, creating countless eerie spectral souls that swirled around him. Sister Yan then used the 10 Directions Blood Demon formation, commanding the spectral souls to attack Pei Ling. Pei Ling watched as the eerie souls rushed towards him. Unfazed, Pei Ling raised his blade to block. Other souls circled behind Pei Ling, attacking from the rear. Pei Ling gripped his blade, channeling his spiritual energy, and unleashed a swirling blade aura that obliterated the surrounding souls. While Pei Ling's guard was down, Sister Yan leaped from behind, channeling energy into his hands for a sneak attack. But with lightning-fast reflexes, Pei Ling sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow, much to Sister Yan's shock. Sister Yan's eyes widened as he stared at the blade's tip inches from his face. This guy is too strong. Pei Ling held his yin life blade, his eyes cold, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Compared to Han Sigu, your little cat scratches are nothing. He stepped down from the platform, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Amazing. Pei Ling defeated senior brother again. Su Mian flipped her opinion faster than a pancake. Looking closely, he's quite handsome. He'd actually be a worthy Dao companion. No, can I really like a pervert? Beside her, Ning Ji wept. My spirit stones. He watched Li Bing and Ming Shan approach him, supporting each other. Elder Li, senior brother Deng, what's up? Pei Ling asked. Ming Shan and Li Bing showered him with praise. Junior brother Pei, we saw your fight with Gong Ji Yan. So cool. You have the same aura as this old man back in the day. Li Bing continued, I've spoken with the Domain Lord. You don't need to participate in the 3rd gate. You're being directly promoted. Pei Ling rejoiced inwardly, direct promotion again. Having a backer is so convenient. Ming Shan grabbed Pei Ling's hand and pulled him along. There's still some time before the finals. Come with me. Where are we going? Pei Ling asked. Ming Shan glanced back, a mischievous grin on his face, to see senior sister, of course. Hearing this, Pei Ling imagined Liu, freshly bathed, wearing seductive clothes, waiting for me, making me drool all over. Senior sister, Jing, heading towards Ming Shan with Pei Ling, was walking inside the Chao Na Palace. Suddenly, Pei Ling stopped in front of a steaming hot spring bath. Suddenly, a memory of sharing porridge with Liu flashed through Pei Ling's mind, making his eyes widen in surprise. Ming Shan turned around, puzzled. What's up? Pei Ling immediately replied, I feel like I've been here before. Ming Shan turned back, retorting, false memory, right? Not everyone can enter senior sister's palace. He approached Pei Ling, grinning cheerfully. Later, when we see senior sister, senior brother, you can put in a good word for me to snag some benefits. But I need you to do me a favor, Pei Ling quickly asked. What is it? Ming Shan leaned close to Pei Ling's ear, whispering, the top 10 disciples of the outer sect competition can choose a spirit artifact that senior brother needs. The 7 Hearts Devil Shadow Lotus, refined from the Flamebone Rakshasa remains. If you can help me later, senior brother can give you a surprise too. Pei Ling broke out in a sweat, scratching his face with a forced smile. helping senior brother is what I should do, no need for any surprises. No way, gotta get my junior brother some perks. Absolutely can't go without. Pei Ling watched Ming Shan's retreating back, tears streaming down his face from being so moved. Deng Ming Shan had been beaten up by Jin Sutai so many times for him, and now he still wanted to get him benefits. This time, I'll trust him again. After a while, Ming Shan and Pei Ling arrived at the main hall of the Chao Na Palace. Ming Shan and Pei Ling cupped their hands respectfully, saying in unison, "Greetings, senior sister." Li Yu sat on her chair, legs crossed, her hand propping up her chin as she looked down at him. MHM. Ming Shan straightened up, his voice clear. Today is the first stage of the Southern Domain selection. Junior brother Pei killed the bronze-armored giant with one slash, placing him first. In the second stage's Thunder Trial, he easily defeated the genius cultivator Gong Jian of Ruoshu Peak. Junior brother's performance was so outstanding, he will definitely become a valuable asset to senior sister in the future, and he is also the future prodigy of our holy sect. He deserves a reward, and so on and so forth. Pei Ling, standing beside him, blushed and became embarrassed, steam practically coming out of his ears as he listened to these words. Li Yu, holding a teacup, her expression still, asked, "What do you want?" Pei Ling looked up and replied, "Senior sister, the thing I want, senior brother Deng also knows. Senior brother Deng is knowledgeable, he'll definitely be able to get me some valuable rewards." Pei Ling and Ming Shan exchanged a wink. "Senior brother Deng, you know what I mean, right? Don't worry, I get you." Ming Shan grinned widely and said loudly, "Senior sister, recently junior brother Pei has taken a liking to Jin Su Mian of the Jin family." Pei Ling's eyes widened and his jaw dropped as he stood beside him. "Mental preparation is understanding, right?" Ming Shan continued, "It's just that, although junior brother Pei's talent is high, he comes from a humble background, the Jin family might not agree, so I wanted to trouble senior sister to put in a word, to fulfill junior brother Pei's wish." Pei Ling repeatedly nudged Ming Shan's arm, expressing his disapproval. Upon hearing this, Li Yu crushed the teacup in her hand, her face terrifying and murderous, demonic energy erupting from her entire body. "Is that so?" Pei Ling lowered his head in fear, trembling like a leaf. "Shay senior sister, it's not like that. I am absolutely loyal and obedient to senior sister, absolutely no two minds about it. Deng Ming Shan, next time I'd rather trust the damn system than you." Hearing this, Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise. "Absolutely no two minds." She blushed, covering her smile with her hand. First place in the outer sect competition, achieving the fourth true inheritance of the holy sect in 10 years. Then Ming Shan and Pei Ling exited the main hall. Ming Shan, with a smug look, grinned widely. "So, what do you think, junior brother? Am I trustworthy? In this outer sect competition, you have to get first place. Jin Su Mian will definitely be yours." Pei Ling fumed inwardly, thinking, "Trustworthy my ass. You almost got me killed. Want the 7 hearts devil shadow lotus? Keep dreaming." Scene changed to inside the main hall. Yu Lu led Su Mian to stand before Li Yu. "Master, Jin Su Mian has been brought here." Su Mian clasped her hands together, her whole body trembling. "Greetings, true inheritor Lai." Li Yu ordered, "Tell me what happened." Pei Ling's gone. Su Mian's eyebrows furrowed. She replied, "A month ago, he barged into my residence and stole my jade pill seed and 9 nether cold spring water. A few days ago, after knocking me unconscious, he stole my alchemy cauldron." Li Yu, sitting on her chair, quickly asked, "Did he touch you on either of these occasions?" Su Mian blushed, flustered. No, he didn't." Li Yu rested her chin on her hand, her face expressionless as she stared ahead. "If that's the case, what are you being so lovesick about?" Su Mian was bewildered. "Lovesick? Me?" Li Yu gestured towards Yu Lu. "Take her back." Yes. Qiao Ni, standing beside her, smiled faintly. "Master, this Deng Ming Shan is probably relying on the Jin family's influence to say such things." If Deng Ming Shan's words weren't Pei Ling's intention, then his reward. Li Yu took out a jade slip and handed it to Qiao Ni. "Inside are some insights and understandings from a holy sect elder. Give it to him later." Li Yu, her eyes cold, ordered Qiao Ni. "That good-for-nothing Deng Ming Shan seems to have too much free time lately. Tell him to go to the Yinlu mine and mine. If he doesn't dig up 50,000 kilograms of Yanlan iron, he can forget about coming back to the sect." Cut to Pei Ling, sitting on his porch, still fuming about the earlier incident. "Damn Deng Ming Shan. Unbelievable. This time, Fairy Lai definitely won't let me off the hook." Suddenly, Qiao Ni appeared before Pei Ling, making him cry out in joy. "Qiao Ni." Pei Ling rushed to embrace her, sobbing. "Qiao Ni, Everything Deng Mingshan said earlier was nonsense. You must believe me. Calm down, young Master Pei. Master knows the truth and has severely punished Deng Mingshan. Now, you need to perform well. I'll put in a good word for you with Master so you can enter the inner sect and succeed the next Jin Tang branch leader. Hearing this, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. He quickly asked, Jin Tang branch? What about Deng Mingshan? Qiao Ni, her face impassive, replied, Master sent him to mine at the Yinlu mine. He won't be back anytime soon. Mining, so, no one will take the fall for me anymore. As Pei Ling pondered, Qiao Ni tossed him the jade slip. These are 2 Dao insights Master entrusted to you. Cultivate diligently. With that, Qiao Ni vanished into wisps of air. Pei Ling frowned, staring at the jade slip in his hand. The road ahead, I can only rely on myself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the system panel displaying the Dao insights, Tyrant Blade and Blood Blade. Just looking at these techniques, I can tell they're powerful. Better to have a safety net. Pei Ling glanced at the young servant sweeping the courtyard nearby. Kid, when I get up later, you absolutely must stop me. Yes, Master. Pei Ling then tapped the cultivate button on the system panel. System announcement, commencing cultivation. Detecting Tyrant Blade Qi that slaughters the 6 paths Qi, the system will grant you a free gift. Pei Ling, controlled by the system, charged forward, yelling, Kid, it's all up to you. Hearing this, the servant, broom in hand, rushed forward. Master, I'm here. The servant's forehead darkened, one eye shining brightly. As he flew up behind Pei Ling, taking him by surprise, Pei Ling turned to see the broom right in front of his face. System announcement, detecting external attack, cultivation session terminated. Pei Ling lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes vacant. Kid, your method of stopping me is unique. The servant sat beside him, grinning. Thank you, Master, for the praise. Pei Ling slowly got up, frowning, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Tyrant Blade Qi that slaughters the 6 paths Qi, how am I supposed to do that? When are you coming back, Deng Mingshan? The servant held up a finger, grinning. Why doesn't Master go find branch leader Li? Pei Ling's eyes lit up. Right. I have a new backer now. Cut to the Shui Sea Lake. Pei Ling was sitting amidst. The sentence is cut off here, assuming it describes a welcoming party. Li Ping approached, carefully carrying 2 lanterns with burning flames inside. Young friend Pei, I have a gift for you. Pei Ling looked over in surprise, his hand on his chin, eyebrows raised, staring at the lanterns before him. Having grasped those 2 blade insights, there shouldn't be any unexpected incidents in this competition. Pei Ling frowned in annoyance. Kid, this Gong Qi Yan, wasn't he eliminated by me? Li Ping chuckled awkwardly. Our southern domain strength is, well, basic. Few can defeat the domain lord. He was allowed to pass the selection as an exception. When it comes to the competition, they'll all be relying on you. Pei Ling frowned, looking at Li Ping. Right, are there any noteworthy opponents in the other 3 domains? Li Ping held up a finger, his expression serious. The northern domain's leader, Chu, and the western domain's leader, Ruin 202, are both at the Shuji stage. You need to watch out for those 2. Pei Ling's eyes widened. Shuji stage. As for the eastern domain's Luo Tiao, there's a surviving disciple who entered seclusion, named Lu Xuan. He's ruthless and bloodthirsty. After joining the eastern domain, he gained some fortuitous encounters and is said to have reached the Shuji stage as well. This guy needs watching. Anyone connected to Li Zhenchuan is considered an enemy. Kill on sight. Hearing Li Ping say this, Pei Ling's face paled, sweat dripping, fearful. I'll a Tiao disciple with enemies before even competing. Li Ping patted Pei Ling reassuringly. Don't worry, little friend Pei. Outer disciples have limited resources. Their Zhuji cultivation is, at best, only human Dao Zhuji. How can they compare to little friend Pei's profound foundation? Right, in the outer disciple competition, life and death are in your hands, and the holy sect won't interfere. This is a good opportunity for you to show your prowess. Pei Ling's face was drained of all color. Is it too late to back out now? Suddenly, a pair of feet descended from above. An old man with white hair, hands clasped behind his back, hovered in the air. Chosen ones of the realms, beneath the waters before you lies the Jing Junction, one of the sect's secret realms. This old geezer is the Lam Sha Dian Lord, Gung Sun Hong. Hong extended his hand, and objects flew from around him towards the small courtyards by the Shui Ta Lake. Enter, slay the demonic beasts and ghosts, and gather the heavenly and earthly treasures. The crystal mirror will automatically record your points and rank you. The mirror's range is 3 miles, clearly indicating both sides' locations. You have 10 days, life and death are unrestricted. Gotta level up first. Pei Ling's eyes widened, staring at the crystal mirror displaying red dots. He closed his eyes, sweating, dejected. They even gave us mini-maps, looks like a massacre is unavoidable. Huang stretched out his hand, and the water surface violently churned. The holy sect doesn't need the weak, nor those with declining luck in the Jing Junction. Danger lurks everywhere. Once inside, life and death are up to fate. Disciples. Huang raised both hands, channeling spiritual energy, and bellowed into the swirling waters. The surging water engulfed Pei Ling and the other disciples, pulling them through the passage. Pei Ling emerged and used the blood ghost evasion technique to descend into the secret realm. He landed with a ridiculously cool pose in the middle of a dense forest. He reached into his robes, rummaging for something, and glanced around. My dining experience buddies aren't here. Seems this realm teleports people randomly. I just hope I don't run into Lu Xuen and his crew right away. He frowned, his eyes fixed coldly on the crystal mirror in his hand. Are these red dots allies or? Suddenly, Pei Ling lifted a leg, dodging a flying needle. A man emerged from the forest, holding something resembling a flower. A Southern Realm disciple, what a fateful encounter. This man was Lu Xuen of Dongcheng. Without a word, Pei Ling initiated combat, slashing a blade aura towards Lu Xuen, who leaped back to avoid it. Lu Xuen retaliated with flying hidden weapons, quite hasty. Junior brother, I hear Li Zhenchuan values you, but your talent seems ordinary, nothing special. I'm afraid Li Zhenchuan misjudged. Pei Ling unleashed the true consciousness blood slaughter blade technique, deflecting the incoming projectiles with a single swing. Too much talk. Who kills who is yet to be seen. Pei Ling's eyes darkened. He gripped his Yansheng blade and charged towards Lu Xuen, ready for a bloodbath. Lu Xuen smirked, using a flower-like magic treasure. Junior brother, you clearly don't understand the gap between us. A petal fell from the magic treasure as Lu Xuen extended his hand. The treasure in his hand expanded, forming a shield that blocked Pei Ling's incoming blade. 10 of you wouldn't be enough to kill me, Pei Ling. With an icy expression, Pei Ling channeled spiritual energy into his Yansheng blade. A Zhuji magic treasure. Looks like this is Lu Xuen of the Eastern Realm. Gotta eliminate this threat right here. Pei Ling swung his blade, unleashing a powerful blade aura towards Lu Xuen's shield. Lu Xuen, standing within the shield, glared at the incoming energy. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. Before Lu Xuen's eyes unfolded a gruesome, desolate scene of death and destruction. His eyes widened. The Southern Realm has a disciple who can cultivate its blade intent. Interesting. Cracks suddenly appeared on Lu Xuen's shield. Pei Ling's blade aura shattered Lu Xuen's shield. Pei Ling's eyebrows arched in a triumphant smirk. It's over. At that moment, outside the secret realm, Li Ping stood before a large mirror, his voice inaudible. He stared ahead, teeth gritted in frustration. This power from Pei Ling, what's happening inside? Lu Xuen, his bare hand radiating spiritual energy, gripped Pei Ling's blade. You truly have a regrettable talent. This time, you've met me. Today, your death in this Jing Junction is predestined. Pei Ling broke out in a cold sweat. Panicked, I'm dead. This Lu Xuen is Earth Dao Zhuji. He clenched his jaw, his face pale. We're both Zhuji, but why is he so much stronger than Deng Mingshan? Lu Xuen smiled arrogantly. Southern Domain trash. Kneel. Beg this daddy to let you keep your corpse intact. Lu Xuen, hand outstretched with sharp claws, attacked Pei Ling. Making his eyes widen in shock, unable to react. Boom. A resounding crash, an explosion like a bomb going off. After the blast, only Lu Xuen could be seen lying in the bamboo thicket. Pei Ling smirked, Blood River sword in one hand, Yin Birth saber in the other. Zhuji stage, let me see how you block my saber intent and sword intent. Pei Ling exclaimed as he watched Lu Xuen's body transform into flower petals. Suddenly, Lu Xuen appeared behind Pei Ling, lunging forward with his sharp claws. Die. Pei Ling glanced back. 5 poison finger, worthy of being from the same sect as Wu Tingxi. On saber intent, Jade Slip says, overpowering saber, ever advancing, never retreating. This move can't be dodged. Pei Ling spun around, unleashing his overpowering saber true intent, slashing a wave of saber chi that slammed into Lu Xuen. Lu Xuen took the full force of the saber chi, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He glared at Pei Ling, who was charging with his saber, fury burning in his eyes. This brat's cultivation isn't even Zhuji, yet his foundation is more profound than mine. If I keep fighting, it's certain death. Brat, your life, I'll be back for it. He watched as Lu Xuen transformed into flower petals and drifted away. Pei Ling snorted, runs pretty fast for a coward. He reached inside his robes, searching for something, his brow furrowed in annoyance as he stared ahead. But Lu Xuen, being an earthly foundation Zhuji, uses the 5 poison finger differently from Wu Tingxi. Better safe than sorry. I should neutralize the poison. He pulled out a poison dispelling pill. popped it into his mouth, and swallowed. Pei Ling reached out and opened his system interface. System, I want to cultivate, me. Weak, I'll just teleport somewhere else then. Wu Lu's eyes widened, jaw dropping, as he stared at the mirror before him. Since when did this Pei Ling grasp sword intent and saber intent? He actually made Lu Xuan run away. Qiao Ni, standing beside him, remained incredibly calm. He tricked the ghost hand at the hand manner for the sword intent. And as for the saber intent, I delivered it to him a few days ago on master's orders. Wu Lu paled in shock, but that was only a few days ago. A young woman sitting in a nearby house overheard the conversation between Wu Lu and Qiao Ni. This young woman was Zhu Yaoyi, a direct disciple of the Chongming sect, holding a teacup in her hand. Lu Xuan, if there were no surprises, would probably have been the champion of this competition. I can't believe he was killed midway. Yaoyi asked curiously, who was it that fought with Lu Xuan just now? A maid standing behind her immediately replied, that person is named Pei Ling, a disciple of Yin Feng. He's the murderer who killed Master's younger cousin, young Master Zhu Dai, not long ago. Yaoyi sat cross-legged on her chair, holding her teacup, gazing at the mirror in front of her. She turned around and commanded, Zhu Dai was incompetent, not worth mentioning. Pei Ling, on the other hand, go inquire about Pei Ling's preferences. What Li Liu can give Zhu Yaoyi, I can give even more. On the sidelines of the secret realm, two figures were playing a game of cat and mouse. The man wielding a firearm was Yi Zicheng, a disciple of the Northern Domain. He grinned smugly, Xianxia, you can't escape. Stop, and I'll give you a quick death. The man running ahead of him, Xianxia, a disciple of the Southern Domain, was running for his life. What are you, some kind of backstabbing coward? Suddenly, Xianxia's eyes went wide with surprise as he saw something. He saw Pei Ling cultivating ahead. Overjoyed as if he had just seen his savior, Xianxia hid behind Pei Ling, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Ha ha. This is senior brother Pei Ling, the top disciple of our Southern Domain. You're about to die. Zicheng gripped his saber, charging towards Pei Ling, laughing loudly. Southern Domain lineage, after the Luo clan was annihilated. Only a bunch of useless trash remains. You think I'm afraid? Die early, transcend early. I'll take your Southern Domain trash to meet Letiao. Xianxia, drenched in sweat, yelled in terror. Pei Shisheng, wake up. Stop cultivating. They're attacking. Pei Ling remained motionless. Xianxia stood behind him, eyes wide with horror, watching the sharp blade approaching. Before the blade could touch Pei Ling, the system announced, external attack detected. Cultivation session terminated. Suddenly, a burst of blade chi shattered Zicheng's blade, leaving him sweating and astonished. Pei Ling unleashed the blood slaughter blade technique, combined with the speed of the blood ghost movement technique, sending Zicheng on an express trip to meet his maker faster than you can say, incense. Xianxia rushed over and hugged Pei Ling tightly, grinning from ear to ear. Thank you, Pei Shisheng, for saving me. If it weren't for you, I'd be visiting my grandma right now. Pei Ling looked at him, puzzled. Dude, who are you? I have no memory of you. Pei Ling quickly asked, are there any more enemies? Xianxia looked around, probably not. But this area seems to be the territory of the Azure Blood Wolves. No sooner had he spoken than Pei Ling and Xianxia's hairs stood on end as a roar echoed through the air. A paw with sharp claws emerged from the forest. Azure Blood Wolves, with glowing red eyes and sharp fangs, stepped out. Pei Ling and Xianxia stood back to back, surrounded by the pack. These Azure Blood Wolves all have a cultivation level above the 7th level of Lianqi, the 7th level of Kaihui. Xianxia trembled, tears streaming down his face. Shisheng, this time I'm really going to see my grandma. Pei Ling sighed. Dude, you're even more dramatic than me. He stretched out his hand, a confident smile on his face. Looking at the Azure Blood Wolves before him, he said, don't worry, with this young master here, I guarantee you. Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise as a bright yellow rope bound him tightly. Like a human sticky rice cake, Pei Ling, speechless, watched Xianxia sprint away. When disaster strikes, everyone runs, truly befitting of the Sly Sect style. Looking at the Azure Blood Wolves charging towards him, Pei Ling showed no fear. He instantly broke the binding rope, drew out his Yin Sheng blade and Blood River sword, and unleashed the Blood River sword intent and Tyrant blade true intent, sending a wave of sword and blade chi crashing into the wolves. After making short work of the Azure Blood Wolves, Pei Ling used the Blood Ghost movement technique to hunt down more demonic beasts. Killing demonic beasts is one way to earn points in the mirror sky. This many should be worth a decent amount. A glint in his eyes, he chased after the fleeing Azure Blood Wolves. Don't run. I haven't killed enough yet. Suddenly, a massive paw with sharp claws appeared before him. It was the Azure Blood Wolf King, who spoke in a human voice. You are a junior from the Chongming sect, here in the Mirror Sky for training, leave now, and I will spare your life. Seeing the Wolf King, Pei Ling showed no fear, instead smiling faintly, so you can speak. This Wolf King must be at least at the Zhuji stage, definitely worth a lot of points. Pei Ling hefted his weapons. Rushing towards the Wolf King, thanks for delivering yourselves to my doorstep for some points, little wolfies. The Wolf King bared its fangs, raised its claws, and roared furiously. You overestimate yourself. You will be buried in the Mirror Sky. After being thoroughly beaten by Pei Ling, the Wolf King continued to yell, I preferred your arrogant demeanor earlier. Spare me, young hero. From now on, my pack will follow your every command. Obey my commands. Kill you gives me a lot more points, why should I spare you? Hearing this, the Wolf King panicked even more. Young hero, please reconsider. The truly valuable things in this Mirror Sky are the natural treasures that have grown here for many years. My pack has lived in the Mirror Sky for nearly 100 years, we know where all the natural treasures are. Pei Ling stared at the mirror in his hand. Killing 100 wolf demons only gives me 100 points, looks like I should focus on collecting natural treasures if I want to surpass the others. Pei Ling climbed onto the Wolf King's back. It was now obedient as a puppy. All right then, I'll spare your doggy life. The Wolf King glanced at one of the wolves, which was carrying the body of Xianxia in its mouth. Master. That little bastard who tried to harm you has been dealt with by my clan. Anyone who dares to injure my master will meet the same fate. Pei Ling opened his system interface, a gleeful grin spreading across his face. Dead is dead, now, back to work. There should be 2 more cultivator corpses around here, retrieve them for me. I want to refine them into external saw. Lang Wang replied. Okay, master. The scene shifts to Li Ping, who is observing Pei Ling through a looking glass, refining the remains of his fellow disciples. No hesitation at all, this Pei Ling kid is way too demonic, worthy of being a disciple of the demonic sect. His future is bright. At that moment, on Pei Ling's side, the system announced, cultivation complete. Thank you, host, for using the system. If you're satisfied, please leave a 5-star review. Pei Ling stretched, glancing at Lang Wang standing beside him. Master, while you were cultivating, some minor demons came to cause trouble, but my clan drove them away. Good job. Now, take me to find some nearby heavenly treasures. Lang Wang and Pei Ling then began to collect heavenly treasures. Obtained Bloodwood, plus 99 accumulation points. Obtained Blood Spirit Ginseng, plus 199 accumulation points. Obtained Ice Toad Pearl, plus 299 accumulation points. Pei Ling sat on Lang Wang's back, arms full of heavenly treasures, grinning from ear to ear. That's over 1,000 accumulation points. Collecting heavenly treasures for points is way too easy. Little Wolfie, are there any other treasures around? Lang Wang looked back and said, ahead lies the territory of the ghost-faced Peach Blossom Demon. There's some star steel there, much more valuable than Bloodwood and Blood Spirit Ginseng. That ghost-faced Peach Blossom Demon is an enemy of our wolf clan, might as well take this opportunity to eliminate it. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes widened, surprised by something he saw on the looking glass he was holding. A red dot appeared, rushing towards him at breakneck speed. Is there someone else nearby? Pei Ling stared at a figure lurking behind a tree. He reached out and patted Lang Wang's head, whispering, puppy, stay close to me in case of an ambush. Lang Wang replied, yes, master. Pei Ling stomped on Lang Wang's back, jumped down, and drew his yin life blade, unleashing a wave of powerful blade auras towards the figure. Lu Xuan, hiding behind a tree, peeked out and was suddenly surprised by what he saw. The tree Lu Xuan was hiding behind suddenly shook violently and fell. Lu Xuan crossed his arms to form a shield, glaring furiously ahead. Damn it. Him again. He spat blood, enraged by Pei Ling's seemingly innocent demeanor. Why is it you little brat again? Lu Xuan frowned, his eyes fixed on Pei Ling. It's only been a few minutes, but this kid's blade skills have gotten even stronger. He's fully recovered from the poison, and he's even found treasures. Why have I never heard of such a prodigy in the outer sect before? Pei Ling smirked, his blade radiating menacing auras. You've come at just the right time. An earthly foundation cultivator must have plenty of magical treasures. Lu Xuan held a pill in his hand, shouting furiously, Pei Ling, you're courting death. I didn't want to use my trump card so early, but you forced my hand. Pei Ling frowned, his eyes fixed on the pill. That pill, could it be the 7 apertures soul-shaking pellet? Even Fairy Li couldn't withstand it before. If I get hit, he'll be able to kill me easily. Pei Ling commanded Lang Wang, go. Intercept that 7 apertures soul-shaking pellet. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. Pei Ling raised his arms to shield himself from the blast. As the smoke cleared, Lang Wang lay on the ground, tongue lolling out, tears streaming down his face. Woof woof, is a wolf's life not a life? Pei Ling chuckled awkwardly, sorry, puppy. Si Xuan broke out in a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. Damn it. The 7 apertures soul-shaking pellet is a secret treasure of the Luo clan. How does he know about it? I need to escape for now and find another chance to kill him. Seeing Si Xuan transform into a black streak of qi and flee, Pei Ling yelled, don't run, Si Xuan. Si Xuan fled into the peach blossom forest. Pei Ling used his blood demon movement technique to pursue, terrifying Si Xuan even further. Senior brother, where are you running? A dignified earthly foundation cultivator being chased by a Lianqi cultivator. If word gets out, won't you become a laughingstock? Pei Ling, must you force me into a fight to the death? While chasing Lu Xuan, Pei Ling noticed a glowing rock in the distance. Huh, is that star steel? It seems Lu Xuan also doesn't know this is the Peach Blossom Demon's territory. Found it, wasn't even that hard, Pei Ling chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Using his blood ghost movement technique, Pei Ling charged towards Lu Xuan, blade pointed straight at him, no mercy. It's either you or me. Lu Xuan gritted his teeth, leaping aside to dodge Pei Ling's slash. Lu Xuan eyed Pei Ling, who was now sitting on the ground, with suspicion. What trick is this brat pulling now? He had no idea Pei Ling was discreetly reaching for the star iron on the ground. Snatching the star iron, Pei Ling bolted. Later, losers. That guy told me to steal this star iron, so if you've got beef, take it up with him, Lu Xuan. What are you standing around for? He suddenly whipped his head around, a cold sweat breaking out as he heard sinister laughter approaching. Lu Xuan's eyes widened in horror at the sight of grotesque smiles blooming on the faces growing from the peach tree. Fresh meat at last. If you stole it, you gotta play with us. Peach Blossom Demon's vines ensnared Lu Xuan like a sticky rice cake. Pei Ling, you bastard. I'll get you for this. Cut to Pei Ling. He stared at the star iron in his palm. A grin spreading across his face. This star iron is a real prize, so many points. This trip was totally worth it. Lang Wang, covered in dirt, approached Pei Ling timidly. Master, you're back already. Did you let that punk escape? Pei Ling patted Lang Wang's head, a wicked smile playing on his lips. You silly dog, what kind of talk is that? Let him escape. I just found him a playmate. Meanwhile, Liu observed Lu Xuan's predicament through her looking glass, a slight smile gracing her lips. Wu Lu covered her mouth, whispering to Qiao Niang, sister, did you notice? Master just smiled. Qiao Niang, her expression nonchalant, smirked, such cunning, such ruthlessness, truly worthy of a demonic sect disciple, a master worth serving, unlike some useless people who are only good for mining. Cut to nighttime in the secret realm. Pei Ling sat yawning beside Lang Wang and his pack of azure blood wolves. Master, maybe we should go collect that punk's corpse. I'm starving. Patience, the mirror sky is vast, he won't get far. Suddenly, the fire in front of Pei Ling vanished, startling him. A spectral figure materialized, eyes glowing eerily, holding a skull lantern that radiated demonic energy. The spectre was a wandering ghost cultivator at the core formation stage. Pei Ling's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the ghost, sweat beading on his forehead. Holy crap. Is he here to kill me? When did I piss off a core formation big shot? The wandering ghost, seeing Pei Ling's wary stance, spoke, young friend, fear not. I am a wandering ghost, a merchant dispatched by the holy sect. I'm here to offer you 3 treasures. As is customary, Pei Ling clasped his hands together, relief flooding his face. Good thing you're not here to kill me. Gotta be nice to this guy. Can't afford to make more enemies. May I ask what treasures you offer, and what form of payment do you accept? The skull lantern in the wandering ghost's hand opened, releasing a gust of ethereal energy. 3 treasures emerged. Beast Taming Blood Contract, 1,000 accumulation points, Dao Foundation Talisman, 2,000 accumulation points, and Soul Burst Technique, 2,500 accumulation points. The wandering ghost gestured. These treasures are exchanged for accumulation points, only 1 purchase per item. Choose wisely, young friend. Pei Ling's eyebrows arched, his eyes gleaming with avarice. These are all good stuff, too bad I can only pick one. The wandering ghost held out the Soul Burst Technique towards Pei Ling, making him gasp. Young friend, though the Soul Burst Technique costs a bit more, it's a cultivation method with growth potential, not a one-time use item. Make your choice. I have to visit the second place contestant as well. Pei Ling stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the soul burst technique. Soul burst technique, tempting indeed, the system announced, detecting unfamiliar external technique. System is currently copying it for you. The wandering ghost grinned, actions speak louder than words, just transfer the points to my account, Pei Ling pointed, choosing the Dao Foundation talisman, leaving the wandering ghost stunned for a full 5 seconds. The wandering ghost huffed and vanished, disgruntled. Pei Ling examined the Dao Foundation talisman in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips, a life-saving treasure acquired. As for the soul burst technique, cultivating it requires spirit energy, and with those relics from my fellow disciples, I can cultivate it safely and boldly. Pei Ling beamed, excitement bubbling within him as he saw the system notification, technique acquisition complete. Name it, system. Let's call it the soul projection technique. Time's precious, gotta master this soul projection technique ASAP, it'll give me another chance to win. Pei Ling turned around, ordering Ling Wang, hey, dog, clap your hands when I suddenly teleport somewhere else, okay? He faced the system again. System, I want one-click cultivation for the soul projection technique. System notification, cultivation system at your service. During cultivation, you'll lose control of your body, don't freak out. Controlled by the system, Pei Ling struck a ridiculously cool pose. Powerful spiritual energy surged from him. System notification, cultivation requires a suitable talisman. System notification, high-grade talisman detected. He reached out, summoning a bone spear, looking at the spear crackling with energy. Pei Ling smirked, smart. This bone spear was from one of my teammates, this time, no backsies. Still under the system's control, Pei Ling, radiating intense spiritual energy, hurled the bone spear forward. The bone spear flew towards the Yugui, ghost devil, in completely the wrong direction. What the? Pei Ling and Ling Wang gaped, jaws dropping, panicked, we're so dead. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the air, sending plumes of smoke billowing upwards. A rock suddenly smacked Pei Ling in the head. Simultaneously, system notification, external attack detected. System notification, releasing control. Pei Ling, eyes narrowed furiously, clenched his fists. Ouch. Damn it, didn't I tell you to hit me after I teleported? Ling Wang looked bewildered. Dude, you were teleporting, kinda. The smoke cleared, revealing a figure standing in a large crater. The Yugui rubbed his bald head, eyes darkening with murderous intent, demonic energy erupting. He clenched his fists, eyes blazing with rage. Radiating waves of demonic power, and roared. You pathetic lowlife. Pei Ling and Ling Wang bolted, tripping over their own feet. Thud. Pei Ling sprinted forward, glancing back to see the snow wolves blasted into the air, his terror increasing. Holy crap, this time I've really pissed off a core formation big shot. The Yugui, watching Pei Ling and Ling Wang flee, gnashed his teeth in furious frustration. Don't let me see you again. If it weren't for the stupid tournament rules preventing me from attacking disciples, I'd have killed that bastard already. Scene change, Lu Xuan, he tossed a medicinal pill into his mouth and swallowed, sitting under a tree, clutching his chest. Lu Xuan seethed, damn it. How could Pei Ling subdue that wolf demon so easily? While I had to use all my trump cards just to barely kill the peach blossom demon. What am I going to do if I run into that punk again? Suddenly, the Yugui appeared before him, making him pale with fright. Senior, Lu Xuan said listlessly. Looking at the two treasures the Yugui tossed before him. I'm in a bad mood today. 3 seconds, hurry up and choose. Lu Xuan, forcing a smile, pointed at the beast-taming blood contract. I choose this one. The Yugui glared menacingly at Lu Xuan, making him sweat nervously. Useless trash. You definitely won't make it into the top 10, you'll just waste the sex resources. Lu Xuan scratched his head, looking clueless. What is this thing? How do I use it? Pei Ling stroked his chin thoughtfully, staring at the crystal mirror in his hand. The mirror displayed the current rankings. 739, first place, Eastern Region, Lu Xuan. Second place, Western Region, Nguyen Thok Thok. Third place, Northern Region, Chu Kong. Fourth place, Southern Region, Kong Tri Ngon. Fifth place, Western Region, Ding Hai Lu. Pei Ling frowned in thought. Lu Xuan's ranking was so high earlier, meaning he definitely killed the peach blossom demon for its treasures. His drop in rank means he spent all his points buying something from the Yugui king. Beside him, Ling Wang asked anxiously, Master, you really scared me back there. What are we doing next? Pei Ling straightened, a sinister grin spreading across his face. We're going to use the wind to break the bamboo, of course. Scene change, Lu Xuan. He looked at the beast-taming blood contract in his hand and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. So this beast-taming blood contract allows me to make contracts with demonic beasts. Pei Ling, your days are numbered. Pei Ling, having appeared beside him unnoticed, made Lu Xuan break out in a cold sweat. Not bad, this is exactly what I need. Lu Xuan jumped back, hiding the beast-taming blood contract behind his back, yelling at Pei Ling, Pei Ling. You're going too far. Why are you always targeting me? Why won't you leave me alone? No choice, bro, what can I do about our relationship? Buddy, wanna give me that beast-taming blood contract? Just a thought. Lu Xuan flung something towards Pei Ling. You can't have the beast-taming blood contract. This soul-searching technique isn't worthless either. After mastering it, you can see through illusions. We're even now, right? Pei Ling smirked, catching the soul-searching technique. I'll take the soul-searching technique, but I also need the beast-taming blood contract. You were planning to use it against me anyway. I can't just ignore that, can I? You despicable, shameless bastard. Lu Xuan roared, seething with rage. He pulled out a 5-colored pill. You think you're so talented, huh? Sooner or later, your arrogance will be your downfall. This 5-poison pill is my ultimate technique. It amplifies all power, but it also damages the 5 internal organs. I don't believe this won't take you down. With that, Lu Xuan popped the 5-poison pill into his mouth and swallowed. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from him, creating swirling windstorms. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xuan transformed. Green veins bulged on his face, his eyes glowed crimson, and a sinister grin stretched across his lips. Pei Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Is he pulling out his trump card already? Just in time for me to test out my new technique. One of Lu Xuan's eyes darkened as he gave a wicked smile. Pei Ling braced himself for a martial arts showdown, but after powering up, Lu Xuan took off running like his pants were on fire. Pei Ling's face darkened, he was speechless. Then, a smirk crept onto his lips as he extended a hand, channeling spiritual energy into his palm. Playing me, huh? Pei Ling unleashed the burst spirit technique, using spiritual energy to conjure a long blade that slashed forward. The blade hurtled towards Lu Xuan. Boom! A deafening explosion rocked the air as the blade collided with Lu Xuan, sending plumes of smoke billowing outwards. As the smoke cleared, Lu Xuan was revealed kneeling on the ground, teeth gritted in defeat. Pei Ling, I admit you're skilled, cut the crap, hand it over. Then, with a wicked grin, Lu Xuan flung the beast-taming blood contract. Want this? Come and get it. Pei Ling grinned and ran forward, reaching for the contract. Just as his fingers brushed the contract, a giant hand formed of spiritual energy appeared before him. Ling Wang suddenly appeared, intercepting the giant hand, the impact sending a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips. Pei Ling stared in shock. He reached out to pat Ling Wang's cheek, grinning. Good job. Pei Ling and Ling Wang watched Lu Xuan flee, his pants practically falling down. Master, that punk still has the energy to run. Should we chase him? Nah, that guy's like a leek. Cut one bunch, another grows back. Let him live so he can gather more treasures for us. It'll all be mine in the end anyway. After Lu Xuan's departure, Pei Ling and Ling Wang sat down to rest under a tree. With the blood contract, the beast cannot disobey the master's will. All beasts belong to the master. Looking at Pei Ling staring intently at him, Ling Wang panicked. Master, this is too wasteful to use on me. I should stay and protect my family in the mirror sky. There are many powerful beasts. I'll recommend a few to you. Master, Ling Wang began listing beasts for Pei Ling. The 3-tailed spirit leopard, in the North Mountains, swift, ferocious, and bloodthirsty. The 6-winged dragon horse, with dragon blood, can detoxify poisons. The crystalline python, whose tears can bewitch the weak-minded. The snow fox demon, captured by the holy sect and imprisoned in the mirror sky after claiming descent from the azure demon lineage, skilled in illusion, and enjoys eating human hearts. Pei Ling noticed Ling Wang trembling as he spoke. You're still scared. The snow fox demon's strength is definitely not to be underestimated. Pei Ling placed his hands on his knees and slowly stood up, his expression calm. All right, then let's go with the snow fox demon. Master, how about we choose another one? The snow fox demon isn't easy to deal with. If there's no risk, there's no reward, and if it were easy, I wouldn't bother. The scene shifted to a valley in the mirror sky. A white fox with a hint of blue fur lay sleeping on a tree branch. This was the snow fox demon. Pei Ling and Ling Wang peeked out from behind some bushes. Master, that's her. Just charge in and fight. Early to bed, early to rise. The voice startled the snow fox demon awake. Pei Ling, wielding the yin-yang blade, looked up at the snow fox demon on the branch and yelled, sign the beast-taming blood contract with me now and I'll spare your life. The snow fox demon calmly replied, all right. Then sign it. Pei Ling and Ling Wang stared, jaws agape. What the heck? Pei Ling scratched his head, grinning mischievously. You're not even going to put up a fight. The snow fox demon stretched languidly. What's the point? I'm bored stiff in this hellhole. I want to go out and see the world. As the snow fox demon approached, Pei Ling pulled out the beast-taming blood contract, a delighted grin on his face. Great. Let's sign the contract then. Pei Ling and the snow fox demon pricked their fingers, letting their blood drip onto the contract. Pei Ling's eyebrows curved in a smug smile as he looked at the signed contract. I thought it'd be a tough fight, but this was surprisingly easy. The snow fox demon spoke. Master, you need to collect heavenly treasures and earn points to win this competition, right? That's right. Well then, the snow fox demon produced a mountain of heavenly treasures. I've accumulated these in the mirror sky over the years. Enough. Pei Ling's eyes lit up like stars as he stared at the treasure trove, grinning from ear to ear. Holy crap. This many treasures must be worth tens of thousands of points, right? Did the heavens finally take pity on me after being scammed by that damn system? Suddenly, Pei Ling's brow furrowed as he noticed smoke swirling around him. In an instant, the space around Pei Ling shifted, startling him. What the? He was surprised to see Sun Hong standing there, hands clasped behind his back. Congratulations, Pei Ling, you have successfully accumulated 10,000 points in the mirror sky. You've placed first in the outer disciple competition. Pei Ling's eyes widened, and he let out a whoop of joy. I won the outer disciple competition. Suddenly, Yu Lu and Qiao Ni appeared, surprising Pei Ling. Not bad, not bad. Master Pei Ling, I knew I picked the right person. Su Dai and Su Mian appeared behind Pei Ling, smiling brightly. This humble servant was blind before, offending senior brother Pei. I hope senior brother will forgive me. Pei Ling, you truly are a genius of the sect. Shi Jingmai won't oppose you anymore. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward. Pei Ling, not bad at all. Seeing Li Yu clinging to him, Pei Ling flushed bright red, stunned. Lai Xianxia, is this real? Li Yu stuck her tongue out, licking Pei Ling's ear. Of course it's real. Pei Ling, seeing this, broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes filled with suspicion. No way, my Lai Xianxia isn't this horny. Alright, it's another illusion. I'm being controlled again. Pei Ling looked up at the sky, opened his mouth, and roared. System. I want to cultivate spiritual priest techniques. The system announced. Your attentive cultivation system at your service. Check complete. Cultivation requires fishnet stockings. Fishnet stockings located. System proceeding with cultivation. Pei Ling's face turned green. He reached out and pulled out the fishnet stockings. Lucky me. I guess finding Han Shi's treasure trove was worth it. Even stuff I've never heard of is here. Gotta burn some extra joss paper for Han Sigu when I get back. Immediately, Pei Ling crushed the fishnet stockings. Pei Ling raised both hands in front of him, and the illusions vanished. Time and space warped, the surrounding scene twisting and distorting. The system announced. Cultivation complete. Thank you, host, for using the system. If you're satisfied with your service, please leave a 5-star review. Pei Ling wiped his forehead, letting out a relieved sigh. The illusion is gone. That was close. He turned to the side, then his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. There was Ling Wang, tongue lolling, drooling all over the place, staring at a pile of shit. Woof woof. I'm a dog. I love to eat shit. The snow fox demon licked her paw and snorted. So you managed to escape my illusion, did you? Pei Ling, enraged, grabbed his Yinsheng saber and charged forward. Shut it, you little fox. You won't trick me twice. Just die already. Pei Ling swung his saber at the snow fox demon, but it was only an illusion. In a blink, Pei Ling transformed into an incredibly cute golden retriever. He looked back, eyes filled with rage, his cheeks flushed. I've turned into a dog. Wait, this is also an illusion. System. I want to cultivate blood slaughter saber art. The system announced. Your attentive cultivation system at your service, commencing cultivation. During cultivation, the host will lose control of their body. Please do not be alarmed. Pei Ling returned to his normal form, Yinsheng saber in hand, glancing at the snow fox demon lurking nearby. The system continued its announcement. Check complete. Cultivating blood slaughter saber art requires blood essence. The system will generously provide 2 Zhuji level demonic beasts. Without a word, Pei Ling swung his saber, sending a wave of saber energy crashing into the snow fox demon. The snow fox demon landed with a thud, skidding across the ground, baring its fangs in anger. How could he break through? Ling Wang pounced, pinning Pei Ling to the ground, its face full of joy. A giant pile of shit. The system announced. External attack detected. Cultivation terminated. Pei Ling, fuming, glared fiercely and kicked Ling Wang off him. Stop messing around. He watched the snow fox demon nimbly flee. Pei Ling frowned, staring ahead with a smirk, trying to escape. You think I can't find your true form? He tapped on the system interface. System. I want to cultivate soul tracking art. In a flash, a small boat radiating intense energy, like flames, appeared in Pei Ling's hand. Pei Ling then hurled the boat forward. Boom! With a deafening roar, the boat struck the snow fox demon, creating a massive explosion. Pei Ling squinted into the resulting cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it revealed a young woman in tattered clothes sitting on the ground. Wah! You're bullying me. This young woman was the transformed snow fox demon. She sat on the ground, putting on a pitiful expression. Feigning injury. Ow, ow, ow. I can't get up. Help me up, please. Ling Wang glared, showing off a set of chompers whiter than his own face. Master, how about I just chomp this chick down right here? Pei Ling stood before the snow fox demoness, one hand holding the blood control covenant, the other wielding a blade against her neck. Get up and sign the damn thing. Boo-hoo, so mean. The snow fox demoness immediately switched to the damsel in distress act, eyes sparkling. Master, I'll obey you from now on. No need for this contract thingy. Keep it to subdue other beasts. Hearing that, Pei Ling's gloomy expression shifted into a terrifying grin. All right, no contract, and I'll carve up that pretty face of yours, then slice you up for points. The snow fox demoness, with a bleeding finger, signed the blood control covenant. Damn it. My noble azure fox bloodline signing this lowly servant contract. How could I be so unlucky? Pei Ling snatched the blood control covenant, his face ice cold. All right, stinky fox, keeping you alive cost me points. You'll compensate me. Where in this mirror sky are the treasures? Spit it out. The snow fox demoness fumed, smoke practically coming out of her ears. I'm not stinky fox. I have a name, call me Yu Zhu Zhao. And if master wants treasures, I do know some good spots. Hurry up and spill. Eternal bamboo forest has the corpse king flower. With its poisonous corpse chi, and the ghostly marsh has 1,000-year-old spirit bamboo worth a fortune. The dreamy mountains are quite far, but treasures are everywhere there. These places are all dangerous though, you'll lose an arm or a leg at least going in. If you don't respect my noble azure fox mountain bloodline, you'll pay the price. Pei Ling pulled out a crystal mirror and ordered Zhu Zhao, all right, you have 3 days to go to those places and get me those treasures. What the hell? Zhu Zhao slumped to the ground, wailing and throwing a tantrum. I'm seriously injured, I need to rest. Pei Ling questioned, what are you afraid of? It's just fetching some treasures, right? Don't tell me you're not willing to risk your neck for me. He frowned, looking into the crystal mirror, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Lu Xuan's score is already in first place, time to chop him down. Doggo, let's get to work. Hearing this, the Wolf King's eyes lit up and it let out a bark. Pei Ling left, not forgetting to yell back, Fox, you only have 3 days, don't test my limits. Zhu Zhao seethed, sooner or later, I'll have my revenge. The scene shifted to the inside of a cave. Lu Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smug smile on his face. Senior brother Lu, this is the auspicious grass I just collected. Once the other senior brothers and sisters return, you'll have enough points. 2 figures knelt on the ground, Chu Kong and Ruin 2020, their bodies trembling. We're Zhuji cultivators too, to be ordered around like this, it's humiliating. This Lu Xuan is truly ruthless, pretending to cooperate, only to poison us. Lu Xuan picked up the auspicious grass, a triumphant smile on his face. Very good, after this is done, I'll give you the antidote. Ha ha ha, disciples from the east, west, south, and north regions have all fallen victim to my poison, becoming my pawns. Pei Ling, if I can't defeat you alone, then I'll unite all the cultivators in Mirror Sky to kill you. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, startled by a familiar voice. Well, fancy meeting you here, brother. Pei Ling and the Wolf King stepped into the cave, waving a hand in greeting. What are you doing hiding in such a tiny place? Took me quite a while to find you, bro. Lu Xuan panicked, thrusting a hand forward. Ordering 2020 and Chu Kong, you two, stop him. Watching Lu Xuan flee and leaving 2020 and Chu Kong to block him, Pei Ling sighed. No wonder his score was rising so fast. Turns out he was finding helpers. Pei Ling's eyes darkened, his fists clenching. We're all from the Yin sector. Haven't we had enough of this brotherly slaughter? Pei Ling sneered, ordering the Wolf King beside him. Doggo, these 2 are yours, I'm going to harvest some chives. Woof woof. Leave it to me. With that, Pei Ling and the Wolf King dashed forward with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King pounced, pinning Chu Kong and 2020 to the ground. while Pei Ling used the blood ghost movement technique to chase after Lu Xuen. The Wolf King stomped on Chu Kong and 2020, causing them to cough up blood and groan in pain. The scene shifted to Pei Ling. With the speed of the blood ghost movement technique, he caught up to Lu Xuen. Don't run. You think you can escape? Any last words? Lu Xuen was drenched in sweat, trembling like a leaf. Ruin 2020 and Chu Kong, two Zhuji cultivators, couldn't even stop him. Pei Ling, I can give you anything you want. These are the treasures and the refining method for the soul-suppressing incense. A secret technique of Luo Tiao Mai that I ordered others to collect. I beg you, spare my life. As he pleaded, a blade slashed towards him. Pei Ling, with an icy expression, swung his blade, sending Lu Xuen on a one-way trip to meet his maker. You're dead, so isn't everything mine now? The scene shifted to the eternal bamboo forest. Two dudes were digging through the rubble, searching for something. Disciple obeys. Little junior sister, I'll listen to you. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna be number one in this competition. Zhu Zhao was perched on a nearby tall tree, looking down at these guys. She had her hands behind her head, legs crossed, chilling like a villain. Getting possessed by a corpse demon can be fatal. Good thing these fools from Doggy Master's sect are here to be meat shields, so I can safely leave this ritual. Being stuck in an illusion is a blessing for them anyway. Black wisps of energy emerged from the rubble. The three dudes embraced these eerie soul fragments. Junior sister, what are you doing? Senior brother, you finally accept me. Zhu Zhao kicked off the branch with force. All right, the corpse demons have latched onto these tools. Time for me to make my move. She transformed back into her fox form and snatched the corpse kingflower. Zhu Zhao stood on the tree, looking down at the three dudes now sprawled on the ground. Doggy Master's sect mates are all dead here. Guess I'll have to find another way to deal with Doggy Master. The scene shifted to the ice palace. Zun Hong looked at the mirror in front of him, stroking his beard. Alone, he took down three Zhuji cultivators. Under the peach blossoms, he had to add the newly subdued snow fox demoness to eliminate the remaining opponents. Relying on his own strength, he slaughtered disciples from all four regions. Pei Ling, this kid has the same demeanor as our founding ancestor. Li Ping observed Pei Ling through the mirror, a delighted smile on his face. Only one survivor in the outer sect competition. This is unprecedented in history. Unexpectedly, our southern region's Fire Yin Peak also has a rising star. The scene shifted to Lai Yue, sitting cross-legged on a chair, observing Pei Ling through the mirror. She rested her chin on her hand, eyes wide with surprise. Such methods, even I couldn't have anticipated them. Lai Yue quickly asked Lu Wu and Qiao Mei, who were standing beside her. What reward do you think he deserves after this? Qiao Mei suggested, Master, Deng Mingshan is in charge of managing the Yin Deer Ore. How about letting Pei Ling temporarily replace him as the Vein Master of the Golden Tang Vein? Hearing this, Lai Yue raised her hand and smiled. All right, and give Deng Mingshan some extra punishment while we're at it. That trash, his cultivation hasn't progressed in years, he needs some tempering. Suddenly, the water surface violently rippled, emitting streams of energy. In an instant, Pei Ling and Zhu Zhao were teleported out of the Mirror Sky secret realm. Pei Ling scratched his head, looking around in confusion. I just finished dealing with Lu Xuen's corpse. Haven't even collected 10,000 points yet. Why am I out already? He was surprised to see Lai Yue sitting nearby. Whoa, even a mortal Lai, they're all here. Zun Hong extended his hand, beaming. Disciple Pei Ling of the southern region's Fire Yin Peak is the champion of this outer sect competition. Congratulations, young friend. Seeing the scene before him, Pei Ling was suspicious. This scene looks familiar. Could it be that stinky fox playing tricks on me with illusions again? Pei Ling's face darkened, veins bulging with anger. How dare she attack her master who signed a blood contract with her? I must teach that stinky fox a lesson. Dog system, I want to cultivate the spirit burst technique. Controlled by the system, Pei Ling took out his blade, channeled spiritual power into it, roared, and then threw it with force. The Yin Life Blade flew forward. Yin Life Blade, Deng Mingshan, I'm sorry. Zun Hong's eyes widened in shock as he saw the Yin Life Blade hurtling towards him. Lai Yue's expression remained calm as she watched Zun Hong closely. With just a finger, she caught the incoming Yin Life Blade. In an instant, she shattered the Yin Life Blade into pieces. A shard flew towards Pei Ling, hitting him on the head. At the same time, the system announced, external attack detected, terminated. Resuming cultivation, Pei Ling clutched his head, his face ashen, panicking. Holy crap, it wasn't an illusion. Zhu Zhao feigned fear, saying to the dumbfounded Pei Ling, Master, quickly kneel and confess. You wanna die? I don't wanna be buried with you. Pei Ling's eyes darted around, his mind racing. Right then, he smacked Zhu Zhao upside the head and roared. Then, turning around with hands clasped together, he bowed. Greetings, senior. This disciple was just now bewildered by an illusion. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. Tun Hong's eyebrows furrowed. His gaze thoughtful. I underestimated this little brat. He actually dared to sneak attack me with Xianxia cultivation, a feat even our sect's founding ancestor would struggle to replicate. Committing a transgression at the Xianxia stage, and disrespecting a sect elder at the Xianxia stage. 2 offenses, double the punishment, that'll be about 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pei Ling pulled out 2 spirit stones with a strained smile. Senior, these are 2 mid-grade spirit stones. This junior has learned his lesson and will absolutely not repeat this mistake. Tun Hong, standing in the courtyard, said, considering this is your first offense, I'll let it slide, but there won't be a next time. Thank you, senior, for your mercy. I've never felt so close to the insect's rules before. Tun Hong extended his hand and shouted, causing the water to ripple violently. 10 figures knelt down, fresh blood on the water's surface, green auras rising like playful ghosts from the depths. A ghostly head emerged from the water, 12 ghosts. Yue emerged in various forms. Ghosts, yakshas, grim reapers, birdmen. Pei Ling, eyebrows raised and eyes wide, was astonished. The Yin sect's foundation is even more impressive than I imagined. Tun Hong gestured, grinning. Pei Ling, these are the strongest tribes enslaved by our holy sect. In the future, you must strive to follow in the footsteps of our holy sect ancestors, continuing to enslave all tribes and slaughter the world. Pei Ling clasped his hands respectfully. As you command, Tun Hong roared with laughter. Ancestors above, our holy sect has gained another promising new blood. Immediately, the crowd cheered in unison. Congratulations to our holy sect. Today we have another promising new blood. Congratulations to our holy sect. Today we have another promising new blood. Tun Hong gestured, asking the top scorer of the competition, you may choose any true disciple to consult on cultivation matters. Each true disciple holds a unique lineage of the sect. Have you decided on anyone yet? Pei Ling's eyes widened as he saw feet radiating a red aura approach, accompanied by a voice, Junior Brother Pei. The approaching figure was none other than Yao Li. She placed a hand on her chest, smiling brightly. I am Zhu Yao Li. I enjoy slaughter, and my blood Dao is perfectly suited to you. Pei Ling clasped his hands, a smile playing on his lips. Greetings, senior sister Zhu. So this is true disciple Zhu Yao Li. She seems much more approachable than Fairy Li. Yao Li drew closer, her hand caressing Pei Ling's body. You may choose any woman from the Zhu clan as your concubine. Moreover, what Li Yu can offer you, I can offer you tenfold. Watching from the side, Wu Lu gritted her teeth in anger, clenching her fists. Master, that hussy Zhu Yao Li always tries to compete with you, and now she wants to steal Pei Ling in front of everyone. Should we? Li Yu interrupted. No need, let him choose for himself. Pei Ling stepped back, lips pursed in thought. In these power struggles, the worst thing is to appear indecisive. If I abandon Fairy Li, I'm sure to be abandoned by others later. Besides, without my Fairy Li, how would I have survived this long? No matter how great the benefits you offer, they are useless. Pei Ling clasped his hands, his voice clear. I apologize, senior sister, but I choose true disciple Li. Stunned, Yao Li froze for 5 seconds, then spat. You. Suddenly, surges of energy startled her, and she glanced back. Li Yu appeared, smoothing her hair with a slight smile. Li Yu, ignoring Yao Li, she brushed past and asked, Soul Blade or Formation Arts, which inheritance have you chosen? Pei Ling replied, Senior sister, I choose the blade. Li Yu produced a cultivation manual. Cultivation manuals are divided into 7 stages: mortal, profound, earth, heaven, immortal, saint, and Dao. The techniques outer disciples cultivate are considered high-grade profound. This night sky manual is high-grade earth, the top blade technique of the holy sect. When you reach the core formation stage, I will bestow upon you the ultimate blade technique, the netherworld great law of the bright flame. Pei Ling extended his hands to receive the manual. Thank you, senior sister, but before he could touch it, Yao Li intercepted him. Junior brother Pei, it's not too late to change your mind. She pressed close to Pei Ling, employing her feminine charms, her voice sweet and tempting. I can spare no expense to find you a better blade technique inheritance. Yao Li turned to face Li Yu, sneering. Besides, this cold block of wood doesn't understand what you male cultivators truly need. How can she possibly help you? Pei Ling clasped his hands, closing his eyes. Thank you for your kind offer, senior sister Zhu, but I have made my choice. It wouldn't be right to go back on it now. Li Yu produced a jade slip and offered it to Pei Ling. Here are a dozen records of shattered nascent soul blades. Take this opportunity to forge your own weapon. Thank you, senior sister, you are too kind. Yao Li, standing behind them, narrowed her eyes, grinding her teeth in furious frustration. Li Yu. Do you want to oppose me? You're just the top scorer of the outer disciple competition, I don't. The system announced, detecting unfamiliar cultivation techniques and forging methods from the outside world. Recording data for you. Pei Ling looked at the jade slip and manual in his hands, a grin spreading across his face. My fairy Li is so generous. Such a lavish gift right off the bat. After storing the items away, Pei Ling pulled out the Heavenly Dao Core Formation method. Senior sister, you've treated me so well, it's my turn to repay the favor. Pei Ling offered the Heavenly Dao Zhuji method to Lai Yue with both hands. Senior sister, this disciple unexpectedly obtained a special Heavenly Dao Zhuji method during a recent mission. I'd like to gift it to you. Yao Li and Sun Hong's eyes bulged in astonishment. Heavenly Dao Zhuji. What? Yao Li's forehead darkened, her teeth clenched, anger trembled through her. He actually has a Heavenly Dao Zhuji method. That Li Yu bitch must have known already. If I had known, I would have bankrupted myself to recruit him. Lai Yue stared wide-eyed at the Heavenly Dao Zhuji method in her hands, surprised. It's the Three Lives Dao banner again. Absolutely can't let anyone else know about this, otherwise it will only cause more trouble for me. Turning to Pei Ling, Lai Yue said, it's just a single-life Heavenly Dao Zhuji method. Sun Hong stroked his beard and sighed, a single-life Heavenly Dao Zhuji, huh? Well, a single-life Dao foundation is already not easy for a junior, it's the thought that counts. Sun Hong extended his hand. Disciple Pei Ling, despite your humble origins, you bravely entered the sect and achieved first place. Let all disciples take Pei Ling as an example, strive forward, and strengthen our holy sect. This competition concludes here. Send off the patriarchs. Nearby, a man wore a knowing smirk. This man was Su Zhenhei, a direct disciple of the Chongming sect. Sitting cross-legged, he mused, he actually obtained a Heavenly Dao Zhuji method. Interesting. Scene changed to Yao Li's cave. Yao Li slammed her fist on the table. Gnashing her teeth, she seethed, my Chu family lacks a Heavenly Dao Zhuji method, forcing us to marry into the Sihong family just so our descendants have a chance at Heavenly Dao Zhuji. If I had obtained that Heavenly Dao Zhuji method that day, my Chu family wouldn't have to rely on others. But that Li bitch snatched it away. A trembling demon servant spoke up, Master, that impudent Pei Ling dared to defy you. Should we arrange for someone to? Yao Li scowled. That Pei Ling brat won first place in the competition, he's too high profile now, making him a difficult target. Besides, he might have memorized the Heavenly Dao Zhuji method. Find a chance to approach him, as long as he's willing to hand it over, we'll satisfy any condition he has. Scene changed to Lai Yue's palace. Lai Yue asked, how much do you understand about Heavenly Dao Zhuji? Pei Ling replied, only a little, from the ghost uncle. Currently, the Holy Sect has 3 types of Dao foundations, Shen Shi's Kriyuan Dao Foundation, the Fu Guangsu family's Mingshui Dao Foundation, and the Si Hong family's, and finally, the Li family's Slaughter Maiden Dao Foundation belonging to Jua. These are all 2 lives Heavenly Dao Zhuji. But the Ghost Uncle Dao Foundation you gave me is a 3 lives Dao Foundation, the strongest of the 3 families, Su, Si Hong, and Li, will definitely come looking for you. Don't worry, you're mine now. Not even the Li family can touch you. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the Heavenly Dao Zhuji method flying towards him. Pei Ling caught it. I've erased the contents of the jade slip. You need it to form the Ghost Uncle Dao Foundation. Come back here in 3 days to retrieve all the materials for it. Thank you, senior sister. Lai Yue closed her eyes and ordered Qiao Ni, who was standing behind her, take him back. Yes, master. Qiao Ni flew to Pei Ling and enveloped him in her aura. In the blink of an eye, Qiao Ni and Pei Ling vanished. Li Yu propped her hand against her face, her eyes darkening. Reaching the Zhuji stage in Heavenly Dao cultivation, she's finally qualified to compete with the 4 inheritors. My Dao companion, Li Yu, has finally obtained an inheritance. Scene changed to the Lan Chun villa. At this moment, Zhu Zhao was sitting cross-legged on a chair, enjoying the cool breeze from a little guy fanning him. Zhu Zhao was startled when Pei Ling walked in from outside. Hello, dog owner, you're back. Pei Ling approached with a fearsome expression, pinching Zhu Zhao's ear. What did you just call me? Slip of the tongue, master. I was wrong. Pei Ling glanced behind him. Why is this female ghost still here? He hastily asked Qiao Ni. Senior sister, are there any other instructions? Xiaoni bowed her head, hands clasped together. Master instructed me to stay by your side and protect you from now on. Pei Ling rushed forward, star-shaped sparkles flashing in his eyes. He grabbed Xiaoni's hand, taking her by surprise. Miss Xiaoni, please take good care of me from now on. With a bodyguard, I can finally fake my death in peace. Scene changed to Jin Su Mian's Dan Feng cave. Inside, Su Mian was refining pills, her whole body trembling. Hold on. I must maintain this state. I can't let go now. Boom! A loud explosion rocked the pill furnace, frightening Su Mian. She screamed, She knelt on the ground, her clothes covered in soot, clenching her fists in frustration. Damn it. Ever since the outer sect competition, I haven't even been able to refine a mid-grade pill. In Su Mian's mind, the image of her Meng Zheng appeared. Handsome, so dashing and radiant, it's all because of Pei Ling that my Dao heart is wavering. My pill Dao is in chaos. Suddenly, she was startled by someone's voice. Su Mian, are you refining pills again? The voice belonged to Cao Shi, Jin Su Mian's mother. Su Dai followed behind her. It's only been a few days, and I'm here to visit you today. Cao Shi reached into her sleeve, searching for something. Now that you've started your Zhuji cultivation, Mother has specially found this pill recipe for the Jingyan pill for you. As a gift, Su Mian reached out and took it, a delighted smile on her face. Thank you, Mother. I'll definitely study it and refine the Jingyan pill soon. By the way, Su Mian, I heard from Su Dai that you and that top-ranked Pei Ling from the outer sect competition have a special relationship. Is that right? Hearing this, Su Mian blushed, shouting, I've never had anything to do with him. He's a pervert. Who would want to have a relationship with him? Cao Shi snapped, you really are. Suddenly, she became furious. Pei Ling is the current rising star of the holy sect. Others would kill to climb the ladder and get close to him. Forget it, you'll be entering the inner sect soon. The inner sect has 13 branches. Have you thought about which one you'll join? Su Mian stood with her hands on her hips, a smug smile on her face. Of course, it's elder sister Shi Jing branch. Suddenly, a hand patted Su Mian's shoulder. Su Dai took Su Mian's hand, advising, if you join the Shi Jing branch, I'll naturally protect you. But if you always rely on others, when will you become a rising star yourself? Why don't you join Pei Ling's Jian Sang branch and temper your mental state a bit? Cao Shi took out a box and handed it to Su Mian. That Pei Ling endured in the Pei family for 18 years, then soared to the heavens in one step. Do you admit that you're not even as good as Pei Ling? These are female cultivator clothes that I specially prepared for you. Everyone outside wears this. Look at yourself. You should learn to dress up a bit. Scene changed to the bathroom. Su Mian was soaking in the hot tub, lost in thought. Mother is right. That pervert Pei Ling was able to endure and become a rising star, so why can't I? Pei Ling, just you wait. Even if you try to target me next, I will endure, just you watch. After a moment of contemplation, she reached out and opened the box her mother had given her. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise, and she blushed. Su Mian stared at the clothes in her hand, a little embarrassed. These clothes. After a moment of hesitation, Su Mian decided to put them on. Mother said everyone outside wears this. She wouldn't harm me, would she? As cultivators, how can we be bound by the customs of mortals? Wearing this definitely won't be a problem. Scene changed to the Chunlan villa. Inside the main hall, Pei Ling was sitting grandly on a chair. Tianxing and Zhu Zhao stood on either side of him. Tianxing clasped her hands respectfully. Junior brother Pei, branch master Deng is currently absent, so you are the acting branch master of our Jian Sang branch. Now that quite a few people know your reputation, they all want to join the Jian Sang branch. Pei Ling propped his hand against his face, smirking smugly. I never thought I'd become the acting branch master so quickly. Deng Mingshan, you can rest assured, I'll take good care of your legacy. Let them in. A servant led a group of people in. They clasped their hands. We humbly greet branch master Pei. Tianxing approached Pei Ling and whispered, Junior brother Pei, some of these people have pretty good aptitudes. We still have to test them. Why is it so complicated? Pei Ling scratched his head, flashing a confident smile. Senior sister, I've just entered the inner sect, and I don't know much about inner sect testing. Why don't you handle it all? Nah, bossing others around and not lifting a finger is way more satisfying. Tianxing beamed. If junior brother trusts this senior sister, it's absolutely no problem. Pei Ling coughed a few times, then pointed at Tianxing and announced, I'm leaving all inspection matters to senior sister Ouyang from now on. Just go find her. Pei Ling stood with his hands on his hips, watching Xianxia lead the crowd away. Being a vain master is pretty chill. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the main hall. Master, we have a visitor. Pei Ling's eyes widened and his face flushed red as he saw the newcomer. It was Su Mian, clad in a new, rather revealing outfit that made the surrounding men blush and gawk. Pei Ling and the other guys were red as tomatoes, eyes bulging in surprise, her figure, almost as good as a mortal Lai's. Su Mian, noticing the stares, blushed. I've admired senior brother for a long time. I want to join the Golden Tang Vein and cultivate with senior brother after I reach Shuji. Su Mian stood in the middle of the main hall, the center of attention. Pei Ling was waging an internal battle. Don't look, don't look. I finally have a good relationship with Immortal Lai. If she finds out, she'll skin me alive. Pei Ling turned away, coughing. Those are some big, such indecent attire. Don't tell me you're going down the path of unorthodox cultivation. Su Mian glanced at the men ogling her with hungry eyes and drool dripping from their mouths. But my mom said everyone dresses like this. Su Mian was taken aback by the judgmental stares from the women, wearing this in broad daylight, how shameless. She quickly crossed her arms, covering her chest. Senior brother, I apologize, I didn't mean to dress like this. Pei Ling frowned, reminding Su Mian, if you want to join my Golden Tang Vein, you have to go through Senior Sister Ouyang's inspection, and lay off those unorthodox practices. Pei Ling and Xianxia exchanged a knowing glance. Senior Sister, these people are all yours. Senior Sister, you know what I mean, right? Don't let her in, don't worry, Junior Brother, I got you. Why does that smile seem so familiar? Xianxia smirked, staring at Su Mian, thinking to herself, Junior Brother is young and easily embarrassed. It's understandable. Today, as his senior sister, I'll help him out. The scene shifted to the Zhao Ne Palace. Qiao Mei was leading Pei Ling somewhere. Pei Ling closed his eyes, smiling smugly. I've left the Golden Tang Vein matters to senior sister Ouyang. Now it's time to visit Immortal Lai and get the materials for Shuji breakthrough. Hee. I'm finally going to reach Shuji. Seeing Lai Yue sitting cross-legged on a chair, Pei Ling clasped his hands. Senior sister. Before him was a table laden with materials, ominous aura, soul-suppressing life threads, and Yu Hun clan's ghost-binding incantations. These materials, along with the Ghost Dao Foundation, are all prepared for you. Lai Yue took out a jar, making Lu Wu, who was standing beside her, tremble. Back then, after the Yu Hun clan's defeat, they swore an oath to eternally serve the Lai bloodline. I, Qiao Mei, and Lu Wu are all from that clan. The spirit fusion only needs one set of soul fragments to prevent failure. I will personally select them for you from the Yu Hun clan. Pei Ling clasped his hands, smiling. Thank you, senior sister. He then turned pale, biting his nails, an entire clan enslaved. In this contract, could it be Qiao Mei and Lu Wu's friends and relatives? Suddenly, I feel a bit sorry for these two ghost girls. Lai Yue took out a talisman, the Heavenly Evolution 49 Transformations, the first chapter. If you want to cultivate the Ghost Dao Foundation, you absolutely cannot do it within the sect. You must choose a place far from the mountain gate. This is a 100-mile voice transmission talisman. When you're ready for your breakthrough, use this to inform me. Pei Ling knelt before Lai Yue and reached out to receive the talisman. Pei Ling frowned, sweating as he saw Lai Yue staring at him. Lai Yue asked, I heard that Jin Su Mian wants to join your Golden Tang Vein, is that right? Hearing this, Pei Ling panicked. She knows. Good thing I held back then. He clasped his hands. Senior sister, since you've entrusted me with the position of Vein Master, I naturally have to bear the responsibility and be fair to every disciple who wants to join the Golden Tang Vein. Everyone must go through the inspection, no exceptions. Lai Yue rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sharp. Then why was her inspection task simpler than others? Pei Ling's eyes widened, a goofy smile on his sweaty face. What the hell? Her task was simpler. Could it be senior sister Ouyang? Why couldn't she learn from anyone else but that idiot Deng Mingshan? Pei Ling panicked, waving his hands frantically. No, senior sister. Let me explain. Li Yu propped her chin on her hand, her expression cold. That female cultivator, well, she's pretty talented. Having her join you in the multi-path Dao isn't a bad thing. She lifted Pei Ling's chin and pressed her ample, five-whip, bosom against him, making him blush. But if you neglect your cultivation, Pei Ling interrupted, flustered, don't worry, senior sister. This disciple is devoted to the Dao. I've abandoned worldly thoughts long ago. There's absolutely nothing going on. Finished, Li Yu dismissed him. Yu Lu, standing nearby, smiled at Li Yu. Unexpectedly, Master is in the mood to tease young Master Pei today. Scene change, the forging room of the Lanchun Villa. Pei Ling stood before the roaring flames of the furnace. The ghost Dao machine needs a lifebound weapon. Han Si's Blood River sword definitely won't do. I have to forge a new one. Even if the system wants to screw me over, and that dumb fox outside is ready to pounce at any moment, it probably won't be a problem. After a moment of deliberation, Pei Ling tapped the system interface. Controlled by the system, he tossed materials into the furnace. Let's begin. Pei Ling enveloped a rectangular block with Han Zui fire. He frowned at the rectangular block, raising a hammer high. Good, no sudden reversals yet. Pei Ling was sweating bullets. Glancing at some nearby jars, he thought, that Ghost Clan senior sister gave me 9 sets of fetal souls in case of failure. This means this step is seriously risky. Hopefully nothing terrifying or bizarre pops out. Suddenly, a jar cracked, releasing a gust of energy. A grotesque remnant soul flew out, shrieking. The grotesque remnant soul lunged at the system-controlled Pei Ling. Damn system, I won't let you off. The remnant soul bit down hard on Pei Ling's shoulder, spraying blood and making him cry out in pain. Pei Ling, eyes blurring with pain, turned to look. Damn it. Furious, he slammed his hammer down on the remnant soul's head. Die. Clutching his injured arm, he panted, damn dog system. You're definitely taking this opportunity to get back at me, aren't you? Suddenly, the other jars began to crack, accompanied by eerie laughter. Ha ha ha. Kill, kill. Pei Ling, drenched in sweat, was terrified. No way. They're all stirring. He gritted his teeth, watching the horrifying remnant souls pour out of the jars and rush towards him. Pei Ling's hammer flashed with blood slaughter sword technique, cutting through the approaching souls. Since you're all out, I won't hold back. Grabbing the half-forged metal, he took a defensive stance. Might as well do it today. Today, I'll fuse all 9 of your ghost phantoms into this blade. With a shout, Pei Ling hurled the metal forward. The metal sliced through 2 remnant souls, tearing chunks from their bodies. It slammed into the ground, emitting waves of energy. The energy coalesced into grotesque forms. Ha ha ha. Come on, can you swallow us all? We'll stuff you to death. Facing the remnant souls, Pei Ling scoffed, you're already dead, why so much talk? He unleashed Han Zui fire on the remnant souls. Become blade forging materials for me. The metal began absorbing the energy, gradually taking the shape of a blade. Finally, the blade was complete, its edge was blood red, and a skull adorned the pommel. Pei Ling grasped the blade, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Finally done. Forging a blade usually only needs 1 ghost phantom, but I fused all 9 into this one. He named the saber, calling it the 9-strike saber. From now on, we're partners in crime, fighting side by side. Suddenly, Pei Ling's eyes snapped open, staring fixedly at the saber. Immediately, a hallucination filled with busty, beautiful babes appeared before his eyes. Seeing this, Pei Ling flushed, sweat beading on his forehead as he sheathed the saber. This saber's killing intent is unusual. I'm afraid I'll have to wait until after I reach the Zhuji stage to truly control it. Pei Ling stretched, a cheerful grin on his face, as he stepped outside. Now that the saber is forged, I need to quickly find a place to reach Zhuji. Before he could take a step, someone tripped him. It was none other than Zhu Zhao, wearing a mischievous grin. Good afternoon, master. Pei Ling stumbled forward, losing his balance. Damn it, he cursed, furious, and kicked Zhu Zhao in the butt. You little. Ouch. Who's there? Someone called, making Pei Ling turn around. NG, someone walked up. It was Hong Nian, holding Sun Ying's hand, a cheerful smile on his face. Long time no see. Hong Nian, sweating and confused, asked, your junior brother? This is Pei Ling. Pei Ling waved his hand dismissively. Nothing, just messing around with some stray ghosts. Hong Nian put his arm around Sun Ying's shoulders and laughed heartily. Good to hear. Oh right, junior brother Pei Ling, senior sister has agreed to marry me. She'll be your sister-in-law soon. What kind of messed up world is this? How did this guy manage to snag her? Sun Ying blushed, giggling shyly. I apologize if I offended you before, junior brother, please don't take it to heart. From now on, we're family. Pei Ling crossed his arms, grinning slyly. No worries, I've already forgotten about it. Anything else? Hong Nian stepped forward, chuckling awkwardly. Yes, junior brother Pei Ling, we heard you placed first in the competition. My father feels you've been wronged all these years and wants to invite you back home to compensate you. Pei Ling thought to himself, compensate me. Probably just wants a piece of the pie now that I'm on the rise. Aloud, he said, I understand. I'll rest tonight, we'll leave for the family tomorrow. But, Fairy Li told me to find a desolate place on Mount Yuansao to reach Yuji. The area near Luquan City is actually a suitable location. Announcing I'm going home will also attract less attention. Scene changed to the Miao clan's secret chamber. Cheng Yang, meditating, frowned and asked Meng Dong, who was standing behind him, Pei Ling will depart for the Pei clan in Luquan City tomorrow. Is this information accurate? Meng Dong bowed. 100% accurate, sir. Hearing this, Cheng Yang gave a sinister smile, his face contorted with malice. Good, good, commence the operation immediately. I swore not to touch Pei Ling personally, but that doesn't mean I can't send someone else. That little bastard will pay for Cheng En's life. Scene changed to a blood chariot flying in the sky. Inside the chariot, Hong Nian and Sun Ying were showing off their affection to Pei Ling. Sun Ying said, "See, this is much more comfortable than my old paper boat. We should save up some spirit stones and buy one too." "All right, but you need to learn more from our junior brother. Look at him, his cultivation has already surpassed ours by leaps and bounds." Sun Ying smiled sweetly on the outside, but her thoughts were venomous. "Useless country bumpkin, if it weren't for your connection to Pei Ling, I wouldn't let you take advantage of me." Hong Nian turned to Pei Ling with pleading eyes. "Junior brother, you get what I mean, right? Help me out." Pei Ling sighed dramatically, tossing a bottle of pills to Hong Nian and Sun Ying. "It'll take at least a month to reach Luquan City. Here are some top-grade bone-strengthening pills. Don't slack off. Thanks, junior brother. Share some with me." Pei Ling raised an eyebrow and looked out the window. "I informed Fairy Li before leaving. Qiao Ni is also secretly protecting me. Even with insurance, with my rotten luck, something's bound to go wrong." At this moment, Liu's flying boat was trailing behind Pei Ling's blood chariot. Inside the flying boat, Qiao Ni and Wu Lu stood before Lai Yue, reporting, "Master, Zhao Chuanmai has made his move. It's likely under the direction of that bitch Chu Yaoli. The Su Zhenchuan side hasn't made any moves yet." Lai Yue raised her teacup to her lips, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Su Zhenchuan isn't the type to just sit around and wait for death. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she glanced to the side. "They're here, in the sky." A skeletal bird's leg appeared. Yaoli, standing on the back of the three-headed bird Yao beast, gave a sinister smile. "Finally, you've fallen into my hands, Pei Ling." Lai Yue, her face ice cold, channeled spiritual energy into her hand and swung it to the side. Looking at the two approaching skeletal arms, Yaoli gaped, terrified. "Lai Yue. How is she here? Where did I miscalculate?" The three skeletal arms radiated waves of energy, targeting Yaoli's three-headed bird Yao beast. Heading towards Yaoli, they flew off into the distance, watching her three-headed bird Yao beast get crushed. Lai Yue, who had appeared there seemingly out of nowhere, surrounded by two skeletal arms, Yaoli coughed up blood. Gritting her teeth in frustration, "Something's not right." Lai Yue's strength, "It's much stronger than our last encounter." Yaoli wondered aloud, then urgently asked, "She's just the top scorer in the outer sect competition. Why would you take her so seriously? Do you two have some secret you can't tell anyone?" Lai Yue said coldly, "You don't need to know." Yaoli used her spiritual energy to conjure a sword. Then, she took the sword and stabbed herself in the stomach, laughing arrogantly. "Forget it, I'll kill you first, then dig out his secrets myself." Lai Yue, her face impassive, spoke with a sarcastic tone, "Harming yourself like this. There are 200 ways to kill an enemy." Truly foolish, Yaoli used the blood oath prison technique, creating a red orb with thorny vines around it. Enveloping Lai Yue, Yaoli, sweating profusely, smirked triumphantly. "As long as I can trap you, it's only a matter of time before you're refined by the blood-devouring prison." Lai Yue, within the blood-devouring prison, remained completely calm and unafraid. "Do you think you'll bleed to death first, or will I be refined to death first? You think this can trap me?" Ignoring Hong Nian's praise, Pei Ling frowned, looking outside. "It seems like there's some commotion outside." Pei Ling stepped out of the carriage to assess the situation. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horrified shock. "What is that?" Before Pei Ling's eyes was a T-Koi, with a grotesque face and a massive, titan-like body, reaching its hand towards the carriage. Zuku, Hong Nian and Sun Ying were terrified. "Junior brother. What kind of monster is that? Quickly use your divine abilities to drive it away." Pei Ling reassured them, "Don't be afraid, nothing will happen." He frowned, sweating, staring straight ahead. "This T-Koi's aura is so strong I can't even sense its level. I'm afraid it's at least at the Jindan stage. If Qiao Ni doesn't arrive in time, this 100-mile displacement talisman might be my only escape route." Meanwhile, Yaoli's blood-devouring prison was starting to melt. Yaoli, drenched in sweat and pale as a ghost, looked at Lai Yue, who remained unharmed within the blood-devouring prison. "Damn it. If this continues, I really will bleed to death." Suddenly, Lai Yue's eyes widened, sensing something, she broke out in a cold sweat, glancing at the nearby T-Koi. Jinden's stage. How? Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Lai Yue unleashed her spiritual power. Seeing this, Yaoli clasped her hands together, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. She wants to break the formation. Lai Yue used her spiritual power to conjure a giant hand, shattering the blood-devouring prison that encased her. Yaoli's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face as she vomited a large mouthful of blood. Elsewhere, the T-Koi opened its mouth and roared furiously. Pei Ling, terrified, watched the T-Koi's hand swing towards him. Qiao Ni. Hurry up and get here. Qiao Ni cried, young Master Pei, Jinden's stage. I can't beat it either.